scoring the sacred body of the ancients from the Get chapter 1214 to chapter 1292. Then, another piece of news spread. The ones who surrounded Jun Xiaoyao were the infamous Jin dynasty, one of the top 3 assassins in the immortal realms. They were led by 3 boundary emperors, along with monarch weapons, ancient killing formations, and many Dao masters, godly venerables, and mystique venerables, to surround Jun Xiaoyao. When this news spread out, it undoubtedly shocked everyone. The first thing that shocked them was that the Jin dynasty dared to attack the son of God of the Jun family. It was no different from courting death. Although the Jin dynasty was infamous, it was like an egg hitting a rock when compared to the Jun family. The second thing that shocked them was that the Jin dynasty's lineup was too luxurious. Apart from the top experts, there were also monarch weapons, ancient killing formations, and so on. It was enough to surround and kill a boundary emperor. In the end, they were only here to kill the son of God of the Jun family. It was ridiculous that they didn't even succeed. The whole 9 heavens immortal realm began to panic after the assassination. It was as if every bush and tree was an enemy. This was because everyone knew that the Jun family had never been a forbearing family. Especially when the target was the Jun family's reverse scale, their most precious Jilin's son. Many people felt that a terrifying storm was about to strike. The Jun family would not let it go. What? Jun Xiaoyao is still alive? Those idiots can't do anything right. After hearing the news that Jun Xiaoyao was still alive, the people of the 3 forbidden clans looked extremely gloomy. They couldn't imagine how Jun Xiaoyao was still alive. He was even able to force a boundary emperor to self-detonate. Of course, they didn't know the specifics. Therefore, the outside world didn't know how Jun Xiaoyao was still alive. However, many people thought it was reasonable. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had too many trump cards. He had used many of them when he fought against the ultimate calamity. He might have used many of his trump cards to escape death. On the other side, the people of the Grey clan also received the news. That Jun Xiaoyao is really lucky. However, even though he managed to escape with his life, he was severely injured. His Dao foundation was damaged, and his future potential is not great. What should we do next? Another member of the Grey clan asked. That Jun Xiaoyao is practically a cripple. What happens next will depend on Zhou Tiandaozi's mood. Huntian Immortal Domain. Inside the Golden Palace where Di Haoyan was. The Purple Flame Lord of Heaven appeared and reported to Di Haoyan about the assassination attempt. He's actually still alive. This Jun Xiaoyao is really lucky. A strange look flashed across Di Haoyan's silver eyes. Jun Xiaoyao had once again exceeded his expectations. However, even if that Jun Xiaoyao isn't dead, he's pretty much crippled. Even if the Jun family can help him recover, it will take a long time. By that time, he won't be able to keep up with the times. Purple Flame Heaven Monarch shrugged. Di Haoyan was deep in thought. Logically speaking, that was indeed the case. It would take at least a few decades for Jun Xiaoyao to recover. In this golden age, the most important thing was to seize opportunities. In the future, Jun Xiaoyao would undoubtedly miss out on many opportunities. He wouldn't be as glorious as before. However, Di Haoyan always felt uneasy. It seemed that if he didn't get rid of Jun Xiaoyao, there would always be a knot in his heart. If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. This time, the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty are really disappointing. Di Haoyan shook his head slightly. However, now that Jun Xiaoyao had been assassinated, the Jun family would naturally do their best to protect him. Therefore, for a long time, there wouldn't be such an opportunity to assassinate him. It could be said that this opportunity had been wasted by the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty. Well, let's focus on the Forgotten Nation first. As for Jun Xiaoyao, now that he's half crippled, I'll find a chance to deal with him later. Di Haoyan made a decision. At this time, the Purple Flame Lord of Heaven said, by the way, the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty sent a message saying that they want help from us, the Xian Ting. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty didn't complete their mission, but angered the Jun family. It could be said that they would die if they relied on themselves. Di Haoyan heard this and said lightly, the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty? Have we been in contact with them? The purple flame lord of heaven was stunned. He glanced at Dihaoyan and shook his head. Your Highness, you're really ruthless. Dihaoyan was indifferent and didn't say anything. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty were already abandoned. Dihaoyan wasn't the only one who was so decisive. The others, like the Grey Clan and the forbidden families of the 9 heavens, were the same. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty sent people to ask for help. The 3 forbidden families completely ignored them. As for the Grey Clan, they couldn't even be found. This made the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty feel cold to the bones. Their only hope was that this matter could be covered up. But was it possible? Jun Xiaoyao was the precious child of the Jun family, but now he was in such a state. It could be said that no one or force could stop the Jun family from taking revenge. Sure enough, not long after. In the Huangtian mystic realm's emperor state, a handsome and imposing figure stepped into the sky. It was the current head of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao's second uncle, and the younger brother of Jun Wuhui, Jun Wui. His eyes were cold and condensed with eternal coldness. Jun Xiaoyao was his nephew, but now he was plotted against by the assassins of the Jin dynasty. It would be fine if it was just a fight between peers. But the problem was that 3 emperor-to-be, imperial weapons, ancient killing formations, and many 7th-stage supremes were mobilized. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty were really shameless. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty dared to assassinate the son of God of our clan. How dare you? Our clan will cut off your reincarnation path and never let you be reincarnated. As Jun Wui spoke, he held a horn stained with blood in his hand. Many people were watching from afar. When they saw the bugle horn, their eyes were filled with shock. This horn was the Jun family's horn of doom. Blowing this horn meant that the Jun family was about to start an immortal war. The last time this horn was blown was during the immortal war of the Huangtian mystic realm, when the Jun family fought against 7 immortal forces alone. Now, Jun Wui blew the horn again. The desolate sound of the horn echoed throughout the Huangtian mystic realm and even spread to the 9 heavens mystic realm. This was not just an immortal war. It was an immortal war across the mystic realms. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty were not stationed in the Huangtian mystic realm. However, the Jun family was not the only one who was angry. The Huangtian mystic realm, Qingzhou, was the territory of the Jiang family of the ancients. The Jiang family of the ancients, a family that kept a low profile compared to the Jun family, no longer kept a low profile. An old man stepped into the sky. His eyes were filled with fury that could burn the 9 realms. It was Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, Jiang Daoxiu. Jun Xiaoyao is my grandson and the young master of the Jiang family. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty are audacious and reckless. This time, all of them will be removed from the mystic realm. None of them will escape. As soon as Jiang Daoxiu finished speaking, a blood-stained flag was fluttering in the wind. It was stained with blood. The blood emitted a dazzling brilliance and emitted a monstrous emperor's aura. This was a war flag stained with the blood of the Jiang family's late emperor, the Iron Blood War flag. When this flag was out, it meant that the Jiang family's immortal war had begun. This caused a stir in the entire Huangtian mystic realm. The Jiang family did not participate in the immortal war the last time the Jun family started. However, this time, the Jiang family also took action. From this, it could be seen that Jun Xiaoyao's status in the Jiang family was unparalleled. They started an immortal war for one person. However, this was not the end. In the void of the Huangtian mystic realm, a bronze immortal palace floating with chaotic energy appeared. Figures appeared one after another. They were the upper echelons of the imperial family. The one in the lead had golden qi and blood surging. His battle intent was shocking, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. It was Wu Hu. The 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty dared to assassinate the master of the imperial family. There will be no way for you to survive. Whoosh, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Jun family, the Jiang family, and the imperial family, the 3 top forces, spoke together and started an immortal war. This war was destined to go down in history. Oh my God, I saw it. I really saw it. I saw an immortal battle across the celestial realms in my lifetime. In the Huangtian mystic realm, many cultivators were trembling with excitement. The Jun family had also started an immortal battle before, but it was only limited to the Huangtian mystic realm. But this time it was different. The so-called immortal battle across the celestial realms was a much bigger battle. Often, many immortal forces would join forces to cross the endless star realms to eliminate the immortal forces of other celestial realms. This kind of action of crossing the celestial realms to go to other foreign celestial realms was a huge risk. It could be said that without enough foundation and capital, no force was qualified to start an immortal battle across the celestial realms. Because who knew if they would fall into a trap or a dangerous place after being teleported to other celestial realms, but the June family had the capital. If the June family didn't have the right, then no other immortal force had the right to do so. It could be said that the June family was really angry and wanted the three assassins to pay with their blood. Of course, the June family, the Jiang family, and the Emperor's court were not the only ones who were really involved. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had killed the ultimate disaster and became the hero of the celestial realms. A group of people were also very respectful and wanted to help. The son of God of the Jun family saved the celestial realms, but now he is being treated like this. The Yi family is also very angry. Some experts of the Yi family of the clan of the ancients participated in the battle. Of course, it couldn't be an immortal battle of the entire family, but some experts wanted to join. After all, Jun Xiaoyao and Yi Guchen of the Yi family had a good relationship before. This time, the Yi family showed their good intentions. Our demon empress said that whoever dares to hurt the son of God of the Jun family is going against her. The demon god palace also sent experts. Jun Xiaoyao did his best for the celestial realms, but now he is being treated like this. The three assassins of the Jin dynasty are really shameless. Some experts of the demonic celestial cult took action. Xiaomaxian, the genius of this cult, also had a good relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was once the holy son of our Holy Spirit College. We can't turn a blind eye to this. The Holy Spirit College, a famous college in the Huangtian mystic realm, had also sent someone to fight. This was enough to shake the entire immortal realm. Even though these powers did not go all out, they only sent out a portion of their experts. But when added together, it was still a powerful force. Of course, not all forces were like this. Forces like the Ji family, the human immortal sect, and the Little Western Paradise didn't do anything. They didn't send anyone either. The Jun family would not resort to moral coercion. In fact, the fact that the other forces sent people to help was just icing on the cake. Then, the Nine Heavens Immortal Academy also expressed their stance. Immortal Academy's Great Elder would also personally take action, participate in this battle. There were also many forces that were on good terms with Jun Xiaoyao or the Jun family. It could be said that the influence of this battle of eternity that spanned across the immortal realms was absolutely unprecedented. The horn of destruction of the Jun clan echoed across the Nine Heavens immortal realm. This immortal family that had been passed down since ancient times was like a raging lion awakening. Rumble. The Jun family was located in the imperial state. The vast army blotted out the sky. Those were the four armies of the Jun family: the wind, forest, fire, mountain, and forest. Millions of soldiers had appeared out of nowhere. Other than that, there were also 500,000 cavalrymen. Many of them were 9th-level saints. They were the main force of this battle. It's the Jun family's Gantian holy guards. Some of the experts from the major forces who were watching from afar exclaimed in surprise. This was a terrifying and invincible army of the Jun family. At this moment, the commander of the Gantian Mountain Holy Guards, a strong supreme being, shouted coldly. Those who offend the Jun family will be punished no matter how far away they are. Rumble. Terrifying auras emerged from the ancestral shrine of the Jun family. Jun family's 18th ancestor, 17th ancestor, 16th ancestor, 15th ancestor, 14th ancestor, 13th ancestor, 12th ancestor, 11th ancestor, 10th ancestor, and 9th ancestor. The great ancestors of the Jun family appeared with extremely cold gazes. Especially the 18th ancestor, the 16th ancestor, and the others, who had watched Jun Xiaoyao grow up with their own eyes. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had been assassinated, their eyes were filled with incomparably cold murderous intent. Jun Tianming, the 8th ancestor, appeared with the same cold and solemn expression. They should be here soon. Jun Tianming raised his head and looked at the sky. The main force of this battle was not even the great ancestors. In a mysterious ancient land in the mystic realm, An old man was holding a hatchet and chopping down an ancient tree that towered into the depths of the universe. Chopping down trees was a very common thing. However, in the hands of this old man, there seemed to be a mysterious Tao connotation. If anyone saw this tree, they would be so shocked that their scalp would go numb. This was an ancient chaotic tree that took root in the chaos. It could be said that experts below the boundary emperor realm would not be able to chop down this tree. Even if they got slightly closer, they would be shattered by the chaotic chi that was emitted from it. However, this old man was leisurely chopping down the tree like a woodcutter. At a certain moment, the old man suddenly stopped what he was doing. This was because he heard the desolate sound of a horn. The horn of destruction? This is the second time it has sounded in this era. Are there really so many people who are blind? The old man shook his head and sighed. Then, the hatchet in his hand was swung down. The universe and the stars seemed to have been split into two halves by this hatchet. The ancient chaotic tree that towered into the depths of the universe suddenly collapsed with a loud bang, splashing countless meteorites and dust. This ancient chaotic tree is a meeting gift for the little child in the family. It's time for these old bones of mine to go out and exercise. The old man, carrying the ancient chaotic tree on his shoulder and the hatchet in his hand, leisurely walked out of this mysterious ancient land. The Jun family's fifth forefather, Jun Taihao, had come out of seclusion, in another mysterious place in the mystic realm, a place called the Dimensional Star. An endless river of stars flowed, filled with the power of the stars. And in this endless dimensional star, surprisingly, there was a woman lying in the middle of it. This woman was not a graceful and beautiful goddess, nor did she have the domineering aura of an empress. She wore a gorgeous dress that was as bright as the stars. Her gentle face even gave off the feeling of a pretty girl from a humble family. She had willowy eyebrows and cherry lips, delicate as a spring flower and charming as the autumn moon. She even seemed a little weak. She was as calm as a beautiful flower shining on water, and her movements were as weak as a willow branch swaying in the wind. However, the endless power of the stars in this dimensional star was constantly pouring into her delicate body. At a certain moment, this gentle and beautiful woman opened a pair of bright starry eyes. The family's doomsday horn has sounded. It's time to go out and exercise. The woman opened her small mouth, and endless power of the stars poured into her delicate body. The majestic power emitted from her delicate body formed a sharp contrast with her gentle face and temperament. She looked like a very young woman. She was the Jun family's fourth ancestor, Jun Taiyan, the mystic realm, in the Dam world near the realm sea. Inside an ancient cave abode with broken laws. A middle-aged man dressed in an imperial robe, with 9 golden dragons coiled around him. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on his body. It was unknown how long he had been in seclusion here. At a certain moment, he heard the somewhat desolate sound of a horn coming from the mystic realm. A pair of eyes that were like the sun and moon in the sky slowly opened. The moment he opened his eyes, the entire ancient cavern was trembling, even the Dam world was trembling slightly. First, a strange curse appeared in my body, then the doomsday horn. Do you really think that everyone in the Jun family can be bullied? The man slowly got up, and a terrifying emperor's aura filled the air. It was as if an emperor had awakened. The 9 golden dragons on his body shone brightly, and they intertwined with each other to form a 9-dragon godly sword. Everything under the heavens is the emperor's land. Everyone under the heavens is the emperor's subject. The Jun family's emperor realm ancestor, third ancestor Jun Tai Huang, came from the Dam world with the 9-dragon godly sword in his hand. The entire Huangtian mystic realm was trembling. The Jun family's army was gathering. The immortal realm cultivators who came to participate in the war were also gathering to follow the army into battle. Ancient warships as large as continents came from the depths of the Jun family's ancestral land. They were war arcs that could cross the mystic realm. They were engraved with many ancient runes and terrifying killing arrays. Each war arc consumed an astronomical amount of resources. Ordinary immortal realm cultivators could only build a few. The Jun family had mobilized 30 of them. Each war arc had a space array inside, which could easily accommodate millions of people. What was even more terrifying was that there were special arrays engraved in the war arcs that could gather the power of the cultivators who controlled the war arcs. A group of saint-level cultivators controlling the war arcs could hurt supreme beings. If many supreme beings controlled the war arcs at the same time, even boundary emperors could not ignore the power. That was the most terrifying part of the war arcs. The Immortal Realm's last war was only within the Huangtian mystic realm. That was why the Jun family did not use them. But now, the Jun family was going to use the war arcs to cross the endless galaxies and destroy the Jin dynasty, the top 3 assassins. Oh my god, we can't even make one of these even if we use up all the resources of dynasty, some dynastic overlords exclaimed. In the next moment, many cultivators throughout the Huangtian mystic realm felt a terrifying aura. Figures appeared in the sky above the Huangtian mystic realm. Every figure was blurry and transcendent, with an aura that could crush eternity. The Jun family's boundary emperors had appeared. The Jun family's 7th forefather, Jun Tea. The Jun family's 6th forefather, Jun Taixin. Then, another old man appeared, holding a chopper and carrying an ancient tree wrapped in chaotic energy on his shoulder. Is that, the Jun family's 5th forefather? He's carrying. Damn it, the chaotic ancient tree. Some of the old antiques were stunned. The chaotic ancient tree was not as rare as the world tree, but it was almost on the same level as the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root. But the Jun family's 5th forefather was so powerful that he appeared with the chaotic ancient tree. I heard that the child of the Jun family was injured. He inherited the Azure Emperor's chaotic physique. In that case, let the chaotic ancient tree heal him. The innate chaotic essence contained in it should be helpful for his recovery. The 5th forefather Jun Taihao through the chaotic ancient tree. Thank you, 5th forefather. Even the 18th ancestor and the others cupped their fists slightly. Patriarchs like them were considered juniors in front of the ancient ancestors. It's just given it? In the Huangtian mystic realm, the group of cultivators was dumbfounded. Such a precious item was given away so casually, as if it was a cabbage. Was this a top-tier undying family? He was in love. Hee, old 5th, you're still the same as before. At this moment, a female voice sounded. A woman in a bright and luxurious dress appeared. Her demeanor was like that of a pretty girl from a humble family, and a terrifying wave of quasi-emperor energy shook the surroundings. Many experts felt like they were suffocating. 9 Tribulation Quasi-Emperor. Someone cried out. This young lady was actually a 9th Tribulation Quasi-Emperor. He might not even be far from proving his Tao. Greetings, ancient ancestor Taiyan. The 18th forefather and others were even more shocked. They didn't expect the 4th forefather to show up and be alarmed by the Horn of Doom. I'd like to meet the Jun family's child. But before that, let's take care of business and destroy those 3 ants. The 4th forefather of the Jun family, Jun Taiyan, was as delicate as a spring flower and as charming as the autumn moon. She even gave people a feeling of being delicate and amiable. But the words she said were extremely domineering, which didn't match her gentle temperament. The Jin dynasty, one of the top 3 assassins in the mystic realm, was just an ant in her eyes. However, the arrival of the strong cultivators was not limited to that. Then, a few hazy figures appeared. One of the old women was Jun Suihua of the Jun family's hidden branch. This was a group of boundary emperors from the hidden branch. Of course, the main branch and the hidden branch were not separated. The Jin dynasty, one of the top 3 assassins of the Jun family, must be tired of living, Jun Suihua said coldly. Suddenly, more than 10 figures stood above the Huangtian mystic realm. It was as if more than 10 gods were standing there. Is this the power of the Jun family? More than 10 boundary emperors appeared so casually. Everyone was shocked. Jun Xiaoyao's power had shocked everyone. And they knew that this was definitely not the full power of the Jun family. At this moment, the entire 9 heavens mystic realm was shaking. Countless eyes fell on the Jun family of the Huangtian mystic realm. The Xian Ting, the underworld, the Archean royalty, the Holy Spirit tribe, the Gulan sect, the Overlord ancestral hall, the Western sect, even the 9 heavens and the Grey clan had their eyes on the Jun family. It could be said that this battle of the immortals had attracted the attention of the entire mystic realm. Many of them wanted to know how powerful the Jun family was. And now, the tip of the iceberg was revealed, which was enough to make many forces wary. But, just when everyone thought that the Jun family's army was about to be assembled, suddenly, many people felt a terrifying aura. Countless mystic realms were trembling, the space was shaking, and the big stars were rustling and falling. A hazy figure traversed the boundless space and arrived. It was as if he was stepping on thousands of daos. Every step he took made the world tremble, endless emperor's light illuminated the entire universe. It was a middle-aged man holding the nine dragons' godly sword. His face was blurry, and he looked like an ancient god. With his arrival, the entire Huangtian mystic realm was shaking. This was the true power of the emperor. It's him. He showed up. Seeing this figure, the supreme antiques from the Xianxia, the Archean royalty, and other places were shocked. They didn't expect this battle of the immortals to attract the attention of the Jun family. It's the third ancestor. Greetings, third ancestor. Seeing this figure coming, even the 18th ancestor and the others cupped their hands like juniors. Jun Tai, Jun Taixin, Jun Taihao, and Jun Taiyan also cupped their hands slightly. The person who came was the third ancestor of the Jun family, Jun Taihuang. However, the people of the world were more familiar with his other name. Taihuang, this was a true great emperor. Because of the Archean Treaty of Alliance, emperors rarely appeared in the mystic realm. Therefore, Taihuang had always been in seclusion in an ancient cavern in the depths of the Dam world. It's really him, Taihuang. In the Xianting, an ancient existence sighed slightly. In that era, Taihuang was also a name that couldn't be forgotten. Even though he wasn't as powerful as Qi Tiandi, his ancestor, who could suppress the universe, he was still a bright sun in the Jun family. The appearance of the Jun family's true emperor undoubtedly caused a stir in all directions. There were rumors before that the Jin dynasty's three great assassins might have a great emperor of the killing path who had been sleeping for a long time. But now, Taihuang had shown up, and all the great emperors of the killing path had to stand aside. However, that was not all. In another direction, another hazy and terrifying figure appeared, and it was also filled with bright emperor's light. It was a peerless man with silver armor and a mask on his face. His silver hair was as bright as the Milky Way. It's the Divine Universe Emperor. Countless people exclaimed. No one was unfamiliar with this figure. In the previous war between the mystic realm and the foreign realm, he had appeared. It was the emperor of the Jun family's hidden branch, the Divine Universe Emperor, Jun Xinyu, Taihuang, Divine Universe Emperor. The appearance of the Jun family's two great emperors shocked the mystic realm and shook the universe. The three great assassins' Jin dynasty is finished, this was what everyone thought. Emperor Tai and Emperor Xinyu were like two prideful suns that illuminated the entire Huangtian mystic realm. The boundless and dark universe was illuminated by the radiance of the emperor's Tao. There were only two of them, but they illuminated the vast universe. Following their arrival, all the members of the Jun family were excited, and their blood was boiling. This was the Jun family, the invincible Jun family. Whoever dared to anger them had to be prepared to be destroyed. However, the three assassins of the Jin dynasty are like rats in the gutter. It won't be easy to find their nest. Jun Taiyan, one of the four ancestors of the Jun family, had a thoughtful look in her eyes. As a nation of assassins in the mystic realm since ancient times, the three assassins of the Jin dynasty had assassinated countless figures of great forces. Therefore, there were naturally many immortal forces that had a grudge against them. Because of this, the nest of the three assassins of the Jin dynasty was extremely well hidden. It was impossible for the outside world to know where the nest of the three assassins of the Jin dynasty was. In history, there were some immortal forces that were infuriated by the assassins of the Jin dynasty. They joined forces and wanted to suppress the three Jin dynasty. In the end, when they finally found the nest, they discovered that it was actually a conspiracy. Not only did they not find the true nest, but they also suffered heavy losses. What was even more terrifying was that after that immortal battle, all the immortal forces that participated in the battle suffered the bloody revenge of the three assassins of the Jin dynasty. Regardless of whether they were of the older generation or the younger generation, they would immediately be assassinated as soon as they stepped out of their territory. That could be said to be a bloody period in the history of the mystic realm. After that, no other immortal forces dared to easily start an immortal battle against the three assassins of the Jin dynasty. Only the Jun family dared to make a move. Everyone, leave this matter to me. This voice came from the Jiang family of Qingzhou. The army of the Jiang family had also finished gathering. Ancient warships filled the sky. Other than Jiang Daoshu and the other boundary emperors of the Jiang family also appeared. The one who spoke was a high-level boundary emperor of the Jiang family named Xianxia. He raised his hand, and 3 tortoiseshell floated in the void. Immediately, dense and mysterious runes imprinted in the void. All sorts of karmic threads appeared. Oh, the Jiang family's divination technique is indeed superb. Your ancestor had a supreme cultivator named Xianxia, known as the Celestial Mystery Emperor, said Jun Taishan, the 6th patriarch. The Jiang family's heritage was equally ancient. Although it was not comparable to the Jun family, it was at least much older and more powerful than the other families of the remote antiquity. Although the Jiang family had also participated in the Battle of the Immortals, the Jiang family did not send any great emperors because the Jun family was the one leading the battle. However, the appearance of several quasi-emperor ancient ancestors of the Jiang family already represented the Jiang family's intentions. Jun Xiaoyao was also the Jiang family's reverse scale that could not be offended. Jiang Heng was a powerful high-level quasi-emperor of the Jiang clan. However, his greatest strength was not his strength, but part of the Jiang family's heavenly secret divine skills. The celestial mystery divine skill originated from the mysterious and powerful emperor of the Jiang family, the celestial mystery emperor Jiangshang. But he had another name that was even more familiar to people. Grand Duke Jiang. The heavenly secret divine art he left behind was too complicated. Even in the Jiang family, not many people could comprehend it. Jiang Heng, on the other hand, was extremely talented and could be considered a very outstanding figure in the modern era of the Jiang family. Most importantly, he comprehended part of the heavenly secret divine art and could deduce some heavenly secrets. There was even a rumor that had been circulating before. It was said that the reason the Jiang family and the Jun family were so close and had been connected by marriage for generations. A large part of the reason was that the celestial mystery emperor Jiangshang had left behind a message. In the future, the era would be overturned. If one wanted to see the light, they had to be with the Jun family. As the celestial mystery emperor, who was the best at deducing heavenly secrets, Jiangshang's words were obviously not baseless. Of course, this was just a rumor. As for whether it was true or not, no one cared. Because now, the two families were wearing the same pants. At this moment, Jiang Heng used the heavenly secret divine art. Although he had only comprehended part of it, it was still mysterious enough that ordinary great emperors could not understand it. However, a deep look flashed in the eyes of the third ancestor Jun Taihuang and the Divine Universe Emperor of the Hidden Branch. As the real great emperors, they could naturally see some clues. As expected of the Jiang family's heavenly secret divine art, the Divine Universe Emperor exclaimed. The fact that it could be praised by a great emperor was enough to show how mysterious the secret art was. Soon, the 3 tortoiseshells trembled and emitted a hazy glow. Then, 3 beams of light suddenly burst out and pointed in 3 directions. Found the tracks of these rats. Jiang Heng's face revealed a cold smile. The 3 tortoiseshells represented the Jin dynasty, the 3 great assassins. One of the beams of light pointed in a direction. Many people looked over, and they were all extremely surprised. The direction was not in any of the 9 heavens' immortal realm. It was in an extremely chaotic and dangerous star region, which was also a no man's land. The chaotic astral ocean. It's there. Many experts exclaimed. The tortoiseshells represented the Blood Pagoda, one of the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty. In other words, the Blood Pagoda's base was in the boundless chaotic astral ocean. No wonder. I once heard some secret information. The Blood Pagoda's base is not fixed. It's like a floating fortress. That floating fortress is called the Blood Pagoda. Now, many people were enlightened. No wonder the Blood Pagoda's base was difficult to find. It was not fixed to begin with. But now, the location had been found out. Even if the Blood Pagoda wanted to run away, it would be very difficult to do so in a short time. Let us go to the Blood Pagoda. Protector Wu of the Emperor Imperial Court said. Strictly speaking, among the 3 great forces, the Emperor Imperial Court was the weakest. The Emperor Imperial Court was the weakest. After all, it had only been established for a short period of time. It did not even have a true boundary emperor. The only one, the Big Dipper Emperor, was only a nominal guest. He did not stay in the Emperor Imperial Court for long. As for the Xianxia beach, after returning to the immortal realm, he went to a mysterious ancient place to cultivate in seclusion. After all, he was too old. He was from the same era as Qi Tiandi. It was already impressive that he could live until now. It was impossible for him to stay awake forever. Do you need the Jun family to send some people? Jun Tianming of the 8th ancestor hesitated. Although the Blood Pagoda was considered the weakest of the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty, but it would not be easy for the Emperor Imperial Court to deal with it. Protector Wu hesitated. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared and smiled. No need. We will help the Emperor. Imperial Court. This woman who suddenly appeared had skin that was sparkling and translucent like fine jade. Her eyes were intelligent and brilliant. She was wearing a white gauze dress. She was ethereal like a fairy under the moon. He had an aloof and detached temperament. It was the Nirvana fairy of the Nirvana clan, Meng Nu-er. Previously, after the war between the 2 worlds, the Nirvana clan had also migrated to the Huangtian mystic realm. However, because of the special nature of the Nirvana clan, the Emperor Imperial Court did not absorb them. And to be honest, in the entire Nirvana clan, the Nirvana flower's mother alone was enough to compare to all the strong cultivators in the Emperor Imperial Court. It could be said that she alone was the Emperor clan and the immortal realm. Well. Okay. Jun Tianming nodded slightly. The others of the Nirvana clan might not be worthy of the Jun family's attention. But the Nirvana flower's mother was absolutely terrifying. After all, she was the ghost-faced Empress reincarnation. Now, the Blood Pagoda should be praying. Next, the other 2 tortoise shells were also discovered by the crowd. The Serene Nation was located in the Underworld Immortal Realm of the 9 Heavens Immortal Realm. It's the Underworld Immortal Realm. Rumor has it that it was the dojo of the Underworld during the bygone era. Some experts' eyelids twitched. If one were to ask which immortal realm was the most ancient and mysterious in the 9 Heavens Immortal Realm, the Underworld Immortal Realm was definitely on the list. Rumor had it that it was the birthplace of the Underworld, the dojo of the Underworld. The Underworld was so mysterious that it was known as the Xianting of the Darkness. They kept a very low profile, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were a force under the surface. Moreover, just like the Immortal Court, the Underworld wasn't just a simple force. The branches and veins within it were extremely huge and complicated. The Underworld King bloodline, which had conflicts with the Jun family, was related to the Underworld. Rumor had it that the Underworld King bloodline worshipped the one-armed Underworld King, who was a super big shot in the ancient Underworld. Now, everyone remembered that there were also rumors that the Serene Nation and the Underworld were inextricably linked. Many of the Serene Nation's assassination techniques came from the Underworld. Leave the Serene Nation to the Jiang family, Sub-Emperor Jiangheng said. Since the Imperial Court was in charge of dealing with the Blood Buddha, then the Jiang family would deal with the Serene Nation. I'll go with the Jiang family, the Divine Universe Emperor said. The Underworld Immortal Realm was extremely mysterious and ancient. In addition, the Serene Nation was inextricably linked to the Underworld. It was safer to have a great emperor to suppress it. Thank you, Divine Universe Emperor. Jiangheng cupped his hand slightly. Next, the arrangements were made. The Divine Universe Emperor, Jun Suihua, and the other ancient ancestors of the hidden bloodline would go with the Jiang family to Serene Nation. Then, only the heaven was left. In fact, the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty were equally famous. But there was a faint difference between the strong and the weak. Among the 3 Jin dynasty, the weaker one was the Blood Buddha. The second was the Serene Nation. And the strongest was the heaven. Because among the 3 Jin dynasty, the heaven had the oldest history. There were even rumors that the heaven's history was almost as old as the Xianting. And the Jun family was the one who went to heaven. However, to everyone's surprise, the heavenly hall was located in the chaotic heaven immortal realm. It was in Xianting's territory. The entire Huntian immortal realm was extremely large, and countless forces and clans were located within it. It was understandable for heaven to be hidden within. After that, everything was arranged properly. The Monarch Emperor Court headed to the chaotic star region. The Jiang family headed to the underworld immortal realm. The Jun family headed to the Huntian immortal realm. The army set out. The Jun family's army drove 20 war arcs. The remaining 10 ships were given to the monarch dynasty. The Jiang family had their own warship that could cross the immortal realms. Naturally, they didn't need to borrow the Jun family's warship. 3 forces, 3 armies, set off from the Huangtian mystic realm. In the void, the light of various teleportation formations flickered. The Ark of War was equipped with its own teleportation array. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a warship that could cross immortal realms. The 3 armies headed in 3 different directions. Wherever they passed, the void trembled and great stars shattered. No living being dared to block the path of these 3 armies. That battle intent and killing intent shook the heavens and the clouds, causing the heavens and the earth to dim and the universe to tremble. What was even more shocking was that these 3 armies were moving too fast. Generally speaking, the more powerful the army, the slower the speed of movement. However, these 3 armies flashed the void array from time to time, and their speed was extremely fast. This was the ability of a warship that could cross immortal realms. However, the only drawback was that every time the void array was activated, it consumed a terrifying amount of immortal sources and other resources. It could be said that even the immortal forces might not be willing to use it like this. However, the Jun family and Jiang family didn't care at all. They were rich and willful, most importantly, they were eager for revenge. Now, other than destroying the Jin dynasty, they had no other goal. How terrifying. They are determined to destroy the 3 Jin dynasty. This is the consequence of angering the Jun family. They will destroy them as they wish. There's no doubt about it. Along the way, many forces were alarmed and wanted to go and watch. There were even some forces that had old grudges with the 3 assassin dynasties who had joined the team. For example, the forces that had started an immortal war against the 3 Jin dynasty had suffered bloody revenge in the end. Now, these forces were extremely excited. They were clapping their hands and cheering. There's a cycle of reincarnation. Who would be forgiven by the heavens? The 3 Jin dynasty finally met their end. This is the cycle of karma. These assassins used to be so arrogant in the Jin dynasty. Who would dare to provoke them? Now that they have provoked the Jun family, they deserve it. Haha, I'm looking forward to witnessing the destruction of the Jin dynasty. These forces, which had suffered miserably at the hands of the 3 assassin dynasties, also sent people to join the 3 armies in wiping out the 3 dynasties. It was also a force that could not be ignored. Rumble, the ancient warship traveled billions of li and broke through the stars like a steel flood. Looking from the outside, the underworld immortal realm was shrouded in a faint mist all year long. Compared to the other immortal realms in the 9 heavens immortal realm, the underworld immortal realm had fewer factions and living beings. The reason being that this place was too strange. It had been the dojo of the underworld since ancient times. That being said, the underworld immortal realm was not officially stationed in the underworld immortal realm. No one knew where the real underworld immortal realm was. However, at this moment, the entire underworld immortal realm seemed to be trembling. The mighty steel flood covered the sky, the sun, and the stars. The vast army of the Jiang family and the hidden branch of the Jun family crossed the boundless galaxy and arrived at the underworld immortal realm. Today, we will descend upon the underworld immortal realm and destroy the nation. Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, Jiang Daoxiu, yelled furiously on the deck of one of the ancient warships of the Jiang family. Jun Xiaoyao had taken a great risk to find the 9 wonders reincarnation immortal grass in the eternal burial ground for his grandfather to treat his unmentionable illness. Jiang Daoxiu had treated this filial and outstanding grandson of his like a precious treasure. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was being ambushed by the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty. Jiang Daoxiu insisted on entering the battlefield to avenge his grandson. The army of the Jiang family arrived at a dark area. This was originally a hidden ancient realm, but Jiang Heng had managed to find it through his calculations. He squinted slightly with a cold grin. As he stretched out his hand, the strength of a high-level sub-emperor erupted and crushed over. Jiang Heng was a 9th tribulation sub-emperor. This was already extremely terrifying. He was not far from becoming a true emperor and only needed an opportunity. Rumble, boundless killing light instantly soared up in this dark region. That was the activation of an ancient formation, and a shocking killing aura burst forth. The complete version of the 8th archaic killing formation. Sub-Emperor Jiangheng's expression was calm. The complete version of the archaic killing formation was indeed powerful. Previously, the Jun family had only used a portion of the 3rd killing formation's power in the immortal battle, and it was enough to protect the entire Jun family. Now, Secluded Country fully activated the complete version of the 8th archaic killing formation, and it was indeed an extremely strong defense. However, before Jianheng could make a move, a vast hand that covered the entire galaxy came crashing down from above the universe. As the palm swept across, the 8th archaic killing formation collapsed. Today, Secluded Country will be eliminated. The Divine Universe Emperor stood above billions of galaxies and looked down at the underworld immortal realm. His tone was cold and indifferent, like a god judging all living beings. This was the might of an emperor. The Milky Way moved, and the universe trembled. The Divine Universe Emperor's attack had destroyed the Secluded Nation's 8th ancient killing formation. How powerful and domineering was that? This was a true invincible emperor's aura. Apart from those at the same level, no one could stop it. At that moment, a cold shout resounded in the dark ancient world. Don't go overboard. The one who spoke was a boundary emperor assassin from the Secluded Nation. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape. As long as the Jiang family was here, the Jiang family's heaven's secret divine arts would definitely be able to deduce their location. Thus, even if they tried to escape, it would be useless. The Secluded Nation could only endure. Who went overboard? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being blind. Jiangheng's expression was extremely cold. The Secluded Nation had sent boundary emperors to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Wasn't that overboard? Today, the Secluded Nation was destined to perish. Kill. Jiang Daoshu only had one word. At this point, there was no need to say any more nonsense. Rumble, a terrifying array lit up on the Jiang family's ancient warship and gathered into a shocking light beam that shot toward the ancient realm where the Secluded Nation was. Countless destructive light beams fell toward the Secluded Nation. The killing arrays and traps were destroyed one after another. You've gone too far. A cold voice sounded from the Secluded Nation. 4 figures appeared, emitting a monstrous aura. They were all boundary emperors. Even the weakest was a 3rd tribulation boundary emperor. Among them, the strongest was a 9th tribulation quasi-emperor like Jianheng. Some of the experts from various forces who were watching the battle from afar were also shocked. As expected of the top 3 assassins, the Jin dynasty easily produced 4 boundary emperors, including the boundary emperor that had already died. The Secluded Nation had a total of 5 boundary emperors. This was already an extremely shocking number. Kill. The Jiang family's ancestors, including Jianheng and Jun Suihua from the Jun family's hidden branch attacked together. Instantly, a great battle between boundary emperors erupted, and terrifying shockwaves shook the entire underworld immortal realm. Above the Milky Way, the Divine Universe Emperor stood with his hands behind his back. Apart from destroying the 8th ancient killing array, he didn't do anything else. His eyes flashed with a look of contemplation. The originally lifeless underworld heaven immortal realm was instantly engulfed in a shocking battle. The quasi-emperors were not the only ones fighting. The 7th realm Martial Highness and the 9th realm Martial Saint cultivators were also engaged in a fierce battle. Kill. Avenge the young master of the Jiang clan. You dare to encircle the son of God of the Jun family? Only death awaits you. Destroy Secluded Country. This group of trash in the darkness can no longer exist in the immortal domain. The flames of war reached the heavens and swept out in all directions. In the ancient secluded world, numerous figures also flashed out. They were the experts and assassins from Secluded Country. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to, and could only fight to the death. They probably didn't expect it either. He was originally the Grim Reaper who harvested lives. But now, he had become the one being reaped. Was the Secluded Country strong? He was indeed very strong. As one of the top 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty, they had a strong background. All sorts of ancient artifacts, killing formations, traps, and divine weapons were unleashed. However, the allied forces of the Jiang family and the hidden branch of the Jun family were too strong. In terms of the number of quasi-emperors, they also suppressed secluded country. Boom, a vast emperor's aura shook the ancient Yu world. 2 emperor weapons glowing with blood-red light appeared. They were like 2 blood-red suns that suppressed the battlefield. Seeing this, Jiang Daoshu and the others showed disdain. Buzz, on the allied forces' side. The Jiang family also took out 2 emperor weapons. In addition, the hidden branch of the Jun family also took out 2 emperor weapons. A total of 4 emperor weapons suppressed secluded country's emperor weapons. How can this be? Seeing this scene, all the assassins from secluded country felt despair. How could they continue fighting? It was impossible for them to win. However, this was not the only thing that made them despair. Drops of blood fell from the sky like meteors. That was the boundary emperor of secluded country. He was severely injured and vomited blood. His boundary emperor body was covered in cracks. It's over. Even these cold-hearted assassins were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Many people were even more resentful. Why did the higher-ups agree to join in the encirclement of Jun Xiaoyao? They were dancing on the tip of a knife. In the sky, the boundary emperor of secluded country roared. Do you know who ordered us to deal with Jun Xiaoyao? It doesn't matter who it is. We only know that you 3 assassins will destroy the Jin dynasty. Jiang Heng said coldly. Actually, he had also guessed it. To be able to get the 3 assassins to attack the Jin dynasty together, the power behind it was definitely terrifying. Even if the Jun family and the Jiang family worked together, they would still have to think carefully. The celestial realm was not suitable for an ultimate battle. Therefore, the 3 assassins from the Jin dynasty could only be scapegoats. Seeing that there was no turning back, the boundary emperor of secluded country became bloodthirsty. At this moment, in the depths of secluded country's ancient world, once again, a dense group of figures appeared. These figures were dressed in blood-red clothes. Their faces were numb, and their eyes were blood-red. Be careful. It's the deathsworn of secluded country. Seeing this, an expert from the Jiang family loudly warned. The deathsworn of the 3 assassins from the Jin dynasty was undoubtedly the deathsworn. These deathsworn were emotionless and could even self-detonate without hesitation to take the enemy down with them. These were the killing machines trained by the Jin dynasty. Kaboom! In an instant, there was the sound of explosions. Some deathsworn charged toward the Alliance army and self-detonated. Their strength might not be very strong, but the power of their explosions was terrifying. The Alliance army also suffered casualties. However, compared to secluded country, it was still much better. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that secluded country was just struggling on the verge of death. However, there was still more despair to come. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, shattering countless stars. That was a boundary emperor of secluded country who had been seriously injured and forced to self-detonate. On the Alliance army's side, there were 7 or 8 boundary emperors from the Jiang family and the hidden branch of the Jun family. How could the 4 boundary emperors of secluded country compare to this force? As expected, it didn't take long before another secluded quasi-emperor's blood splattered across the stars. The entire ancient secluded country was turned into a blood-red battlefield. No one knew how many living beings had died here, and even the blood of boundary emperors was splashed everywhere. At this moment, the Divine Universe Emperor's eyes flashed as he looked toward the depths of the ancient secluded country. Kaboom! Countless runes appeared on the ground. The blood of countless experts, cultivators, and assassins was being absorbed like rivers, flowing into an ocean, gathering the blood of tens of thousands of living beings. As expected, there's still something sleeping under the ancient secluded country. The Divine Universe Emperor's eyes were deep. At this moment, a vast power came from under the ancient secluded country, causing more than half of the underworld immortal realm to tremble. An ancient bronze lamp appeared, and a bit of flame seemed to reflect the souls of tens of thousands of living beings. In an instant, the millions of dead souls that had fallen on the battlefield were all absorbed by the lamp. A quasi-immortal artifact. Many experts on the Alliance army's side couldn't help but exclaim. The secluded country was so strong that they even had a quasi-immortal artifact. Wait, why do I feel like that's an immortal artifact of the underworld, a part of the 10 kings of hell? An ancient ancestor of the hidden branch of the Jun family said with a deep gaze. The underworld had a supreme immortal artifact that was comparable to the lost throne of the celestial emperor in the Xianxia. It was the 10 Kings of Hell. Rumor had it that it was a supreme immortal artifact formed by the combination of 10 quasi-immortal artifacts. Previously, the prodigy of the underworld king bloodline, the Holy Yama, had fought Xianxia in the desolate border. He had used the underworld king bloodline's quasi-immortal artifact, the immortal artifact of Yama's hand. The hand of Yama was also a part of the 10 Kings of Hell. And now, this ancient bronze lamp reminded everyone of the underworld's quasi-immortal artifact, the soul guiding lamp. It was also a part of the 10 Kings of Hell. This means that the secluded country is indeed related to the underworld, the divine universe emperor murmured. Who dares to offend the secluded country? At this moment, a cold voice sounded, carrying with it an ancient aura. However, it seemed to resound in everyone's ears. Another shadow that had been sleeping for thousands of years was awakened and appeared. The true power of the secluded country had appeared. Upon hearing this ancient voice, the remaining 2 quasi-emperors of the secluded country were pleasantly surprised. It's the Soul Overlord. The Soul Overlord has awakened. To be able to make 2 sub-emperors so surprised and respectful, they even called him Lord. It was obvious that this Soul Overlord was not an ordinary person. That dark figure appeared soundlessly like a shadow. Surprisingly, he did not have a majestic aura that could shake the ages, nor did he have the majestic emperor's might that could swallow the stars. However, such a person stood there coldly, as if the place he stood was the underworld, the Yellow Springs. It was a black-robed old man with a hunched back. He held the ancient bronze lamp in his hand. Millions of faces appeared in the flame of the lamp. They were all living beings that had died on the battlefield. Most of them were from secluded nation, but there were also a few cultivators from the Alliance army. However, this old man's face was cold and sinister. He opened his mouth and swallowed the millions of souls in the soul-guiding lamp. Suddenly, a majestic soul power surged. The old man's hunched back seemed to straighten a little. This action undoubtedly caused many experts from the Alliance army to break out in a cold sweat. Swallowing millions of souls in one gulp? Was this something an ordinary person could do? Moreover, it was too eerie and sinister. An emperor, this is a true emperor. Countless gazes were fixed on this old man. Although he was not like Xianxia, who could swallow the stars and illuminate the universe with his emperor's might. He even seemed a little lethargic, like the sun setting in the west. However, he was, without a doubt, an emperor. Lord Soul Overlord. The 2 sub-emperors of secluded nation had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. They were both injured. These are the souls of the origin spirits accumulated over the years. One of the sub-emperors took out a square crystal. Inside it, there were densely packed phantoms of living beings. Not only the human race, but all living beings in the immortal realm seemed to be in it. The number was simply uncountable. It was at least in the billions. Those are the targets that secluded nation has killed in these epochs. The ancient ancestor of the Jun family's hidden branch was shocked. Just how many living beings had he killed to accumulate so many Yuanshan souls? Soul Overlord, he's related to the underworld. Jiang Heng's face was also extremely solemn. He had inherited part of the heavenly secret divine arts and could vaguely sense some traces. Even though he was a 9th tribulation quasi-emperor, he appeared rather insignificant in front of this Soul Overlord. Now, many people rejoiced that the divine universe emperor was here. Otherwise, things would be really bad this time. Who knew that there was such a mysterious expert in the secluded country? Jiang family, Jun family, are you trying to destroy my secluded state? Soul Overlord Ingio's gaze swept across the Alliance army. Of course, his main focus was still on the divine universe emperor Lord. Soul Overlord, your origin is not simple. The divine universe emperor stood above the Milky Way. Even though the Soul Overlord had appeared, his expression was still indifferent. This was the invincible belief that all the powerhouses of the Jun family had. The Soul Overlord's old face was somewhat cold. To be honest, even he was a little confused. He was sleeping peacefully, waiting for the best opportunity in this golden era. But now, he was startled awake. As for the reason, a quasi-emperor transmitted it through his divine consciousness. The Soul Overlord knew everything. Stupid, the Soul Overlord's heart was incomparably cold. This plan was completely stupid, the secluded state was completely being used. When he was sleeping, the secluded state was jointly ruled by 5 quasi-emperors. They all thought that after assassinating Jun Xiaoyao, they could transfer the entire ancient secluded world to the 9 heavens. Moreover, Di Haoyan, the 9 heavens taboo families, and the Grey clan all agreed to give the secluded state many benefits. Di Haoyan had even agreed to it. As long as they could kill Jun Xiaoyao, they could also tell the secluded state the location of the great emperor's remnant soul. That was the remnant soul of a great emperor. Even a wisp of it was stronger than the primordial spirits of hundreds of millions of people. If they could offer the great emperor's remnant soul to the soul overlord, then the soul overlord would probably be able to recover to his peak as soon as possible. But who would have thought that it would end up like this? But now, it was useless to regret. At this point in the war, it was impossible to make peace. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. The soul overlord swallowed the crystal that sealed hundreds of millions of souls in one gulp. In an instant, a vast aura erupted, releasing hundreds of millions of rays of dark light, as if to pull the entire world into the netherworld. He held the soul guiding lamp in his hand and shouted coldly. Battle in outer space. The divine universe emperor's eyes were cold as he raised his hand and grabbed. An immortal axe broke through the air, splitting the void, dazzling immortal light bloomed, and a wisp of axe light could cut off a galaxy. It was the Jun family's quasi-immortal artifact, the Calamity Immortal Axe. The Divine Universe Emperor held the Calamity Immortal Axe and fought the Soul Overlord, who held the Soul Guiding Lamp, deep in the universe. It was as if there were hundreds of millions of thunderclaps. Endless great Tao and divine laws collided, releasing shockwaves that shook the universe and then annihilated each other. The shockwaves of the battle were terrifying to the extreme. The sun and moon shook, and the galaxy was destroyed. With each move, he easily destroyed many star regions. Fortunately, they were fighting in outer space. Otherwise, the entire underworld mystic realm would be affected. This was a battle between great emperors. Let's finish this mess as well. Jiangheng said with a cold expression. If it wasn't for Xiaoyao's luck, Xiaoyao's soul might have been in that crystal today. We must eliminate the secluded country. Jiang Daoshu hated the Jin dynasty to the bone. Since the Soul Overlord has awakened, the secluded country will not be destroyed. That's right, you don't know how strong the Soul Overlord is. The remaining 2 sub-emperors of the secluded country were bitterly holding on as they shouted at the same time. Then you probably don't know how strong Ancestor Shin Universe is. He's a true giant among great emperors. Jun Suihua and the other ancient ancestors of the Jun family's hidden branch sneered. How many forces in the entire mystic realm were qualified to look down on the Jun family? The battle continued. The entire underworld mystic realm seemed to be dyed red by blood and was covered in a layer of bloody mist. There were simply too many living beings that had died. The secluded country was at an absolute disadvantage. The remaining 2 sub-emperors could only lead a group of defeated soldiers and rely on some ancient killing arrays to defend the core of the secluded country's ancient world. The ancient warships of the allied forces kept shooting out terrifying rays of laws. The secluded country's destruction was only a matter of time. The 2 sub-emperors of the secluded country still had hope. If the Soul Overlord won, then the secluded country still had hope. However, at a certain moment, in the depths of the distant universe, an old, angry roar could be heard. Blood dyed the river of stars red. Damn it, I shouldn't have woken up at this time. The one who spoke was the Soul Overlord. He was already very old and had been sleeping this entire time. He even needed to wake up every epoch to devour countless souls in order to maintain his strength as a great emperor. The Soul Overlord was waiting for the opportunity to become an immortal. However, who would have thought that all hope would be destroyed now? Do you know my true identity? I come from Jun Xingyu spoke coldly before the Soul Overlord could finish speaking. I don't care who you are. If you provoke the Jun family, even an emperor will fall. The axe chopped down, and billions of stars were destroyed. No, I'm unwilling. I want to wait for the material to become an immortal, for the hope of ascending. The Soul Overlord roared. Then, with a loud explosion, billions of great Daos exploded, and the void was blasted into nothingness. Strange phenomena appeared between heaven and earth. A rain of blood fell, and the great Daos returned to heaven and earth. These were the signs of an emperor falling, and their lives were in the hands of the heavens. At this moment, the entire nine skies shook, countless major forces that were paying attention to this battle of the immortals trembled. A true emperor had fallen. How long had it been since they last saw something like this? Blood was floating in the sky, and the great Tao was returning to the heavens. Sorrowful music seemed to be echoing in the sky. It was the sorrowful melody of those who had reached the pinnacle of life after they died. It represented the end of their Tao attainment. There was nothing left. Everything was gone after they died. Only the endless brilliance of the great Tao was dissipating. It was the remaining power of the martial monarchs returning to the world after they died. To a certain extent, attaining the Tao and becoming a martial monarch was also a kind of plunder. Now that the martial monarchs were dead, the plunder should return to the world. How long has it been? Another martial monarch has fallen, the entire nine heavens immortal realm was shaken. Some experts and old antiques exclaimed. Even in the war between the two worlds, no martial monarchs had fallen. Xianxia and the others had stopped the ultimate calamity, so a real war did not break out. Now, a real martial monarch had fallen in the immortal war that crossed the immortal realms. It was no doubt a huge event that shook the entire nine heavens immortal realm. Even a martial monarch would fall before the Jun family's army. No one could stop the Jun family's fury. Deep in the boundless universe, the rift was destroyed. The divine universe martial monarch stood in it. His body was glowing as he recovered. The curse of calamity is indeed a little troublesome. The divine universe martial monarch frowned slightly. The curse of calamity had indeed affected his performance in the battle just now. Fortunately, soul overlords were the kind of emperors who weren't in a good state. If it was someone else of the same level, the divine universe martial monarch would be in trouble. Then, the divine universe martial monarch fixed his gaze on the ancient bronze lamp. After the soul overlord died, only the soul guiding lamp was still emitting a faint light. Even the divine universe martial monarch could not break a pseudo-immortal weapon. The 10 pseudo-immortal weapons of the underworld can be combined into a supreme immortal weapon, the 10 kings of hell. The soul guiding lamp is one of them. The soul overlord must be a powerful expert of one of the 10 halls of the underworld, the divine universe martial monarch thought. Just as he raised his hand and was about to capture the soul guiding lamp. Suddenly, the void shattered, and a dark giant hand grabbed at the soul guiding lamp. Humph, you want to take advantage of me behind my back? The divine universe emperor snorted coldly, like a clap of thunder. He hacked out with the axe. Immortal radiance erupted endlessly, clashing with that large hand of darkness. At the same time, another large hand tore through the sky from another direction and grabbed the soul guiding lamp. This item originally belonged to the underworld. A cold voice sounded. 2 emperors, the divine universe emperor remained silent. Of course, these 2 great emperors did not show themselves. They merely attacked from a distance. They didn't want to avenge the soul overlord. They just wanted to take away the soul guiding lamp. After all, hell was just like Xianxia. The various factions within hell were intricate and complex. Even if the soul overlord was once a member of the underworld, there was no need for them to risk their lives against the divine universe emperor for a dead soul overlord. Secluded countries' actions have nothing to do with the underworld. The owner of the dark hand sent a voice transmission. That would be for the best. Otherwise, the divine universe emperor paused. The underworld cannot withstand the wrath of the Jun family. Hee hee, a hoarse and cold laugh sounded. The 2 dark hands disappeared after grabbing the soul guiding lamp. The divine universe emperor stood silently. If he really wanted to, he could have left the soul guiding lamp behind. But he didn't. It wasn't that he was afraid of the underworld. It was just that now was not the time to cause any more trouble. Compared to the Jin dynasty, the underworld was even more mysterious and shameless. They dug up graves, conducted all sorts of bloody experiments, recreated the cycle of reincarnation, and so on. Compared to the underworld, the Jin dynasty's ruthlessness was not even worth mentioning. The underworld is also gradually rising to the surface. Troubled times. The divine universe emperor sighed. He felt that this immortal realm crossing immortal realm battle could not even be considered a storm. It was just a small wave before the storm. How is this possible? The sole overlord has fallen? Underworld, immortal realm, ancient secluded world. The remaining two great emperors' minds were blank. They were about to collapse. The strongest person in their hearts, the sole overlord, the foundation of secluded country, had fallen. No, this is impossible. The two great emperors could not believe it. But the bloody reality was right in front of them. Now, the entire ancient secluded world was like a bloody kingdom of death. Blood flowed and corpses were everywhere. Destruction was only a matter of time. The two great emperors' hearts were pounding. To be honest, the stronger a cultivator was, the more they cherished their lives. Because they were not willing to die like this. They still wanted to reach higher heights. The two great emperors looked at each other and seemed to see the determination in each other's eyes. Even the sole overlord had died. It was useless to continue resisting. We are willing to surrender and serve the Jun family to atone for our crimes. One of the great emperors said. Many people from the Alliance army were surprised. Those were great emperors. Even if they were not at the peak of cultivation, they were at least above billions of people. But now, they were begging for mercy and were willing to surrender. It seems that even great emperors are afraid of death. Many cultivators had cold smiles on their faces. In terms of being afraid of death, these great emperors were no different from normal cultivators. Of course, not all great emperors were as cowardly as these two great emperors. An ancient ancestor of the Jun family's hidden branch said coldly, "Surrender? Heh. Does the Jun family need two great emperors?" Jiang Daoshu also said coldly, "The crime of injuring my grandson is unforgivable. As I said, the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty will not be spared." Jiang Heng only spat out one word. Kill. The two great emperors were shocked and furious. The Jun family did not even care about the two great emperors. There was not much suspense after this. Although the two great emperors of the secluded country tried their best to resist. But in the end, they were surrounded by a group of great emperors and died. The remaining experts of the secluded country were also wiped out. Not a single one of them was spared. The entire secluded country was destroyed. Not a single person survived. This would definitely be recorded in the history books. The Jin dynasty, a powerful assassin organization, was destroyed just like that. The Jin dynasty was wiped out. The secluded country will no longer exist. Is this the consequence of angering the Jun family? Are they really going all out and leaving no one alive? Why do I feel like the Jun family is trying to establish their dominance? The various factions in the Nine Heavens immortal realm were watching the situation. To ordinary forces, the killer divine dynasty was like a venomous snake or scorpion. However, the Jun family and the Jiang family were able to easily destroy them. This was the strength of the three great emperors. Of course, the secluded country was the only exception. The Heavenly Hall and the Blood Pagoda also attracted a lot of attention. The army of the Emperor dynasty was advancing toward the realm of chaos. They were full of fighting spirit and killing intent. On the main warship of the Emperor dynasty's higher-ups. Wu Hu, the leader of the clans in the immortal ancient world, Li Xian, and the others. An old blind man, Fan Shonyang, and the others from the Bronze Immortal Palace. Queen Medusa and the others from the Naga race were also present. The Xia sisters and the others from the business alliance of 10,000 clans were also present. They were the first batch of higher-ups of the Emperor dynasty. The beautiful goddess of the otherworld, Meng Nuer, was also among them. She suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, I think we might have come in vain." "Oh? What do you mean?" The higher-ups of the Emperor dynasty looked at Meng Nuer in confusion. Meng Nuer did not say anything. She only smiled mysteriously. "Young Master Jun is injured. Our Supreme is not happy." The realm of chaos was not part of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. As the name implied, this was an incomparably chaotic and lawless zone. All kinds of killers, assassins, robbers, people who had blood on their hands, and people who were being hunted were gathered here. It was a vast area where crooks mixed in with honest folk. Trying to find someone here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, before the expedition, Jiang Heng had used a heavenly secret divine art to calculate that the Blood Pagoda was located in the realm of chaos. At this moment, deep in the realm of chaos, a huge fortress the size of a continent was moving. The fortress was extremely ancient and emitted a desolate aura. The walls were stained with blood. This was the Blood Pagoda's base, a floating fortress. Its name was Blood Pagoda. Normally, the Blood Pagoda fortress would raise a concealment formation to hide the entire fortress. However, the surface of the Blood Pagoda fortress was glowing with hundreds of millions of formation runes. It was a teleportation formation. The Blood Pagoda fortress was about to leave this place. However, it was different from the ancient warship. The Blood Pagoda fortress was too huge. It couldn't teleport a long distance. It could only move a short distance. We can't wait to die here. The voice of a supreme expert came from the Blood Pagoda fortress. I heard that the Emperor's court is attacking us this time. The strength of this army should be weaker than the other two. So what? As long as the Jiang family's heavenly secret divine art is here, we'll be found no matter where we hide. We've completely miscalculated this time. We shouldn't have accepted this mission. It was supposed to be a surefire mission, but who knew that Xianxia would be so tough? 3 boundary emperors tried to assassinate him but failed. The boundary emperors of the Blood Pagoda were obviously regretting their decision. They still hadn't received news of the secluded country's destruction. Otherwise, they would be in even more despair. At this moment, countless assassins were on high alert on the walls of the Blood Pagoda's fortress. They could vaguely guess what their fate would be in the future. Suddenly, a Blood Pagoda assassin looked up. He saw a slender scarlet flower petal fluttering down from the void. The assassin held the petal in his hand and was a little confused. Why would there be a petal floating in the depths of the starry sky? However, it wasn't just one petal. 2 pieces, 4 pieces, 6 pieces. More and more flower petals drifted down from the deep starry sky. In the end, it was as if there was a rain of flowers, vast and mighty. Countless flower petals drifted down, beautiful and strange. But obviously, this was not normal. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures appeared above the Blood Pagoda fortress. They were the 2 quasi-emperors of the Blood Buddha. The Blood Pagoda's strength and resources were at the bottom of the Jin dynasty's 3 great assassins. They were weaker than the secluded kingdom and heaven. Including the fallen quasi-emperor, there were only 3 of them. Of course, they also had a leader, the king of assassins. However, he was not in the Blood Pagoda fortress. Instead, he was cultivating in seclusion in an ancient forbidden land. What happened? Is it the army of the monarch imperial court? The 2 quasi-emperors exchanged a glance and saw the grave look in each other's eyes. They sensed an incomparably dangerous aura. This caused their scalps to tingle slightly, and a bone-chilling coldness spread throughout their bodies. That's not right. One of the quasi-emperors suddenly raised his head and gazed into the depths of the firmament star domain. Unknowingly, a blurry figure stood hundreds of millions of feet above the starry sky. The boundless Milky Way was like a small stream, encircling her exposed snow-white feet. The figure was shrouded in a blurry aura. Not to mention a quasi-emperor, even a true emperor might not be able to figure out the details of this figure. However, the vague curves of the figure were still exposed. This figure was a woman. A woman with peerless beauty who could overturn the 9 heavens. Flower petals drifted down like rain. Those were the flowers of the other shore. They were flowers that bloomed on the other side of the yellow springs, beautiful and strange. With the sky full of petals as the background, the woman was simply beautiful to the extreme. Even many of the cold-hearted assassins in the Blood Pagoda were stunned at this moment. There was even a dazed look in their eyes. That woman was too perfect. However, there was a flaw in the perfection. They could not see her face. Her delicate body was blurry, and the only part of her face that could be vaguely seen was a somewhat clumsy ghost mask. You are not from the monarch imperial court. One of the quasi-emperors of the Blood Pagoda probed. However, that incomparably mysterious and terrifying aura made him feel like he was about to be crushed. In the face of the Blood Pagoda expert's questioning, the peerless woman standing above the 9 heavens did not say a word. It was as if no one would communicate with an ant at their feet. That's right, in her eyes, these 2 quasi-emperors were just ants at her feet. After seeing the ghost mask, the other quasi-emperor seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle's eye. A chill of absolute zero invaded every corner of his quasi-emperor body. She is, what's wrong? The other quasi-emperor was a little confused. During the war between the two worlds, she appeared and fought with the ultimate disaster. The quasi-emperor's words caused the air to become deathly silent. The other quasi-emperor suddenly understood, and it was replaced by deep despair. There was no need to say who this peerless woman was. She was the supreme ruler of the Permetha clan, the mother of the Permetha flowers. Who would have thought that this interdomain battle would attract her to take action? It could be said that after reaching this level of existence, apart from ascending and becoming an immortal, there was nothing else that could move them. However, the mother of the Permetha flowers had appeared because of Xianxia. At this moment, the sky was filled with Permetha flowers. This was originally an incomparably beautiful scene. However, all the people of the Blood Pagoda only felt a bone-deep chill. Wait, we are willing to surrender. In the face of such an existence, the two quasi-emperors of the Blood Pagoda were even doubtful. Even if the Lord of the Blood Pagoda, the King of Assassins, returned, he would probably not be of much use. Therefore, they were very direct and wanted to surrender. However, the mother of the Permetha flowers still did not say a word. She finally moved. Slowly stretching out a lotus arm, the delicate jade-like hand pressed down with a palm. It was clearly a small and slender jade-like hand, but after the palm pressed down, the endless galaxy boiled. All kinds of great Tao divine patterns and chains of order collapsed and were destroyed. The spatial order instantly collapsed, and hundreds of millions of great stars were instantly annihilated into dust. Under this palm, all matter seemed to have been shattered into the most primitive state of molecules. This was an absolute suppression. The universe shook, and the heavens resonated. In this vast chaotic star field, monstrous waves of laws were set off. The wave swept across the entire star field, and countless creatures in the chaotic star field were affected. It was like the end of the world. Many creatures with weaker cultivation were directly shocked to death from hundreds of millions of miles away. It was like a giant. With a stomp, it would always hurt the innocent. This was also why most emperor-level and above experts would go to the depths of the starry sky to fight. It was to avoid affecting other innocent people. But the mother of the Permetha flowers did not care. Or rather, to her, apart from continuing to cultivate and become stronger, Xianxia was the only one she cared about a little bit. That was all. After the palm, the Blood Pagoda fortress no longer existed. Not even the fragments of the ruins remained. Only dust was flying in the sky. Under this palm, the two Blood Pagoda quasi-emperors were no different from the other Blood Pagoda assassins. They were all annihilated like ants. The palm of the mother of the red spider lilies wiped out one of the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty, the Blood Pagoda. However, the expression of the mother of the red spider lilies under the ghost mask was still cold and elegant, without the slightest fluctuation. Would you feel a sense of accomplishment if you stepped on an ant to death? However, the mother of the red spider lilies suddenly had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. It was as if there was also a peerless woman in the incomparably distant past. One palm to destroy the supreme celestial dynasty, one palm to destroy the eternal forbidden zone. Is it her shadow again? The mother of the red spider lilies muttered to herself. She wanted to get rid of the ghost-faced empress, but she could not. The mother of the red spider lilies figure faded into the void and disappeared. Soundlessly. An assassin of the Jin dynasty, under her palm, completely became the dust of history. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. The palm of the red spider lily's mother had undoubtedly set off monstrous waves in the entire chaotic star field. Countless creatures were affected. Those who were lucky only suffered some injuries. Those who were unlucky were directly killed. Hundreds of millions of living beings were trembling. What's going on? Is the end of the chaotic star field? Could it be the army of the imperial court? But they haven't started the war yet. In the chaotic star field, countless creatures were discussing. The tremors just now were as if the gods were destroying the world. The army of the imperial court was protected by the war arc, so naturally, they weren't affected. What's going on? That aura, even someone as calm as Wuhu was shocked. What kind of power was that? with just one move, the entire chaotic star field was affected, and countless people were killed or injured. That direction is the direction of the Blood Pagoda, someone shouted. Full speed ahead and investigate the situation. Wu Hu ordered. Meng Nuer, who had been following the army, revealed a look of understanding. Has he already made his move? To be able to make the unparalleled of my race take action so many times, young Master Jun, your charm is truly unstoppable. Meng Nuer thought to herself. In the previous War of Calamity, the red spider lily's mother had also appeared and protected Jun Xiaoyao. It was the same this time. She naturally didn't know about the bond between the red spider lily's mother and Jun Xiaoyao. Just as the army of the Imperial Court was heading towards the Blood Pagoda. In another ancient land. This was a world of blood and evil, an ancient battlefield of slaughter. It was filled with endless danger. In the deepest part of this blood-fiend ancient land. In a sea of blood, a figure suddenly woke up and let out a cold shout. Who is it? This voice was vast and mighty, shaking the world. The entire sea of blood exploded, and the blood waves surged into the sky. Some of the explorers on the periphery were incomparably terrified. Oh my God, did some great evil awaken in the depths of the blood-fiend ancient land? Retreat, we can't stay here any longer, many cultivators hurriedly retreated. In the sea of blood, a figure with long blood-red hair appeared. A pair of cold eyes, and the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. Countless blood-fiend demonic rings appeared around him. This was because he had killed too many living beings and condensed them into this form. Each blood-fiend demonic ring represented the slaughter of billions of lives. And beside this figure, there were over 10,000 blood-fiend demonic rings. How many living beings must have been killed to condense this? This figure was none other than the Lord of the Blood Pagoda, the King of Assassins. Who is it? Who dares to destroy my Blood Buddha? The King of Assassins shouted angrily. He was an emperor of the Tao of killing, and he had proven his Tao through killing. Even great emperors of the same level would be wary of him. This was also why the Blood Pagoda had been able to survive for so long, and why it was on par with the other two great killers of the Jin dynasty. The Blood Pagoda itself wasn't very strong. However, as the King of Assassins, he was so powerful that even great emperors were wary of him. That was why no one dared to provoke the Blood Stupa for fear of the King of Assassins' revenge. But just now, the King of Assassins, who was accumulating power in the Blood Sea, sensed it. The Blood Pagoda was destroyed. This made him extremely furious. Who dared to go against the Blood Pagoda? Let me see who destroyed the Blood Pagoda. Even if it's a great emperor, I will make him pay the price in blood. Just as the King of Assassins was about to look for the murderer. Suddenly, red spider lilies fluttered and fell. The King of Assassins' body tensed up. This was his instinctive reaction when encountering danger. How can this be? The King of Assassins himself was puzzled. He was the great emperor of the Tao of killing. At this level, it could be said that there were almost no people in the immortal realm who could threaten him. Some great emperors were even wary of him. But now, he actually felt a sense of crisis that he hadn't felt in a long time. He had experienced this sense of crisis before. That was when he had just entered the cultivation world. Because of some grudges, his entire family was wiped out. He hid in a cesspool, trembling. In the end, he waited for his enemy to leave before he dared to climb out. Who would have thought that the great emperor of the Tao of killing, the supreme powerhouse of the Blood Pagoda of the Jin dynasty, once had the experience of hiding in a cesspool? It was also from then on that the King of Assassins' temperament became cold and twisted. In the end, he used killing to prove his Tao. This tragic memory that he didn't want to recall made the killing intent in the King of Assassins' eyes even more intense. It was because of that experience that he was exposed later on. Some people even joked in private and called him the Emperor of the Cesspool. Of course, those who mocked him on the surface were all killed by the King of Assassins, and their entire families were wiped out. Who was deliberately mystifying in front of me? The King of Assassins' murderous aura filled the sky. Tens of thousands of blood-fiend demonic rings bloomed with brilliant blood-red light. At this moment, in the void of the blood-fiend ancient land, a peerlessly beautiful silhouette, against the backdrop of the rain of flowers, quietly appeared. It was a clumsy ghost mask that was incomparably mysterious. Under the mask, there was a pair of cold eyes. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and each strand was sparkling and translucent. Her body was wrapped in a black dress that was incomparably beautiful. Her slender and beautiful jade legs were crossed. Her feet that were not wearing shoes and socks tapped on the void. Countless divine runes of the great Tao appeared under her feet. There was no doubt that this was a peerlessly cold and beautiful woman. But at this moment, the King of Assassins was not in the mood to appreciate this beauty. Because he felt a kind of danger. Extreme danger. He had not experienced this kind of feeling since he had proven his Tao and become an emperor. And now, he was experiencing it again. The kind of fear and trembling that came from the depths of his soul, that kind of feeling was as if he had returned to the time when his entire family was wiped out. In order to survive, he hid in a cesspool to live. This kind of feeling made the King of Assassins feel a kind of monstrous humiliation and anger at the same time as fear. "Were you the one who wiped out the Blood Pagoda?" The King of Assassins guessed, but he still did not dare to believe it. How could the Blood Pagoda provoke such a terrifying existence? Even a quasi-emperor did not have the qualifications to assassinate such a person. He had been cultivating in seclusion, so he did not notice anything in the outside world. Naturally, he did not know what had happened. The mother of the hurricane lilies was as cold as frost. In the face of a true emperor-level figure, she looked at him in the eye. "As an emperor, you still have some value." After saying that, the mother of the hurricane lilies stretched out a small and slender jade-like hand and pressed down on the King of Assassins. Endless brilliance of the great Tao bloomed, surrounded by divine runes, as if heaven and earth were resonating and shaking. The entire blood-fiend ancient land suddenly shook, the sea of blood overturned, and the ground cracked. This palm was enough to destroy the entire blood-fiend ancient land. This power is the supreme power of an emperor. The King of Assassins was incomparably shocked. Even with his great emperor state of mind, at this moment, monstrous waves were stirred up. Since when could such a supreme expert so easily appear in the immortal domain? One should know that even emperors like them could not wreak havoc in the immortal domain under normal circumstances. This was the rule of the immemorial treaty. However, the King of Assassins did not have time to think. That white hand was like the ancient vault of heaven collapsing and pressing down on him. Even though he was the King of Assassins, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and was knocked back. His body cracked, and even his emperor body was shaking. It was not that a great emperor was not strong, but the mother of the hurricane lily's strength had far surpassed ordinary great emperors, reaching the supreme realm of emperors. Otherwise, she would not have been qualified to fight with the ultimate calamity before. The mother of the hurricane lilies used the supreme law to imprison the King of Assassins. The great lord of the Blood Pagoda was suppressed by a single hand. The blood-fiend ancient land had long been torn apart. This ancient battlefield that had existed since ancient times was on the verge of collapse after being hit by the mother of the red spider lilies. And the lord of the Blood Pagoda, the King of Assassins, was imprisoned in the great Tao cage. "Surrender or die." The mother of the red spider lily spat out a few words coldly. If a quasi-emperor was worthless in her eyes, then the King of Assassins in front of her had some value. Of course, it was not his value to her, but his value to Xianxia. Even the powerful Jun family could not ignore the power of an emperor. Hearing the mother of the red spider lily's words, the King of Assassins' eyes twitched. To be honest, in the face of a supreme emperor, it was impossible for him to resist. This kind of powerhouse was already at the top of the emperors. One more step and it was close to the god realm. It was close to a mythical existence. Hateful, I have built the Blood Pagoda on a bumpy road. How can I die like this? The King of Assassins' face was incomparably ferocious. Generally speaking, when one reached the great emperor realm, one's state of mind would be like an ancient well. But not all emperors were like this. The King of Assassins had experienced ups and downs, and even had the experience of hiding in a cesspool. This made him extremely realistic. Other than killing and becoming stronger, he had no other purpose. I can't fall here, although for a great emperor, surrendering was an absolutely humiliating thing. But the King of Assassins had even escaped from a cesspool. Why would he be afraid of surrendering? Everything is worthless when one dies. As long as one is alive, there is hope. the king of assassins whispered. Just now, when he broke through the blood sea, he vaguely felt that the great Tao was returning between heaven and earth. That should be a great emperor who had fallen not long ago. The king of assassins did not want to be like that fallen great emperor. I am willing to surrender, the king of assassins said coldly. The mother of the red spider lilies did not say a word. Then, a slender jade finger pointed out. A destructive mark escaped into the king of assassins' body. That was a restriction and shackle. Just like when Jun Wuhui had restrained the Fufeng of Gojoseon. After all, the king of assassins was a true emperor. If he went berserk, the consequences would be unimaginable. The mother waved her hand and brought the king of assassins to break through the realm. Elsewhere, in the chaotic star region. When the monarch imperial court's army arrived at the Blood Pagoda's encampment that Jiangheng had calculated, everyone was a little confused. The reason for that was because there was nothing in front of him. Not even a single star could be seen. Only the huge abyssal rifts that stretched for billions of miles were left in the void. This cosmos was like a mirror that was shattered. Many void rifts and valleys appeared. What's going on? This place seems to have experienced a great battle. Is it that destructive wave from before? Who could cause such great destruction? What about the Blood Pagoda's fortress? Could it be that quasi-emperor Jianheng of the Jiang clan made a mistake? The alliance army was dumbfounded. The experts of the major forces who came with him, such as the Yi family of the ancients, the demon immortal cult, the demon god palace, and the Holy Spirit College, were also confused. On the deck of an ark of war, a tall and imposing Wuhu had a deep gaze. He raised his hand and caught a strand of dust in the air. I'm afraid the Blood Pagoda has already been reduced to ashes. Wuhu's words silenced the entire army. There was dead silence in all directions. Many cultivators had a look of extreme astonishment on their faces. The Blood Pagoda is gone? Impossible. Even if a true great emperor personally took action, it's impossible to destroy it so thoroughly in such a short time, right? Yes, and I heard that if the Blood Pagoda's fortress was fully defended, it could even block the attack of a great emperor for a short time. Many people didn't believe it because it was too inconceivable. Nothing is impossible for the supreme beings of my clan. Suddenly, the Nirvana heavenly maiden Meng Nuer walked out and said. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were surprised again. Then, they suddenly thought of someone. She was the existence who fought side by side with Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wuhui in the Battle of Calamity. Hiss, countless gasps of cold air were heard. If it was her, then it was reasonable. However, it was indeed unexpected that such an existence would take action because Jun Xiaoyao was plotted against. Did we really come here for nothing? Many of the accompanying powerhouses were speechless. Just as the entire army did not know what to do. Suddenly, the void seemed to tremble. Immediately, two figures appeared above the starry sky, attracting everyone's attention. The one who came was naturally the mother of the red spider lilies. Greetings, supreme beings. Meng Nuer's eyes were filled with fanatical respect as she shouted loudly. It's really the mother of the red spider lilies. Greetings, mother of the red spider lilies. Countless cultivators in the entire army cupped their hands. Although the mother of the red spider lilies was considered an immortal of the foreign realm before. However, she fought side by side with Jun Xiaoyao and the others against the calamity and won the respect of the immortal realm. Also, the mother of the red spider lily's strength was unfathomable, which was the biggest reason why she was respected. The mother of the red spider lilies was peerless, but no one dared to stare at her. Therefore, many people shifted their gaze and saw the existence behind the mother of the red spider lilies. Could that be, the Lord of the Blood Pagoda, the terrifying king of assassins? Among the Alliance army, there was no lack of experienced powerhouses, so they naturally knew a lot. It's really the king of assassins. I knew it, after the destruction of the Blood Pagoda, how could the king of assassins not make a move? He's a true great emperor of the path of killing, but now, why does it feel like he's been suppressed by the mother of the red spider lilies? This scene caused the entire Alliance army to be speechless. That was a true great emperor, one who stood above billions of living beings. But now, he was suppressed and became a prisoner. Everyone's respect for the mother of the red spider lilies deepened. It's really that great emperor of the path of killing. I heard that his rise was not much better than that of the ancient chaos great emperor, and he once hid in a cesspool. Oh, could it be that he's the famous great emperor of the cesspool in the rumors? Yes, I heard that his real name is Go Sheng, but because he's not elegant and looks a little like a dog, he only calls himself the King of Assassins. Hearing those faint whispers, the King of Assassins, Go Sheng, the muscles on his face twitched, and his eyes shot out a murderous light, shaking the void. Who dared to mention the great emperor of the cesspool and Go Sheng in front of him? This was his dark history. Anyone who mentioned it would have their entire family wiped out. The mother of the red spider lilies snorted coldly, and Go Sheng immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His great emperor body trembled, and the mark of destruction in his body seemed to be about to explode. The King of Assassins had never been so aggrieved. You, listen to Xianxia's orders. Submit to the imperial court, and this is to atone for the sins of the blood pagoda. The mother of the red spider lilies coldly threw out these words, and her figure faded into the void, disappearing. With her strength, she could wipe out the 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty, but she was too lazy to do so. She just needed to express her attitude. The King of Assassins was stunned. He had thought that the mother of the red spider lilies wanted to take him as her servant. Who would have thought that the mother of the red spider lilies didn't care about him at all? She looked down on him, the great emperor, and handed him over to Xianxia. The mark of destruction in his body was still there. If he did anything crazy or disobeyed Xianxia's orders, the mark of destruction in his body would immediately explode, and even his great emperor body would be blown to pieces. The infamous King of Assassins didn't say a word as he landed on the Ark of War. That faint great emperor aura made the surrounding people not dare to get close. Wu Hu's eyes were also solemn. As expected of the great emperor of assassins. Even with his current strength, he couldn't compete with him. Unless he completely refined the heart of protector and the blood of the desolate emperor and reached the quasi-emperor level, he would be able to compete with him. Everyone stayed far away from the King of Assassins. Only one creature actually walked toward the King of Assassins, and even wanted to put his arm around his shoulder. It was Xianxia's former mount, the 9-headed lion. Hey, brother, you're also called Go Sheng. What a coincidence, my nickname is also Go Sheng. The 9-headed lion casually said, and wanted to put his arm around the King of Assassins' shoulder. It felt so good to call a great emperor brother. However, the King of Assassins' face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He looked up to the sky and roared. His voice shook thousands of miles and shattered the stars in outer space, venting the depression in his heart. He wasn't called Go Sheng, nor was he the great emperor of Dung. He was the master of the Blood Pagoda, the King of Assassins. Hey, brother, do you also know the lion's roar of the 9-headed lion? It's fate. The 9-headed lion covered its ears in surprise. Not only did this person have the same name as it, but he also knew the lion's roar. The King of Assassins wanted to kill the 9-headed lion with a single glance. However, the mark of destruction in his body was constantly monitoring his actions. If the King of Assassins overstepped his boundaries, he would immediately die. Therefore, he couldn't kill the Emperor's Hall. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. Generally speaking, the stronger one was, the more he cherished his life. In the end, the King of Assassins, who was filled with anger, only spat out a word coldly. Get lost. The sound wave was so powerful that it sent the 9-headed lion flying, making it dizzy. Hey, you're called Go Sheng, and I'm also called Go Sheng. We're from the same root. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? Oh, right, you also have a title, the Emperor of Feces. I'm different from you. I'm a 9-headed lion, not a dog, so I don't like to eat feces. But you're a human. How can you like feces? This shouldn't be. Don't tell me you really like feces? The 9-headed lion kept chattering as it combed its mane. The King of Assassins' eyes were bloodshot, and his blood-red hair danced in the wind. Ah! The King of Assassins looked up at the sky and roared in grief. He rushed out of the universe and destroyed countless stars to vent his anger. Why did a great emperor suddenly go crazy? He doesn't have the temperament of an emperor at all. His temperament is not as good as mine. The nine-headed lion curled its lips and commented. The surrounding cultivators were speechless, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. To be able to anger an emperor to this extent, you're also a talent. No, a lion talent. The parrot in the bronze immortal palace smacked its lips and said. They were both beasts, but why was the nine-headed lion so arrogant? Who would have thought that the king of assassins, the Lord of Blood Pagoda, would be so miserable? Although he didn't die, he didn't seem to be much better than the sole overlord who had already fallen. Is this the consequence of provoking the Jun family? They're either dead or crazy. Seeing this scene, countless cultivators thought to themselves. The consequences of provoking Jun Xiaoyao were too tragic. After the secluded country, the Blood Pagoda also ended in such an absurd scene. Finally, the most eye-catching group was naturally the main army of the Jun family. And what they were facing was also the oldest and most mysterious heaven of the Jin dynasty, the three great assassins. Heaven was located in the Huntian immortal realm. This was something that many people did not expect. After all, the Huntian immortal realm was Xianting's territory. As an overlord faction that had once unified the Nine Heavens immortal realm and established the rules of the world, the Nine Heavens immortal realm was still in a daze. Who would dare to provoke Xianting? However, Heaven, an assassin from the Jin dynasty, took root in the Huntian immortal realm. This was indeed beyond many people's expectations. A thoughtful look flashed across the eyes of some people. Would the supreme Xianting allow the Jun family's army to enter the Huntian immortal realm so easily, or think about it from a different perspective? If the Xianting army wanted to enter the Huangtian mystic realm for some reason, they would have to fight. Would the Jun family agree? For a moment, many big shots of the immortal forces were deep in thought as they paid attention to the battle. The Huntian immortal realm was not close to the Huangtian mystic realm. Even a supreme being would need a long time to cross it. However, the Jun family was full of vigor and was eager for revenge. All kinds of immortal sources were poured into the Ark of War as if they were free. The light of the formation lit up from time to time. The extravagant way of burning money made countless forces speechless. It was an eye-opener. The consumption of the Jun family's army alone was enough to match the resources of many forces for many years. It did not take long. The vast army of the Jun family's main bloodline rushed to the Huntian immortal realm like a steel dragon. This was an incomparably vast area. It was even much larger than the previous Huntian immortal realm. Countless forces lived in this immortal realm. Most of them were under the command of the Xianting. The Xianting had almost absolute dominance over the Huntian immortal realm. However, before the Xianting split, the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm was ruled by the Xianting. The nine immortal heritages ruled the nine immortal realms. However, after the collapse of the supreme Xianting, their sphere of influence shrank to the Huntian immortal realm. In fact, at that time, the Jun family was too lazy to care about the Xianting. The Xianting had once unified the Nine Heavens immortal realm, but in fact, only a small group of Xianting's army was stationed in the Huangtian immortal realm. The Jun family was too lazy to chase them away. They were just watching a clown. Now, the Jun family had come to the Huntian immortal realm, which was undoubtedly a risk. This risk did not come from heaven. It came from the Xianting. At a certain moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the void. Halt! In the universe ahead, a group of Xianting's heavenly soldiers and generals appeared. There were not many of them, only a small team. The Huntian immortal realm is under the Xianting sphere of influence. The vast army of the Jun family was enough to intimidate countless forces. However, this group of heavenly soldiers and generals had no scruples. Obviously, there was an order behind them. They are here. Many supreme experts and old antiques who were watching the battle became alert. As one of the two overlords of the immortal realm, it would be strange if the Xianting did not stir up trouble. Get lost. Jun Tianming, the eighth patriarch, only spat out a word coldly. The Jun family was not in the mood to tangle with the Xianting. Even if you want to enter the Huntian immortal realm, you have to get the Xianting's permission. Otherwise, I will go and report it, the Xianting's heavenly general said. Jun Tianming let out a cold snort. Without another word, he struck out with his palm. How dare you? At this moment, a thunderous voice exploded. On the Hundian immortal realm's side, a giant hand formed by the laws reached out and pressed down on Jun Tianming. You are the one who is being impudent. Jun Taihao, the fifth patriarch, glared and slashed out with his hatchet, directly cutting the giant hand of laws in half. Hiss, many gasps could be heard from all directions. The Jun family was so powerful. This is awesome. You are still so domineering in the Xianting's territory. As expected of the Jun family. Jun family, you are a little too much. What is the meaning of such a large army entering the Xianting's territory? A figure exuding the energy of a quasi-emperor emerged. It was a quasi-emperor of the Fuxi immortal system. The Xianting should know what the Jun family is going to do. So, don't block our way. Jun Taixin, the sixth patriarch, held an ancient peachwood sword in his hand. Sword chi filled the sky. You want to eradicate heaven? But this is too much. Why don't you wait until we drive heaven out of the Hundian immortal realm before you go and annihilate it? The quasi-emperor of the Fuxi immortal system said lightly. This time, some of the people who were secretly observing also frowned, thinking that this was too much. They were obviously making things difficult for the Jun family. However, this was the Xianting's territory. If the Jun family's army entered rashly, they might even start a war. If that happened, they would probably suffer great losses with the Xianting before they could even wipe out heaven. However, at this moment, the entire universe seemed to be trembling slightly, and billions of stars were shaken to the ground. A hazy figure slowly walked over. It was as if he was stepping on all Daos. Behind him, 9 giant golden dragons roared in the sky, shaking the endless world. Each of the giant golden dragons seemed to be able to devour a great world. This incomparably majestic and hazy figure stood on top of the 9 dragons, looking down at the vast universe. Where the Jun family's army points, gods and demons shall retreat. Xianting, either you fight or get lost. The third patriarch of the Jun family, the Emperor Tai, dominated the galaxy and swallowed the universe. His majestic imperial voice reverberated across millions of miles. This was the attitude of an emperor. Jun Taihuang's speech was domineering. However, it was not intentional. It was just a natural display of his personality. In other words, there was no one in the Jun family who was not domineering. Jun Xiaoyao displayed the domineering personality inherited from his family to the extreme. You, the quasi-emperor of Fuxi immortal lineage, felt a monstrous aura pouring down on him. Even though he was a quasi-emperor, he could feel his body cracking as if he was being crushed by an ancient deity. Splat, the quasi-emperor of Fuxi immortal lineage was forced to one knee by the terrifying aura. This left everyone dumbstruck and incomparably stunned. The quasi-emperor of Fuxi immortal lineage broke out in cold sweat. His face was twitching. He was forced to kneel in front of countless forces. How humiliating was this for a quasi-emperor? This is not an ordinary emperor. The quasi-emperor of Fuxi immortal lineage's teeth were chattering. This aura was too terrifying. Although ordinary emperors were strong, they would not be able to force a quasi-emperor to one knee with just their aura alone. Jun Taihuang's true strength was definitely beyond that of an ordinary emperor. Even the quasi-emperor of Fuxi immortal lineage was the same. The fate of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals was obvious. One by one, they exploded into clouds of blood mist. They couldn't be any more dead. Fortunately, it was only a small group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. If it was a large army, the Xianting and the Jun family would have to fight it out. At this moment, a calm voice was heard. As expected of the famous Emperor Taihuang of the Jun family. You were unparalleled in your generation. Now you don't have to make things difficult for a quasi-emperor descendant, do you? Although the voice was faint, it was like the rumbling of Taoist music that resounded in everyone's ears. It's the Emperor of Xianting. The big shots of the forces of the immortal domain who were watching the situation were shocked. Even the Emperor of Xianting had appeared. Was he going to fight the Jun family? After all, a team of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had died in Xianting. This matter could be said to be very big, but it could also be very small. Jun Taihuang's hazy face was expressionless, as calm as water. If you don't want to fight, then don't block my way. Hee hee. Imperial brother, your Jun family's army has invaded my Xianting's territory in such a domineering manner. Isn't this a bit too much? The Emperor of Xianting said with a faint smile. Jun Taihuang raised his eyelids slightly. Who's calling you brother? When I attained my Dao, you were still wearing diapers. A single sentence caused the entire celestial realm to fall deathly silent. Countless experts widened their eyes, their jaws dropping to the ground. The third ancestor of the Jun family seemed to be a little too domineering. When he attained the Dao, was the Emperor of Xianting still wearing diapers? This was definitely blatant disdain. Even the Emperor of Xianting was stunned. Truth be told, if it were any other martial monarch, they would not accept such humiliation. Many people were guessing whether the Emperor of the Immortal Court would directly attack Jun Taihuang. A cold voice was heard. Retreat. My lord, the quasi-emperor of Fuxi celestial lineage was reluctant, but he still gritted his teeth and retreated. At the sight of this, many experts from various forces were astonished. The Emperor of Xianting had retreated. No. Rather than retreating, it was more accurate to say that the Emperor of Xianting did not want to fall out with the Jun family. The reason was simple. This was because the current Immortal Court was not completely unified. Although it was known as the complete Xianting to the outside world, there were serious internal divisions. The immortal lineage of Empress Hua and the immortal lineage of Fuxi were fighting for the right to rule the immortal lineage. The current young Emperor Ling Yan and the ancient young Emperor Di Haoyan corresponded to the immortal lineage of Empress Hua and the Fuxi lineage. In addition, the other immortal lineages also had their own thoughts. Before the Xianting was unified, it was not wise to rashly start a war with the Jun family, an immortal lineage of immortals. This time, the Xianting deliberately attacked to make things difficult for the Jun family. In fact, they were also trying to figure out the Jun family's attitude. Now, the Jun family's attitude was clear. If they want to fight, then let's fight. The Jun family is not afraid to fight. Therefore, the Xianting temporarily retreated. Humph, boring. Jun Tianming snorted coldly. The Jun family's army continued to surge into the Huntian immortal realm. The Grand Elder of the Immortal Academy was among the army. He was not the only one. Some disciples of the Immortal Academy, including Jun Xiaoya's followers, companions, and friends, were also there. Firstly, they wanted to avenge Jun Xiaoyao. Secondly, they wanted to train themselves through the immortal battle. War God Barbarian, a follower of Jun Wuhui and one of the 8 divine kings, was also there. He wanted to avenge his young master. As for Audiobook, the zither girl with double pupils, she did not show up. Ever since she parted ways with Jun Xiaoyao on the buried Emperor Star, Audiobook had been cultivating alone and disappeared completely. She did not return to the Jun family. Not long after, the Jun family found the location of the heaven in their divination. However, when they saw this area, not to mention the forces that were watching from afar, even some people in the Jun family's army were a little surprised. Because this was not an ancient forbidden land, nor was it a hidden place, nor was it an ancient world or a small world. This was a mortal world. Looking around, there were village houses, crisscrossed paths, old cows plowing the fields, and children playing. There were also peasant women washing clothes by a stream. This is where the heaven is? The ancestral patriarchs of the Jun family were a little surprised. If this was not deduced by Jiang Heng, who mastered the heavenly secret divine technique, they even thought that there might be a mistake. Hey, Daddy, look, there are so many people flying in the sky. A child pulled the corner of a middle-aged man's clothes and pointed at the Jun family's army in the sky. Shoo, that's a deity. When the villagers saw this, they all knelt on the ground. This made the Jun family's army a little confused. Was this the place they were going to conquer? But this was a group of mortals. It was useless to kill them. However, in the sky, the 4th ancestor of the Jun family, Jun Taiyan, had a cold smile on her gentle face. Her lips curved into a mocking smile. She slammed her palm down, and endless starlight gathered. Millions of stars fell from the sky, turning into a destructive meteor shower that fell on the mortal world. Ancestor Taiyan, some ancestral patriarchs of the Jun family wanted to say something, but stopped. In fact, there was an unwritten rule in the world of cultivation. It was just that under normal circumstances, cultivators couldn't slaughter mortals wantonly for no reason. This was because every cultivator started out as a mortal. Mortals were the foundation. If all the mortals were killed, the cultivators with the lowest cultivation would replace the mortals and become the new bottom layer. As this cycle continued, the number of living beings in the world would decrease. This was definitely a disaster. However, Jun Taiyan did not care. Isn't avenging the Jun family's Qilin child 10,000 times more important than the lives of a group of mortals? Also, look carefully, Jun Taiyan sneered. Rumble, the destructive meteor shower fell, and the group of mortals in the mortal world sank into destruction. Many of the spectating forces felt that they had gone too far. Suddenly, a corner of the array pattern flickered. The entire mortal world had turned into a vast array of destruction in an instant. The complete version of the sixth ancient killing array. The heavenly hall does have some foundation, Jun Taiyan said indifferently as she picked her delicate fingernails. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they understood. The entire mortal world was actually transformed from the ancient sixth killing formation. This was the reason why almost no one could find the heavenly hall. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. As expected of the fourth ancestor of the Jun family. Today, you want to destroy the heavenly hall. The Jun family will suffer a great loss. At first, many of the powerhouses were a little confused. Heaven was actually hidden in the mortal world. It was only now that the light of the killing array appeared that many people realized it. It turned out that the entire mortal world was a powerful killing array, the sixth ancient killing array. The first and second killing arrays of the ancient era had almost been lost. The Jun family had the complete third ancient killing array. For heaven to have the complete sixth ancient killing array was definitely a strong foundation. It could be said that many powerful immortal forces did not have an ancient killing array. The sixth ancient killing array also had a special characteristic, which was that it possessed part of the power of an illusory array. This was also the reason why the sixth killing formation could transform into a mortal realm. This illusory array was so exquisite that even the average boundary emperor would not be able to find any clues without careful observation. The fourth ancestor, Jun Taiyan, saw through it at a glance. Of course, she was not the only one who saw through it. It was just that she was the first to act. TSK, no wonder heaven was able to become the head of the Jin dynasty. This foundation has indeed opened up a gap between them and the other two great Jin dynasty. The Blood Pagoda did not have an ancient killing array. The eighth ancient killing array of the Yu Kingdom. However, the difference in power between the ranks of the ancient killing arrays was like heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire mortal world had been transformed into a killing array. However, the Jun family army was not afraid at all. To think that the sixth Archean killing formation could stop their torrent of steel? That was simply wishful thinking. Kill. The eighth ancestor of the Jun family, Jun Tianming, commanded. The energy-gathering array on the 20 war arcs lit up with a dazzling light. It was the combined power of countless cultivators, which transformed into a destructive cannon of magical laws that blasted toward the halls of heaven's headquarters. Boom boom boom, the place suddenly trembled as if an apocalyptic army was about to destroy the mortal world. Kill. However, on the heavens side, numerous figures also appeared in a flash. At the same time, 5 figures appeared, and the Boundary Emperor's power shook the world. They controlled the sixth ancient killing array at the same time to fight against the Jun family army. Countless assassins from the Heavenly Hall also appeared in the void and ambushed the Jun family's army. The battle broke out without any prelude. The Jun family army was like a giant steel beast, crushing everything in its path. The Heavenly Hall could only rely on the sixth ancient killing formation and the 5 boundary emperors to resist. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was just a desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Activate the Emperor weapon. There were quasi-emperors roaring in heaven. 3 balls of light appeared, emitting a vast emperor's aura. They were 3 immortal monarch weapons. As a nation of assassins, the Heavenly Hall had harvested many spoils of war, so it was natural for them to have many monarch weapons. However, competing with the Jun family was like a beggar competing with the king to see who was richer. Over at the Jun family's side, there was also a vast emperor's aura. Emperor Mirror, Earth Emperor's Book, and Emperor Brush. The 3 Emperor armaments were summoned. Of course, the Jun family also brought out a few other imperial weapons. After all, during the Immortal War, the Jun family had defeated the 7 major forces and harvested many imperial weapons. At this moment, the cultivators of the Heavenly Hall were even more gloomy. How were they supposed to fight? However, the eyes of the 5 quasi-emperors were cold. Even if heaven were to be destroyed, the Jun family would not have it easy either. If the Heavenly Hall only relies on the 6th ancient killing formation, it is only a matter of time before it is destroyed. Don't forget that there is still a big shot who hasn't made his move yet. Many people looked at the majestic figure standing above the universe. The majestic emperor's aura was vast, and the dragon's roar filled the sky. The 3rd ancestor Grand Emperor looked at the vast battle below, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. As the 3rd ancestor of the Jun family, he had seen too many grand battles. Compared to those battles, the Immortal War was not like a child's play, but it was still very ordinary. However, Emperor Grand Emperor did not want to delay. He slowly raised his hand, and the power of the Great Path gathered, shaking the heavens. Then, he slammed his palm down, trying to destroy the 6th ancient killing formation. That palm of laws came crashing down like the heavens, enveloping the entire mortal world within it. It was as if he could crush everything with a single palm. This was the power of the 3rd ancestor of the Jun family, Emperor Grand Emperor. Oh my God! Is this the end of the world? He can destroy an entire world with a single palm. Fortunately, the Huntian mystic realm's laws are extremely ancient and sturdy. Otherwise, the entire mystic realm would be shaken. All the forces who were watching the battle gasped. It was just a simple palm, and he did not use any powerful techniques. However, it felt more terrifying than any other technique. On heaven's side, even the 5 boundary emperors were shocked. They looked at each other, and a look of determination flashed across their eyes. Activate! A 9-winged angel from heaven shouted coldly. Boom, a vast aura exploded, and an immeasurable amount of golden holy light was suddenly emitted from heaven's encampment. A figure shrouded in golden holy light appeared. What was even more shocking was that there were actually 12 wings of light behind his back. Many people held their breaths when they saw this scene. Everyone knew that the strength of heaven's assassins was determined by the wings of light behind them. A 9-winged angel was a boundary emperor expert. A 12-winged angel was undoubtedly a true emperor-level existence. The 12-winged angel was a woman. Her face was covered with a helmet, and she wore a skirt armor. She looked valiant, and the 12 wings of light behind her flapped. Her emperor aura shook the universe. She held a spear of light in her hand, and it collided with the Grand Emperor's palm of laws, creating huge waves. Behind her, a terrifying battle formation appeared. There were at least 10,000 figures, and they were all angels with wings of light behind their backs. So this is heaven's trump card? It's terrifying. No wonder they're the head of the Jin dynasty's 3 great assassins. Wait, why do I feel that the 12-winged angel's condition isn't right? Some of the Immortal Realm experts saw some clues, and they took a deep breath. That 12-winged angel isn't human. It's a puppet, one of the experts exclaimed. Everyone was shocked, no one expected this. The 12-winged angel was actually a puppet. A puppet with emperor-level strength, how rare was that? It was even rarer than an emperor weapon. It's not just the 12-winged angel. The 10,000 figures behind her are all puppets, someone pointed out. This time, all the forces were in an uproar. The depth of the heavenly hall shocked many people. It was no wonder that heaven had such a long history and hadn't been destroyed. Which immortal realm expert could destroy such a foundation? The boundary emperor of heaven smiled coldly. This is heaven's emperor-level angel saint puppet and the 10,000 angel battle formation. We've already said that if the Jun family wants to destroy heaven, they'll have to suffer a great loss. The 5 quasi-emperors of the heavenly hall relaxed. Clearly, this foundation was enough to intimidate most immortal realm experts. Unfortunately, the Jun family wasn't one of them. In the depths of the universe, Jun Taihuang looked at the emperor-level angel saint puppet with a calm expression. There's still someone else. Come out as well. Jun Taihuang's tone was indifferent. His words, however, caused everyone to be shocked. Heaven still had a hidden foundation, just as everyone was in shock and confusion. An old man's laughter suddenly rang out. Haha, as expected of the third forefather of the Jun family. Heaven has made the biggest mistake this time. An old man in a holy robe appeared silently. The aura he exuded was suffocating. Another emperor. This old man who had suddenly appeared seemed ordinary and unremarkable. However, there was no doubt that he was an emperor. He was dressed in a pure white robe with no wings of light on his back. His appearance was ordinary, and his hair was gray. He looked like an old man in the mortal world, and he even seemed a little amiable. However, Heaven was the top assassin of the Jin dynasty. As a member of Heaven, this old man was obviously not a kind person. Is that Old Man Heaven? Some of the big shots from the imperishable forces narrowed their eyes when they saw the old man. Old Man Heaven was the most mysterious member of Heaven, and he was very old. He almost never appeared in the world, nor did he make a move. As long as he existed, it was a form of deterrence. Now, the Jun family's army had arrived. Old Man Heaven could not sleep anymore, so he had to come out and fight. Otherwise, the entire heaven would be destroyed. He did not think that an emperor-level angel saint puppet could stop Emperor Tai. Although it was an emperor-level puppet, there was still a gap between it and a real emperor-level powerhouse, and it could not fight for a long time. Moreover, Emperor Tai was much more powerful than the average emperor-level powerhouse. It was undoubtedly wishful thinking to rely on a puppet to fight Emperor Tai. Old Man Heaven, you are still alive. Even Emperor Tai was a little surprised. Even he had heard of Old Man Heaven, who had lived for many eras. Of course, it seemed that half of his body was already in the ground. After all, not everyone was born with an incomparably long lifespan like the Xianxia beach. If he did not have a special opportunity, Old Man Heaven would not live for long. We failed at the last step, but there is nothing we can do about it. The Jun family has indeed produced an outstanding young man. Old Man Heaven was the most senior member of Heaven. It was extremely rare to hear a compliment coming out of his mouth. However, when the crowd thought about it, they found it reasonable. After all, in the entire mystic realm, there was no one who could survive the fatal attacks of the three emperor-level powerhouses of the Jin dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one. Cut the crap. Let's fight in outer space. Emperor Tai was very straightforward and did not want to waste time. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Jun Tai was going to fight the mysterious Old Man Heaven and a saint puppet alone. 1 versus 2, this was not something that anyone could do. Especially after reaching the martial monarch realm, it was very difficult to suppress those of the same level. Third ancestor, some great ancestors of the Jun family were worried. Don't worry. Jun Taiyan and the other ancient ancestors didn't really care. How could the title of Emperor Tai be undeserved? Old Man Heaven sighed and didn't say anything. He took out a silver scepter that emitted a dazzling divine splendor. Seeing this, the 9 golden dragons behind Jun Tai roared. Finally, they intertwined and merged together to form a brilliant golden divine sword. 9 true dragon souls. Seeing this, many immortal forces, antiques and living fossils couldn't help but gasp. The 9 dragon god sword was a weapon refined from celestial materials, Tao tribulation gold, and 9 true dragon souls. Only the Jun family's great emperor realm ancestor would have been able to do such a thing. After all, that was the soul of a true dragon, which was rarely seen since ancient times. The appearance of a true dragon was enough to sweep across all directions. Holding the 9 dragon god sword in his hand, Jun Tai soared into the depths of the universe. Old Man Heaven and the great emperor angel Shengho also soared into the sky and disappeared. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the universe. It was the sound of the great path, which overturned the sun, the moon, and the stars. Even the chaotic chi was blown out. The power of the vibrations even made the Huntian mystic realm tremble slightly. The battle between great emperors had begun. Many people wanted to witness the battle with their own eyes, but they couldn't get close. It was even difficult to watch from afar. That was because the great emperor light was so dazzling that it almost blinded people. Cultivators below the quasi-emperor level could not even watch the battle even if they wanted to. Only those above the boundary emperor realm could catch a glimpse of it. On the other side, the Jun family's army was still fighting against the Heaven. The 5 boundary emperors of the heaven relied on the 6th ancient killing formation to barely hold on and buy time. Of course, the ancient ancestors of the Jun family were no pushovers either. Jun Taihao, the 5th ancestor, held a hatchet in his hand. With a slash, the hatchet flew across thousands of miles and destroyed one side of the formation. The 4th ancestor, Jun Taiyan, looked like a gentle woman from the outside. She even had the temperament of a little bird. But now, she had turned into a violent maniac. With a raise of her hand, the power of a 9th tribulation boundary emperor shook the universe. How dare you hurt the Jun family's child? I didn't even see great-grandmother with my own eyes. You almost got me killed. Jun. Taiyan raised her eyebrows. With a raise of her hand, the endless power of the stars gathered and turned into a giant star. Like a meteor crashing into Earth, it crashed down on the 6th ancient killing formation below. Tianyu quaking star, the corners of the eyes of many spectating experts twitched when they saw how violent the 4th ancestor was. As expected of the Jun family. Men, women, old, and young are all so domineering and violent. Boom, the giant star fell. The 6th ancient killing formation shook, and many of the formation patterns were damaged. The power of the vibrations instantly turned the assassins of the heaven into blood foam. They didn't even have time to scream. Everyone in the heaven placed their hopes on Old Man Heaven and the Divine Emperor Angel. Even if they won, they could only temporarily order the Jun family to retreat. But it would also give them a chance to survive. After an unknown amount of time, the whole world was already covered in blood fog. Millions of corpses lay in the sea of blood. This was the immortal battle. Once it started, rivers of blood would flow. At this time, in the depths of the universe, there was a shocking collision, accompanied by the splashing of emperor blood. I'm still old after all. The voice was weak. It was Old Man Heaven. The next moment, a golden sword light that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles crossed the sky. Then, with a loud bang, the Divine Emperor Angel was cut in half. No, seeing this scene, the people of the heaven were full of despair. Old Man Heaven and the Divine Emperor Puppet were no match for the Emperor Tai? You should have realized this from the moment you made a move against my Jun family. The Emperor Tai held the 9 dragons' divine sword, his face indifferent. Old Man Heaven chuckled. I'm not satisfied. If I could complete this task, I would have been able to obtain a great opportunity to extend my life. Then, I would have been able to wait for the real opportunity to sublimate. Unfortunately, I think this may be retribution. After all, back then, you killed so many people for the Xian Ting. Old Man Heaven's words immediately made all the powerhouses of the forces in the crowd widen their eyes. Some of them couldn't believe their ears. What is he talking about? Killing people for the Xian Ting? What's going on? He ignored the shocked gazes around him. Old Man Heaven said to himself with a bitter smile on his face. My heaven, as the assassination organization of the Xian Ting, is now almost destroyed. Is the Xian Ting still indifferent? Or is it that when the Xian Ting was first established, the sacrifices of my ancestors were all in vain? The crowd fell silent after hearing Old Man Heaven's words. No one had expected Old Man Heaven to say such words at this moment. Did Old Man Heaven do something for the Xian Ting? No, or was Old Man Heaven a part of the Xian Ting? What are you talking about? A cold voice came from the galaxy far away. It was the boundary monarch of the Xian Ting expressing his dissatisfaction. The 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty were notorious in the 9 heavens immortal realm, but they were not far from it. Being associated with them would surely affect one's reputation. Heh, kid, you're still too young. You don't know about the history that has been sealed away. Old Man Heaven put on a fake smile. The boundary monarch of the Xian Ting responded coldly, but he could not say anything to refute it. In terms of age and experience, he was no different from a kid in front of Old Man Heaven. Many of the factions in the area fell into deep thought. They finally came to a realization. Why was Old Man Heaven stationed in the Hundian immortal realm instead of somewhere else? Was that the truth behind the matter? But why was the Xian Ting related to Old Man Heaven? One was the dominator of the 9 heavens immortal realm. The other was a kingdom of assassins in the shadows. As a matter of fact, many people were curious about the history behind Old Man Heaven. The boundary monarch of the Xianting was displeased. He said coldly, "Third forefather of the Jun clan, didn't you say you wanted to destroy the Old Man Heaven? Just kill him." He did not want Old Man Heaven to say more. "Do I need a junior like you to tell me what to do?" Jun Taihuang harumphed coldly. The boundary monarch of the Xianting was knocked back by the aura. He groaned as the blood in his chest churned. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at Jun Taihuang with great caution. He could not afford to offend this man. Old Man Heaven's gaze turned kind when he saw the situation. At least Jun Taihuang was willing to let him finish his sentence. A general's success is built on thousands of bones. The rise of a ruling faction usually means billions of bones. Even the formidable Xianting couldn't suppress the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm when it was first established. Back then, the reason for establishing the Xianting was because of the throne of the Celestial Emperor. Some ancient supreme experts believed that the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor's throne meant that in the future, a hegemonic power was destined to rise in the immortal realms. The Celestial Emperor's throne is the symbol of the power of an overlord. Therefore, a terrifying force began to form around the Sky Emperor's throne. However, there are too many factions that we have to suppress in order to conquer the Nine Heavens immortal realm. It's not exaggerating to say that we have to slaughter every living thing. Therefore, the Xianting set up an assassination organization that specializes in assassinating the leaders of the forces that oppose the Xianting's hegemony. At this moment, the quasi-emperors of Xianting appeared. Someone interrupted coldly, "Enough, Old Man Heaven, don't talk nonsense." That's right. I, Xianting, have brought order and stability to the celestial realm, and I've made great contributions. How could I be someone that you can erase? Shut up. Before Old Man Heaven could say anything, Jun Taihuang snapped coldly and knocked the quasi-emperors of Xianting back. Old Man Heaven smiled at Jun Taihuang. It was hard to imagine that the two who were destined to fight to the death would be so harmonious. The Xianting was established to unite the celestial realm and become the hegemonic power, the founder of order. Therefore, they can't afford to have too many blemishes on their reputation. As the saying goes, the history books are written by the victors. They won't leave behind the darkness and filth. As a matter of fact, the Jun clan was strong enough to compete with the Xianting for supremacy. However, the Jun clan was too easygoing. It even split into the main clan and the hidden clan due to different ideologies. In the end, the Xianting emerged as the victors. They started to feel superior, as if they were the saviors of the celestial realm. The predecessor of Old Man Heaven, the Xianting Assassination Organization, was not recognized by the Xianting because they had done too many dark and filthy things. When the birds are gone, the bough is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. After the Xianting succeeded, there was no need for an assassination organization. The assassination organization was excluded and was even warned not to reveal anything about the Xianting. Later on, the leaders of many assassination organizations died mysteriously. The celestial realm declined step by step. It relied on the remaining resources to become Old Man Heaven. Maybe the immortal court is still a little bit merciful. That's why they allowed the Heavenly Hall to live and die on its own. But I hate it. The word hate was enough to express Old Man Heaven's unwillingness. Why should the predecessors of Old Man Heaven stain their hands with blood for the sake of the Xianting and become a dirty rat that everyone hates? Why should Old Man Heaven not have a share of the glory of the Xianting? Now that Old Man Heaven is in danger, the Xianting really doesn't care about our friendship. Old Man Heaven shouted coldly. What a load of nonsense. The faces of the quasi-emperors of the Xianting twitched. Many of the forces around them did not say anything, but they were secretly communicating with each other through divine consciousness. This was definitely a big piece of news. If the Jun family did not invade Old Man Heaven, perhaps this would be a secret forever. Old Man Heaven looked at Jun Taihuang with a faint smile on his old face. Thank you for giving me the chance to say so much. Old Man Heaven knew that he was severely injured and would definitely die if he fought with Jun Taihuang. There's no need to thank me. Old Man Heaven is destined to be destroyed today. Jun Taihuang was still expressionless. He would not be merciful to Old Man Heaven because of this. After all, Old Man Heaven had assassinated the son of God of the Jun family. This alone was enough to sentence Old Man Heaven to death. Haha. You killed too many people and will not have a good ending. This is retribution. If there is such retribution, then the Xian Ting, before Old Man Heaven could finish his sentence. A terrifying divine light that spanned hundreds of millions of miles came from somewhere in the Huntian immortal realm. It tore the sky and earth apart, piercing through the universe and shaking the universe. You slandered the Xian Ting. Die. A voice that sounded like the judgment of a deity rang out. The vast divine light shot directly toward Old Man Heaven. Splat, blood splattered everywhere. The blood of an emperor splattered everywhere. There seemed to be sad music rising between heaven and earth. Countless divine laws of the great Tao dissipated. A rain of blood fell from the sky. This was the sign of an emperor's fall. My lord. Many of the people who were fighting below, including the 5 quasi-emperors, turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. Heh. Ha ha. Ha ha ha, Old Man Heaven spat out blood and laughed bitterly. His emperor body, which had already been severely injured by Jun Tai Huang, was cracking and shattering like cracked porcelain. As a descendant of the Xian Ting assassination organization, Old Man Heaven did not die in the hands of the enemy. Instead, I died in the hands of the Xian Ting. How ironic. There was a loud boom. Old Man Heaven's emperor body collapsed. The vast starry sky seemed to have turned into a realm of nothingness. This scene caused everyone to be speechless. At this moment, the voice rang out again. Old Man Heaven, whose hands are stained with the blood of countless people, has slandered the Xian Ting. The Xian Ting, together with the Jun family, will eradicate this tumor. The Xian Ting also sent out their troops. Millions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals led by several quasi-emperors charged toward Old Man Heaven. Old Man Heaven, which was already on the verge of collapse under the attack of the Jun family, was naturally unable to stop the Xian Ting's army. This was no longer an immortal battle. It was a cruel massacre. The final result was indisputable. Old Man Heaven was completely destroyed. Not a single one was left alive. The Xian Ting's army, in particular, placed great importance on eliminating the root of the problem. They did not let anyone from Old Man Heaven go. This immortal battle finally came to an end. The 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty were all wiped out. However, this last immortal battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that the Jun family and the Xian Ting, who were originally at loggerheads with each other, would join forces to destroy Old Man Heaven? However, anyone with a brain would know what the Xian Ting meant. Still, no one dared to gossip about the Xian Ting openly. Trouble comes from the mouth. One wrong word could send one to Old Man Heaven. The immortal battle across the immortal realms finally came to an end. No one expected the Jun family to act so decisively. After all, the Jun family was affected by the curse of misfortune. There were even rumors saying that the Jun family could only protect themselves because of the curse of misfortune. They were no longer able to intimidate the others. However, the immortal battle had undoubtedly dispelled this ridiculous rumor. The Jun family was as strong as ever. They were not affected by the curse of misfortune at all. This time, the Jun family did not only want to avenge Jun Xiaoyao. It was also a kind of deterrence that showed the Jun family's boldness and strength. It would be foolish to think that the Jun family could be bullied just because of the curse of misfortune. The Jun family used the immortal battle to strengthen their reputation and status in the 9 heavens immortal realm. On the other hand, the Xian Ting. The Old Man Heaven's words did cause an uproar in the 9 heavens immortal realm. However, no one dared to talk about it openly. After all, the Xian Ting was still a formidable force. No one dared to provoke them. However, it was obvious that the immortal realm, the reputation and influence of the Xian Ting in the 9 heavens immortal realm were affected to a certain extent. It did not mean that the Xian Ting would be despised immediately. However, at least in the eyes of the other forces, the Xian Ting was no longer as glorious and superior as before. After the immortal battle came to an end, the 3 armies also began to return to the Huangtian immortal realm. However, the attention of many forces did not stop. The reason was simple. Although the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty had been eliminated, However, it was worth noting that the real mastermind behind the attack on Jun Xiaoyao was not the three killer dynasties. They were only hired by someone else and were only following orders. Therefore, the mastermind behind the assassination of Jun Xiaoyao was not punished. Of course, everyone knew that. The Jun family was not stupid. They knew who the mastermind was. However, they did not pursue the matter. The reason was simple. It was not the right time for the Jun family to start a full-scale war. It was the same as the Xianxia's idea. Everyone had a feeling that the real storm, the era of change, was coming. It was not a good thing to consume too much energy before it happened. Besides, the destruction of the three assassin divine dynasties was also a deterrent. At least, no one would dare to be used as a tool to target Jun Xiaoyao in the future. The three divine dynasties of assassins were a bloody example of this. Just when everyone thought that the dust had settled on this storm, a voice suddenly rang out. The shocking news immediately set the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm on fire. Realm experts saw a ray of the immortal realm Oceana beam of sword light shot over, traversing billions of miles across the sky, destroying countless stars along the way. There was a sword within the sword light. It was a sword that was surrounded by endless killing immortal light. No matter how vast and boundless the universe was, it could not stop the endless sharpness of that sword. Even a wisp of sword light could destroy a star field. Even a boundary emperor would be instantly sliced apart just by getting close to that sword. That is, the immortal slaying sword. Were realm experts realm. Apart from the immortal weapon, the immortal sword, what other weapon could possess such an outstanding aura? A single sword was enough to stir a great storm in the immortal realm. It's really the immortal sword. Is the white-robed godly emperor back? The crowd immediately recalled the magnificent figure in a white robe when they saw the immortal sword. Jun Xiaoyao did not bring the immortal sword with him when he returned after the War of the Two Realms. It was obvious that the immortal sword was in the hands of the white-robed godly emperor, Jun Wuhui. And now, the immortal sword had shown up. Did it mean the white-robed godly emperor had returned to protect his son? However, the crowd was confused. There was no sign of Jun Wuhui. Merely a single immortal extermination sword traversed across the endless sea to arrive, bringing along a myriad of strands of murderous sword light, its might grand, shaking the universe. What does that mean? Many people were confused. The white-robed godly emperor had not returned, but a sword did. What did that mean, inside a small world somewhere in the immortal realm? A group of people was gathered in a space. They were members of the three great taboo families. The plan this time was a complete failure. The three great assassins of the Jin dynasty are useless. A mystique venerable one from the Ji family said coldly. Ji Daoi, Ji Yingying, and the others from the Ji family had all died directly or indirectly at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Man proposes, God disposes. Who would have thought that even the three great boundary emperors could not kill Jun Xiaoyao? How did he survive? A Yu family powerhouse said. Now that the situation is like this, the Jun family is furious, and the three great Jin dynasty has been destroyed. We should return to the Nine Heavens first and lay low for a while. A hint of worry appeared in the eyes of the Jin family's experts. For some reason, he felt uneasy. When the Yu family's expert heard this, he smiled faintly and shook his head. What's there to worry about? The Jun family only destroyed the three great assassins of the Jin dynasty. This means that they do not dare to provoke the Nine Heavens forbidden zone. Why should we hide? The Yu family powerhouse did not seem to agree. Not to mention that the three great Jin dynasty did not reveal the buyer. So what if they did? Would the Jun family dare to touch them? If they dared to touch them, they would be provoking the Nine Heavens forbidden zone. When the other two experts saw this, they also nodded in agreement. That was true. If the Jun family really wanted to make a fuss, they would have pursued the mastermind long ago. They would not have just targeted the three great Jin dynasty. Right at this moment, the small world suddenly trembled and shook violently. It was directly split into two. Who is it? The three great taboo families trembled. Billions of killing sword light bloomed. They were blinded by the dazzling sword light. Then, they felt nothing. The three great taboo families were instantly reduced to ashes, after the light faded. The small world was torn into pieces. Only a divine sword that emitted divine light and suppressed the 9 heavens floated in the middle. After pausing for a moment, it tore through the air and left, in another realm. There was also a group of people. Their bodies were shrouded in green light and carried a sense of transcendence. They were the servants of Zhou Tiandaozi of the Heaven tribe. The operation has failed, but that Jun Xiaoyao won't be able to do anything for the time being. That's right, Zhou Tiandaozi doesn't care about Jun Xiaoyao at all. He is the one who is blessed by the heavens. He is destined to dominate the world. The people of the Heaven tribe smiled and prepared to return to the Heaven tribe. Meanwhile, a brilliant sword light came from the distance. It crossed billions of li and tore the space apart. The people of the Heaven tribe did not even have time to react before they were drowned by the sword light. Not long after, a shocking piece of news spread across the 9 heavens immortal realm. The Ji clan, Yu clan, and Jin clan, the 3 great taboo families in the immortal realm, were all wiped out. In addition to that, a group of mysterious people of the Heaven tribe were eliminated too. The entire immortal realm was stirred once again. Everyone thought of that immortal exterminating sword that tore through the air from the endless sea. Everyone immediately came to a realization: Jun Wuhui did not show up in person. He had crossed billions of li across the realm ocean with the deity execution sword to avenge his son and kill the mastermind. What kind of boldness was this? He didn't show up in person, but he threatened everyone with his sword. He killed everyone who threatened Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't even spare the mastermind. He was even more domineering and ruthless than the Jun family. That was Jun Wuhui, the white-robed king of gods. He could shake the entire 9 heavens immortal realm even if he didn't show up in person. Di Haoyan's eyes widened when he heard the news. His face turned cold. Jun Wuhui, does he dare to kill me with the deity-slaying sword? However, speaking of the devil, he arrived. An immortal sword crossed countless galaxies and arrived at the Huntian immortal realm. It slashed down with a mighty aura. Stop it! A loud voice was heard. It was the emperor of the Xianting. He reached out his hand and clashed with the sword light. A loud explosion spread in all directions. Countless factions were paying close attention to the Huntian immortal realm. Who would have thought that the Jun family's army had just retreated from the Huntian immortal realm? Jun Wuhui's deity-slaying sword came to them. Above a galaxy, the 3rd ancestor, Jun Taihuang, shook his head with a wry smile. Everyone says I'm domineering, but I'm still not as good as Wuhui. As the 3rd ancestor of the Jun family, he had to consider the whole family. He was able to eliminate the Jin dynasty in person because he thought highly of Jun Xiaoyao. However, it was extremely irrational to ask him to lead the Jun family into a full-scale war with the Xianting. Jun Wuhui didn't. He only knew that his son was bullied, and he had to take revenge. If he couldn't even protect his family, how could he protect the people in the immortal realm? That was Jun Wuhui's belief. I'm getting old. I'm not as decisive as a junior. Emperor Xinyu shook his head and sighed. In the Huntian immortal realm, a deity-slaying sword floated in the vast universe, emitting millions of rays of light. Even the universe was shaking. Although it was only a weapon, it was a truly supreme weapon of slaughter. It even had a deity weapon spirit. His strength was definitely not weaker than a top-notch emperor. Otherwise, how could he seal the ultimate calamity? The immortal slaying sword floated above the Huntian immortal realm. This was a form of silent intimidation. Oh my god, Xianting is one of the masterminds behind this? Seeing this scene, the various forces were all astonished. He never thought that the celestial court would try to do something to Jun Xiaoyao. However, when he thought of Jun Xiaoyao's monstrous talent and his terrifying cultivation speed, he was shocked. It seemed reasonable that Xianting wanted to get rid of this hidden danger. A sigh came from Xianting's side. Then, many balls of light appeared. Among them were all kinds of top-grade immortal medicines. However, the immortal exterminating sword remained indifferent. Soon after, another large piece of resplendent crystal appeared. It was surrounded by primal chaos Qi. That's a chaos gem. The eyes of many experts turned red. This was definitely a top-notch treasure material. Regardless of whether it was used for cultivation or forging divine weapons, it was a top-notch material. The immortal exterminating sword was still the same. Then, Xianting took out many supreme treasures, and even the divine fruit of life. This was a top-notch healing divine item that was not inferior to the Spring of Life. The immortal exterminating sword remained motionless. What exactly do you want? This is already the immortal court's concession. Xianting's voice became cold. Then, he came to a realization, finally understanding. A sigh sounded. Hao Tian, apologize. This time, you were indeed reckless. In a golden palace. Di Haoyan stepped out. His long golden hair was brilliant, and his silver eyes were like the moon. He looked otherworldly, like a heavenly god, the son of a god. He was expressionless as he looked at the immortal exterminating sword floating in the vast universe. The fingers in his sleeves slowly clenched. This time, it was indeed Hao Tian's fault. I apologize here. I also hope that young Master Jun can recover soon. After Di Haoyan finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. However, a wisp of the immortal exterminating sword's aura suddenly pressed down. Plop, Di Haoyan directly knelt down on one knee. He was kneeling in the direction of the Huangtian mystic realm. In other words, Di Haoyan knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Enough. Xianting's emperor also said with displeasure and released a wisp of aura to resist. Di Haoyan immediately stood up. His incomparably handsome face was twitching slightly. The hands in his sleeves were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His chest rose and fell, and his heart was beating as if it was about to explode. Finally, he took a deep breath, turned around, and returned to the Golden Palace without saying a word. After returning to the palace, Di Haoyan sealed the surrounding space, and his face instantly became twisted and ferocious. Damn it, Jun Wuhui. I, Di Haoyan, was born to be a king, destined to rule this great world. How dare you force me to kneel? Jun Wuhui, Jun Xiaoyao, and the Jun family, I, Di Haoyan, want you to never be reincarnated. Di Haoyan roared furiously, and his blonde hair danced wildly. He had completely lost his composure. And demeanor of a banished immortal. One had to know that he was proud. Even when facing the mysterious little demon empress, he was neither servile nor overbearing, and had no intention of pleasing her. As the ancient young emperor of Xianting, he had the memory of reincarnation. In this great world, he was supposed to rule over everything step by step. But now, he was forced to kneel. To Di Haoyan, this was more painful than death. This was a humiliation that could never be erased. Even if he became an immortal in the future, this would be a stain and humiliation that could never be erased. Golden divine energy vibrated, and the power of law surged. The entire Golden Palace was riddled with holes. In the end, Di Haoyan breathed heavily, and his chest rose and fell. After venting his anger, he temporarily calmed down. I, Di Haoyan, swear to the heavens. Jun Wuhui, Jun Xiaoyao, one day, I will make you kneel in front of me too. The immortal slaying sword finally left the chaotic sky immortal realm. The resources that the Xianting compensated were naturally accepted by the Jun family and handed over to Jun Xiaoyao. Looks like the mastermind behind this is clear. It's the taboo family of the Nine Heavens, the Grey Clan, and the Xianting's Di Haoyan. The immortal slaying sword's intimidation undoubtedly made everyone understand the ins and outs of this entire scheme. And just when everyone thought that the immortal slaying sword was going to return, a surprising scene appeared once again. The immortal slaying sword flashed into the well of heaven ascension. It was going to the Nine Heavens. For a moment, the entire immortal realm was dead silent. This was really amazing. The Nine Heavens was a transcendent place where forbidden areas stood. The immortal slaying sword flashed with immortal light. Humph, this is the Nine Heavens. It's not a place where you can be presumptuous. A cold snort suddenly came from the Saint Spirit ruins of the 10 great forbidden areas. It was a forbidden area where an ancient Saint Spirit was sleeping. A huge hand flashing with endless radiance of the great Tao grabbed the immortal slaying sword. It actually wanted to capture and suppress it. The immortal slaying sword vibrated, and a rain of light fell. A hazy human figure appeared. It was the immortal slaying sword spirit. The immortal slaying sword spirit pointed a finger, and the sword radiance was thousands of feet long. It crossed the sky and directly cut off the huge hand that was flashing with endless flames. Then, the immortal slaying sword spirit activated the immortal slaying sword. 3 sword slashes, 1 sword fell on the Ji family's land, one sword fell on the Jin family's land, one sword fell on the Yu family's land, boom, 3 loud sounds were heard. The 3 taboo families were caught off guard and immediately suffered heavy losses. Many screams and cries were heard, and there were countless casualties. In the taboo families, there was an emperor's aura that emitted a cold and furious aura. However, they did not dare to attack the immortal slaying sword recklessly. They are indeed in the wrong this time. Enough is enough. A faint voice came from the immortal mausoleum. The immortal slaying sword floated in the 9 heavens with a brilliant glow. It was like a living immortal had descended upon the world, with a strong murderous immortal glow. As the news spread to the immortal realm, the experts of many factions were left speechless. They were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, the godly emperor is so impressive. He managed to suppress the 9 heavens with just an immortal sword. Damn it, if I had such a powerful father, I would be smiling even in my dreams. Come on, the son of God of the Jun family is nothing compared to the son of God of the Jun family. Countless discussions rang out, and all of them were filled with astonishment. Without a doubt, the name of the white-robed godly emperor had spread across the 9 heavens immortal realm once again. Shocking the 9 heavens with an immortal sword, it was the legend of the godly emperor. Although the 9 heavens were not the upper realms of the immortal region, however, in the eyes of many immortal domain creatures, the 9 heavens always felt like they were a bit more transcendent than immortal domain, high up above. Otherwise, the taboo clan would not be so arrogant when they came to the immortal domain. They would not treat the living beings of the immortal domain with a superior attitude. In fact, there were many geniuses in the immortal realms who dreamed of entering the 9 heavens to cultivate. It was as if the 9 heavens were more noble than the immortal domain. But now, Jun Wuhui used the immortal slaying sword to suppress the entire 9 heavens, directly attacking the 3 great taboo clans. This powerful scene not only shocked everyone, but also shocked everyone. This caused the hearts of many immortal region cultivators to surge, and they felt as if their blood was about to boil. Did you see that? So what if it's the 9 heavens? How noble can it be compared to my immortal domain? That's right, in front of the white-robed God King, the 9 heavens are nothing more than this. An immortal sword shook the 9 heavens, how heroic. The 9 heavens aren't the upper world of our immortal realms. There's no need to look up to them. The immortal slaying sword appeared to avenge Jun Xiaoyao. As a result, the celestial region's confidence was boosted. So what if it was the 9 heavens? Wouldn't they still be intimidated by their immortal region's white-robed God King? Haha, good, very good. On the 9 heavens Immortal Academy's side, the great elder of the Immortal Academy who had just returned from the battle of the Immortal Academy cheered when he heard the news. Some time ago, he saw many geniuses of the immortal realms yearning to enter the 9 heavens. He did not even hesitate to beg the members of the forbidden clans to humble themselves. Immortal Academy's great elder felt great pain. The 9 heavens were the source of the chaos. There were so many seniors in the immortal realm, such as the Desolate Emperor, the Endless Immortal Emperor, and the Ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor. But now, the juniors of the immortal realms actually yearned for the 9 heavens so much. It had to be said that this was heartbreaking. But now, the white-robed God King Jun Wuhui had used his actions to prove it. The 9 heavens were nothing more than this. Like father, like son. When he thought about how Jun Xiaoyao also had an expression of indifference towards the 9 heavens, Immortal Academy's great elder couldn't help but reveal a smile. He had a vague feeling. If there was really the most terrifying turmoil in history in this world, then this pair of father and son would become heroes on the same level as Desolate Emperor, Ancient Chaos, and without end, everyone continued to pay attention to the news of the 9 heavens. However, after he attacked the 3 forbidden clans, just like that, the immortal slaying sword floated above the 9 heavens, motionless, like an eternal blazing sun. What is the meaning of this? An indifferent voice rang out from a certain forbidden area. Do you still not understand? This is a silent threat to the 9 heavens. If anyone dares to make a move against his children, they will have to bear the consequences. A cold laugh could be heard in another forbidden area. Haha, Jun Wuhui, what a Jun Wuhui. You haven't even proven your Tao, yet you're already so arrogant. An ethereal voice also came from the immortal mausoleum. Even though he has yet to prove his Tao, he possesses the fighting strength of an emperor. After awakening the absolute beginning divine king body, he can even fight against the calamity. He is indeed a rare monster. If he proves his Tao, he should be able to ascend to the myriad era emperor rankings. Doesn't that mean that he will become an obstacle? Haha, if the real purge begins, a mere white-robed divine king won't be able to stop it. But for now, it's best not to cause too much trouble. After all, the ancestors are still in hibernation, waiting for the time to ascend. He's just a junior from the Jun family. Does he really think that we'll be so free as to make a move against an ant? However, he can become a whetstone for the children of our forbidden areas. A cold laugh could be heard in the Saint Spirit ruins. The immortal slaying sword's deterrence only meant that they couldn't bully the weak. It didn't mean that even those of the same generation couldn't make a move against Jun Xiaoyao. Not long after, a chuckle with a transcendent intent could be heard in the Saint Spirit ruins. Seniors, don't worry. If Jun Xiaoyao really dares to come to the 9 heavens, I will let him know what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. These were the bold words of a prince from a forbidden area in the Saint Spirit ruins. After 7 days, the immortal slaying sword finally left the 9 heavens. Although this was a rarely seen killing immortal artifact, no one made a move to suppress and refine it. Because even if it could be suppressed, this was the Jun family's immortal artifact. The Jun family obviously wouldn't let the immortal slaying sword stay in the 9 heavens. The significance of the immortal slaying 4 swords to the Jun family was equivalent to the celestial emperor's throne of Xianxia and the 10 Yama kings of hell. Now, even the 9 heavens forbidden areas didn't want to cause more trouble, let alone provoke the Jun family. After the immortal slaying sword returned to the immortal domain, it flew back to the endless sea. Along the way, all the people who saw that wisp of sword light had a look of reverence in their eyes. Who could rely on an immortal artifact to shock the 9 heavens without showing up? Only the divine king had no regrets. Of course, there were also some people who were more rational. They also knew that the real big shot in the 9 heavens forbidden areas had yet to awaken. Therefore, the life forbidden areas didn't want to make a big fuss right now. Otherwise, wanting to shock the entire 9 heavens forbidden areas by relying on an immortal slaying sword was indeed not quite possible. But no matter what, Jun Wuhui's move undoubtedly strengthened the immortal domain's momentum. At this point, the great storm regarding Jun Xiaoyao's assassination was considered to have completely ended. The 3 great assassins of the Jin dynasty, except for that Lord of Blood Pagoda, were all annihilated, not a single one left. The masterminds behind the 3 great forbidden families, the people of the lower realm, were wiped out. Even the ancestral land of the family also suffered heavy losses, with countless casualties. The group of people from the Heaven clan was also beheaded. And the Heaven clan did not state their position. But clearly, this score, they noted it down. The Xianting compensated a lot of rare resources. Di Haoyan even knelt down. All the people who made a move against Jun Xiaoyao paid a huge price. This was also the Jun family's attitude. In a fight between peers, the Jun family would not intervene in the slightest. But if someone wanted to be shameless and play dirty, then the Jun family would also let them understand what was called dignity. After this storm ended, there were also many people who reacted. Although revenge was revenge. But Jun Xiaoyao suffered heavy injuries after all, his Dao foundation damaged. Even with all kinds of rare resources to heal, it would be difficult for him to fight again in a short period of time. This was undoubtedly disadvantageous for Jun Xiaoyao. Some of Jun Xiaoyao's enemies and opponents were secretly delighted. Although it was a pity that Jun Xiaoyao didn't die. But in this situation, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was half crippled. In this world of great competition, time and opportunity were what they fought for. And Jun Xiaoyao would undoubtedly miss it. Just as many cultivators of the immortal realm were still thinking about the previous storm. In the Hundian immortal realm, news of the Chaos Demon planet's abnormal movements spread. Some people said that the Forgotten Kingdom was about to open. Unfortunately, the Xianting had already sealed off the entire Hundian immortal realm. Except for the 9 great immortal heritages of the Xianting, all the other forces and experts were not allowed to enter the Forgotten Kingdom. Such a domineering action undoubtedly made many people angry. Although the Forgotten Kingdom was extremely dangerous, there were also countless opportunities. Otherwise, it would not have attracted the attention of everyone. But they were also powerless. If the Xianting wanted to monopolize the Forgotten Kingdom, except for a few forces, the other forces were not even qualified to negotiate. But to everyone's disappointment, the few forces in the immortal realm that could confront the Xianting directly did not make a move. The Jun family's battle of the immortals had just ended, and they would not make any moves in a short period of time. The underworld had been lurking under the water, silent. As for the Archean royalty, the Holy Spirit clan, the Western sect, the Saint sect, and other forces, they were all waiting to see what the Xianting did. After that, the Xianting finally released news. The geniuses of the 9 great immortal heritages of the Xianting had the opportunity to choose their companions. In other words, as long as they were chosen by the Xianting, they would be qualified to explore the Forgotten Kingdom with them. For a time, the entire immortal realm became active. Some of the descendants of the clan of the ancients, the descendants of the Archean royalty, the descendants of the imperishable sects, and the disciples of the hidden ancient clans. They all relied on their connections to get the opportunity to enter the Forgotten Kingdom with the geniuses of the Xianting. Because some time ago, a group of geniuses had already entered the 9 heavens. If they did not compete for the opportunities in the Forgotten Kingdom, then they would really fall behind others. Under these circumstances, the geniuses of the Xianting's 9 great immortal heritages were undoubtedly the center of attention. Regardless of whether they were the current heirs of the 9 great immortal heritages or the awakened seeds, they all received the attention of various factions. The most popular of them all, of course, they were Di Haoyan and Ling Yan. One was the young emperor of the Xianting, while the other was the young emperor of the present age. Both of them had quite a few followers. Even Gu Tizi, who'd been on par with Ling Yan before, was no longer as famous as before. However, what was unexpected was that Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to meet anyone who came to pay her a visit. Chaotic Heaven's immortal domain, in a certain palace of Empress was immortal heritage. Ling Yan, who was tall and slender, was dressed in a long, snow-white dress. Her features were exquisite beyond compare, and she seemed to be arguing with someone. Ever since Mars appeared, Ling Yan had left Immortal Academy and stayed in Empress was Immortal Heritage's palace. Granny Lan, I don't even have the freedom to go out? Ling Yan's tone was no longer as aloof and domineering as it was outside. Sitting across from her was a quasi-emperor ancient ancestor of Empress was Immortal Heritage, Granny Lan, who'd taught her cultivation since she was a child. Granny Lan had a head of silver hair. Her face wasn't that old, and her skin was as smooth as a baby's. She looked at Ling Yan and smiled faintly. Yuan, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't tell me you're thinking of visiting Jun Xiaoyao? And no, I've only been cultivating for a long time and want to go out for a walk. Ling Yan stammered. In the outside world, she was the cold and aloof princess of the Xianting, the young emperor of the present age. But in front of Granny Lan, who'd taught her since she was a child, she was like an ordinary young girl. Heh, Yuan, you're still as bad at lying as ever, Granny Lan shook her head and continued. But, it's better to keep a distance. After all, you're the young emperor of the Xianting. Ling Yan bit her lip and said nothing. To be honest, when he heard that Jun Xiaoyao had been assassinated by 3 quasi-emperors of the Jin dynasty, he was shocked. Her heart seemed to stop for a moment. When she heard that Jun Xiaoyao had survived, she heaved a sigh of relief. But later, he heard that Jun Xiaoyao had been seriously injured. His Taoist foundation had been damaged and he was almost crippled. It was even possible that he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time and could only recuperate in the Jun family. Ling Yan felt an inexplicable worry. She knew that although Jun Xiaoyao looked calm and reserved on the surface, he was actually a man of few words. But deep down, he was an incomparably proud person. This sort of arrogance did not have a negative connotation. Instead, it was an innate confidence. Ordinary geniuses would not be able to withstand such a blow. Not to mention a monstrous genius like him who had never been seen before. Therefore, Ling Yan was worried and wanted to take a look. I really don't know what kind of bewitching potion that kid from the Jun family gave you. You're the young emperor of the Xianting. Granny Lan held her forehead and sighed. Ling Yan just remained silent. To be honest, she was also a little absent-minded. In the beginning, she and Jun Xiaoyao were absolute enemies. She was also one of the 7 rebellious emperors. She was always thinking about how to deal with him. But in the Black Abyss, she fell in love with Jun Xiaoyao. Everything seemed to have changed. On the inside of her thigh, there was a mark left by Jun Xiaoyao. In the world of the ruins of God, she and Jun Xiaoyao fell in love. Jun Xiaoyao was not affected, but she took off her clothes. For the first time in her life, she was seen naked by a man. After that, Fairy Yuan sacrificed herself and loved Jun Xiaoyao so deeply that her soul merged with his. Later, Ling Yan forced herself to find an excuse. It was because Fairy Maiden Yuan's soul was melded with hers that she developed special feelings for Jun Xiaoyao. But now, to be honest, Ling Yan felt that this excuse was ridiculous. Fairy Yuan might have had an impact, but it was absolutely impossible for her to change her mind immediately. After a long time of contact and getting along, Ling Yan unknowingly fell. This was perhaps something she did not expect. Granny Lan naturally did not know about Ling Yan's inner thoughts. She just said, "This forgotten kingdom is extremely important, even related to the future of the Xianting." Ling Yan sobered up and looked at Granny Lan. Granny Lan continued, "In fact, in the beginning, my empress was immortal lineage wanted to cooperate with Fushi's immortal lineage and jointly rule. That's why I wanted you to marry Gutizi. But then it failed, and now, Di Haoyan has appeared again. His ambition is known throughout the Xianting. He wants to become the master of this golden age of Xianting. And that position was originally yours, Yuan. Therefore, our empress was immortal lineage also needs to change our mindset. And the Forgotten Kingdom is our only chance." Granny Lan's words puzzled Ling Yan. "Granny Lan, although there are ancient Xianting ruins in the Forgotten Kingdom, it shouldn't be enough to determine the future of the Xianting, right?" Granny Lan looked at Ling Yan and smiled. But that smile made Ling Yan feel a sense of unfamiliarity. "Yuan, you are the hope of our empress was immortal lineage, the only core genius nurtured by the entire immortal lineage. Haven't you always wondered about the origin of your 2 souls? Perhaps you can find the answer in the Forgotten Kingdom." Granny Lan's words shook Ling Yan's eyes. Could there be other secrets to her 2 souls in one body? After returning to her chambers, Ling Yan remained in a daze. She was thinking. She didn't know why, but she felt like she was a delicate marionette. There seemed to be a pair of invisible hands behind her, controlling her fate. Just like how she controlled Fairy Yuan's fate. The more she thought about it, the more irritable Ling Yan became. In addition, she couldn't leave the Huntian immortal realm to see Jun Xiaoyao. This made her feel even more restless and uneasy. Right at this moment, a beautiful maid with 2 buns on her head came in to report to him. It was Ling Yan's maid, Sakura. "Someone outside wants to see the empress." Hearing this, Ling Yuan frowned slightly and said, "No." During this time, there had been people who wanted to visit her. Young masters of ancient clans, godson of imperishable sects, heirs of hidden ancient clans, and so on. They wanted to be her entourage and be able to enter the Forgotten Kingdom with her. As for why Ling Yan was so popular, the reason was simple. Besides Ling Yan, who had many entourage spots, she was also the young empress of the Xianting. Traveling with her would undoubtedly increase one's sense of security. Moreover, Ling Yan was a famous beauty in the immortal realm. Who wouldn't want to travel with a beauty? What's more, she was a beauty with power and influence. If there were any sparks, it would definitely be a huge gain. More importantly, although there were rumors that Ling Yuan and Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have an unusual relationship, Ling Yuan was not the only one. However, Jun Xiaoyao was seriously injured and recuperating in the Jun family. It was impossible for him to come. Even if he came, the Xianting would not allow him to enter the Forgotten Kingdom. Therefore, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity to poach him. As the saying goes, although a famous flower is taken, I will loosen the soil. As long as the hoe was swung well, there was no corner that couldn't be dug down. Therefore, many heroes and young masters of the immortal realm flocked to Ling Yan like bees and butterflies attracted by the fragrance of flowers. Of course, Ling Yan couldn't even be bothered to meet them and rejected them all. Now, after hearing the news that Jun Xiaoyao was seriously injured, she was inexplicably irritated. How could she be in the mood to meet those young masters? But, Sakura hesitated for a moment and then said. That person said that it's fine if you don't go, as long as you don't regret it. Regret? When Ling Yan heard this, she was so angry that she laughed. These days, there were really all kinds of people. Previously, there was a young master of a major power who directly knelt in front of the palace gate for 7 days and 7 nights, begging to go with her. If you want to rely on acting domineering to attract my attention, you are a bit ignorant and laughable. Ling Yan smiled coldly, but she still slowly got up. Naturally, it was not because she was attracted, nor was it because she was curious. It was just that she was in a bad mood and needed a punching bag. That person had bumped into her muzzle. At this moment, outside Empress was immortal orthodoxy. A large number of people were looking forward to it. They were all young talents who came to see Ling Yan. Among them were some people with high status. Every one of them would attract attention and cause a commotion. But now, they were like a swarm of bees and butterflies, surrounding the place. The reason was simple. They all wanted to get a spot to enter the Forgotten Nation and travel with Ling Yan. The Forgotten Nation, one of the 7 incredible worlds, was dangerous. But there were also countless opportunities in it. Aside from the opportunities of the ancient Xianxia, there were also various treasures and inheritances. Plus, Ling Yan was a great beauty. If he were to accidentally capture her heart during the journey, then he would have profited greatly. They would become the prince consort of the Xianxia. In the future, they could even become a big shot in the Xianxia. They would definitely soar to the sky. It was precisely because they harbored such expectations that many young geniuses had raised their heads in anticipation. There were even young talents who knelt in front of the palace gate for 7 days and 7 nights to express their sincerity to Ling Yan. Unfortunately, Ling Yan did not show up during this time. At this moment, in the crowd, a black-robed man stood there calmly. His head was covered with a hood, making it impossible to see his face. He was different from the other young talents who were looking forward to it, nervous and uneasy. He looked very calm and composed. At this moment, there was another commotion in the crowd. Oh my God, another son of the clan of the ancients is here. How are they going to compete for the spots? Previously, a seat of the Qin clan of the ancients came. Now, a son of the Lu clan of the ancients is here. Is that young master Lu Fugue? He is the son of the emperor of heavenly works of the Lu clan. He is the young master of the Lu clan. But I heard that he is lazy, foppish, and has 300 wives and concubines. As the crowd's discussion spread out, many people looked in the same direction. They saw 4 beautiful women carrying a dragon carriage. Sitting on top of it was a chubby man dressed in a golden robe, who looked like a ball of dough. He ate the spirit fruit while picking his teeth with a toothpick. To everyone's surprise, the toothpick was actually a boundary emperor weapon. TSK, as expected of the Lu clan of the Desolate Land, equally famous as the Gongshu clan, Mo clan, and other powers, the strongest blacksmith clan in our immortal domain. When the surrounding young elites saw this scene, they couldn't help but click their tongues. The Lu clan of the ancients was not considered to be one of the top clans in the immortal realm. If the Jun family was said to be the head of the clan of the ancients in the immortal realm, then the Lu family could only be ranked in the middle. However, their reputation was not weak. Although they were not as powerful as the Jun family, they were still far more powerful than the other clans of the ancients. The reason was very simple. It was because the Lu family was a family of blacksmiths. It was rumored that the ancestors of the Lu family had once forged a pseudo-immortal weapon. Most of the immortal weapons in the 9 heavens immortal realm had been left behind since ancient times. No one was able to forge new immortal weapons. Even if it was a pseudo-immortal weapon, it was not something that an ordinary person could forge. As for Lu Fugui's father, the Heavenly Works Emperor, he was also a figure of the immortal domain. In terms of strength, he was not considered to be one of the strongest among the martial monarchs, but his forging skills were one of the best. Many martial monarchs had even asked him to forge monarch weapons and other weapons, thus they owed him a favor. It was the main reason why the Lu clan was so influential. Because even the Lu family didn't know exactly how many forces and experts owed them favors. Besides, the Lu clan's forging skills were worthy of being recruited and fawned upon by the other factions. Lu Fugui was the son of the Heavenly Works Emperor, and a young master of the Lu clan. No one dared to offend him. That being said, he did not have a good reputation. He was lazy, greedy, and lecherous. He had even tried to kidnap a saintess, but no one dared to pursue the matter because of his background. Damn it, he already has 300 wives and concubines, and he still dares to compete with us, some of the young elites were wearing unpleasant looks. Even though Lu Fugui's appearance was unlikely to catch Ling Yan's attention. However, even if he managed to secure a spot, it would mean one less opportunity for the others. What? Do you want me to do it? The young master of the Lu clan, Lu Fugui, seemed to have heard the discussions around him. He picked his teeth and said nonchalantly. No, of course not. Everyone backed away, not wanting to offend this young master. However, only a black-robed figure remained in place. It was as if he did not notice the young master of the Lu clan at all. Lu Fugui squinted his fat eyes and looked at the black-robed man. That was because he had a bad reputation. Therefore, many people stayed away from him. Everyone backed away, but the black-robed man did not move at all, as if he did not care about him at all. This made Lu Fugui a little curious. He said lazily, "Brother, are you also here to see young Emperor Ling Yan?" The black-robed man seemed to have just noticed Lu Fugui. He said nonchalantly, "Wrong, I'm not here to see her. I'm here to see her." Oh? Lu Fugui was stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Haha, brother, do you think young Emperor Ling Yan will be curious about you and give you a spot because you're dressed in black and acting mysterious? Save it, brother. Did you see that young master of a hidden ancient family kneeling there for 7 days and 7 nights, but he still hasn't seen young Emperor Ling Yan. And that one came half a month in advance. He even drew a portrait of young Emperor Ling Yan, but he still hasn't shown up. Lu Fugui really wanted to laugh. Even if he came here, he could only rely on his wealth and power to get a spot in the immortal lineage of Empress Hua. How could this black-robed man make Ling Yan come to see him? Brother, I thought I was good at bragging. I didn't expect you to be better than me. However, if you're the son of God of the Jun family, then it's possible. Lu Fugui laughed. Of course, everyone knew that he was joking. The son of God of the Jun family was still recuperating in the ancestral land of the Jun family. It would take a few years for him to recover. The black-robed man said calmly, "She will see me." Lu Fugui saw this and shook his head with a smile. Sigh, another one with delusional disorder. Then, Lu Fugui stopped paying attention to the black-robed man. Suddenly, the gate of the palace opened. A tall, glamorous woman walked out calmly. Countless flowers of the great path and the trajectory of the stars appeared. The beautiful and noble young emperor of the Xian Ting finally appeared in front of everyone for the first time. Suddenly, the place was in an uproar. Many young masters of the major forces had waited for a long time just to see Ling Yan. F***ck, it's Alcoa. On the carriage, Lu Fugui completely lost his composure and stared blankly. His eyes, which were only a slit, widened to the size of a walnut. It was hard for him. Even though he had 300 beautiful wives and concubines, compared to the beautiful Ling Yan in front of him. No, there was no comparison at all. How could a phoenix in the sky be compared to a flock of hens on the ground? My 300 wives and concubines are all as beautiful as flowers. They are either daughters of noble families or saintesses of ancient clans. None of them can compare to young Emperor Ling Yan. They can't even compare to one of her fingers. Lu Fugui sighed. Of course, he could only look at it for a bit. Although Lu Fugui was a playboy and a pervert, he still knew his limits. Ling Yuan was not an ordinary saintess, nor was she an existence that he could fantasize about. Even if he was the young master of the Lu family. Unless he was at the level of the son of God of the Jun family. But was he? Lu Fugui also knew that, apart from his appearance, he could not compare to one of the son of God of the Jun family in any other aspect. Even in forging, Lu Fugui felt that. As long as the son of God of the Jun family was willing to learn a little, his forging skills would definitely be many times better than his. Therefore, there was no need to think about this young Emperor Ling Yan. He could only look. Facing the countless burning gazes, Ling Yan frowned slightly even though she was already used to it. She did not like such passionate gazes. Young Emperor Ling Yan, I am the saint of the starry sword pavilion. I hope to travel with you. Young Emperor Ling Yan, I am the chief disciple of the Nine Profound Sect. I am willing to escort you. Young Emperor, I am Chu Xingyun of the Chu family. Many young geniuses stepped forward to recommend themselves. Ling Yan looked indifferent. After a glance, she immediately locked her eyes on the black-robed man standing in the crowd. Are you the one who said that you will regret it if I don't meet you? Ling Yan looked at the black-robed man and said coldly. The black-robed man did not comment. Come in with me. Ling Yan turned around and went back to the palace. She did not want to show her violent side in public. It would damage her demeanor as a Xianting young emperor. The black-robed man was also careless. In other words, he did not care at all and directly went in. Damn, did it really work? Lu Fugui was dumbfounded. Just now, he was mocking her for trying to attract Ling Yan with this kind of little trick. She must be dreaming. And now, he had really succeeded. The crowd was tongue-tied and petrified. There were also many people who were jealous. That was because the black-robed man was the only one that Ling Yan had met alone during this period of time. But soon, someone understood what was going on and sneered. Look, that black-robed man dares to play tricks on young Emperor Ling Yan. Let's see how he'll be thrown out. Maybe he will be crippled by young Emperor Ling Yan. Indeed, I heard that young Emperor Ling Yan hasn't been in a good mood recently. This was human nature. Compared to not being able to obtain it himself, it was more unbearable for someone else to obtain it. Everyone was waiting to watch the show. Inside the palace, there were only Ling Yan and the black-robed man. Even Sakura retreated. Because he didn't want to see the black-robed man's miserable state. Sigh, of all times, he chose this time to provoke Her Highness. Sakura sighed in her heart, observed a moment of silence for the black-robed man, and then retreated. Ling Yan clasped her hands behind her back and looked at the black-robed man with a cold expression. You're very unlucky because you bumped into me when I was in a bad mood. Given her character, she wouldn't directly torture the black-robed man in front of her to death. However, it was still okay to teach him a lesson. It could also be considered as a way to vent the depression in her heart. At this moment, the black-robed man suddenly chuckled. Ling Yan, are you on your period? Why are you so anxious? Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Ling Yan's originally incomparably cold pretty face was immediately filled with astonishment. She even ignored the fact that he had teased her about her period. At her cultivation level, her physical body was perfect and flawless. How could she be on her period? The black-robed man pulled down his hood and took off his black robe. It was still the same flawless white robe that was whiter than snow. His handsome facial features were shrouded in a hazy radiance. His divine appearance was elegant, handsome, and meaningful. His slender figure was as straight as bamboo. As usual, he was as elegant as the wind, like a banished immortal riding the wind. Who else could it be if not Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao. How is this possible? Ling Yan was stunned, and for a moment, her mind went blank. For a moment, she even suspected that someone had disguised himself as Jun Xiaoyao through illusion or disguise. But in the next moment, she denied this idea. Not to mention that Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was so handsome that it was difficult to imitate. Even if someone could just barely imitate Jun Xiaoyao's appearance, it would be impossible. However, that kind of otherworldly and aloof temperament was not something that could be easily imitated. Therefore, she was certain that the person in front of her was Jun Xiaoyao. However, wasn't Jun Xiaoyao seriously injured and recuperating in the Jun family? How could he appear in Xianting and stand in front of her? Seeing Ling Yan's repeatedly changing expression of astonishment, Jun Xiaoyao felt a little funny. What, don't you want to see me? Then I'll leave? Wait, Ling Yan bit her lip and couldn't help but speak. At this moment, she was no longer as cold and indifferent as before. She was simply like a little girl who was worried about personal gains and losses. If Lu Fugui and the others outside the palace saw this, their eyes would definitely pop out. Was this still the cold and elegant young Empress Ling Yan? What's going on? It's indeed you, but it can't be. Ling Yan was a little confused. It's a long story, but it's also very simple. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Could it be that the three assassins of the Jin dynasty were besieging your Dharmakaya? No, they wouldn't be so stupid. Ling Yan thought for a moment and directly rejected this idea. If the three assassins of the Jin dynasty were really besieging Jun Xiaoyao's Dharmakaya, then they were too unprofessional and unworthy of their reputation as assassins of the Jin dynasty. They were indeed besieging my Dharmakaya, Jun Xiaoyao said truthfully. Then you're a Dharmakaya now? Ling Yan guessed again. But she also felt that something was wrong. Because the faint oppressive aura of Jun Xiaoyao in front of her made her feel a little depressed. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, the aura of a Dharmakaya couldn't possibly suppress her. The current me is also the Dharmakaya. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. But Ling Yan was speechless for a moment. Who said that you can only have one Dharmakaya? Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. There's no harm in telling you the truth. I've cultivated the three pure ones with one breath. The strength of my doppelganger and Dharmakaya is not much different. Or in other words, there's no difference between the Dharmakaya and the doppelganger. The three of them are one, and they are all me, Jun Xiaoyao said. Only then did Ling Yuan come to a realization. The three pure ones with one breath was the ultimate skill of the white-robed king of gods, Jun Wuhui. And it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even if others obtained it, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate a doppelganger with the same strength as the Dharmakaya. But for the peerless genius Jun Xiaoyao, it didn't seem to be a difficult task. But I don't feel the aura of the primal chaos on you. Ling Yan was still puzzled. If Jun Xiaoyao was also the Dharmakaya in front of her, then why didn't he have the primal chaos aura unique to the primal chaos constitution? Jun Xiaoyao sighed with a smile and slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, a vast aura of qi and the light of the great path burst forth at the same time, reflecting each other's brilliance. The entire palace was dazzling. Of course, this was Ling Yan's palace. It was engraved with an isolation array, so the outside world couldn't pry into it. No one dared to casually use their divine consciousness to probe Ling Yan's palace. Ling Yan's eyes widened when she saw this scene. She almost stopped breathing. She felt an extremely powerful pressure. The connate sage constitution Dao fetus. Ling Yan couldn't help but cry out. How did Jun Xiaoyao suddenly possess such an unparalleled and invincible constitution? Ling Yan felt a little dizzy, and her crystal-clear pupils were shaking. The innate sacred body was one of the most powerful physiques. Since ancient times, those who had such a physique were all peerless powerhouses who stood at the top of the world and fought until heaven and earth lost their voices. Let's not talk about those from ancient times. The closest one was Emperor Without End. With his own strength, he carried the coffin to the 9 heavens and intimidated the 9 heavens forbidden zone. He even set up the endless killing formation to stop the powerhouses of the forbidden zones from descending and quell the turmoil of the world. Such an ancient hero was still spreading his name in the mystic realm. Some people also wondered why there was no innate sacred body in this golden era. This was very surprising. This golden era was supposed to be a stage for all kinds of forbidden physiques to compete for hegemony. There was even news about the chaotic physique, but there was no news about the innate sacred body. Now, Ling Yan understood. It was not that there was no innate sacred body in this era. It was that the candidate for the innate sacred body was too well hidden. No one could have guessed it. However, after sensing for a while, Ling Yan's eyes showed a hint of doubt. No, that's not right. Although it's the innate sacred body, it feels like it's missing a kind of perfection. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind being seen through by Ling Yan. He smiled faintly and said, yes, I can't be called a real innate sacred body now. Strictly speaking, it should be a quasi-innate sacred body. Or an acquired sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao's words surprised Ling Yan again. She couldn't help but be curious and asked, you only had the sacred body of the ancients before, and it collapsed in the world of the ruins of God because you sealed the evil thoughts of the gods. Yes, but no one knew that my sacred body was restored later. Ling Yan was speechless. Jun Xiaoyao hid it too well. When he returned, he only showed his chaotic physique. Everyone thought that his original sacred body had been destroyed, and only the chaotic green lotus physique that he obtained after inheriting Emperor Qing's legacy was left. Then you should have the sacred body of the ancients, but now. Jun Xiaoyao said casually, because of some special opportunities, I obtained the substance of the Great Path, which allowed my saintly body to evolve to the extreme, reaching the level of an acquired saintly body of Tao. Naturally, he couldn't say that he had obtained the origin source of the Tao after signing in and cultivating the acquired sacred body. Did you already foresee that the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty would encircle and annihilate us? Ling Yan asked. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Actually, when I returned to the Huangtian immortal realm from the Immortal Academy, I only had the chaotic body. Meanwhile, the sacred body Tao core has always been in seclusion in the depths of Immortal Academy, not letting anyone know about it. It's like a cicada shedding its carapace. I think that after I deal with the 9 Heavens Taboo clan, my battle prowess will make my enemies wary. They want to secretly stifle my growth, but to be honest, this is exactly what I want. Even if they don't make a move, I will create the illusion that someone did. So I'm very happy that the 3 assassins of the Jin dynasty would come to encircle and annihilate me. A faint smile appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face. Ling Yan, on the other hand, felt a slight chill all over his body. Jun Xiaoyao was too terrifying, that kind of control that was as clear as fire, as well as monstrous intelligence. He even beat them at their own game. The enemy's assassination plot had instead helped him achieve his goal. This kind of courage was simply shocking. Ling Yan was also very smart. He vaguely guessed what Jun Xiaoyao's goal was. Then you are willing to sacrifice your chaotic body for this goal? Ling Yan was puzzled. Now, there was news that Jun Xiaoyao's chaotic body had been severely damaged, and even his Tao foundation had been damaged. He wouldn't be able to recover without a few decades of treatment. Jun Xiaoyao's chaotic green lotus physique was actually not much different from the real chaotic body. Jun Xiaoyao dared to gamble with such a rare and powerful physique. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and laughed. After all, even I didn't expect that the Quasi-Emperor of Heaven would fight so hard that he even self-destructed his imperial weapon. But it's too much to say that my Tao foundation was damaged. I should be fine after a few months of treatment. Also, only when the news of my serious injuries spread will others think that my threat has been greatly reduced and that I have been recovering in the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Ling Yan speechless. He had really planned it all out in every aspect. His resourcefulness was simply terrifying. No wonder he could beat the heavens. Then your goal. Ling Yan wanted to say something, but stopped. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "You are very smart. You should have guessed it when you saw me. You want to enter the Forgotten Nation." Ling Yan sighed and said, "That's right. That's why I created the illusion that I was seriously injured and was recuperating in the Jun family to confuse the world," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Then you came to me because you thought that I would help you." Ling Yan's jade-like hands clenched slightly. "That's right," Jun Xiaoyao said. He had to make a trip to the Forgotten Nation. Whether it was for the clue about the desolate emperor left behind by the Endless Emperor, or to sign in at the Forgotten Nation, he had to make a trip there. And the Xianting monopolized the Forgotten Nation. If he wanted to enter, he could only go through Ling Yan. "What makes you think that I will help you?" After all, the Jun family and the Xianting had some friction before during the Immortal War. "I can even report you right now and say that you are here. Then, wouldn't all your previous arrangements be in vain?" Ling Yan looked straight at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had a faint smile on his face. Jun Xiaoyao's usual expression was very indifferent. But when she smiled, it was extremely beautiful. It gave people a comfortable feeling like a spring breeze. "You're right. As long as you expose my identity now, all my previous arrangements will be meaningless." But, Jun Xiaoyao walked closer to Ling Yan and looked at Ling Yan with eyes as deep as the night stars. Ling Yan could even smell the fresh and pleasant smell on Jun Xiaoyao's body. Her smooth and exquisite jade-like face couldn't help but blush slightly. If it were any other man who dared to offend her like this and get so close to her, she would have slapped him. "In the entire Xianting, I only trust you." This sentence completely broke Ling Yan's defenses. She looked at the handsome man in front of her and couldn't help the impulse in her heart. She stepped forward and hugged Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly stunned, and then a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He hugged Ling Yan. If you want to get something, you have to pay first. Jun Xiaoyao understood this principle. As long as she didn't take his virginity, everything else was fine. Ling Yan hugged Jun Xiaoyao and murmured, "I know you are using me." Jun Xiaoyao was silent. "So, I really want to hate you and slap you in the face. I, Ling Yan's man, should only love me, but your heart is not with me." Jun Xiaoyao continued to be silent. As an experienced lover, he knew that the wisest thing to do at this time was to be silent. Because anything he said would be wrong. "But I can't hate you. I thought it was the fairy kites that was causing trouble. But before, when I heard the news that you were seriously injured, I was very anxious and inexplicably uncomfortable. Maybe you are my destined tribulation." When a woman said that you were the calamity of her destiny, that proved that she had completely fallen and could no longer escape. Jun Xiaoyao was very clear about this. That was why he dared to reveal all his plans to Ling Yan. Even Ling Yan's feelings for him were within Jun Xiaoyao's calculations. Although using her feelings was somewhat unpresentable. But other than that, Jun Xiaoyao could not find any other way to enter the Forgotten Country. "If hating me can make you feel better, then hate me," Jun Xiaoyao said. Ling Yan bit her lip. She really could not hate the man in front of her even if she wanted to. Not because of Fairy Yuan's will, but because of herself. Ling Yuan let go of Jun Xiaoyao after exhaling a fragrant scent that smelled like orchids and musk. She said, "I can promise to take you with me into the Forgotten Nation. But you have to promise that you will not do anything to endanger the Xianting. You can rest assured that I will not do anything to endanger the immortal lineage of Empress Hua, nor will I prevent you from obtaining the opportunity. I will even help you obtain it," Jun Xiaoyao said. He said that he would not endanger the immortal lineage of Empress Hua and would only help Ling Yan. "Of course, if there are others who insist on targeting me, then, exceptions are made," Ling Yan said. To be honest, she also knew that bringing Jun Xiaoyao into the Forgotten Country was definitely not beneficial to the Xianting. But she just could not refuse this man. She felt very uncomfortable rejecting Jun Xiaoyao. But as the young empress of the Xianting, helping Jun Xiaoyao also made her feel a sense of betrayal towards the Xianting. She was caught in the middle of responsibility and emotions, and felt a sense of suffocation. No matter how strong she was still a woman. He seemed to see the exhaustion in Ling Yan's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's wrist flashed, and he took out something. "This is a gift for you." Ling Yan's beautiful eyes fell on him. It was a dress with a very special cut, but it was quite gorgeous and had a silk texture. "This is a qipao. It's not very precious, but it's still a top-notch utmost exalted artifact." Ling Yan reached out her jade-like hand to take it, her face slightly red. This cheongsam was a little too tight, and it made Linglong's tall and slender figure even more graceful. It was just that this cheongsam had a high slit and was a little tight. It was almost close to the sexy style. "Why do you always give me these things?" Ling Yan regained her composure and felt a little embarrassed. She rolled her eyes at Jun Xiaoyao charmingly. Last time, it was silk stockings. This time, it was a cheongsam. Why were they all such embarrassing things? "You're finally smiling," Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Ling Yan was stunned, and a warm current flowed through his heart. Perhaps it was Jun Xiaoyao's casual gentleness that made her fall for him. Jun Xiaoyao heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally done. What was a scumbag, when he was so scumbag that girls were willing to sacrifice for him? Then he was not a scumbag, but a Casanova. "You're not wearing it?" Jun Xiaoyao said. "A cheongsam with silk stockings, how wonderful could it be? I'll have a chance in the future. I can only wear it for you to see." Ling Yan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and only she heard the second half of the sentence. She was absolutely unwilling to wear such a tight-cut cheongsam in public. Although she looked noble and cold on the outside, she was actually very conservative on the inside. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care much and nodded. "Okay, I'll come again when the Forgotten Kingdom opens." If he stayed in Ling Yan's bedroom, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Before he really entered the Forgotten Kingdom, his true identity could only be known by Ling Yan alone. Then, the two walked out of the bedroom. Jun Xiaoyao had already put on his black robe and hood. "Thank you very much, young Emperor Ling Yan. Jun Xiaoyao lowered his voice, nodded slightly at Ling Yan, and turned to leave. Ling Yan watched Jun Xiaoyao leave. On that exquisite jade face, there was actually a trace of a little girl's hidden bitterness. As for the young elites that were waiting to watch the show, they were all dumbfounded as they saw this scene. F***ck, am I seeing things? That black-robed man came out alive? And he seems to be completely fine. Most importantly, young Emperor Ling Yan actually sent him out? Is that still the cold and aloof young emperor? Who exactly is that black-robed man? All the young geniuses were stunned. Especially those who had knelt on the ground for 7 days and 7 nights, and those who had given a lot of gifts. They were all envious and jealous, and their mentality collapsed. They had given so much, but Ling Yan didn't even look at them. However, this mysterious black-robed man was able to win Ling Yan's favor. "Hey, brother, you're awesome." A fat man greeted Jun Xiaoyao. It was the young master of the Lu family, Lu Fugue. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and left. It was best for him to keep a low profile and not arouse the curiosity and speculation of others. If his identity was exposed, his plan would be in vain. He still needed to check in at the Forgotten Nation, and he also needed to figure out the clues about the desolate emperor left behind by Emperor No End. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's back, Lu Fugue narrowed his eyes. Interesting guy, but is he trying to steal the son of God from the Jun family? Everyone knew that Ling Yan and Jun Xiaoyao had an unusual relationship. In the entire mystic realm, how many people dared to steal Jun Xiaoyao's people? Unless it's him, but that's impossible. After all, the son of God of the Jun family was severely injured and is still lying in the Jun family. Lu Fugue shook his head and dismissed this ridiculous idea. In the following days, there were still many geniuses who wanted to join the team of the 9 great immortal lineages of the Xianxia. However, only a few people were qualified. Jun Xiaoyao was also silently waiting for the Forgotten Nation to open. On the other hand, in the Huangtian mystic realm, in the depths of the Jun family's ancestral temple, there was a blessed place with rich spirit qi. A blurry white-robed figure could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged in the middle. Beside him, there was a towering ancient tree surrounded by endless chaotic qi. Every wisp of it was extremely heavy, as if it could crush the void. This was the chaotic ancient tree that the 5th forefather, Jun Taihao, had cut down. It contained the innate chaotic essence. It was very helpful for the cultivation of the chaotic body. The white-robed figure sitting cross-legged was naturally none other than Jun Xiaoyao. It was just his chaotic body. The 3 pure ones with 1 breath was a supreme secret technique. It was extremely heaven-defying, and the 3 clones had the same strength as the main body. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate it. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao was able to cultivate a clone so quickly was because of that. In addition to his monstrous talent, there was another reason. He had many constitutions in his body, and it just so happened that he could separate one of them and use it for cultivation. This was a condition that Jun Wuhui did not have. The current Jun Xiaoyao was a chaotic body. The one who met Ling Yan was a holy body and a Tao fetus. In fact, they were both the main body and him. There was no difference at all. When the time was right in the future, Jun Xiaoyao might be able to use special constitutions, such as the Fateless ones, to cultivate a new clone. When the time came, there would be the chaotic body, the holy body, the Tao fetus, and the Fateless body. Among the 3,000 constitutions since ancient times, the 3 most powerful ones belonged to him. Would he be invincible? If he cultivated it to the extreme, he could even become one with the 3 bodies. He would be invincible, so strong that no one could compare to him. Of course, that was the goal of Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation. With this chaotic ancient tree, I'll be fine after a few months of recuperation. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. A quasi-emperor with an emperor weapon's self-detonation was indeed powerful. However, he had little Evers now by his side. Although the explosion was powerful, he was only slightly affected by it. It was far from the rumors that his Tao foundation was damaged. That was just a rumor that he deliberately let out. However, at least Xianting had compensated him with chaos crystals, divine fruits of life, and other treasures. It was a windfall. Jun Xiaoyao then turned his gaze to the side, looking at the little girl sleeping beside him. Ever since the assassination, little Evers now had been in a deep sleep. It was as if she had exhausted all her strength. However, Jun Xiaoyao knew that she was just a little tired. She should wake up after sleeping. There would be no major problems. Who exactly are you? Jun Xiaoyao reached out and pinched little Eversnow's cute face as he muttered to himself. Daddy. No one can bully Daddy. Little Eversnow's pink lips pouted as if she was talking in her sleep. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. At that moment, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared in the void. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows when he saw who it was. The mother of the red spider lilies had given him another big gift. The newcomer had long blood-red hair and was dressed in old clothes. There was a faint demonic blood ring around him. Although he didn't actively release that aura. That faint emperor's aura still made the place tremble slightly. This figure was the Lord of the Blood Pagoda, the king of assassins in the imperial realm, Gosheng. This was the ancestral land of the Jun family. Obviously, he was allowed to come here by Jun Xiaoyao's permission. After the immortal battle of the Jin dynasty against the three great assassins ended, the king of assassins also returned to the Huangtian mystic realm with the emperor's court team. Even the Jun family couldn't ignore this great emperor. Fortunately, he had been suppressed by the mother of the hurricane lily. There was a destructive mark in his body that monitored his every move. If he made the slightest move, he would die immediately. The seal of destruction left behind by a supreme martial monarch was not that easy to undo. Now, only Jun Xiaoyao could order the king of assassins. At this moment, the king of assassins finally regained some of his emperor's bearing. After all, he was almost driven crazy by the nine-headed lion. As a great emperor, he lost all his dignity. Now, seeing Jun Xiaoyao, the king of assassins' eyes showed a hint of surprise. 3 great emperors besieged you and then self-destructed. The outside world said that you were seriously injured. Now it seems that you have fooled everyone. The king of assassins' eyes were deep, and then he looked at little Evers now, who was sleeping beside Jun Xiaoyao. His pupils suddenly shrank as he sensed an aura that made him feel a little wary. No wonder, the king of assassins was deep in thought. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the king of assassins. Facing a great emperor, he was still calm and said, I heard that my mount, the nine-headed lion, almost drove you crazy? The king of assassins' cheeks twitched slightly. This was touching a sore spot. He felt that he was going to hear the name of the great emperor of shit again. Humph, if you just want to humiliate me, then forget it. I really didn't expect that a great emperor would fight for you. But if the rest of my life is just to humiliate you, then I would rather die together with you. The king of assassins had a strong desire to live. But he was not so lowly as to drag out an ignoble existence. Haha, you're thinking too much. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. To be honest, I admire people like you, the king of assassins. It's better to live than to die. Only those who are alive can be called great emperors. Those who are dead, other than a handful of yellow soil and reputation, have nothing. Knowing when to yield and when to stand tall shows the true colors of a hero. Jun Xiaoyao's words made the king of assassins' expression a little unnatural. He thought that Jun Xiaoyao would humiliate and suppress him to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Jun Xiaoyao had no such intention at all. Do you think that I will become your servant and follow you wholeheartedly just because you said a few words? The king of assassins said. Right now, in your eyes, I'm probably just a junior with some talent and power. But trust me, it won't be long before I become the first person to attain the Tao in this world. In the near future, following me will be an honor for you, not a dark history. Jun Xiaoyao's words were steady and confident, which made the king of assassins look askance. If other people said such words, it was no different from bragging. But when Jun Xiaoyao said it, it always gave people a feeling that it was reasonable. I have a plan for the imperial court. I want to establish 6 divisions. One of them is called the Dark Division. It specializes in assassination. It's a dagger in the shadows. If you join, you'll be the leader of the Dark Division. Jun Xiaoyao's words made the king of assassins' expression change. He smiled coldly and said, I don't want to be the leader of the Blood Pagoda. Now I want to be the leader of your Dark Division? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. I promise that the imperial court will be billions of times stronger than the Blood Pagoda. It can even replace the Xianting. Jun Xiaoyao's words stunned the king of assassins. The imperial court can replace the Xianting. The king of assassins thought it was funny, but he couldn't laugh. Because at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's demeanor and power were really like the leader of the imperial court. It was as if he could make all living things submit to him. For some reason, the king of assassins couldn't say a word to refute. Jun Xiaoyao continued, "Heroes don't ask where they come from. King of assassins, make your choice. If you don't agree, I won't force you. You can leave directly, but the destruction mark in your body will always be kept to prevent you from taking revenge. If you agree, then you'll be a member of the imperial court. You can have all the dignity and treatment you deserve. No one will dare to treat you as a servant." Jun Xiaoyao's words were firm at this moment. He didn't need people who weren't sincere. So what if he was a great emperor? If he only relied on force, even if he joined the imperial court, there would be problems in the future. Not to mention, the king of assassins' temperament was somewhat cold and twisted. Hearing this, the king of assassins was silent at first, then he actually looked up to the sky and laughed. "Haha, heroes don't ask where they come from. What a good saying. I, Go Xing, had my whole family killed. I escaped from the dung pit, but I was ridiculed, and suppressed by others. In the end, I killed all the way here. What background? It's all fake. Heroes don't ask where they come from." I like this sentence. Jun Xiaoyao, you're an interesting person. I'll play this game with you. For a long time, the king of assassins' heart not was his background and tragic past. Therefore, whenever someone said Go Xing or the dung pit great emperor, he would be furious and lose his composure. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had completely undone the knot in his heart by telling him that he didn't care where a hero came from. So what if it was in the past? The future would decide everything. It's a deal. Jun Xiaoyao said. It's a deal. The king of assassins laughed. Who would have thought? In the future, the entire universe would tremble in fear. The dark department of the emperor's imperial court, which would be feared like a tiger, was established under such circumstances. And this dark department leader, the king of assassins, would also become a high-level leader of the emperor's imperial court in the future. He would be the living king of hell who would shake the universe. The king of assassins was completely subdued. Looking at the king of assassins' figure leaving, Jun Xiaoyao smiled with satisfaction. In terms of controlling people's hearts, Jun Xiaoyao could be said to be very insightful. Next, it's the Forgotten Country. What is the clue of the desolate emperor that the no-end emperor mentioned? About a few months passed. This day, in the Huntian immortal realm, the strange chaos demon star suddenly bloomed with a blood-red light. The vast blood-red light scattered in the depths of the universe and turned into a dazzling red color. It was as if a new world had been opened. A hazy and blurry world was suddenly reflected by the blood-red light. It was endless and incomparably ancient. It was as if it had finally been awakened after countless eras of sleep. It's appeared. The entrance to the Forgotten Country is about to open. This is one of the 7 incredible immortal realms. I really want to know how incredible it is. Countless cultivators exclaimed. But many people could only watch from the outside of the Huntian immortal realm. All of a sudden, the sound of a bell rang out. That was the sound of the immortal bell of the Xianting. It meant that the 9 great immortal orthodoxies would gather together and the trial of the Forgotten Country would begin. Among them, there were the ruins of the ancient Xianting. The prodigies of the 9 great immortal orthodoxies and their followers would engage in an intense competition. The chime spread across the Huntian immortal realm and the entire 9 heavens immortal realm. Many cultivators and experts who heard the chime immediately gathered at the Huntian immortal realm. Even if they could not enter the Forgotten Kingdom, they could still observe it from afar. After all, it was one of the 7 wonders of the immortal realm. Even though it was rumored to be a dangerous place, it was also a place full of fortunate encounters and treasures. Most importantly, it was sealed and safe. It would only show up once in a while. Otherwise, the ancient Xianting would not leave some of its ruins and treasures here. Strictly speaking, the trial was a competition between the 9 immortal factions of the Xianting. Even the cultivators recruited from the outside world were only there to support them. The geniuses of the 9 immortal factions were the ones competing for the fortunate encounters. The 9 immortal factions were known as the complete Xianting to the outside world. However, the internal conflicts between them had never stopped. It was the difference between an organization and a clan. Clans were restricted by their bloodline. They would not go to extremes unless there was a huge conflict between them. However, many factions were competing for the right to rule the Xianting. They all wanted to rule the Xianting. It brought about a conflict. The trial was obviously a competition to see who could obtain the most fortunate encounters from the ancient Xianting. Whoever could compete for the right to rule the Xianting. Among them, Empress Hua's immortal factions and Fuxi's immortal factions had the best chance. One of them had the current young emperor, while the other had the ancient young emperor. However, it did not mean the other immortal factions had no chance at all. Many immortal factions had the potential to awaken their talents too. If they could obtain some of the resources and successions of the ancient Xianting, they would not lose out in the competition. Even Empress Hua and Fuxi's immortal factions could not afford to lower their guard. Meanwhile, on the dojo of Empress Hua's immortal factions, a group of experts from Empress Hua's immortal factions, including Granny Lan, wore stern expressions. After all, the trial was related to the fortunate encounters of the ancient Xianting ruins. It might even decide the future of Empress Hua's immortal factions. They were obviously treating it seriously. Ling Yan was also at the head of the crowd. Her tall and slender jade-like figure was wrapped in a glazed fairy dress, making her look like a pure white and resplendent immortal flower. Her appearance was peerless and beautiful. Just by standing there, she attracted everyone's attention. Beside her, there were some people who were going to the Forgotten Kingdom with her. These companions were not selected by Ling Yan. It was Empress Hua's immortal lineage who chose it for him. Some of the geniuses had used their connections or the factions behind them to hand over a lot of treasures to Empress Hua's immortal lineage. Shockingly, there was a familiar figure amongst them. It was a chubby and fair man in a golden robe. It was the young master of the Lu clan, Lu Fugue. He was picking his teeth with a quasi-emperor weapon toothpick. At the same time to time, he would secretly look at Ling Yan with his small eyes and gulp. Of course, he could only watch. Ling Yan was like a Tianshan snow lotus, which could be admired from afar but could not be touched. In other words, one had to be qualified to play with her. At least, he did not have that qualification. At this time, another handsome young master in a luxurious green-gold robe looked at Ling Yan and smiled appropriately. Young Emperor Ling Yan, you have been a little uneasy since just now. Are you a little nervous? No, Ling Yan said coldly. The handsome young master did not mind Ling Yan's cold attitude and continued to smile. Don't worry, in the Forgotten Kingdom, I will definitely protect young Emperor Ling Yan with my life. That's not necessary. With your strength, whether you can defeat me is still a question, Ling Yan said indifferently. The handsome young master was slightly stunned, then shook his head and sighed. Sigh, young Master Qin, your bootlicking attitude is really laughable. Young Emperor Ling Yan can't be bothered with you. Lu Fugue said while picking his teeth. The handsome young master turned to look at Lu Fugue and said coldly, are you jealous? But with your charm, oh, you have no charm at all. Why? Are you looking down on me? Lu Fugue provoked. Others might be afraid of you because you are the young master of the Lu clan, but I am not afraid, the handsome young master said indifferently. He indeed had the qualifications. Because he was a prodigy of the Qin clan that had awakened from a deep slumber, his status was extraordinary. Moreover, the Qin clan's reputation was no weaker than the Lu clan's. His ancestor, the founding emperor Great Emperor, had also ascended the myriad world monarch ranking and suppressed an era. Previously, on the ancient road of ultimate, Xianxia had also clashed with the prodigies of the Qin clan. Later on the buried emperor star, Xianxia directly killed the prodigy of the Qin clan, Qin Wudao. The handsome young master in front of him was a prodigy of the Qin clan called Qin Yuanqing. His strength was incomparable to Qin Wudao's. His appearance and family background were impeccable. It was because of this that Qin Yuanqing was qualified to take the initiative to attack Ling Yan. If he could really gain Ling Yan's favor, he would definitely soar to the sky. Unfortunately, Ling Yan had always been cold to Qin Yuanqing. At this moment, a black-robed figure silently walked over from afar. Even though Ling Yan restrained her emotions, there was still a slight fluctuation on her exquisite face. It was like the ripples of a lake in spring. Qin Yuanqing immediately sensed the ripple. He frowned slightly and looked at the black-robed man walking over. The black-robed man was silent and didn't even greet Ling Yan. On the other hand, Ling Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Yuanqing said that he would protect her, but Ling Yan only found it laughable. Although Qin Yuanqing was a prodigy of the Qin clan, his strength was at most on par with her. How could he protect her? He was just lusting after her body. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who was truly qualified to say that he would protect her. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, Ling Yan's heart finally calmed down. Even if there were great dangers in the Forgotten Nation, she believed that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't leave her alone. "Hey, brother, we meet again. You're also qualified." Lu Fugue greeted the black-robed man as if they were close friends. The black-robed man was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. He also nodded slightly at Lu Fugue. "Damn, in order to get this spot, I had to give an imperial weapon to Empress Wa's immortal lineage. I hope it's worth it." Lu Fugue said casually. There might be many immortal materials, treasures, and ancient artifacts in the Forgotten Nation. This was very attractive to the Lu clan, who specialized in forging. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and didn't say anything. However, as a forging family, the Lu clan of the ancients was indeed worth making friends with. It just so happened that the emperor's imperial court lacked blacksmiths, just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to start thinking again. A faint voice sounded. "May I know who you are and where you come from? Why are you hiding? Could it be that you don't have a good image and don't want to be seen?" The voice was cold and it came from Qin Yuanqing. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. A long time ago, he had sent away Qin Wudao from the Qin clan on the buried emperor star. Was he going to send away another one now? Although Qin Yuanqing's words were not direct insults, however, the sarcasm in his words was obvious. In fact, it was normal for him to hide his identity. There were also people in black robes among the prodigies of other immortal lineages. The only thing that annoyed Qin Yuanqing was Ling Yan's special attitude toward the black-robed man. "You're from a small family. Not worth mentioning." Jun Xiaoyao changed his voice slightly, making it a little deep and indifferent. He could not reveal his identity before entering the Forgotten Nation. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Hearing this, even Ling Yuan, who had a cold and indifferent expression, almost could not hold it in anymore. The Jun family was a small family. Many people's faces twitched when they heard this. However, Qin Yuanqing did not know that the black-robed man was Jun Xiaoyao. He also thought that even if the black-robed man had some background, it was nothing compared to the Qin family behind him. "Since you're from a small family, you should know that you should act according to your ability. You'd better not be a burden to me and young King Ling Yan. If you encounter any danger, we won't help you." Qin Yuanqing's tone was cold, as if he was deliberately belittling Jun Xiaoyao in front of Ling Yan. Jun Xiaoyao did not care. He even looked at Qin Yuanqing as if he was a clown. He was not the kind of person who would be jealous of another man for a woman. Wouldn't that be a little stupid? Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had never pursued a woman. He did not need to pursue a woman. Burden? I don't think so. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, not minding it at all. That's good. After all, you don't even dare to reveal your true identity. Are you afraid that we will reject you? Qin Yuanqing said coldly. That's not true. At least, young King Ling Yan won't. Let's not talk about me holding her back. Even if I were to touch her back, so what? Jun Xiaoyao said casually. The group of companions present were all stupefied, their eyes and mouths wide open. How could this person have the guts to flirt with young Empress Ling Yuan like this? Lu Fugue was also stunned. As lecherous as he was, he only dared to take a few glances at Ling Yan. Yet, this guy was actually flirting with her. Impudent. How dare you be so presumptuous and disrespect young Emperor Ling Yan? Qin Yuanqing reprimanded coldly. Enough. Ling Yuan reprimanded Qin Yuanqing and the others with a tender voice. But young Emperor Ling Yan, Qin Yuanqing and the others looked at Ling Yan and were stunned. Ling Yan showed a hint of annoyance. However, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Was this still the cold and indifferent young Empress of Xianting? That's enough. Stop arguing. It's almost time to set off. Ling Yan adjusted his mood. However, she still secretly glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. Was he taking liberties with her in public? Jun Xiaoyao smiled calmly. He wasn't angered by Qin Yuanqing's provocation. He wasn't a great emperor yet, but his mentality was no different from one. In his eyes, Qin Yuanqing's jealousy was as childish and laughable as a child's play. Of course, if Qin Yuanqing provoked him again and again, it would be too much. Then Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't mind erasing him from the Forgotten Kingdom. The bell tolled, echoing throughout the Huntian immortal realm. Those from Empress was immortal lineage set off. The Chaos Demon star shone with a bewitching red light. The forgotten land that was illuminated became clearer and clearer. When Empress was immortal lineage arrived, several immortal lineages were already present. Young Emperor. On the elite immortal guard system side, a beautiful girl in a flowery silk dress with a fair face and bright eyes waved at Ling Yuan. It was Wei Xianxia of the elite guard lineage. Her entourage stood beside her. There were members of various races, some with their faces covered. Ling Yan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The elite guard lineage didn't have much ambition, and had always followed Empress Wa's lead. Strictly speaking, they belonged to Empress Wa's faction. 5 other immortal lineages, including Xianxia, Shenong, Gonggong, Zhurong, and Qiyu, had arrived early as well. Ling Yan's gaze turned serious as he looked around. Xianxia Songju, Shenong Xiao Zhenzi, Gonggong Xiaoya, Zhurong Xianxiao. Looks like these immortal lineages are going all out for the ancient Xianting's treasure. Ling Yan murmured to himself. These prodigies were the absolute elites of the 9 immortal lineages. Qiyu was the only exception. Ever since Qi Lai died at Jun Xiaoyao's hands, Qiyu no longer had any worthy prodigies. What was even more surprising was that Qiyu didn't even have a participant slot. They could only enter the Forgotten Kingdom by themselves. Therefore, the prodigies of Qiyu immortal system, such as Qi Long and Qiyu, had ugly looks on their faces. Jun Xiaoyao also glanced around. Among these immortal lineages, he had seen Xianxia, Shenong, and Qiyu before. After all, the successors of these immortal lineages, such as Songli, Yaoqing, and Qi Lai, had all died at his hands. These prodigies were all seed-level elites. As for the prodigies of Gonggong and Zhurong, it was Jun Xiaoyao's first time seeing them. Their auras weren't weak either. Jun Xiaoyao turned his attention to the immortal Xianxia system. Next to Xiangjia's seed-level prodigy, Songju, stood a sacred figure in a ceremonial robe, holding a golden scepter in his hand. It was Gulan's scion of truth. It seemed that he had also obtained a slot through some means. Huang Nidao, Little Stone King, and the other prodigies had all been brought up to the 9 skies. But the scion of truth wasn't brought up. Therefore, he could only use other means to obtain the opportunity. And the Forgotten Kingdom was the biggest opportunity recently, so he naturally couldn't miss it. As for the Jun family and any prodigies related to Jun Xiaoyao, they didn't come. The reason was simple, the Xianting wouldn't let them participate in this opportunity. Damn it, that woman is also here, Lu Fugue cursed when he saw a figure. Jun Xiaoyao also noticed that it was a woman standing with Songju and Scion of Truth. Her status wasn't low either. She wore a purple robe, and her body was curvaceous in all the right places. She was hot and sexy. She was also born with a face as beautiful as a flower, bright and charming, soft and delicate. Her dark purple hair was tied into a bun with a purple jade hairpin. That's Jun Xiaoyao said. Mo family, Mo Yenyu. Lu Fugue ground his teeth. Jun Xiaoyao understood. The Mo family and the Lu family were both blacksmiths, and they always competed with each other. Mo Yenyu also saw Lu Fugue. She raised her eyebrows, revealing a cold intent. Her red lips opened and closed as she mouthed the words silently. Lu Fugue read it. She meant to teach him a lesson in the Forgotten Kingdom. Damn it, going against me every day, I'll teach her a lesson sooner or later. Lu Fugue was furious. Jun Xiaoyao didn't comment. Right now, he was thinking about how to expand the monarch dynasty's manpower. At this moment, a vast battle intent suddenly surged. Jun Xiaoyao looked over. Xingtian's celestial system was here. Among the 9 great immortal orthodoxies, there was only one that could match up to Fuxi and Empress Hua in terms of reputation and foundation. It would be Xingtian immortal system. Xingtian immortal system controlled Xianting's punishment and had always been one of the top immortal orthodoxies. Many believed that the next ruler of this generation would be between Empress Hua and Fuxi. But no one could say for sure since the dust hadn't settled yet. Xingtian immortal system had the right to fight for it. Among the group of prodigies from the heaven punishment immortal lineage was a man in dazzling armor. He had an aura that seemed capable of swallowing the universe. His hair was loose and his eyes were like lightning. He looked like a god of war, his aura shaking the universe. His arrival made the prodigies of the other immortal orthodoxies frown. It's him, Xing Yunshen, the battle. Same physique of Xingtian immortal system. He's also a dormant seed. In the previous epoch, he fought for the position of Xianting's young emperor and almost succeeded, but failed in the end. That's why he went into hibernation. I didn't expect him to be plotting for this golden era. The prodigies of the other immortal orthodoxies spoke with solemn tones. Xing Yunshen had the battle saint physique, the legendary number 1 physique for combat. Some heaven-defying battle saint physiques could even defeat those stronger than themselves. Most importantly, Xing Yunshen was extremely ambitious. His greatest dream was to lead heaven punishment immortal lineage to become the ruling immortal lineage of the immortal court. His participation in the Forgotten Kingdom clearly meant that he was after the ancient Xianting's treasures. Xing Yunshen wasn't the only one who was surprised. Beside him was a dragon. There was also a noble and extraordinary man with dragon horns on his head. He wore a purple-gold imperial robe, showing his noble status. That's the monster of Dragon King Hall, the son of soaring dragon ancient emperor, Long Xuani. Even some of the lofty Xianting prodigies were shocked to see this noble figure. Long Xuani was the son of soaring dragon ancient emperor, the young ancestor of Dragon King Hall. In terms of status and bloodline strength, he was on the same level as Huang Niedao, the son of the immortal ancient emperor. 1 dragon and 1 phoenix, they were the most monstrous geniuses of the ancient royal family, the most elite descendants of the ancient emperors. However, Huang Niedao had been brought to the 9 heavens, while Long Xuani was still in the immortal realm. Long Xuani's expression was indifferent in the face of the crowd. Long Xuani chose to work with Xing Yunshen. It seems like they are up to something big. Many of the skyprides from the immortal orthodoxies looked solemn. One was the slumbering battle saint physique of Xingtian immortal system. One of them was the son of the soaring dragon ancient emperor, the little ancestor of the ancient imperial family who possessed a top-notch bloodline. If the two of them worked together, other than a small number of people, the others would not be able to resist. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze followed. Soaring dragon ancient emperor's son? Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. Huang's Huang, in his eyes to him. As for Long Xuani, who was on the same level as Huang Niedao, he naturally didn't think much of him. However, Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Behind Xing Yunshen and Long Xuani, there was a figure in a black cloak that covered his face. That was nothing out of the ordinary. There were quite a number of people present who hid their identities, and Jun Xiaoyao himself was one of them. However, his divine soul was very sensitive. He felt that the figure had a strange and cold aura. He should be no weaker than Xing Yunshen and Long Xuani. However, he was very low-key. He didn't even reveal his identity. Jun Xiaoyao made a mental note. At this moment, Xing Yunshen looked at Ling Yan. His eyes were filled with undisguised battle intent. Young Emperor Ling Yan, please guide me on this trip to the Forgotten Nation. Xing Yunshen's words were polite, but the provocation in his tone was self-evident. After all, the position of young emperor was Xing Yunshen's dream. In the past, he was just a little bit away from that position. This time, in the Forgotten Nation, he obtained the core of the ancient Xianting's legacy. He might be able to challenge Ling Yan and pull her down from the young emperor position. Xing Yunshen, it's a pity that this golden era is not prepared for you. Ling Yuan was also extraordinarily domineering, as she said coldly. She only showed her feminine side to Jun Xiaoyao. In the face of outsiders' provocation, she was still as cold and strong as ever. Huh. Who knows what will happen in the future? Xing Yunshan smiled. The sky brides of the immortal lineages could feel the tension between the two of them. It hadn't even started yet, but the immortal orthodoxies were already fighting each other. At this moment, a faint chuckle sounded. Everyone, we're all from the ancient Xianting. Why are you being so discordant? The voice was calm, as if it had great confidence in controlling everything. There was no doubt who it was. It was none other than Di Haoyan. Di Haoyan was wearing a simple and loose white robe. His long golden hair was sparkling and translucent, floating in the void. His pair of silver eyes were as deep and unpredictable as two silver moons. His skin was more delicate and flawless than most women's. It was as if he was an immortal jade. His aura was too otherworldly and extraordinary. It was as if a son of God had descended to the world. As soon as he arrived, the noisy scene immediately quieted down. It was as if he was really the lord of the ancient Xianting. Even the previously domineering Xing Yunshan's face turned serious when he saw Di Haoyan. He dared to go against Ling Yan, the young emperor, but he didn't dare to provoke Di Haoyan. This was Di Haoyan's power. Next to Di Haoyan was a man in a Taoist robe. It was Gutizi from the Fuxi immortal lineage. However, this genius, who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yuan, was now following beside Di Haoyan like a servant, without any glory at all. Gutizi had accepted his fate. He had been defeated repeatedly by Jun Xiaoyao. Later, he was even despised by everyone in the immortal region. If he wasn't the successor of the Fuxi immortal lineage, he would have been beaten to death. Now, he could only follow by Di Haoyan's side to have a chance of rising to the top. Other than Gutizi, many prodigies from the 18 horsemen of Yanyun were also following Di Haoyan. For example, Bai Luoxue, the red-haired ghost, and the purple flame heavenly lord were all there. Among them, there were two prodigies who attracted many people's attention. Their auras were on par with the top prodigies of the various immortal lineages. Are those two the eldest and second eldest of the 18 horsemen of Yanyun, Yu Hui and Umo? Rumor has it that they're brothers. One has the glorious battle body, while the other has the dark night king body. They complement each other and are invincible. Yeah, they once challenged Di Haoyan but lost in the end. But even Di Haoyan said that if the two of them joined forces, he would be in trouble for a while. How are they going to fight? Di Haoyan's followers alone are enough to suppress us, not to mention Gutizi. Many of the skyprides of immortal orthodoxies sighed inwardly. Now, there was no doubt that the strongest faction had been formed. The Fuxi immortal lineage, Di Haoyan's faction. The Empress Hua immortal lineage, Ling Yan's faction. The Xingtian immortal lineage, Xingyun God's faction. The three factions had been formed. Of course, this did not mean that the prodigies of the other immortal lineages had no hope of competing. It was just that they would be at a disadvantage compared to the other three immortal lineages. It would be very difficult to turn the tables around unless they had heaven-defying luck and opportunity. Di Haoyan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down on everyone. To him, this experience was nothing more than child's play. No one could stop him. He knew all about the opportunities in the forgotten nations. He also knew what he had to do. The only uncertainty was Jun Xiaoyao, who was still recuperating in the Jun family, and could not stop him. Therefore, Di Haoyan was calm and confident this time. In his opinion, after this fortuitous encounter, there would be no need to worry. The unification of the Xianting was inevitable. And he would undoubtedly become the future ruler of the Xianting. Thinking of this, Di Haoyan looked at Ling Yan again. After all, Gutizi and Ling Yan were indispensable chess pieces in his plan. That was why he brought Gutizi with him. Of course, Ling Yan was more important. Because she had a special identity, which was related to an important figure in the ancient Xianting. This identity was only known to the core of Empress Hua's immortal lineage. The other 8 immortal lineages were completely kept in the dark. Di Haoyan relied on his rebirth memories and advantages to find out early on and make plans. And that important figure was also the basis of Di Haoyan's unification of the Xianting. As if sensing Di Haoyan's gaze, Ling Yan's beautiful face was incomparably cold. Because of Di Haoyan, she, as the current young empress, was in a somewhat awkward position. Therefore, she would not be nice to Di Haoyan. Di Haoyan's gaze swept casually. Suddenly, it stopped on a black-robed man beside Ling Yan. He frowned inwardly. Vaguely, there was an indescribable and inexplicable feeling in his heart. This is, Di Haoyan looked at the black-robed man. Under the hood, Jun Xiaoyao sneered. It had to be said that Di Haoyan's intuition was not bad. It's none of your business, Ling Yan said coldly. Heh. Di Haoyan smiled casually, not caring at all. Perhaps it was just an illusion. The only person who could threaten him was still lying in his family's ancestral land. On Ling Yan's side. The group of people who were traveling with Jun Xiaoyao looked at him with puzzled eyes. How could this mysterious black-robed man have the qualifications to attract Di Haoyan's attention? Qin Yuanqing's eyes flashed with confusion. This person could make Ling Yan give special treatment and attract Di Haoyan's attention. Indeed, one could not help but think deeply about his identity. Who cares what his identity is? At most, he's on par with me, Qin Yuanqing said to himself. At this moment, a mighty voice was heard. It was from a big shot of the Xianting. Everyone, the Forgotten Kingdom is about to open. As one of the 7 wonders of the immortal realm, the Forgotten Kingdom is mysterious and strange. No one can tell what's real and what's fake. Although there are many opportunities, there are also many risks. There is even the possibility of death at any time. So you have to think carefully. As long as you enter the Forgotten Kingdom, you will have to bear the risk of death. Even we will not be able to save your lives from outside. So, it's not too late to choose to withdraw now. The words of the big shot of the Xianting made the faces of the 9 great immortal lineages turn serious. But no one wanted to withdraw. After all, how could one not take risks if one wanted to obtain an opportunity? Most importantly, the Forgotten Kingdom contained the treasures of the ancient Xianting. If they could obtain the inheritance of some ancient Xianting big shot, their status in the future would be different. In this golden era, there was no lack of opportunities and luck. Seeing the determined look on everyone's faces, the big shot of the Xianting did not say anything else. Buzz, the void rippled like water. The Chaos Demon Star, which was emitting a demonic blood-red light, shone into the depths of the universe. The scenery there became more and more obvious. There were mountains and plains, ancient forests, collapsed ruins, and desolate deserts. That place was a forgotten land. No one knew how that land was formed, or how mysterious and strange it was. Let's go. The big shot of the Xianting ordered. The 9 great immortal lineages geniuses and their recruited companions flew into the sky. They passed through the void as if they were passing through a water curtain. Let's go too. Ling Yan shouted. There was a hint of excitement in Qin Yuanqing's eyes. He must perform well in front of Ling Yan and win her heart. Little did he know, Ling Yan glanced at Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of her eye. Ling Yan could only feel at ease with him around. As for Jun Xiaoyao, the purpose of this trip was very simple. Unlocking the clues of the desolate emperor and signing in. Of course, he also wanted to know what Di Haoyan was up to. As the group of geniuses entered the void, that part of the universe shook like waves. They had already entered the Forgotten Kingdom. But it was not that easy to get out. The upper echelons of the 9 great immortal lineages of the Xianting watched silently. This was a trial for the younger generation. Because in this golden era, the younger generation represented the future. I have a feeling that after this trial, the future of the Xianting might really appear. Whether we can unify into a complete Xianting or continue to split will depend on this trial. Many important figures of the Xianting murmured silently in their hearts. This was an extremely vast plain, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. As far as the eye could see, the mountains, rivers, and seas did not seem to be any different from ordinary places. At a certain moment, countless sounds of wind breaking could be heard. A dense crowd of figures landed on the ground. Everyone was looking around and sizing up their surroundings. Is this the Forgotten Kingdom? It doesn't feel much different from the outside world. No, the concentration of spirit qi here is far denser than in the celestial realm. Could that be a sacred medicine? The sky full of stars is almost extinct in the outside world. It's a sacred medicine from ancient times. In the distance, could that be a nine-headed bird, an ancient mutant that's almost extinct? Many geniuses were surprised and puzzled. In the beginning, they thought that the Forgotten Kingdom was not much different from the outside world. However, after seeing many ancient treasures and even primeval variants, they realized that there were many ancient treasures. This was indeed an ancient forgotten land. Ling Yan, Jun Xiaoyao, and the others also landed here. Jun Xiaoyao was also looking around. To be honest, it did not look much different from the outside world. The only difference might be that there seemed to be many ancient mutants and ancient plants that had long been extinct here. It was as if he had returned to ancient times. But Jun Xiaoyao kept feeling that something was wrong, as if he was looking at flowers in the fog. He could also vaguely feel a majestic soul power filling the entire world. This made Jun Xiaoyao suddenly have a ridiculous guess in his heart. Could it be that the Forgotten Kingdom was alive? Even Jun Xiaoyao felt that this conjecture was a little ridiculous. However, his primordial spirit of 3 lives was far more sensitive to soul power than other primordial spirits. Jun Xiaoyao felt that the entire Forgotten Nation seemed to have some kind of will that was watching them. As expected of one of the Immortal Realm's 7 wonders. Jun Xiaoyao sighed secretly. Every single one of them was inconceivable, extremely strange, impossible to guess. The prodigies of the 9 great immortal orthodoxies and their companions all entered the Forgotten Nation. After the initial exploration, they all kept a certain distance from each other. However, there was no conflict or battle. After all, they had just entered and did not even know the situation. Moreover, the opportunity had yet to appear, so it was not time for them to fight. Di Haoyan was the first to move. He led his group directly in a certain direction. Jun Xiaoyao saw this scene and his eyes darkened. Di Haoyan looked very confident, as if he knew the Forgotten Nation like the back of his hand. This made Jun Xiaoyao even more certain that Di Haoyan was a reincarnator. In other words, he had the ability to predict everything. However, Jun Xiaoyao also confirmed that Di Haoyan could not predict his movements. Otherwise, Di Haoyan would have known that he had already snuck in. Di Haoyan did not know, which meant that he did not have the experience of sneaking into the Forgotten Nation in his memory. In that case, it's much more convenient. It doesn't feel good to be spied on, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Alright, let's go. The entire Forgotten Nation is vast and can't be explored in a short time, Ling Yan said. The prodigies of the 9 great immortal orthodoxies all kept a distance from each other and slowly advanced. The place where they were was an extremely vast plain. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, some dense black dots appeared in front of him. The prodigies of the 9 great immortal orthodoxies all had a puzzled look in their eyes. At the same time, they became alert. When they got a little closer, they suddenly realized. Those black dots were all human figures. Those figures were wearing clothes from different eras. Some were from the recent ancient era, and some were from the ancient era. There were also some from even further back. Are these all the living beings that entered the Forgotten Nation before? A prodigy of the Xianting asked in surprise. Something's not right. I feel that something's wrong with them. Yan Xiao, the leader of the Zhurong immortal orthodoxies, frowned. He had flame-like hair and brows and eyebrows, his eyes were like lava. These living beings were numb, as if they did not have their own thoughts. It was as if his soul had been taken away. This was too strange, causing many of the geniuses to feel a chill down their spines. They had only just entered the Forgotten Kingdom, yet they were already encountering such strange things. Suddenly, those figures of the 9 immortals of the 9 great Xian immortal orthodoxies. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to look at him, there was only numbness and dead silence in their eyes. Whoosh, those figures suddenly charged towards the prodigies of the 9 great immortal orthodoxies. There were even some mystique venerables and godly venerables among them. This was not something that ordinary prodigies could withstand. Retreat! A prodigy shouted. The prodigies of the 9 great immortal orthodoxies and their companions hurriedly scattered. The place was instantly in chaos. Some prodigies were directly grabbed by those numb figures. Those figures opened their mouths and sucking out the primordial spirit of the prodigy. Soul, soul, where is my soul? After sucking out the prodigy's primordial spirit, the numb figure roared at the sky and continued to search for its next prey. Run. Don't kill me. Scram. The place exploded into chaos. After all, there were mystique venerables and godly venerables among those figures. It could be said that apart from the elites of the 9 great immortal orthodoxies, basically, no one could withstand more than a few blows from them. Xianxia looked nonchalant, as if he was not used to this. A mystique venerables of the walking corpse charged towards him. Xianxia did not move. Next to him were the eldest and second eldest of the 18 steeds of Yin Yun, Yu Hui of the radiant battle form and Umo of the dark king form. The two of them joined forces and blocked the mystique venerable's attack. Let's retreat first. With a flick of his sleeve, Xianxia led his group and flew in a certain direction. The other immortal orthodoxies did the same and began to disperse. Scram. Xianxia of the Xingtian immortal orthodoxy unleashed his aura and combat strength, forcing a heavenly venerables of the walking corpse to retreat. He also retreated with his group of people. However, not everyone was so lucky. For example, pharmacist Xianxia of the Shinong immortal orthodoxy suffered heavy casualties. Only their leader, pharmacist Xianxia, and a few others barely managed to escape. Ling Yan's group was also retreating. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will ensure your safety. Qin Yuanqing raised his hand and forced a walking corpse to retreat. Ling Yan did not care at all. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was very calm and did not even make a move. The others were willing to be laborers, but he was happy to be idle. He really is idle. Qin Yuanqing harumphed when he saw that Jun Xiaoyao did not make a move. Ling Yan's group finally broke through the encirclement and left the plain. Phew, that scared me to death. Lu Fugue wiped the sweat off his face. As the heir of a family of blacksmiths, his combat strength was definitely not high. Of course, the only good thing was that he had many protective artifacts that could ensure his safety. We're finally out. Why did those who entered the Forgotten Nation become like that? Ling Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone present was a little puzzled. However, the Forgotten Nation was mysterious and strange to begin with. It was normal that they did not understand. Alright, the journey ahead will only be more dangerous. Everyone, be careful. Ling Yan was the leader of this group. She glanced at Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of her eye. In terms of qualifications and strength, Jun Xiaoyao was worthy of being the leader. However, he was very low-key and was not interested. Although they had entered the Forgotten Nation, Jun Xiaoyao did not need to expose his identity immediately. If he did, it might arouse others' vigilance. Next, Ling Yan, Jun Xiaoyao, and the others began to go deeper into the Forgotten Nation. In the sky ahead, there was a flash of golden light. It was a divine bird whose entire body was shining with golden light, and it carried with it an auspicious aura. That's the Chongming divine bird. It's almost extinct in the outside world. Lu Fugui's eyes lit up. The divine feathers of the Chongming divine bird were treasures used to forge protective artifacts. However, this kind of bird was almost extinct in the outside world. It was impossible to find their divine feathers. Don't cause trouble. That Chongming divine bird is not something that ordinary people can handle. At least, you can't handle it, Qin Yuanqing said coldly. Hey, you. Lu Fugue glared at him. The two of them did not get along. Along the way, they also saw ancient species such as the scarlet-eyed jade tiger, the nine-winged rain dragon, and the weeping soul beast. They tried their best to avoid them. Of course, they also collected many ancient and rare sacred herbs. Along the way, Jun Xiaoyao did not do anything. He did not care about these opportunities. After walking for a long time, there seemed to be a dim light flowing in front of him. What's that? Everyone's eyes were focused on it. In the Forgotten Nation, it was normal for any kind of opportunity to appear. In the midst of that hazy radiance, it was a pure white flower that looked like a snow lotus from the heavenly mountain. It looked like it was carved out of Linglong's pure white jade, and it was surrounded by a divine aura. However, the flower was still in its bud state and had not bloomed yet. However, everyone could vaguely see it through the translucent petals. In the middle of the flower, there seemed to be a mini fairy dancing. Her movements were graceful, and people could not help but be mesmerized by it. Especially with the layer of flower bud in between, it looked even more hazy. What is that? All the skyprides, including Ling Yan, could not help but look over. To be honest, even someone as noble and knowledgeable as Ling Yuan couldn't tell what kind of flower it was for a moment. Could it be some kind of elixir of immortality, or a treasure of heaven and earth like the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root? Qin Yuanqing was also very curious. At that moment, the flower seemed to produce a strange attraction. Everyone's eyes were unblinking as they slowly walked towards it. I see some shadows. What is that? Where did I come to? Is that another me? Suddenly, a skypride muttered to himself with a blank expression. F***ck. What did I just see? A furnace. Lu Fugue screamed. The fat on his face was twitching. F***ck, even Ling Yuan had a blank expression on her face. She also saw some strange scenes. It looked like the palace of an immortal, surrounded by clouds and smoke. She saw many people worshipping her. There was also a hazy and supreme figure, surrounded by endless emperor's Tao light, lovingly stroking her head. At that moment, the only person who was awake was Jun Xiaoyao. There were no illusions in front of him. However, Jun Xiaoyao noticed that the soul power of all the skyprides present seemed to be slowly being absorbed by the flower. The flower itself had extremely rich soul power, as if it had been accumulating for countless years. Could it be? A thought flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind. He remembered those walking corpses from before. Could it be that they became like that because they saw this kind of flower? If that was the case, then this flower was a little too terrifying. At the 7th level of the supreme martial artist realm, there was no one who could resist the attraction of such a flower. But the question was, why wasn't he attracted? Jun Xiaoyao became more and more curious about this flower. Of course, now was not the time to study it. Ling Yan and the others were all confused. Their minds were shaken, as if they had fallen into an illusion. If they were not rescued as soon as possible, it would not be long before they would be like the walking corpses from before. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and prepared to pluck the flower. Suddenly, a delicate shout rang out. All of you, wake up! Hearing this voice, Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised and turned to look. Not far away, a group of figures appeared. They were not the dangerous walking corpses from before, but a group of women. The group of women were all dressed in soft armor, looking valiant and formidable. The one who shouted was the leader of the group. Her aura was not weak, at the level of a lesser heavenly venerable. Could it be the indigenous creatures of the forgotten nation? A strange look flashed across Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Previously, in the immortal ancient world, there were also indigenous races. And in the forgotten nation, there were actually living creatures. After a brief moment of surprise, Jun Xiaoyao directly plucked the flower. As for Ling Yuan and the others, they also recovered a trace of clarity amidst this delicate cry. What's wrong with me? It feels like a dream? The geniuses present were all in a daze. The leader of the group looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a very surprised expression. You are actually not affected by the flower of the past? The group of indigenous women who appeared stared at Jun Xiaoyao as if they were looking at a rare item. Flower of the past? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the crystal-clear flower bud in his hand. This flower is called the flower of the past? It is rare in the immortal realm, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Soon, Ling Yan and the others also recovered. Their expressions were not too good. Everyone was mesmerized by the flower and almost got wiped out. This forgotten kingdom is too dangerous. But brother, why aren't you affected? Lu Fugue looked at Jun Xiaoyao. He was also a natural person. Besides, like Jun Xiaoyao, he did not get along with Qin Yuanqing. Therefore, Lu Fugue was closer to Jun Xiaoyao. I don't know, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. In fact, he vaguely guessed that it might have something to do with his fateless physique. Anything related to the past, reincarnation, karma, and the like could not affect him. At this time, the leader of the indigenous women said coldly, "This flower is called the flower of the past. Although it is extremely beautiful, it is also extremely terrifying. Rumor has it that this flower can let people see the past, and in the end, even their souls will be taken away. The woman's words made the skyprides present feel a lingering fear. No wonder that group of walking corpses from before was because of the flower of the past. Ling Yan was also very smart. However, she remembered the blurry scene she had seen before. The others also felt the same. Was that really their past? In fact, many people did not believe it. Especially Lu Fugue, who shouted, "I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe it. Why did I see a furnace? Was I a furnace in my past life?" Lu Fugue firmly believed that either he had seen wrongly, or there was something wrong with the flower of the past. He would never admit that he was a furnace spirit. "By the way, you are." Ling Yan and the others looked at the group of women. Their attitudes were rather peaceful. However, it was hard to imagine that there were still indigenous living beings in the forgotten country. "My name is Yihua, and we are from Womanland. You should be outer beings. Every once in a while, there will be outer beings coming to the forgotten land." The woman called Yihua said. "Womanland?" Ling Yan and the others were puzzled. Lu Fugue's eyes immediately widened. Womanland, just the name alone was very attractive to an old pervert like him. "You are lucky. In this forgotten land, there are a total of 9 countries. Some of them are very hostile to outer beings, such as the demon world and the witch tribe. They must kill outer beings when they see them. And some are relatively peaceful, such as our Womanland," Yihua said. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. The forgotten land gave birth to 9 countries, and Womanland was only one of them. "Then can you take us to Womanland to have a look?" Ling Yan asked. Now, they knew nothing about the forgotten country. The attitude of the people of Womanland was not bad, and they might be able to get some information from them. They also needed to find out where the ruins of the ancient Xianxia were. "I can, but these men." Yihua smiled coldly. "What, are you looking down on men?" Lu Fugue raised his eyebrows. "Let's go. I think His Majesty should be interested in you." Yihua said indifferently, waved her hand, and turned to leave. "The Womanland King?" Xianxia's eyes showed a hint of interest. For some reason, he faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. The forgotten country is really interesting. Xianxia put away the flower of the past, and his eyes were deep. Not long after Xianxia and the others left, a group of people suddenly arrived. They were Dihaoyan's people. Dihaoyan's silver moon-like eyes scanned the place, and a hint of suspicion flashed across his eyes. "Why isn't it here? Did I remember wrongly?" Dihaoyan thought to himself. If he remembered correctly, there should be a past-era flower here. For some reason, Dihaoyan thought of Xianxia again. After all, when he was in the void sky world, all his opportunities were taken away by Xianxia. It was as if he was the one who was cut off. And now, the same thing was happening again. Of course, Dihaoyan only thought for a moment before disappearing. After all, Xianxia was seriously injured and was recuperating in the Jun family. How could he come here? It can't be him. Maybe I remembered wrongly. Dihaoyan shook his head. "Young king, what's wrong?" A woman in a white dress with an ethereal temperament asked. It was by Luoxue. "Nothing, let's go," Dihaoyan said. Although they didn't find the past-era flower here, there was more than one in the forgotten country. This flower was related to Dihaoyan's important plan, so he had to get one. He left with the group to look for it in other places. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao, Ling Yan, and the others went to Womanland under Yihua's lead. On the way, Jun Xiaoyao and the others learned that Yihua was a great general of Womanland. Through her, they learned a little about the situation. There were a total of 9 countries in the periphery of the Forgotten Land. Yu Country, Spirit Country, Demon World, Sea Territory, Sorcerer Race, Soul Race, Womanland, Centaur Race, and Demon Race. This made Ling Yan sigh. It was as if they had come to a fairy tale kingdom. Among them, there were some that had a better attitude towards the outer realm, such as Womanland, Feather, Spirit, and so on. There were also those who were extremely hostile towards the outer world, such as the demon world, the shaman race, and the spirit race. Ling Yan wanted to ask more questions, such as where the ruins of the ancient Xianting were. However, Yihua didn't say anything about this. He only said that he would wait until they met his daughter. After an unknown period of time, a huge city appeared before everyone's eyes. It was different from the ordinary, simple, and grand cities. This city was incomparably exquisite and gorgeous. Even the city walls were inlaid with various pearls and gems. Of course, they weren't limited to just being fancy. They all had practical defensive properties. This is Womanland? The group of people were surprised. This was especially true for Ling Yan and the other girls. When they saw the magnificent city, their beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with amazement. Yihua led them inside. Within the city, there was no one who wasn't a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Moreover, they wore skimpy clothes, revealing their flat bellies and white arms. The eyes of those girls were filled with surprise and curiosity as they looked at Ling Yan and the others. To be precise, they were looking at the men in the group. After all, there weren't many men in Womanland. Are those the outer realm creatures? There are also some men among them. It seems like a good idea to catch one as a male slave. Oh right, that fatty is yours. I don't want to. Around him, a group of women were chattering away. At first, Lu Fugui's small eyes were wide open as he thought that he had arrived in heaven. However, when he heard the conversation of those girls, his face darkened. What's wrong? Looking down on the fatty? Don't the fatty have human rights? Lu Fugui was angry. Was he being despised even as a male slave? On the other hand, because of Qin Yuanqing's good looks, the eyes of many girls in Womanland lit up slightly. Qin Yuanqing was very satisfied with this, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Sigh, I can't help it. A handsome man like me will attract attention wherever I go. Qin Yuanqing said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Hey, you, if you're not a girl, why are you acting cool? Lu Fugui was even more unbalanced in his heart. He turned to Jun Xiaoyao and said, Brother, don't you think this kid needs to be taught a lesson? Seeing this, Qin Yuanqing said with a touch of disdain, he probably doesn't have good looks, so he hides his head and shows his tail. He doesn't dare to show his true face. On the side, Ling Yan, who heard this, silently glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao showed his true face, perhaps all the girls in Womanland would go crazy. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, remained calm. He didn't care about the various opinions of others, but used the perception of the three lives' primordial spirit to explore the entire Womanland. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. What is wrong? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Soon, they arrived at a luxurious palace. Under Yihua's guidance, they arrived at the palace. A beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s was sitting high on the throne. She wore a bright red phoenix robe, with a cloudy hair and white hair. Her appearance was beautiful, and there was a red dot between her eyebrows, which added a bit of nobility to her. Her figure was excellent, her breasts towering, and her snow-white long legs were crossed under her skirt. She was definitely a woman who could be called a national beauty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yihua knelt on one knee. Then, she turned her head and signaled Ling Yan and the others to kneel as well. But no one knelt. This group of people were either geniuses of immortal lineages or descendants of remote antiquity families. How could they kneel so casually? It doesn't matter, are they the creatures from the outside world? The Queen of Womanland glanced at Ling Yan and the others. You are the Queen of Womanland. To be honest, we don't know much about this forgotten land. But we have no ill intentions towards you, and we won't stay here for long. As the leader of the group, Ling Yan said. In Womanland, there were no experts with terrifying strength. However, if they all swarmed over, Ling Yuan's team would also suffer losses. Don't worry, our Womanland is not the demon world or the witch race. We have no hostility towards you creatures from the outside world. On the contrary, we welcome your arrival. If I'm not wrong, you should be here for the opportunity. The Queen of Womanland said. Ling Yan and the others' eyes lit up. Coincidentally, when the blood moon rises, the three great secret realms will open again. The Queen of Womanland said. 3 great secret realms? Ling Yan and the others were confused. They could guess that the blood moon should be referring to the Mars demon star. And what were the 3 great secret realms? The baptism pool, divine soul pool, and flying immortal waterfall are the opportunities of the 3 great secret realms in this forgotten land. If any country can get it, they will be strong for a long time. Unfortunately, our womanland is only in the middle of the 9 great countries and is not the strongest. So we have no advantage in fighting for the 3 great secret realms. But I can feel that your strength is not weak. If you are willing to help our womanland fight for one of the secret realms, then you can share the opportunity of the secret realms. The Queen of Womanland's words made Ling Yan and the others' eyes light up. Didn't they come to the forgotten country for the opportunity, although they had no clue about the ancient Xianxia ruins for the time being? But the opportunity of the 3 great secret realms would not be small. The main problem now is that they don't know the layout of the forgotten country. As one of the 7 incredible places, the forgotten country is too mysterious. The ancient Xianxia chose part of the ruins here because they thought it was the safest place. Now Ling Yan and the others only know that the periphery of the forgotten country is called the Forgotten Land. The native creatures of the 9 great countries live here. They fight each other for the 3 great secret realms. We agree. Ling Yan nodded. The Daughter King said with satisfaction, "That's good. According to my Daughter King's law, men are either demoted to slaves or expelled. Since you are willing to help, then the law is naturally invalid to you." Hearing this, Lu Fugui muttered, "Then we've dodged a bullet." Jun Xiaoyao didn't comment on this. In fact, from the moment he stepped into the Daughter Country, he has been using his divine sense to sense everything around him. He always felt that the Forgotten Land, the 9 great countries, should have secrets. Okay, you all go down first. After the reorganization, we can set off in a few days. The Daughter King waved her hand. Ling Yan and the others turned and left. At this time, the Daughter King's gaze unconsciously fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Because in the whole team, only he was wearing a black robe with a hood, looking very mysterious. But for some reason, the Daughter King always felt that this black-robed man was the one who hid the deepest in the whole team. A ray of light flashed in the depths of the Daughter King's beautiful eyes. After a few days, the Daughter Country's army was organized. They were all wearing skirt armor, valiant and formidable women. Looking around, there were more than 100,000 people. Looking at the outside world, this is definitely not a number. After all, the Jun family's immortal battle has at least tens of millions of cultivators participating. But this is the Forgotten Land after all, and the 9 great countries are the native residents here. Obviously the number can't be too high. This time, the Daughter King personally led the army. General Yihua was also beside her. Ling Yan and the others were naturally among them. They continued to move forward, and after a few days, they came to a place similar to an oasis. An extremely dense spiritual aura was flowing in the air. Everyone looked over. In the oasis, there was a lake that was as calm as a sapphire. It shone with a diamond-like luster. Shockingly, they were all fragmented Taoist laws, which set off the entire lake in a beautiful and magnificent manner. That is the baptism pool. It can baptize one's physical body and primordial spirit, washing away all imperfections and forging a perfect foundation. Yihua explained. When Ling Yan and the others heard this, their eyes lit up. Although they were all peerless geniuses, their bodies and primordial spirits were flawless, and their cultivations were extraordinary. But to say that it was absolutely perfect, that was not the case. Even if Jun Xiaoyao was perfect, there would always be a trace of imperfection. This was not a weakness. Instead, it was something that all living beings possessed. To put it bluntly, even the heavenly Tao could not be absolutely perfect. It might be a near-perfect existence, but it was definitely not truly perfect. And if there was something that was truly perfect, that could only be the legendary immortals. Of course, this did not mean that everyone would have the potential to become an immortal after being baptized in the baptismal pool. It meant that their physical body and primordial spirit would become even more flawless. Their foundation would be almost perfect, and their cultivation talent, comprehension, and other aspects would also skyrocket. This was the meaning of the baptism pool. I must go and take some baptism water back. If I use this water to forge weapons, I might be able to forge a real immortal artifact. Lu Fugui's eyes lit up. The dream of the Lu family for generations was to forge a real immortal artifact. But until now, only the ancestral patriarch of the Lu family had forged a pseudo-immortal artifact. And this was already the record of the deity region. There were also rumors that all the immortal artifacts in the deity region were passed down and not forged by later generations. One could imagine that if the Lu family forged an immortal artifact, their status and prestige would obviously be incomparable to now. It could be said that Ling Yan and the other geniuses' eyes were burning with passion. Even Jun Xiaoyao was a little curious. To put it bluntly, in terms of perfection, even Ling Yan's physical body and primordial spirit were far inferior to his. Just as everyone was getting excited, the ground suddenly shook, and smoke filled the air in the distance. Shocking battle intent swept over. "They're here," the daughter king's eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness. However, in the next moment, her peerlessly beautiful face changed once more. This was because from another direction, another group of soldiers was rushing over in a grandiose manner. Two groups of people have arrived at the same time. General Yi Hua's expression also changed. The number of people in the two groups was no less than that of the daughter country. A game of chess between three forces would inevitably produce more variables. "Oh, daughter country, I didn't expect you to have the courage to fight for the baptism pool." An indifferent voice sounded, coming from one of the two groups of people. It was the demon world of the 9 great nations. The one who spoke was a young man wearing pitch-black armor and holding a blood-stained spear. His aura was that of a great heavenly venerable. Although he looked young, his real age was probably not too young. In addition, this was a forgotten nation with all kinds of mysteries. The strength of the living beings here could not be compared to the deity region outside. Demon Crown Prince, the daughter king's expression was cold. Clearly, this was a famous monstrous expert of the demon world. On the other side, another voice came. "If I'm not wrong, that group should be the living beings of the outer realm. Is that the source of your daughter country's confidence?" The one who spoke was wearing a black sorcerer robe and holding a white bone staff. It was an expert of the sorcerer race, Tian Wuzi. "Hee. Tian Wuzi, why don't we join forces and destroy the daughter country and these living beings of the outer realm?" The Demon Crown Prince sneered. "No problem. The 3 great secret realms are the struggle of our 9 great nations. There is no need for outsiders to interfere." Tian Wuzi's tone was also cold. "Haha, that's great. After all, this crown prince wants to turn the daughter king into my personal slave." The Demon Crown Prince said arrogantly. "Impudent, how dare you insult Her Majesty the Queen?" General Yi Hua coldly rebuked, anger surging in her beautiful eyes. The Demon Crown Prince did not care. He casually swept his gaze and saw Ling Yan. His eyes were filled with surprise. "Hee, this woman of the outer realm is even nobler than the daughter king. Interesting. In that case, this crown prince can spare your life." Ling Yan's face was cold, and her heart was filled with anger. This demon crown prince dared to have designs on her. However, before Ling Yan could make a move, Qin Yuanqing's heart stirred. His chance to show off had come. "You're courting death. Young Emperor Ling Yan is not someone you can insult." Qin Yuanqing's aura was also at the lesser heavenly venerate realm. After Jun Xiaoyao broke through to the lesser heavenly venerate realm, Ling Yan and some other monstrous geniuses also gradually broke through to the lesser heavenly venerate realm. However, in terms of true combat strength, they were obviously not comparable to Jun Xiaoyao. Not everyone could be like Jun Xiaoyao, who could kill a great heavenly venerate with a single punch. However, Qin Yuanqing was confident. Even if he could not defeat the Demon Crown Prince, he could at least stall for a while and express his desire to protect Ling Yan. In an instant, a chaotic battle between the 3 nations broke out. On the chaotic battlefield, millions of creatures fought against each other. All kinds of sword auras, demonic auras, and nomological lights flashed and collided. Qin Yuanqing, on the other hand, was very unyielding. He directly attacked the Demon Crown Prince. The entire battlefield was in chaos. The other members of his entourage also made their moves. Among them, Lu Fugue was the most violent. He directly took out many divine weapons from his spatial artifact. A large number of creatures were killed or injured. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was very calm. He didn't even make a move. After all, for someone like him, who had experienced the immortal war and the war between the two worlds, a battle of this level was indeed no different from children playing house. Even now, he was still thinking about what the 9 great nations meant. However, there was no doubt about the opportunity in the baptismal pool. It would be of some help to him. At this moment, a muffled scream was heard. It was Qin Yuanqing. He was injured by the demon crown prince. He spat out blood and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Jun Xiaoyao secretly shook his head when he saw this. Why did he not care about Qin Yuanqing's provocation? Because this person was not even worthy of his attention, nor was he qualified to make him attack. At this moment, a ray of light flashed out. Ling Yan made a move to fight the demon crown prince. Qin Yuanqing swallowed a healing pill and seemed to sense some gazes. He turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao. What are you looking at? If you make a move, you won't be able to block a single move from the demon crown prince. Jun Xiaoyao ignored him. On the other side, Tian Wuzi of the sorcerer race also made a move. His target was the daughter king. As long as the daughter king was suppressed, the army of the daughter kingdom would definitely be in chaos. How dare you? General Yihua wanted to stop them, but he was held back by the other sorcerer race powerhouses. The daughter king was calm when she saw this. She released her aura. She was also a great heavenly venerate. The creatures of the forgotten nations could not be treated the same as those of the outside world. The battle between the two sides was naturally intense. Suddenly, Tian Wuzi took out a large black bell. It seemed to be made of dark universe dark gold and was engraved with many ancient sorcerer race characters. Sorcerer God Bell. Under this kind of suppression, the female king was immediately forced back, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Hee hee. Your womanland wants to fight for the 3 great secret realms? That's just a fool's dream. Master Tian witchcraft continued to suppress. The strength of a great Empyrean combined with the witch god Bel was enough to completely suppress the female king. The female king also took out a painting scroll, which exuded dazzling divine light and Tao laws. However, if this were to drag on, the situation would not be good for womanland. After all, they were fighting 1 against 2. Jun Xiaoyao finally moved. He had no interest in a war of this level. However, if he wanted to obtain the baptismal pool, he had to end the chaos in front of him. With a flicker, Jun Xiaoyao appeared in the middle of the battle between Tian Wuzi and the female monarch. Tian Wuzi had wanted to use the sorcerer god Bel to suppress the queen. However, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared in between them. The queen's phoenix eyes flashed. Without saying a word, Jun Xiaoyao punched out. The void in front of him was torn apart. The sorcerer god Bel exploded with a clang, and metal fragments flew everywhere. Tian Wuzi did not even have time to be shocked before he was killed by a single punch. There was dead silence in all directions. General Yihua looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. It turned out that this black-robed person was the strongest among this group of outer realm beings. He killed a great Empyrean with a single punch. Qin Yuanqing was stunned when he saw that. Is he not a prodigy of the younger generation? Qin Yuanqing could not believe it. If he was really a prodigy of the younger generation, how many of them could be so powerful? F***ck, this guy is the one with the deepest secrets. Lu Fugue was also stunned by what he saw. Jun Xiaoyao was indifferent to the exclamations from all directions. He turned to the female king and asked, "Are you okay?" The female king also came back to her senses and took a deep look at Jun Xiaoyao. "Thank you." On the other side, the demon crown prince's expression changed when he saw the scene. However, he felt that Ling Yan, who was fighting with him, seemed to be getting more and more vicious. It was as if he was venting his anger on him. Ling Yan also saw the scene of Jun Xiaoyao saving the female king. But for some reason, he was a little unhappy. Jun Xiaoyao did not help him deal with the demon crown prince first, but went to save the female king and save the female king. In the end, Ling Yan took out the Heavenly Emperor's throne mark, which carried a suppressive force. Even the demon crown prince could not deal with it. Of course, what he was more afraid of was Jun Xiaoyao making a move. Not long after, the army of the demon world and the sorcerer race fled in defeat. The female soldiers of Womanland immediately cheered. Countless gazes fell on Jun Xiaoyao. To be honest, they were getting more and more curious about this black-robed person. I really wonder what kind of person he is. Could he be the same as that fatty? How is that possible? He's such a powerful expert. He should be extremely graceful and outstanding. In Womanland, the status of men was very low. But as long as one was a human, they would worship the strong. This was an unchanging law. Jun Xiaoyao was able to earn the respect of others simply by demonstrating sufficient strength. Hey, praise him, why do you have to drag me into it? Lu Fugue was simply lying down and getting shot. However, he was also more curious about Jun Xiaoyao than before. As for Qin Yuanqing, his face was a little ugly. Just now, he said that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely not be able to block a single move from the Demon Crown Prince. But now, he had killed the Heavenly Witchcraft Master, who was on the same level as the Demon Crown Prince, with a single strike. But after seeing Jun Xiaoyao's strength, Qin Yuanqing did not dare to be as unscrupulous as before. After all, this was the Forgotten Country. If this black-robed person really wanted to kill him, he would have nowhere to cry out. What a good play of the hero saving the beauty. Ling Yan opened his mouth and said. But listening to it, there seemed to be a kind of jealousy in the air. As a woman, the Womanland King obviously noticed it. She could feel that Ling Yan's identity should be extremely extraordinary in the outside world. And such an extraordinary woman seemed to be jealous of this black-robed person. He had undoubtedly aroused the Womanland King's interest. I think we should focus on the opportunity in the baptismal pool first, Jun Xiaoyao said. If not for the 3 secret realms, he would be too lazy to make a move. Next, everyone came to the baptismal pool. Of course, not everyone was qualified. The baptismal pool was divided into several areas. The outer area, the central area, and the core area. From the baptismal effect, it was obvious that the core area had the best effect. But it was obviously not something that ordinary people were qualified to enjoy. Most of the Womanland King's female soldiers could only absorb the baptismal air around the baptismal pool. A small number of Womanland's elites could cultivate in the outer area. As for General Yi Hua, Ling Yan, Lu Fugue, Qin Yuanqing, and the others, they could cultivate in the central area. Only the Womanland King could enjoy the inner area. However, the Womanland King looked at Jun Xiaoyao. You deserve the most credit in this battle. Come with me. There was a dead silence. Everyone, including General Yi Hua and the others, was dumbfounded. They didn't expect the daughter king to invite a man. Although it wasn't a shared bath. But in the baptismal pool, it was inevitable to get wet. Logically speaking, the core area was a forbidden area exclusive to the daughter king. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. In fact, even if the daughter king didn't say it, he would have. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to get the best of the opportunities he had. Even if the daughter king didn't agree, Jun Xiaoyao was prepared to use force. But obviously, the daughter king was quite sensible, which was why Jun Xiaoyao chose to help her. However, Jun Xiaoyao vaguely felt that there was a resentful gaze like a resentful wife staring at him. Jun Xiaoyao said again, I wonder if I can make another request. Say it. The daughter king glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. Let her join us. Jun Xiaoyao pointed at Ling Yan. Ling Yan's expression still didn't change much, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Damn, one is not enough. You want a dragon and 2 phoenixes? Lu Fugue widened his small eyes. Although he had 300 wives and concubines and often exercised with many people. But even 300 wives and concubines added together couldn't compare to Ling Yan and the daughter king. As for Qin Yuanqing, his face had already turned purple. He originally planned to show off in front of Ling Yan and curry favor. But now, he had become a joke. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao, the daughter king, and Ling Yan came to the deepest part of the baptismal pool. The environment was very quiet, and there were only the three of them. Jun Xiaoyao was able to tell that the place was an extremely special place for cultivation. Even just by breathing, he could feel that his soul was clear and his body was slowly becoming transparent like a crystal. As long as you are a human, you will always have flaws. You can't reach absolute perfection. This is the shackle of heaven and earth. My body and primordial spirit are almost perfect. Now, if I cultivate with the baptismal water, my talent and comprehension should be able to reach a higher level. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The effect of the baptismal pool couldn't immediately increase his cultivation. But it could improve his talent and comprehension to a higher level. Jun Xiaoyao had always been a freak among freaks of nature. If he could reach a higher level, it would be unimaginable. Would probably reach the legendary level of the King of Anomalies. That kind of existence was able to threaten the stability of the heavenly axiom, and there were only a few of existence. Children of the dimension, people of great providence, protagonists of destiny, in terms of talent and cultivation speed, they were all trash in front of the King of Anomalies. Even the 8 children of the Heaven clan were blessed by the heavenly Tao and had fused with the heavenly Tao crown. But in front of the King of Anomalies, it was definitely not enough. And Jun Xiaoyao's current aptitude was developing in this direction. As an exception, I have already attracted the attention of the immortal domain's will. If I really become the King of Anomalies, I'm afraid the heavenly clan won't be able to sit still. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He felt that if he really succeeded in the baptismal pool, the 8 gods wouldn't be able to sit still and would come out to deal with him. Then, the 3 of them didn't say much and fell into cultivation. Ling Yan and his daughter, the king, both fell into the baptismal pool. The wet dress outlined a faintly discernible beautiful curve. It could be said to be seductive. It could be said that if any man were to come here, they would definitely be tempted. Jun Xiaoyao was very calm, and his attention was focused on cultivation. As time passed, Jun Xiaoyao felt that his originally flawless body and primordial spirit seemed to have become even clearer. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Every inch of his skin, bones, flesh, and blood seemed to be in accordance with the perfect great Tao. This seemed to be the most perfect treasure body in the world. Even the incarnation of the heavenly Tao was only SOSO. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit of 3 lives was also becoming clearer. He could clearly feel the bottleneck of his primordial spirit. That was the bottleneck from the boundless level to the eternal sand level. Although Jun Xiaoyao had already absorbed a large amount of soul power of the heroic spirits in the void sky realm. At that time, he hadn't broken through to the heavenly venerable realm, so his primordial spirit was still stuck at the last step. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had already reached the heavenly venerable realm. He only needed one last burst of energy to break through to the eternal sand level. At that time, his primordial spirit would be as numerous as the sand in the Ganges River. It would be even more difficult to destroy his primordial spirit. However, I need one last bit of strength, a thought flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Wasn't there still the divine soul pool in the 3 great secret realms, that should be able to help his primordial spirit break through to the eternal sand level? However, for now, Jun Xiaoyao was still focused on the transformation of his talent. With many devouring abilities, Jun Xiaoyao could naturally easily refine the energy of the baptismal pool. However, the fluctuations of swallowing and absorbing made Ling Yan and the queen look sideways. Jun Xiaoyao is too ferocious when he cultivates, isn't he? Ling Yan couldn't help but think to herself. Suddenly, she thought of something. Was Jun Xiaoyao also so difficult to satisfy in other aspects? Ling Yan's pretty face blushed. It was better to keep such a terrible thought in her heart. After an unknown period of time. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt that his body, including his primordial spirit, seemed to have turned into transparent crystals. Every single bit, every single inch, was incomparably transparent. It was as if every cell was in line with the perfect great Tao. This kind of perfection did not come from the great Tao rules of the immortal realm. Instead, it came from his own inner universe. That was his own Tao, as Jun Xiaoyao was having this strange feeling. A thunderous voice suddenly exploded in the 9 heavens immortal realm. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be that an expert is undergoing the tribulation of the martial monarch realm? No, it feels like the heavens are enraged. The experts in the nine heavens immortal realm were astounded when they heard the voice. However, they were confused. They had no idea what was going on. Only some of the older, more ancient antiques were astounded by the situation. Could it be that someone like that has really appeared? Previously, the son of God of the June clan was known as the rare exception. He even dared to challenge the heavens. Could it be that someone even more talented than the son of God of the June clan has appeared? As I thought, all kinds of monsters have appeared in this golden era. The king of rare exception is someone that can threaten the stability of the heavens path. Just as many old antiques were bewildered, in an extremely mysterious sealed ancient world. An old man in a blue robe was sitting in front of an ancient wall. There were countless light dots and lines on the ancient wall. The light dots and lines were constantly flickering and flowing, as if they were the veins of fate for all living beings. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in the middle of it. It looked extremely tiny, weak, and insignificant, like a black dot the size of an ant. However, the black dot was not connected to any light dots or lines, as if it was an independent existence. It was impossible to tell what kind of existence the black dot was. However, the old man in a blue robe frowned slightly when he saw the black dot. As the one facing the wall of the heaven tribe, he knew what it meant. A king of rare exception that could threaten the stability of the heavens path had appeared. What was an anomaly? Those that did not make sense were called anomalies. And what did it mean by not making sense? He had a heaven-defying cultivation speed and terrifying comprehension ability. His talent far surpassed that of ordinary monstrous geniuses. He did not walk the ordinary path of Tao validation. They might even be able to jump out of the three realms and the five elements. There might only be a handful of such existences in every epoch. Jun Xiaoyao was publicly acknowledged as an anomaly in the nine heavens immortal realm. Even his father, Jun Wuhui, was considered an anomaly by many. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so outstanding. However, there was something even scarier than the anomaly. It was the king of anomalies. Rumors said it could threaten the order of the heavenly Tao. If it was said that there were 3 to 5 outliers in every era, then there would be 3 to 5 outliers. However, the king of anomalies might only appear once every few eras or even longer. The existence could control their own fate and break through the limits. They would become unbelievably strong. They might even create their own worlds and form their own heavenly Tao. They would not be restricted by the rules of the heavenly Tao. It was the reason why the king of anomalies could threaten the stability of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao would not allow anything beyond its control in this world. Meanwhile, the heaven tribe claimed to be the people of the heavens. They were loyal to the heavens. The old man in a blue robe was the person facing the wall of the heaven tribe. He was a great authority. As the person facing the wall, his only responsibility was to sit in front of the stone wall of fate and observe the heavens and earth. He would immediately discover anything that could threaten the stability of the heavenly Tao. However, the little black dot was the king of anomalies. Even though he was discovered, no one knew who he was. I can't predict his fate? How is that possible? The person facing the wall of the heaven tribe was astounded. Even though the king of anomalies was extremely rare, it was not like they had never appeared before. The heaven tribe had once eliminated one with their own hands. The king of anomalies might be extremely outstanding, but it was still possible to eliminate them before they reached their full potential. Could it be? The person facing the wall of the heaven tribe recalled something even more forbidden. His expression also became a little more solemn. He let out a sigh. Sigh, this is a prosperous era, or a chaotic era. Everything is changing, but the heavenly Tao exists forever. After a sigh, the Grey Clan cultivator fell silent. On the other side, in the ancient world of the Grey Clan called the Grey World, a voice rang out from somewhere. Oh? His Excellency facing the wall has announced that the King of Anomalies has appeared. It just so happens that this Taoist wants to make a trip out of the realm to settle some matters. You took away my opportunity and killed my servant. Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family, how much longer can you run rampant in front of me? The owner of this voice was none other than Heavenly Cycle Daozi, one of the 8 scions of the heavens. And there were 7 other existences with the same status as him. A battle between the 8 sons of heaven to hunt down the king of Divergent was about to begin. Of course, this was before the identity of the king of anomalies was revealed. As an anomaly, Jun Xiaoyao, who had once fought against the heavens, would obviously receive the attention of the 8 sons of heaven. The outside world naturally had no idea. Beneath the surface of the water, there was a huge force hidden behind the scenes, the Grey Clan. He was finally going to step onto the stage in this golden era. The appearance of the 8 sons of heaven, who were blessed by the heavens, was enough to crush almost all the seed-level prodigies in the mystic realm. Except for a few prodigies from a few forces, such as the Xianting, the underworld, the Jun family, some Archean royalty, and the holy spirits. The other prodigies, including some seed-level prodigies, were not even qualified to fight against the 8 sons of heaven. And even the prodigies of these major forces were only qualified to fight against the 8 sons of heaven. Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the Forgotten Nation, naturally did not know about the changes in the outside world. He also did not know that his cultivation would cause such a huge commotion in the Grey Clan. Even the 8 sons of heaven were about to appear because of this. At this moment, in the baptism pool, Jun Xiaoyao had a special feeling. His body was a Bodhi tree. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Every move seemed to fit the perfect Great Tao. Previously, he had been comprehending the sacred physique phenomenon through the desolate emperor's blood. But just like that, he suddenly had a kind of understanding of the remaining 2 sacred physique phenomena. It did not mean that he directly comprehended them all at once. It was that he had accumulated a lot of knowledge before. Now, after the baptism and transformation, everything was integrated. He completely comprehended the last 2 phenomena of the sacred physique of the ancients. Could it be that my talent is not even enough to be described as an ancient anomaly, but I've become the king of anomalies? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself as he experienced the changes in his body and primordial spirit. His body was like a Bodhi tree, transparent and clear, and fit the Great Tao. And his primordial spirit was like a mirror, pure and flawless. That bottleneck no longer existed. Next, as long as he had enough energy, he could break through to the eternal sand-level primordial spirit. That would be a new world. But why do I feel that even the king of anomalies is not the end of the talent? Jun Xiaoyao was doubtful. His body was like a Bodhi tree, and his heart was as clear as a mirror. This was definitely an extremely high Great Tao realm. But it was not the highest. Well, it's hard to find a king of anomalies in many eras. Now, it's enough. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind. He was also confident that in the future, his talent would definitely reach the ultimate perfection. Because his goal was to surpass all the existences of ancient and modern times and reach the absolute supreme realm. After the baptism, the daughter king and Ling Yan both looked at Jun Xiaoyao in surprise. Although Jun Xiaoyao was still the same as before, wearing a black robe and looking very calm and reserved. But they always felt that Jun Xiaoyao had some kind of indescribable change. It seems that you have also gained a lot, sir. The daughter king smiled slightly. It was very beautiful. Compared to before, her attitude had obviously changed. After attaining the king of anomalies aptitude, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was also like a mirror. He could see things more clearly than before. He began to see some clues. You flatter me. Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing me to train here. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Watching the interaction between the two, Ling Yan became an outsider. She was a little unhappy in her heart. Well, let's go. Ling Yan snorted coldly. The daughter king did not mind. A burst of light flowed on the 2 women's delicate bodies, and the moisture was immediately evaporated. The 3 of them walked out of the baptism pool. At this time, the others were almost done with their baptism. Qin Yuanqing, Lu Fugue, and the others also had some gains. Especially Lu Fugue, he directly used a spatial artifact to store a small pond of baptism water. This made Ji Hua and the other women of the daughter kingdom look at him with disdain. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao and the 2 women walk out, Qin Yuanqing was naturally jealous. But he was not stupid. Now he could be considered honest and did not dare to casually mock Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao did not care about him at all. It was not that Jun Xiaoyao had become a saint. It was that this kind of ant, he did not put them in his eyes at all. He was only willing to move his finger to those who could be in his eyes. At this time, Yi Hua said, "Your Majesty, are we going back home now?" The female king subconsciously glanced at Jun Xiaoyao when she heard what he said. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, "Since there are 3 great secret realms, why only fight for one?" Hearing this, all the women of the daughter kingdom were stunned. Did he want to swallow all of them? Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't give up just like that. He still needed to use the divine soul pond to break through the primordial spirit level. And the flying fairy waterfall was obviously a good thing. It was very likely that in the entire forgotten land outside the forgotten nation, these were the 3 greatest opportunities. But when the people of Womanland heard this, they were all extremely surprised. After all, there had never been a nation that could occupy 2 secret realms. "I think that's a good idea." The daughter king nodded slightly. General Yi Hua and the others wanted to dissuade her, but when they saw the look on her face, they knew that it was useless. Next, after everyone reorganized, they headed to the next secret realm. And at the Divine Soul Pond, they met the demons and centaurs of the 9 great nations. But with Jun Xiaoyao and the others, the result was naturally obvious. The 2 nations fled in panic. Jun Xiaoyao and the others also entered the Divine Soul Pond. It was the same as at the baptism pool. Jun Xiaoyao activated the Devour Law, and the vast energy of the Divine Soul Pond was absorbed by him to break through the shackles of the primordial spirit. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao only heard the sound of glass breaking in his mind. In an instant, he felt that the world was clear. In his eyes, everything seemed to have nowhere to hide. Even a speck of dust floating in the void thousands of miles away was incomparably fine in his perception. Jun Xiaoyao felt that the power of his primordial spirit seemed to have formed a vast and mighty river that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, deep into the end of the universe. His primordial spirit level had finally broken through the boundless level and reached the eternal sand level, a eternal sand level primordial spirit. With a thought, the primordial spirit was as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, endless and endless. It could be said that among the 7 supremes, even a Chaos Dao master wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit. It was an extremely difficult thing. Because Jun Xiaoyao could instantly disperse his primordial spirit and turn it into countless primordial spirit light spots. Even a Chaos Dao master would find it difficult to destroy all the primordial spirit light in an instant. This was the heaven-defying aspect of an eternal sand-level primordial spirit. Otherwise, why would it be called the eternal sands grade? And there was another point. When deducing any cultivation technique or mystique, the eternal sand grade primordial spirit also had terrifying deductive abilities. If the boundless primordial spirit was compared to a supercomputer, that eternal sand-level primordial spirit was like countless supercomputers. There was a qualitative difference between the 2. Jun Xiaoyao exhaled softly. After breaking through to the eternal sands primordial spirit stage, it would be much faster for him to create his own cultivation technique or continue to understand his own origin Dao mystique. Generally speaking, only quasi-emperors and above who specialize in the cultivation of the primordial spirit can cultivate an eternal sand-level primordial spirit. As for me, I already cultivated it when I was in the celestial venerable realm. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. A minor 1,000 realms of the innerverse, and a primordial spirit of the eternal sands. These weren't things that could be cultivated at the 7th level of the supreme martial artist realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao had managed to cultivate all of them. It could be said that if one didn't talk about realms, even some quasi-emperor experts might not be able to compare to his accumulations. This was because even for a quasi-emperor, it was very difficult for them to have an inner universe at the level of a small chiliocosm. After breaking through, Jun Xiaoyao's soul perception was more than 1,000 times stronger than before. The world seemed to have become transparent in his eyes. Nothing could escape his perception. And when he looked at the daughter king, he finally understood. Just where did that strange feeling come from? The forgotten nation is really interesting. Jun Xiaoyao didn't immediately point it out. Instead, he became more and more interested in the flying immortal waterfall. Sir, are you thinking about the flying immortal waterfall? Among the 3 great mystic realms, the flying immortal waterfall is the place with the most intense battles. The Yu Nation, the Spirit Nation, the Soul Tribe, and other strong nations will all fight for the flying immortal waterfall, the Daughter King said. It's okay. As long as you trust me, we will fight for it, Jun Xiaoyao said. The Daughter King had a long hair and a beautiful face. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with her beautiful eyes and said, I can feel that Sir's aura is much stronger than before. I believe you. That's good. Jun Xiaoyao also nodded slightly. When Ling Yuan saw this scene, her heart was filled with jealousy. She actually felt a little regretful. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought Jun Xiaoyao here. When they heard that the Daughter King was going to fight for the flying immortal waterfall, General Yi Hua and the others didn't know what to say. They all looked at Jun Xiaoyao. This outsider's strength was so terrifying. But they couldn't go against the Daughter King's orders. Soon, after a round of reorganization, they set off again. The flying immortal waterfall was located at the core of the Forgotten Nation. Among the three great mystic realms, it was the most fiercely contested. It was rumored that the flying immortal waterfall contained the blood of a remnant immortal. Only when the Chaos Fiend star appeared would the mystic realms, including the flying immortal waterfall, be revealed. This was an oasis in the middle of the Gobi Desert. The spiritual energy was dense and the brilliance lingered, as if it was a crystal gem embedded in the Gobi Desert. This was the flying immortal waterfall of the three great mystic realms. Looking around, there was a waterfall in the oasis, like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. Immortal energy lingered, and the light of the laws was dazzling. Vaguely, there were various auspicious divine beasts, such as the mystic bird, the qilin, the vermilion bird, the kuan pung, and so on. It made people understand at a glance that if they sat cross-legged and cultivated here, the benefits would be endless. At this moment, the earth was trembling. In the distance, a black army attacked. It was the team of Womanland. That's the flying immortal waterfall? Jun Xiaoyao took a look and thought to himself. The baptism pool transformed his talent into the king of anomalies. The divine soul pool made his primordial spirit break through to the eternal sand level. And the most mysterious flying immortal waterfall, what kind of transformation could it bring to him? Jun Xiaoyao was looking forward to it. However, at this moment, in other directions, there were also vast and mighty teams rushing over. Regarding this, Womanland had already expected it. If anyone stepped close to the flying immortal waterfall, they would immediately attract the attention of the other countries. The first to arrive was the Spirit Nation. Similarly, there were hundreds of thousands of people. And to Ling Yan and the others' surprise, in the Spirit Nation, they saw a familiar figure. It was actually the people of immortal Xianxia's unified lineage. The leader was naturally immortal Xianxia's seed, Songju. In addition, there was also the Son of Truth and Mo Yenyu of the Mo family. The Son of Truth. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. Enemies were bound to meet. That little girl is also here. Lu Fugui's expression was also not very good. Mo Yenyu and the others had obviously also noticed this side. When she saw Lu Fugui, a cold smile appeared on her face. Although Ling Yan was present, this kind of opportunity fight would not be given away just because Ling Yan was here. Then, one of the 9 great nations, the Ocean Territory, also came, and the ones cooperating with them were Mingya of Gonggong Immortal Xianxia and other prodigies. Then, the Soul Race also came, and with them were the prodigies of Xingtian Immortal Xianxia. Xing Yunshan, Long Xuani, and the others were also there. Finally, the people of Yu Nation also showed up. And with them were the prodigies of Fuxi Immortal Xianxia. However, Di Haoyan, Gu Tizi, and the others were not there. Leading them were the prodigies of the 18 steeds of Yen Yun, Purple Flame Heavenly Monarch, and the others. In an instant, the 5 nations and forces gathered outside the flying immortal waterfall. Yi Hua's expression turned a little ugly. Shouldn't we not get involved? Don't worry, let's wait and see. The Daughter King was rather calm. She glanced at Jun Xiaoyao from the corner of her eye. For some reason, this man who had been hiding his identity all this while. She always had an inexplicable confidence. It was as if no matter how difficult the situation was, he would be able to solve it easily. Even now, it was the same. There was not the slightest hint of panic on his body. Could it be that he still has some tricks up his sleeve? The daughter king couldn't help but think. Right now, Yu Nation, Spirit Nation, Soul Nation, Ocean Territory, and Womanland. The 5 nations were fighting for supremacy. One could imagine that if they didn't have any tricks up their sleeves, Womanland would suffer heavy losses. This was because the other 4 nations were considered to be relatively strong among the 9 nations. If Womanland insisted on fighting for supremacy, there wouldn't be any benefits. Young Emperor Ling Yan, looks like you're also interested in the soaring immortal waterfall. Xingyan, god of Xianxia immortal orthodoxy, had a faint smile on his face. In the outside world, with Ling Yan's identity, even the seed-level prodigies of other immortal orthodoxies had to respect him. But this was the forgotten nation. In front of an opportunity, no one would be modest. Even more so, no one would give up the opportunity just because of Ling Yan's identity. If you all want to fight, of course, it's a fair competition. Ling Yan was also very relaxed. She didn't use her identity as a young emperor to pressure others, because she knew it was useless. The soaring immortal waterfall is rumored to contain the blood of a remnant immortal. It's the greatest opportunity in this forgotten nation. It's indeed interesting. Songju of Xianxia immortal orthodoxy said lightly. His aura was restrained, and the surface of his robe seemed to be written with many ancient words. This immortal orthodoxy originated from a mythical emperor who created words, and each word had an inexplicable power. On the other side, Purple Flame Lord of Heaven's attitude was rather casual. He looked at Ling Yan and said, "Don't worry, you're the current generation's young emperor after all. When the time comes, I'll leave you some face." Purple Flame Lord of Heaven's personality, he was the type to be arrogant. Even when facing Di Haoyan, he had a desire to challenge and not be too respectful. Not to mention Ling Yan. Ling Yan's face was cold. After that, there wasn't much nonsense to be said. The air was filled with a murderous aura. The competition between the 5 countries was definitely intense. However, just when the atmosphere was as tense as a string, Jun Xiaoyao calmly walked out. No one present was able to understand what was going on. Jun Xiaoyao only said one sentence. "Don't look at me." The people from the other lineages and nations didn't know what this meant, so they were confused. However, the people of Womanland, Ling Yuan and the others immediately reacted. She understood what Jun Xiaoyao meant. None of them looked at Jun Xiaoyao again. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and a ball of light appeared in his hand. In that radiance, it was a pure white flower bud that looked like a snow lotus from Tianshan Mountain. It was as if it was carved out of sparkling and translucent white jade. It was enshrouded in celestial energy and carried a sense of mystery. In the center of the flower bud, there seemed to be a mini celestial being dancing. Her dancing posture was graceful, and people couldn't help but be immersed in it. It was the flower of the past that Jun Xiaoyao had plucked previously. Jun Xiaoyao looked at this flower, but he didn't seem to be affected at all. He wasn't affected by the flower of the past before. Now that his primordial spirit had broken through and reached the eternal sound level, it was even more impossible for him to be affected by the flower of the past. As for the people of Womanland, they didn't look at that flower. However, the geniuses of the other 4 countries and immortal lineages all subconsciously looked at the flower of the past. Then, many people's expressions froze. Their eyes suddenly revealed a look of confusion. "If you don't make a move now, when will you?" Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. The queen immediately reacted, and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise. Is this his method? Although it's simple, it's the most direct and effective. The queen waved her arm. The army of Womanland immediately moved. Some of the weaker cultivators of the other 4 countries were completely immersed in it and couldn't extricate themselves. Even some of the stronger cultivators and strong-willed experts were shaken. Of course, not everyone was powerless to resist. For example, the Purple Flame Heavenly Lord, Xing Yunshen, Long Xuani, Song Ju, Mingya, and other supreme geniuses all used their own methods. They had some special protective Dharma artifacts or primordial spirit weapons that could barely maintain a trace of clarity in their minds. Damn it, we've been tricked. What's that? Retreat first. If they knew in advance, they might have taken precautions and wouldn't be in this state. However, things happened too suddenly, and they could only retreat temporarily. However, Ling Yan and the others obviously wouldn't hold back. As the young emperor of Xianting, Ling Yan wouldn't kill all of these immortal lineages. However, he could still injure them and make them lose their competitiveness. For a moment, the scene was chaotic. The army of Womanland also made a move. The armies of the other 4 countries were either mesmerized by the flowers of the past or fled in panic. They were utterly defeated. Who would have thought that Jun Xiaoyao was able to secure victory with a single flower? Little girl, didn't you want to deal with me? Now you want to run away? Seeing the graceful Mo Yenyu take out her primordial spirit weapon and try to escape, Lu Fugue gritted his teeth and sneered. The Mo family and the Lu family were competitors. Both of them were extremely famous forging families. Lu Fugue immediately took out all kinds of Dharma artifacts and suppressed Mo Yenyu. You damn fatty. Mo Yenyu's beautiful cheeks flushed red with anger. She gritted her teeth. You shrewish little girl, who told you to pick on me every day? Now you're going to fall into my hands. Lu Fugue smiled evilly, and the fat on his face trembled. Mo Yenyu's face turned pale. If she really fell into the hands of this disgusting fatty, she would definitely go crazy. In the end, Lu Fugue took out a net made of 10,000 years old silk and caught Mo Yenyu. Songju, the son of truth, and the others who were on the same side as her didn't care about her. Because in the end, they were just partners. Now that the situation was critical, they naturally wouldn't risk their lives to save Mo Yenyu. An ancient character appeared between Songju's eyebrows, flickering with brilliance. This allowed him to maintain a trace of clarity in his mind. The Son of Truth was a special primordial spirit, so he also had some resistance to this kind of soul-level confusion. However, in front of him a black-robed figure suddenly appeared. Damn it! Seeing the newcomer, the Son of Truth's face changed. Why did the black-robed man target him? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the Son of Truth in front of him and sneered. The Son of Truth thought that this trial was safe because he knew that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't enter the Forgotten Kingdom. But he guessed wrong. Without the slightest hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao pressed his palm down and activated his eternal sand-level primordial spirit at the same time. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have a good impression of this holy orchid sect that had been plotting to get his Dharma body. How is this possible? Eternal sand-level primordial spirit. The Son of Truth was scared out of his wits. Even if he had a special primordial spirit, the level of his primordial spirit was far from reaching the eternal sand level. How many people among the 7 supreme realms could cultivate an eternal sand-level primordial spirit? Could this be a quasi-emperor? The Son of Truth inexplicably had an absurd idea in his heart. But before he could think too much, Jun Xiaoyao's move suppressed him. The current Jun Xiaoyao was no longer the same as before. Eternal sand-level primordial spirit, king of variance, sacred body, Tao fetus. All of this wasn't something that the current Son of Truth could bear. Just as the Son of Truth was about to resist, he heard a sound that sounded like a nightmare. Son of Truth, everything is over. This familiar voice made the Son of Truth's mind buzz in disbelief. A hint of fear even flashed in his eyes. Jun, Pucci, he had just spat out a word when Jun Xiaoyao's attack suppressed him. There was no suspense. The Son of Truth's physical body was directly shattered, and his primordial spirit of faith was also scattered and fled in all directions. If an ordinary primordial spirit was scattered, it would definitely be destroyed. However, the primordial spirit of faith was a special primordial spirit. Even if the primordial spirit was scattered, it could be restored with the power of faith. That was why the primordial spirit of faith was so powerful. However, Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed when he saw what was happening. He also activated his eternal sand-level primordial spirit. Instantly, the power of his primordial spirit seemed to have turned into billions of light spots. It directly destroyed the primordial spirit of faith. The primordial spirit of faith was supported by the power of faith. It was difficult to destroy it. However, Jun Xiaoyao was going to use his eternal sand-level primordial spirit to destroy every single primordial spirit of faith. This could definitely be said to be a ruthless extermination. The powerful eternal sand-level primordial spirit suppressed the entire place. The remaining Skyprides who were still struggling were shocked when they saw this. Who is that black-robed man? He has such a terrifying primordial spirit. As expected of the young Emperor Ling Yin, he was able to invite such a person. We admit defeat. The top skyprides of the other celestial heritages also took the opportunity to retreat. Of course, the forces of the four great nations could not escape because most of the living beings could not resist the power of the past world flower. Meanwhile, the primordial spirit of the Child of Truth was completely destroyed by Jun Xiaoyao's eternal sand-level primordial spirit. When the primordial spirit of the Child of Truth was destroyed in the ancestral land of the Gulan sect in the Nine Heavens immortal realm, a furious voice was heard. Who is it? Who dares to kill our Child of Truth? He entered the Forgotten Kingdom. Is it the work of the Xianting Skyprides? No, even if it's for the sake of our sect, the Xianting Skyprides would not kill him. Then he must have encountered some unknown danger. However, he has the primordial spirit of faith. It shouldn't be that easy to destroy it. Someone must have done it on purpose. Some of the important figures in the Gulan sect were furious. Their Gulan holy church had carefully nurtured a powerful seed that had completely fallen. It was definitely a great loss. Besides, they would never have guessed that the person who killed him was Jun Xiaoyao, who was rumored to be recuperating in the Jun family's ancestral land. Within the Forgotten Land. After killing the Son of Truth, Jun Xiaoyao had also absorbed and refined the essence of the Son of Truth's primordial spirit through his devouring power. Instantly, he gained a deeper understanding of the power of faith. It would also be easier for him to use the Dharmakaya of the gods of faith. Furthermore, the Son of Truth's immense power of faith had also been absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao and absorbed into the inner universe. In his inner universe, the sea of faith that shone with golden light had doubled in size. In the center of the ocean of faith, the god's Dharma body was like a sun. It sat there motionlessly, silently accumulating faith energy. There's quite a lot of faith power, but it's still not enough, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. In the future, he would have to think of a way to collect a large amount of faith power. After this, I should find a time to officially integrate the imperial court and expand my influence to gain more faith. Jun Xiaoyao had another idea. He had never lacked wisdom. After completely killing the Son of Truth, Jun Xiaoyao looked around and found that most of the others had fled. It was a pity that Purple Flame Lord of Heaven and the others hadn't been killed. Because Jun Xiaoyao had already found out. The one in charge of communicating with the taboo family of the Nine Heavens was Purple Flame Lord of Heaven. Jun Xiaoyao was determined to kill him no matter what. After all, he was the instigator of that assassination. However, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as he was still in the Forgotten Kingdom, he wouldn't be able to escape death. At this moment, the situation was set. The living beings of the four great nations had either died or fled. Jun Xiaoyao put away the flower of the past. This flower was extremely strange and mysterious. Jun Xiaoyao vaguely felt that the appearance of this flower in the Forgotten Kingdom shouldn't be a coincidence. It had an unusual meaning. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over. At some point in time, his daughter was already standing beside him. Sir, you are indeed an extraordinary person. It's just a little trick, Jun Xiaoyao said. On the other side, Ling Yan didn't say a word. Although she had succeeded in seizing the opportunity, why was she not happy about it? Let's go check out the opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao said. Then, they also came to the Flying Immortal Waterfall. It was rumored that the Flying Immortal Waterfall had fused with the blood of a remnant immortal, which was extremely helpful for cultivation. After a little enlightenment, Jun Xiaoyao was surprised to find that in this Flying Immortal Waterfall, his understanding of the various laws became deeper and deeper. This Flying Immortal Waterfall was extremely helpful for enlightenment. Furthermore, there was also an extremely dense amount of energy contained within. Jun Xiaoyao could use the energy to store it for future breakthroughs. Just like before, Jun Xiaoyao, his daughter the king, and Ling Yan cultivated in the deepest part of the Flying Immortal Waterfall. The others were in the middle and outer area. Now, even Qing Yuanqing didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction with Jun Xiaoyao. He saw with his own eyes that Jun Xiaoyao killed the Son of Truth with a casual wave of his hand. One had to know that even he didn't have much of a chance of winning against the Son of Truth. Now, Qin Yuanqing finally knew that he wasn't even qualified to catch Yi Shiwen's eye. Therefore, his previous ridicule was like talking to the air. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao was in the depths of the flying immortal waterfall. At the same time, he used the devouring power to absorb the energy of the remnant immortal's blood. At the same time, he began to comprehend the laws. When Jun Xiaoyao broke through to the heavenly venerable realm, he had comprehended 18 laws. That was already a record. Now, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to continue comprehending more laws. Every time he comprehended a law, a ball of energy would be born in his body. And in the end, the ball of energy would turn into an innate god fiend. In other words, they were the most primitive creatures in Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe. They could grow with Jun Xiaoyao's strength. In the end, they would become one of Jun Xiaoyao's trump cards. Jun Xiaoyao even imagined comprehending 3,000 laws and evolving 3,000 primordial god fiends. Every primordial god fiend controlled a law. If they were all used together, the power would be unimaginable. After making up his mind, Jun Xiaoyao also immersed himself in cultivation. He had the monstrous aptitude of the king of variants and the help of the flying immortal waterfall. Comprehending the Tao was as simple as eating and drinking for Jun Xiaoyao. He first comprehended the simplest laws, such as the elemental Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Soon, a crimson law began to appear in his body. That was the law of fire. Then, a faint blue law appeared. That was the law of water. Of course, it wasn't too difficult for Jun Xiaoyao to comprehend these most basic laws. The truly difficult ones were the laws of time, karma, and eternity. However, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't in a hurry. Comprehending 3,000 laws was obviously not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Even a great emperor hadn't heard of anyone who could control 3,000 great Tao. Jun Xiaoyao was just starting. A journey of thousands of miles began with a single step. But without a doubt, Jun Xiaoyao's strength continued to soar. After passing through the 3 great mystic realms, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation realm didn't increase. However, his strength had undergone a qualitative change from before. If the people of Xianting found out that Jun Xiaoyao had snatched the opportunity of a Xianting prodigy right under their noses, what would their expressions be like? Time passed bit by bit. An unknown amount of time passed. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao slowly opened his eyes. There was a deep look in his eyes. 30 laws, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself in his heart. That's right, during this period of time, Jun Xiaoyao had comprehended 12 laws again. Of course, these laws were not like the reincarnation, void, life and death, creation, and other laws that Jun Xiaoyao had comprehended before. Instead, they were the most basic elemental laws such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among the 3,000 laws, there were actually differences in strength. For example, the weakest was the most basic elemental laws such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other elements. If these 5 were combined into one to form the 5 elemental laws, it would be considered a higher level law. Further up were the supreme laws such as reincarnation, karma, creation, life and death. The 18 laws that Jun Xiaoyao had comprehended before were almost all of these supreme laws. This was also one of the reasons why Jun Xiaoyao was so heaven-defying that he could kill an immortal at will. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had a new goal, which was to completely comprehend the 3,000 laws. Previously, the ancestors had taught me that the so-called Tao to become an emperor was to find a path that belonged to oneself from the great Tao that one had already cultivated and comprehended. For example, the king of assassins used killing to attain his Tao. His Tao was the Tao of massacre. As for the ancient Chaos Emperor, he had never tasted victory in the first half of his life and had never tasted defeat in the second half of his life. His Tao was to never stop fighting. What Jun Xiaoyao needed to do was to find his own Tao. However, before that, comprehending enough Tao would obviously be of great help to him in comprehending his own Tao. This flying fairy waterfall is indeed a great opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Even with his monstrous talent, if he did not have such an opportunity, it would not be so easy to comprehend 12 basic laws in one go. After that, Jun Xiaoyao probed his inner universe again. He found that there were 12 more balls of energy. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao's own comprehension of the Tao had begun to take effect in the inner verse, which had given rise to the 12 balls of light. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that the 18 balls of light from before had actually hatched. 18 connate primordial chaos god fiends broke out of their shells. They were all the laws that Jun Xiaoyao had comprehended, and they were manifestations of the inner verse. Their current strength is at the true god realm. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself as he sensed the power of the 18 primordial fiend gods. Right now, to him, true god realm did not seem to be much. However, it should be known that they were born true gods. In other words, the lowest level was the true god. What did this mean? His future potential was limitless. As long as Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation did not stop, there would be no limit to the cultivation of these innate chaos gods and devils. This was the most terrifying part. Think about it. If Jun Xiaoyao were to break through to the Great Emperor realm in the future, in his inner universe, there were 3,000 innate gods comparable to great emperors. Once they attacked, it would be the combined attack of 3,000 great emperors. It would be almost effortless for them to defeat the great emperors of the same level. When he thought of such a heaven-defying scene, even the experienced and knowledgeable Jun Xiaoyao could not help but take a deep breath. Even he was shocked by his own thoughts. As for why there were so few great emperors who could do this, it was very simple. Firstly, not everyone was as monstrous as Jun Xiaoyao, who had the possibility of comprehending 3,000 great daos. Even for great emperors like the King of Assassins, it was already very good if they could comprehend hundreds of great daos. After all, the requirement of the supremacy realm was only one law. Secondly, only the inner verse that belonged to one's own world could give birth to an innate chaos god. This was the most crucial point. One had to know that the inner verse of many great emperors in the immortal domain was actually borrowing the laws of the immortal domain. What about Jun Xiaoyao? His inner verse had been expanded from God's origin. God's origin was a Tao that belonged to Jun Xiaoyao alone. It was the Tao path that he had opened. It was unprecedented. There would be no successor. This was the reason why Jun Xiaoyao could be so heaven-defying. After the 18 true immortal realm innate chaos gods broke out of their cocoons, they had been absorbing the power of the inner verse. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind. In his inner verse, there were immortal source ancestral veins, foreign dragon veins, spring of life, celestial tree, 6 paths of reincarnation immortal root, world tree, and other top treasures. Therefore, he was not afraid of not having enough energy. After exploring for a while, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness returned to reality. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes were also looking at him. It was Ling Yan and his daughter, the king. To be honest, they were very curious. After every opportunity in the mystic realm, they felt that Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have a qualitative change. After that, everyone finished cultivating. The energy of the flying immortal waterfall was almost depleted. Of course, most of the energy was absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao. After all, comprehending the laws was not so simple. Ling Yan's harvest was not small, and his aura was also getting stronger. Qin Yuanqing's handsome face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Because he was not in the core area, his harvest was not particularly great. Lu Fugui, on the other hand, did not care. Because he came here only to find various treasures, ancient artifacts, and so on. In his words, theoretically, as long as there were enough treasures, he could smash someone of the same level to death. At this point, the 3 mystic realms were over. The country that benefited the most was undoubtedly Womanland. All the women were very happy, and at the same time, countless eyes fell on Jun Xiaoyao from time to time. They all knew that all the credit went to Jun Xiaoyao. They were also curious about what kind of existence this man hiding under the black robe was. On the way back to the city, the king invited Jun Xiaoyao to sit in the same carriage as her. Jun Xiaoyao agreed. This made Ling Yuan feel even more depressed. She had a sour feeling. Lu Fugui dragged Mo Yenyu with the heaven's net with a lewd smile. Mo Yenyu's charming face was as pale as paper. Falling into Lu Fugui's hands was absolutely miserable for her. She seemed to be able to imagine what kind of disgusting tricks this fatty would use to deal with her. After all, Lu Fugui was known for his greed and lust. Many of his 300 beauties in his harem were directly snatched by him. After returning to Womanland, Womanland was going to hold a grand celebration banquet. And Jun Xiaoyao, without a doubt, became a hero. I hope you won't be absent from tonight's banquet. The king's voice was soft and charming. It would be impolite for me to refuse. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Then, he found Lu Fugui. I wonder if I can ask Brother Lu for a favor? Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. What's the matter? Lu Fugui said casually. He was not a fool. Jun Xiaoyao's display of such power made it obvious that he was someone with a strong background. If it weren't because he heard that the Jun family's son of God was still recuperating in the Jun family's ancestral land. He even suspected that the person in front of him was the rumored son of God of the Jun family. Of course, even if he wasn't, the strength he showed was enough to make Lu Fugui want to befriend him. I wonder if you can give this woman to me? Jun Xiaoyao pointed at Mo Yanyu. Hearing this, everyone present was a little surprised. After all, Jun Xiaoyao didn't act like a lecherous person. Both the daughter and the king favored him, and his attitude was also very decent and didn't cross the line at all. Bro, you want her too? Lu Fugui was also confused. To be honest, although he caught Mo Yanyu, he couldn't really kill her. Otherwise, the Lu family and the Mo family would be sworn enemies. Now, although the two families were in a competitive relationship, they were not in a life-and-death relationship. After all, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Even the Xian Ting and the Jun family would join forces to eradicate heaven. It's useful. Jun Xiaoyao said in a simple manner. Lu Fugui immediately understood and showed an expression that all men understood. Ahem, although I am extremely dissatisfied with this little girl and want to teach her a lesson myself. But since I'm interested in it, you can take it. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and pulled the net, wanting to take Mo Yanyu to a separate side hall. Bro, let me remind you, this little girl is arrogant and fierce, a mare that is difficult to tame. Lu Fugui reminded, fearing that Jun Xiaoyao would be defeated by this woman. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt a chill. The source of it all was Ling Yuan. Ling Yan was extremely upset at this moment. Although she knew that Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to come to Mo Yanyu for dirty things. But as long as she was a woman, she would always feel a little uncomfortable. This was because of the desire to monopolize. Although women all hoped that men would only be loyal to them. But there were also strong and weak desires to monopolize. For example, Xianxia was very gentle, considerate, and willing to tolerate Jiang Luoli. But if it were Ling Yan, she would never take the initiative to let Jun Xiaoyao accept other women. This was the difference between women. Holy sh*t. Don't tell me that this guy really poached the divine child of the Jun family? Seeing Ling Yan's somewhat abnormal attitude, Lu Fugui muttered in his heart. Meanwhile, in a separate side hall. Only Jun Xiaoyao and Mo Yanyu were there. Mo Yanyu was still trapped in the heavenly net. Her figure was graceful and curvaceous. Now that he was trapped in the heavenly net, there was a different kind of temptation. Although Mo Yanyu wasn't as beautiful as Ling Yan, Jiangxingyi, or Ji Qingyi, she was famous throughout the immortal region. However, she was also the daughter of the Mo family, an aristocratic family of blacksmiths. Her cold and arrogant personality, coupled with Ling Long's hot figure, created a great contrast. She was like a beautiful and fierce mare that made people want to ride and conquer her. At this moment, Mo Yanyu's expression was cold. I'm Mo Yanyu from the Mo family. If you know what's good for you, you should know what to do. Mo Yanyu coldly spat out. In the beginning, she had fallen into despair after falling into Lu Fugui's hands. She also knew that Lu Fugui wouldn't really kill her. However, taking advantage of her was unavoidable. Now that it was in the hands of the black-robed man, it was better than in the hands of Lu Fugui. Her cold and arrogant attitude naturally returned. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't in a hurry. He said calmly, I saved you from Lu Fugui, and this is your attitude? If it weren't for your tricks, I wouldn't have been caught by that damn fatty. Thinking of this, Mo Yanyu gritted her teeth. She wanted to chop Lu Fugui into pieces. As expected of the Mo family's Mississippi. Your personality is just like what Lu Fugui said. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Mo Yanyu stared coldly at Jun Xiaoyao and said. You don't need to force me to repay you. As long as you let me go, I'll give you immortal sources, treasures, cultivation techniques, anything. and quasi-thearch weapons. Do you want a quasi-thearch weapon? As long as you let me go, I can give it to you. Hearing Mo Yenyu's words, Jun Xiaoyao really wanted to laugh. Indeed, as a blacksmith family, the Mo family's resources were far more abundant than ordinary clan of the ancients. However, compared to the Jun family, it was like showing off in front of an expert. Even the emperor's imperial court didn't lack emperor weapons. Mo Yenyu took out a quasi-thearch weapon as a bargaining chip, thinking that it was very attractive. However, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, it was very laughable. I saved you, and you submit to me. Then, I can let you go. Jun Xiaoyao finally revealed his purpose for being there. He wanted Mo Yenyu to submit to him, not for this person. It was for the Mo family. Jun Xiaoyao already had an idea in his mind. He wanted to establish the 6 departments of the emperor's imperial court. And in Jun Xiaoyao's plan, one of the 6 departments was called the Department of Works. The so-called Department of Works was the department for refining artifacts, pills, forging talismans. As everyone knew, the forces that were best at forging artifacts in the immortal realm were the Lu family, the Mo family, and the Gongshu family. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao was willing to communicate with Lu Fugue. Of course, it was also for the Lu family. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to incorporate the Lu family and the Mo family into the Department of Works of the Emperor's imperial court. Of course, this was not something that could be done in a short time. However, Lu Fugue and Mo Yenyu were 2 breakthroughs. They were also the most outstanding talents of the 2 families. However, hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Mo Yenyu's face immediately turned cold. You want me to submit to you? Impossible. Who do you think you are? Are you the son of God of the Jun family? Do you have the right to make me submit? Mo Yenyu refused without even thinking about it. She had always been a proud mare. Not everyone had the right to ride on her. Haha, Jun Xiaoyao laughed. Then, he directly withdrew the heavenly net. Mo Yenyu immediately reacted. Her jade-like hand touched her dark purple hair bun and took out the purple jade hairpin. The purple jade hairpin instantly turned into a sharp ame piercer. It was a quasi-thearch weapon. Mo Yenyu held the ame piercer and stabbed it at Jun Xiaoyao's temple at lightning speed. Wait. A faint voice came out. The ame piercer was only an inch away from Jun Xiaoyao's temple. Why, are you afraid? Mo Yenyu's red lips carried a mocking smile. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and took off his black robe and hood. A white robe appeared. A handsome face like that of a celestial being looked at Mo Yenyu. His eyes were as deep as the sun and the moon in the sky. Mo Yenyu was stunned. The ame piercer in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and lowered his head to pick up the ame piercer. It's a pretty hairpin. With a shake of his wrist, it turned back into the purple jade hairpin. Then, Jun Xiaoyao personally inserted it back into Mo Yenyu's hair bun. Mo Yenyu was dumbfounded. She naturally recognized who the handsome white-robed man in front of her was. She was lucky enough to see him on the ultimate ancient road and during the border battle. However, she felt very inferior. She didn't think that with her identity and status, she could have any interaction with the son of God of the Jun family. But now, what happened? A legendary prodigy had appeared in front of her just like that. He even helped her insert the hairpin. This made Mo Yenyu feel like she was in a dream. She was about to faint. Then, she remembered her actions and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. She hurriedly bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. I didn't know you were the son of God. I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me. Mo Yenyu's voice was trembling. Why was she so sure? Apart from that vague and terrifying aura, there was nothing else. To be able to repel the 4 countries with such means. And to instantly kill the Son of Truth. Except for Jun Xiaoyao, who could do it? Mo Yenyu's heart raced, and her back was drenched in sweat. She was puzzled, very puzzled. Wasn't it rumored that the son of God of the Jun family was assassinated and severely injured, and was healing in the ancestral land of the Jun family? But why would he appear here? But that image, that aura, and the strength he had shown before, he was indeed the son of God of the Jun family. If it were anyone else who would dare to kill the Son of Truth so easily, Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who dared to do so. And there was one more thing. From Mo Yenyu's observation, Ling Yan should know Jun Xiaoyao's identity. Sure enough, as the rumors said, even young Emperor Ling Yan fell in the hands of the Son of God. Mo Yenyu murmured in her heart, and looked at the handsome face in front of her. Indeed, if it were any other woman, it would be difficult to resist. Putting everything else aside, this face alone was enough to make thousands of women in the world willingly fall in his hands. It was so much so that being able to be looked at by Jun Xiaoyao was an unparalleled honor. Why, I don't look so fierce, do I? Looking at Mo Yenyu's changing expression, Jun Xiaoyao touched his chin with his hand. Was Mo Yenyu scared by him? Of course not, Son of God is very good-looking. Mo Yenyu lowered her head, not daring to look at Jun Xiaoyao's face. If Lu Fugue was here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would fall to the ground. Was this still the arrogant mare that the Mo family couldn't tame? No wonder Mo Yenyu had such an attitude. Even if she was the noble daughter of the Mo family. But in front of someone like Jun Xiaoyao, she was still insignificant. The two were not on the same level at all. If the Jun family were to get serious, they wouldn't even need to waste too much effort to destroy the Mo family. No allies would dare to help the Mo family. Because the previous two immortal battles were enough to show the Jun family's courage and strength. Haha, don't be nervous. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Jun Xiaoyao joked. A blush appeared on Mo Yenyu's face. Previously, she was really afraid that this black-robed man would eat her. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's identity had been exposed. Mo Yenyu actually felt that it wasn't a big deal even if she was eaten. Instead, she felt honored. However, she had some self-awareness. Those who could have a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao were all peerless heavenly maidens. For example, the goddess of the Jiang family. And the young Emperor Ling Yan. She wasn't qualified. Actually, I admire you very much. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Mo Yenyu. Mo Yenyu's heartbeat sped up, and her face blushed. She couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. How many women could be praised by the Jun family Son of God? So, what are your considerations? Only then did Mo Yenyu remember that Jun Xiaoyao had said that he wanted her to submit to him. If it were anyone else, Mo Yenyu wouldn't even think about it. But the person standing in front of her was the noblest and most outstanding man in the entire Jiutian city. Countless heavenly maidens and peerless fairies wanted to become his followers, or even his concubines. The opportunity was right in front of her. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't agree. I won't let Lu Fugue do anything to you. After all, it would be a pity if a beautiful flower was tarnished. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, brushed the dark purple hair on Mo Yenyu's forehead, and said lightly. Mo Yenyu almost stopped breathing, and her face blushed. The joy in her heart couldn't help but surge. Son of God is too gentle, Mo Yenyu murmured in her heart. Linglong's delicate body seemed to have melted into a pool of spring water. If she missed this opportunity, it was almost impossible to have a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao again. Would she regret it for the rest of her life? Yenyu is willing. Mo Yenyu bowed her head and said respectfully to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and then said, I heard that there are 5 candidates for the inheritance of the Mo family in this generation. Are you one of them? This was not a secret. Mo Yenyu nodded slightly and said, It is indeed as Son of God said. Since you are mine, I will naturally help you control the Mo family. Any resources, manpower, material, can come to me. Jun Xiaoyao said. Mo Yenyu's heart skipped a beat. Although she was a little afraid in front of Jun Xiaoyao. But she was not a fool. She understood the meaning of Jun Xiaoyao's words. Lord Son of God, could it be that you? Mo Yenyu wanted to say something but stopped, feeling a little uneasy. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and said with a smile, Don't worry, I am not going to attack the Mo family. I just hope to find an opportunity to cooperate with the Mo family. Although Jun Xiaoyao said this, he had already thought of a plan in his heart. At this stage, cooperation was the priority. But in the future, when his cultivation level increased, wouldn't it be easy for the Mo family to completely merge with the monarch imperial court? Jun Xiaoyao did not want to force other forces to join from the beginning. that would not be beneficial to the monarch imperial court. Therefore, even if he was the king of assassins, Jun Xiaoyao would still try to appease him and not force him to join. So that's how it is. Mo Yenyu was completely relieved. If they were only looking for cooperation, then the Mo family should be happy to establish a relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. And if she could obtain Jun Xiaoyao's appreciation and support, she would have a great chance of standing out from the 5 inheritors. It was not impossible for her to become the head of the Mo family in the future. Thinking of this, Mo Yenyu looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a hint of respect and yearning. Alright, don't reveal my identity for now, Jun Xiaoyao said. He was in the dark, and the enemy was in the light. This was the most beneficial for him. Yenyu understands, Mo Yenyu said respectfully. Outside, the celebration banquet of Womanland was about to be held. Ling Yan and the others were invited to join. Damn, it's been so long and they still haven't come out. This brother is awesome, he can last so long. Lu Fugui couldn't help but sigh. Although he had 300 beautiful wives and concubines. However, he only needed 300 seconds to do it once. However, it took the 2 of them so long to go in. Shut up. A cold voice sounded. Ling Yan's delicate jade face was filled with anxiety and impatience. Lu Fugui shrank his head. Qin Yuanqing pretended to be smart and said with a faint smile, "Young Emperor, why are you so anxious for a dirty person? It's heartbreaking to think that the noble daughter of the Mo family fell into the hands of such a person." You shut up too. Ling Yan's tone was even more indifferent. Qin Yuanqing's face stiffened. Was he venting his anger on him? At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao and Mo Yenyu finally appeared. The moment they appeared, Lu Fugui was stunned. Damn, is she king tamed? Mo Yenyu was respectfully walking half a step behind Jun Xiaoyao, who was wearing a black robe. She looked exactly like an obedient maid. Her eyes looked at Jun Xiaoyao from time to time. Her eyes were full of respect and longing, and there was a touch of blush on her cheeks. It gave people a feeling that she had finished her work. Brother, awesome. Lu Fugui gave a thumbs up. To be able to train Mo Yenyu to such an obedient state, he was truly impressed. Miss Mo, he didn't do anything to you, right? Qin Yuanqing looked concerned. Mo Yenyu's identity might be nothing in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. But in Qin Yuanqing's eyes, she was not much lower than him. If he could build a relationship with this noble daughter of the Mo family, it would be good. This is between my master and me. What does it have to do with you? Mo Yenyu said with a cold face. Qin Yuanqing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I'm king concerned about you, why are you scolding me? Qin Yuanqing was completely speechless. Ling Yan was like this, and so was Mo Yenyu. Was he too annoying? Why were they all treating him like this? At this moment, Ling Yan's delicate and beautiful face turned to Jun Xiaoyao and said coldly. How does it feel to be in a tender place? Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. Was the jar of vinegar overturned? After that, Womanland held a grand celebration banquet. Ling Yan, Jun Xiaoyao, and the others received the most honorable reception. The entire city was brightly lit. It was like a dreamy city that never slept. Lu Fugui and the others were drunk and very relaxed. After the banquet, the queen invited Jun Xiaoyao alone to the secluded royal courtyard at the back to rest. Ling Yan felt a burst of jealousy in his heart when he saw this. In the secluded royal courtyard, there was a small bridge with flowing water. There were green pines and cypresses, jade grass and rare flowers. From time to time, there were harmless rare beasts jumping in the forest. Lanterns after lanterns decorated this place, adding a dreamy color. The queen and Jun Xiaoyao came to an open-air pavilion in the courtyard. This time, I still have to thank Mr. The queen smiled slightly. Her temperament was graceful and noble, but at this moment, she seemed to be no different from an ordinary woman. It's nothing. Moreover, I did it for myself, Jun Xiaoyao said. Here's a toast to Mr. The queen personally poured the wine and invited Jun Xiaoyao to drink with her. Jun Xiaoyao took the wine cup, smiled faintly, and drank. By the way, may I have the honor of seeing Mr.'s true appearance? The queen suddenly asked curiously. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, did not mind, and took off his cloak. The daughter of the king looked over and was immediately stunned. The mountains are far away, but there are no beautiful women, but there are banished immortals in the human world, the queen murmured absent-mindedly. Under the moonlight of the Chaos Demon planet, a handsome young man in white held a white jade wine cup and sipped it. What a stunning scene this was. The queen seemed to want to engrave this scene deeply in her heart. Her heart throbbed for the first time. Jun Xiaoyao sipped the wine and smiled faintly. I have revealed my true appearance to you, queen, but I don't know your real name. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the queen came back to her senses, and her face was slightly red. For as long as I can remember, everyone calls me the daughter king. I don't have a name, the daughter king said. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the wine glass in his hand. He thought to himself, as expected. How about this? If you don't mind, how about I give you a name? Jun Xiaoyao was suddenly interested. Give a name? The daughter of the king was confused. Xianxia, dream butterfly. How about the name Xianxia? Jun Xiaoyao asked meaningfully. Xianxia. The queen muttered to herself, and then looked at Jun Xiaoyao with bright eyes. Xianxia, this name is naturally very beautiful. Actually, there's an allusion to this name, Jun Xiaoyao said as he swirled the wine in his glass. Oh? At this moment, the daughter-in-law king was like a curious baby. She blinked her phoenix eyes and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Once upon a time, there was a person who was sleeping and had a dream. In the dream, he turned into a butterfly, fluttering gracefully and carefree. And just when he was so happy that he almost forgot about himself, he suddenly woke up. It turned out that this was just a dream, and the butterfly was just an incarnation of himself in the dream. But that person thought about it again. Perhaps, he was really a butterfly, and now he was just a dream of the butterfly. Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking. The daughter of the king fell into deep thought. Jun Xiaoyao took a sip and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Then he said, Your Majesty, we're about to leave. The daughter of the king shook her head and said, I don't call you daughter of the king. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, Xiaoming. Can't you stay? The daughter of the king, no, it should be Zhuang Xiaoming. At this moment, there was a hint of urging in her tone. Jun Xiaoyao was silent and looked at the Mars demon star in the sky. Originally, the Mars demon star was only in the shape of a crescent moon from the Forgotten Land. But now, it was almost a full moon. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we'll become like those walking corpses. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the Mars demon star that was almost a full moon and said. After the primordial spirit level broke through to the eternal sand level, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood everything. The reason for the formation of those walking corpses was not just because of the past flower. There was also this Mars demon star. He could now feel that the Mars demon star had a terrifying soul power. This soul power seemed to have absorbed the primordial spirits of countless people and was extremely vigorous. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to resist the charm of the Mars demon star. Even Jun Xiaoyao, who had broken through to the eternal sand level primordial spirit, could not guarantee it. And Jun Xiaoyao preliminarily judged that when the Mars demon star was full moon, that terrifying soul power would reach its peak. All the outside creatures that stayed in this forgotten land would become like those walking corpses, wandering this land forever. This was the most terrifying killing move of the Lost Land. Zhuang Xiaoming's face was as pale as paper. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Zhuang Xiaoming and said with a faint smile, I know you mean well. Zhuang Xiaoming was speechless. After a moment of silence, Zhuang Xiaoming said faintly, leave this place and head west. Then you will enter the world of divine remains. The ancient Xianting ruins that you mentioned before should be in the world of divine remains. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao got up. Wait. Zhuang Xiaoming bit her lip and hesitated. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Zhuang Xiaoming. Can you hug me? Zhuang Xiaoming said faintly. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled and gently hugged Zhuang Xiaoming, then turned and left. Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. The Forgotten Land is indeed very interesting. The next day, Jun Xiaoyao, Ling Yan, and the others left Womanland. Zhuang Xiaoming stood on the city wall and watched Jun Xiaoyao and the others leave. A tear streaked across her cheek. Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly. Zhuang Xiaoming muttered to herself. Her figure gradually became illusory. On the other side, Lu Fugue and the others looked back and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Where is the city of Womanland? Why is it gone? Although they had been some distance away, they should have been able to see the city. Haven't you noticed? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Brother, what do you mean? Lu Fugue was still confused. Mo Yenyu was also confused. Only Ling Yan seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a touch of astonishment flashed across her beautiful eyes. Everything is just a dream, an illusion, Jun Xiaoyao said. What? Lu Fugue screamed in disbelief. How is that possible? You mean what we experienced is all an illusion? Qin Yuanqing also didn't want to believe it. They were all outstanding people. If it was just a rough illusion or an illusion array, they should be able to see through it. Jun Xiaoyao directly told them some things. What? The 9 worlds are all illusions of some kind of dream? The real killer move of the Forgotten Land is the Chaos Demon Star, and those walking corpses before are also related to it? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's explanation, all the geniuses present felt that it was unbelievable. It was really too amazing. It was as if they had taken a trip to the dream realm. Otherwise, how could the Forgotten Kingdom become one of the 7 incredible worlds? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. What he experienced when he entered Womanland was that indescribable strangeness. In fact, it originated from this. However, at that time, his primordial spirit had not reached the eternal sound level, so he couldn't be sure. Of course, the opportunities of the 3 great secret realms are all real. This is also the biggest opportunity of the Lost Land in the periphery of the Forgotten Kingdom. That's not right. If it's the sole power of the dream realm, how could we be injured by those people from those countries? Lu Fugue was confused. Previously, Qin Yuanqing was injured by the demon crown prince of the demon world. Although they are illusions in the dream, they are created by extremely terrifying soul power. If you want to know the real reason, you have to completely unravel the secret of the Forgotten Kingdom. Only then can you know it, Jun Xiaoyao said. This was also why Jun Xiaoyao said that the Forgotten Kingdom was very interesting. Because maybe his guess when he entered before was true. The Forgotten Kingdom was really alive. Jun Xiaoyao's words undoubtedly shook the hearts of all the Skyprides present. When the truth was revealed, everyone felt incredulous. The 9 realms of the Forgotten Land were all illusions. However, it was not quite accurate to say that they were illusions because they were no different from reality. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. Perhaps this was the most incredible thing about the Forgotten Nation. They recalled what the big shots of the Immortal Court had said when they entered the Immortal Court. In the Forgotten Nation, truth and falsehood were intertwined. No one could distinguish between truth and falsehood, and it contained unpredictable dangers. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. If it weren't for your reminder, brother, we might still be in the dark, Lu Fugue said with lingering fear. He did not want to become a walking corpse. As for Ling Yan, her expression was even more unnatural. Her cheeks were quietly flushed. In that case, was she jealous of the heir? After all, the daughter king was also an illusion and not a real person. At the thought of this, Ling Yan felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao did not notice this. Next, after everyone rested for a while, they began to go deeper into the world of divine remains. If they guessed correctly, that should be the location of the ancient Xianting ruins. After Jun Xiaoyao's reminder this time, the Skyprides present had a trace of respect for him. It was to the extent that even Ling Yuan's prestige had weakened a little with him as their leader. But she did not care. In fact, the more Jun Xiaoyao showed his wisdom and means, the more she felt that her judgment was not bad. As for Qin Yuanqing, he was completely honest. He was not the kind of person who was extremely stupid. Until now, he had vaguely guessed something, but he did not dare to believe it. About half a month had passed since then. Ling Yan, Jun Xiaoyao, and the others finally arrived at the edge of the world of divine remains. Looking around, everyone sucked in a deep breath. That was because the world of divine remains was not on the ground, but suspended in the void. Moreover, it was not an entire continent. Instead, it was a series of floating islands. These islands were scattered all over the void. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of them. Many of the islands had many ancient buildings. There were also all kinds of precious medicines, spirit plants, and so on that were emitting fragrances. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't thought of the system prompt yet. Obviously, this wasn't the deepest part of the Forgotten Kingdom, so he couldn't sign in yet. Could this be another illusion? Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Even Lu Fugui was muttering to himself. I don't think so, Jun Xiaoyao said. Although in the Forgotten Kingdom, it was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, after his primordial spirit broke through to the eternal sound level, he still had the ability to distinguish. I think we should split up, Jun Xiaoyao said all of a sudden. When the crowd heard this, they were stunned for a moment before nodding their heads. That was indeed the case. The ruins of the ancient Xianting covered a vast area. And not only the ancient Xianting, but also the 9 Xianting immortal legacies of the later generations. If they still traveled together, they would undoubtedly miss out on many opportunities. And even if they found the opportunities, how would they split them? Some of the accompanying prodigies, such as Qin Yuanqing, Lu Fugui, and the others, naturally wanted a piece of the pie. They didn't want all the opportunities to be taken by the prodigies of the Xianting. Mo Yanyu didn't say a word, but she stood behind Jun Xiaoyao. Obviously, she was determined to follow Jun Xiaoyao. Brother, let's team up. Lu Fugui blinked his small bean-like eyes. If he followed a big shot, he could always get some soup and water. Mo Yanyu secretly glared at Lu Fugui, but didn't say anything. Although she still hated Lu Fugui. But with Jun Xiaoyao mediating, she and Lu Fugui didn't interfere with each other for the time being. Sure, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. He originally planned to take in Lu Fugui and Mo Yanyu. They would be the breakthrough point between the Lu family and the Mo family. Qin Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally leave this black-robed man. Ling Yan bit her lip. Although she also wanted to be with Jun Xiaoyao. But after all, she was the young empress of the Xianting, and she also shouldered the mission of Empress was immortal lineage. Most importantly, she had to figure out why she had 2 souls in one body. Therefore, she still had many things to do, and couldn't follow Jun Xiaoyao. Then, everyone began to disperse. Ling Yan was with a group of prodigies of Empress was immortal lineage. Qin Yuanqing was with a few other accompanying prodigies. Jun Xiaoyao was with Lu Fugui and Mo Yanyu. Before dispersing, Ling Yan glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and silently sent a voice transmission. Be careful. Jun Xiaoyao also sent a voice transmission. Don't force yourself, I'm here. After saying that, Jun Xiaoyao and the other 2 rushed toward those floating islands. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's back, Ling Yan was silent. Jun Xiaoyao always gave people a sense of security. It was as if with him, they wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. Ling Yan's group wasn't the only ones who entered the world of divine offering. The other immortal lineages also began to enter the world of divine offering. Of course, there was also a group of prodigies who would forever stay in the Forgotten Land. But that was normal. After all, before entering, they had already been warned that it was dangerous. They couldn't blame others if they died. Jun Xiaoyao led Lu Fugui and Mo Yanyu through one floating island after another. During this period, they also found some small opportunities, elixirs of immortality, rare treasures, and so on. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't too interested in these, so he left them to Lu Fugui and Mo Yanyu. In order to gain loyalty, one had to give something in return. Jun Xiaoyao understood this simple principle. Moreover, these treasures were indeed nothing in the eyes of the current Jun Xiaoyao. Mo Yanyu was elated, and her fair and charming face was full of joy. Even if she was one of the 5 successors of the Mo family, it was impossible for her to easily obtain the elixirs of immortality, immortal gold, and other supreme treasures. Now, she had only been by Jun Xiaoyao's side for a short while, and she had already obtained so many benefits. This made Mo Yanyu even more determined to follow Jun Xiaoyao. Lu Fugui was also very happy. Don't be fooled by his carefree appearance. In fact, he was also scheming. He also vaguely had a guess, but he wasn't sure yet. Even so, Lu Fugui's respect for Jun Xiaoyao grew imperceptibly. After all, if it was really as he thought. Then his identity as the young master of the Lu family was really nothing. So what if he was the son of the Heavenly Works Emperor, and just as the three of them went deep into the world of divine offering. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao stopped in his tracks. Looks like there's something good up ahead. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up slightly. If he called it something good, then it was definitely something good. What is it? Lu Fugui and Mo Yenyu were both dumbfounded. Of course, they didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had one of the 9 great heavenly books. Therefore, he could vaguely detect some clues about the treasures. Over there. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward and led the two into the depths of the world of divine offering. Not long after, the sound of quarreling and fighting came from up ahead. That's the Qiyu celestial system? Jun Xiaoyao looked over and saw familiar faces. They were the Qiyu celestial system's prodigies, Qi Long, Qi Yu, and the others he had met at Gu Tizi's marriage ceremony on the ultimate ancient road. But now, they seemed to be in a bad situation. Qiyu Immortal's lineage was in an awkward position among the 9 great Xianting. Because they were not orthodox. They used to be the overlord of the demonic path in the 9 heavens immortal realm, Jiuli demonic kingdom. They were ruled by the legendary emperor of the demonic path, Demon Emperor Qiyu. However, they later reached an agreement with the Xianting and joined the Xianting, becoming the 9th great immortal lineage. However, even after joining the Xianting, Qiyu Immortal's lineage still had a low status. Qiyu Immortal's lineage's army was always at the forefront of any conflict. However, they did not get many benefits. It was the same this time. The other 8 great immortal lineages were allowed to bring some followers in. However, Qiyu Immortal's lineage was not allowed to do so. As a matter of fact, it was already good enough that they could come in by themselves. There was even a rumor in the Xianting that the prodigies of Qiyu Immortal's lineage were not allowed to enter the Forgotten Kingdom. Meanwhile, a group of prodigies from Qiyu Immortal's lineage landed on a vast floating island. There were many huge blood-red palaces on the island. It was obvious that this was a treasure left behind by Qiyu Immortal's lineage. There were treasures left behind by the ancient Xianting in this place. There were also inheritances left behind by the ancestors of the 9 great immortal lineages. At this moment, a man and a woman were leading this group of prodigies. The woman wore a black soft armor that contrasted with her snow-white skin. She was tall and had a cold face. She was Qi Long. The most outstanding prodigy of Qiyu Immortal's lineage, Qi Lai, was killed by Jun Xiaoyao long ago. Therefore, Qi Long was now the big sister of Qiyu Immortal's lineage. Beside her was Qiyu. At this moment, their gazes were coldly looking at the other side. Several factions were confronting them. Songju of Songjia Immortal's lineage stood alone. Although there was only one person, he gave off a faint sense of oppression. Because he was a seed of Songjia Immortal's lineage, he had extraordinary means. On the other side were the prodigies of Gonggong Immortal's lineage. Their leader was a seated figure, Mingya. He was also a young prodigy with powerful techniques. In the middle, there was another faction that made Qi Long and the others look serious. They were none other than Purple Flame Heaven Monarch, Red Hair Ghost, and the others. They were all prodigies of the 18 steeds of Yan Yun and represented Di Haoyan's will. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? Qi Long said coldly. Though her capabilities were not weak, it was impossible for her to intimidate this group of heaven's favorites. We are rather interested in this inheritance. The red-haired ghost grinned, his eyes filled with aggressive wildness. This is the inheritance of our Qiyu immortal system. Qiyu shouted. Qiyu celestial lineage had a low status in Xianting. This fortune might be the chance for Qiyu system to rise once more. No, the fortune in this place belongs to those who are destined to get it. I don't mind if you go and search for the fortune of Gonggong Immortal legacy. Mingya of Gonggong Immortal system said flatly. He was dressed in a blue robe, and the law of runes beneath his feet surged like waves. When entering the Forgotten Nations, there was no rule that each immortal orthodoxy could only obtain the opportunities of their own immortal orthodoxy, right? Songju also stared at the Qiyu immortal system's inheritance. He could faintly sense a wave of aura coming from it. At the very least, it should be an emperor weapon. Have you ever taken our Qiyu immortal system seriously? Qi Long's twin peaks trembled. Qiu's lineage had always been at the front lines in the past battles of the Immortal Court. Because of this, Qiu's system suffered the heaviest losses. As a result, Qiu Immortal system had lost its competitive edge among the 9 immortal orthodoxies. Despite all their efforts, the other 8 immortal orthodoxies still looked down on them, seeing them as inferior. Purple Flame Lord stepped forward and said flatly, "You should know that your predecessors were the Jiuli demonic kingdom, one of the origins of the demonic path. They had committed crimes in the immortal realm. It was the Xianting that forgave you and was even willing to accept you. You should have been sinners, but now you can go down in history with the Xianting. This is your fortune. So, don't be greedy." Purple Flame Lord's words made Qiu, and the other prodigies' teeth chatter. What did he mean by forgiving them? Back then, Qiu demonic emperor dominated the Jiuli demonic kingdom. Xianting didn't want to pay a huge price, so they made peace with Jiuli demonic kingdom. Both sides were supposed to be equal. But now, Purple Flame Lord made it sound like Jiuli demonic kingdom was begging for peace. Qiu Immortal System's prodigies were indifferent. Purple Flame Lord changed the topic. "However, this may not be your only fate." "What do you mean?" Qi Long asked coldly. "You should know that young King Fuxi is destined to become the ruler of Xianting. If you are willing to side with Fuxi Immortal System, perhaps in the future, your status will rise." "So?" Qi Long sneered. "Contribute the opportunities here to prove your loyalty," Purple Flame Heavenly Monarch said. Songju didn't say anything. Daya's expression changed slightly. The 9 great immortal systems of Xianting had their own internal structure. Songjia Immortal System was on Fuxi Immortal System's side. But Gonggong Immortal System didn't choose a side. If Qiu Immortal System really gave the treasure to Purple Flame Lord, wouldn't it be a waste of his effort? "Impossible!" Qiu shouted coldly. Qiu Immortal System and Fuxi Immortal System didn't have a good relationship. During Gu Tizi's marriage ceremony, Fuxi Immortal System's prodigies humiliated them. If it wasn't for Jun Xiaoyao pretending to be Qi Lai, they wouldn't have had a good time. Later on, some Qiu Immortal System's prodigies were thinking, if they had a heaven-defying genius like Jun Xiaoyao in their immortal system, then they wouldn't be bullied to this extent. Sigh, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Purple Flame Lord sighed. "Seeing that we're all from Xianting, I won't kill you." Songju also stepped out. Although he didn't kill them, they would still suffer if they tried to stop him. "Let's have a fair competition." Daya and the other prodigies of Gonggong Immortal System also made their move. Instantly, all sorts of techniques and laws formed a torrent that blasted towards Qiu Immortal System's prodigies. "There's only one treasure here, how are you going to split it?" Qi Long shouted. "It's none of your business." The 3 factions had reached an agreement. They would first get rid of the hindrances, then fight for the treasures with their own abilities. Pfft. A series of blood-coughing sounds could be heard. Many Qiu's prodigies were sent flying like broken kites, coughing out blood as they suffered heavy injuries. Even Qi Long, who was the strongest among them, coughed up blood as her body trembled. Just as the prodigies of the 3 factions were about to enter the treasure grounds, a faint voice could be heard. "So this is the unified immortal system advertised to the outside world? How ironic." The sudden words caused all the skyprides present to turn their gazes in that direction. "Who's there?" 3 figures appeared in the void. A black-robed man, a fatty, and a purple-robed woman. They were Jun Xiaoyao's trio. "It's you." When they saw Jun Xiaoyao, Purple Flame Lord and the rest had a cold glint in their eyes. Back when they were fighting for the opportunity at the Flying Deity Waterfall in the Forgotten Land, they had been tricked by Jun Xiaoyao. "How dare you appear in front of us again?" Mingya of the Gonggong celestial lineage looked unfriendly. He stared at Jun Xiaoyao warily. He was guarding against Jun Xiaoyao using that trick again. The Purple Flame Heavenly Lord sneered and said, "You're relying on that trick to confuse the Divine Soul? Unfortunately, we're already on our guard." They had been tricked because they didn't guard against the flower of the past at all. If they knew in advance, they wouldn't have been tricked so easily. "Mo Yenyu, why are you with him?" Songju looked at Mo Yenyu, who was next to Jun Xiaoyao, with confusion. Songju, Mo Yenyu, and the Child of Truth were in the same team during the battle at the Flying Deity Waterfall. The Child of Truth had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Mo Yenyu was captured alive. At that time, Songju thought that Mo Yenyu might also be dead. He didn't expect to see her again, and she had become one of his people. This has nothing to do with you. However, since you brought me here, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't fight with my master. You can't win, Mo Yenyu said lightly. Jun Xiaoyao didn't take the initiative to reveal his identity. She naturally wouldn't reveal it. But one could imagine that among the prodigies who entered the Forgotten Nations, except for Di Haoyan and a few others who could exchange blows with Jun Xiaoyao, the other prodigies were nothing in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Mo Yenyu's action was indeed a reminder to Songju. However, Songju didn't feel grateful after hearing that. Instead, his face turned cold. After all, no man would be willing to be told that he was inferior to another man by another woman. Most importantly, the person Mo Yenyu had addressed was her master. She was a famous noble daughter of the Mo family and had a cold temperament, but now she was willing to call this black-robed man master. This made Songju a little confused and suspicious of the black-robed man's identity. As for the prodigies of the Qiyu celestial lineage, they were also confused. Who was this black-robed man? He actually dared to provoke three forces at the same time. If you're relying on Ling Yan, then I can only say that you're overthinking it. The Purple Flame Lord of Heaven chuckled. Jun Xiaoyao said very calmly, if you don't scram, then die. The one who's going to die is you. The Purple Flame Lord of Heaven was a frivolous person. He did not care about anyone. As he raised his hand, the divine flame surged and transformed into a fire dragon that charged toward Jun Xiaoyao. The Purple Flame Lord of Heaven was a living being born from a purple sun. He was born with the ability to control fire. He was one of the most outstanding dark horses of Di Haoyan's era. At this moment, as he unleashed his moves, the temperature of the world rose sharply. Songju, Deya, and the other geniuses were startled upon seeing this. No wonder he is ranked third among the 18 horsemen of Yenyun. Songju thought to himself. The top few among the 18 horsemen of Yenyun are already comparable to the seedlings of the immortal heritages. How strong is Di Haoyan? Deya did not look too happy either. The Gonggong immortal lineage did not want to submit to any immortal lineage. Facing the Purple Flame Lord of Heaven, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. He had already investigated and found out that the Purple Flame Lord of Heaven was the one who had contacted the Forbidden Clan and set up the assassination. Although he was ordered by Di Haoyan, his sins were unforgivable. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and pushed forward. The power of law surged. Jun Xiaoyao had comprehended 12 laws back at the Flying Deity Waterfall, adding to the 18 he had comprehended before. At present, Jun Xiaoyao had mastered a total of 30 laws. This was unimaginable for a 7th stage supreme. Now, he didn't need to use too many moves against ordinary people. It was like a battle between some of the most powerful people. Moves were already a burden. Every move of his showed the true meaning of the Great Tao. While the current Jun Xiaoyao had yet to reach that level, he was already beginning to take on that demeanor. Rumble, the fire dragon was extinguished by Jun Xiaoyao's palm. At the same time, it continued to press down on the Purple Flame Lord of Heaven. The Purple Flame Lord of Heaven's expression changed. He felt like the legendary immemorial stone monkey that was suppressed by the Five Fingers Mountain. He felt powerless. He had only experienced this feeling in the battle with Di Haoyan. But even then, Di Haoyan did not give him such a sense of despair. Who are you? The Purple Flame Lord of Heaven shouted. Jun Xiaoyao did not say a word. He was too lazy to speak. World-burning fire. The Purple Flame Lord of Heaven did not hesitate to use his ultimate move. Thousands of fire seeds surged out of his body. Those were the thousands of fire seeds that he had refined. Each of them was a rare fire seed that could burn the sky. When the thousands of fire gathered, it was enough to burn a world. Even the void was burned down. If any powerhouse was trapped in the myriad flames, they would absolutely be burned until not even ashes remained. In the face of the Purple Flame Lord of Heaven's powerful move, Jun Xiaoyao was still calm. He reached out his hand and the power of 30 laws intertwined to form a palm that extinguished the thousands of fire seeds. Then, he grabbed the purple flame Lord of Heaven. This scene caused the surrounding people to tremble endlessly. This was too visually stunning. He was once a dark horse who was strong enough to challenge Xianxia. But now, he was easily squashed like an ant in the palm of a hand. How is this possible? Did an expert of the older generation sneak in? Even the red-haired ghost and the others were stunned. Even Xianxia would need some time to suppress the purple flame Lord of Heaven. Kill. The red-haired ghost attacked to save the purple flame Lord of Heaven. The other members of the 18 horsemen of Yangyun also attacked. Yu Hui and Umo, who were ranked first and second, were not there. Bai Luoxue, who was ranked fourth, was not there either. However, the other elites of the 18 horsemen of Yangyun, such as Tianjinzi and Manwang, who were ranked seventh, were there. They all had their own areas of expertise. Tianjinzi raised his hand and formed a terrifying killing array. Sword light shot out in all directions. The barbarian king looked up to the sky and roared. His body actually expanded to a size of 30 meters, and his aura could devour mountains and rivers. These were the most outstanding talents of their generation who had been subdued by Xianxia. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was just an ordinary person facing these talents. He slapped down with his other hand. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the Tao was being overturned. A terrifying blood qi burst out along with the vast power of the Tao laws. Tianjinzi, Manwang, and the other elites of the 18 horsemen of Yangyun were smashed into pieces. The pupils of Cangju, Deye, and the rest suddenly shrunk when they saw this scene. This power was too terrifying. Who else could stop it except for Xianxia? Even the seed-level elites were weak in front of it. Who are you? The purple flame Lord of Heaven struggled as flames that could burn the sky kept coming out of his body. However, he could not break free from the hand of laws. An ant doesn't deserve to know your name. Jun Xiaoyao tightened his grip. Crack. The purple flame heavenly lord was crushed into dust by the hand of law. You actually dared to provoke Xianxia and kill his subordinates? They saw how easily Jun Xiaoyao killed the purple flame lord of the heavens and the others. Mingya couldn't help but say. Xianxia, what is he? Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. He was just a leak that controlled the memory of reincarnation. Even if he had some tricks up his sleeve, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, it was still very superficial and a little laughable. People like him thought that they could reap others. But he didn't know that he was just a life to be reaped. If not for Jun Xiaoyao, Xianxia might have been able to live a smooth life. But unfortunately. Since he was born, why was he born? No one can protect you, not even Ling Yan. Songju said coldly. His Xianxia immortal system was on the side of Fuxi immortal system. So he naturally stood on Xianxia's side. You seem to be on Xianxia's side? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Songju indifferently. Since he was on Xianxia's side. That was not only his enemy, but also Ling Yan's enemy. Because Ling Yan and Xianxia, these two young kings, were destined to be unable to coexist. Jun Xiaoyao raised his palm and suppressed. Songju's expression suddenly changed and he opened his mouth to spit out a word. You. As soon as this word came out, there really was a word you appearing on the screen. This you word was as if it was made of gold and iron, shining with a silver light, appearing extremely stable and heavy. This you word rapidly enlarged in mid-air, and finally turned into a silver metal wall, flowing with endless power of laws. Interesting. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a look of interest. Xianxia immortal system was rumored to have originated from a progenitor who created words. This lineage was extremely special, cultivating all kinds of words, and each word contained substantial power. Of course, this wasn't exclusive to Xianxia. For example, the Western Paradise sect also cultivated the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Among the cultivators, there was also the 9 words mantra of Taoism. It was just that Xianxia immortal lineage turned the cultivation of these characters into the core orthodox. The wall formed by the word you actually blocked Jun Xiaoyao's attack. However, this was also Jun Xiaoyao's casual move. That was because he was extremely interested in this cultivation method. Therefore, he didn't mind exchanging a few moves with Songju. Kill. Song Ju spat out another word. Immediately, blood rained down from the sky. A bloody kill word appeared on the screen. Jun Xiaoyao even felt a stinging sensation on his skin, as if he was being pricked by needles. It was as if the word kill had conveyed the true essence of the Tao of killing. With the King of Assassins' Tao of killing, he might be able to transform and condense the word kill, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He was trying to master it. After all, he had the heaven-defying aptitude of the King of Anomalies. In addition, he also cultivated the War God catalog. With just a glance, he could comprehend a lot of the various moves and abilities. Damn it, you want to comprehend my Xianxia lineage's Tao? Song Ju's expression was extremely cold. He was a seed-level prodigy of Xianxia. When others fought against him, they were all very careful. However, this black-robed man only wanted to comprehend his Tao and didn't take him seriously. This was undoubtedly a humiliation. You guessed right, too bad there's no reward. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Song Ju opened his mouth again and shouted. Kill. A bloody kill word appeared again. When the two words appeared and combined, a monstrous killing aura was produced. The entire world seemed to have turned into a bloody color. When the two words were combined, they actually burst out with an even more terrifying power. However, this was nothing to Jun Xiaoyao. His current strength was no longer something that these Xianting seed-level prodigies could contend against. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and imprisoned the two bloody words with the hand of law. Then, he activated the War God catalog and dissected the various mysteries within. His eternal sand realm primordial spirit was also comprehending the Tao within. This didn't mean that Jun Xiaoyao wanted to walk the path of the Xianxia immortal unified lineage. To him, all kinds of Tao and Tao were worth studying. This would also help him to truly comprehend his own Tao in the future. Seeing this scene, Song Ju suddenly felt powerless in his heart. This black-robed man gave him the feeling that he was a figure of the older generation. His strength was not on the same level as his. It's about time. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and grabbed, and the word kill was directly destroyed. Then, he used his finger as a sword and slashed at Song Ju. Song Ju opened his mouth and spat out the word defend. However, he couldn't block Jun Xiaoyao's sword finger. Poochie, Song Ju's forehead was pierced, and his primordial spirit was completely annihilated. This scene sent chills down Deya's spine. He felt the black-robed man's gaze turn towards him. Deya hurriedly said, I'm not on Di Haoyan's side. I'll leave now. That black-robed man dared to kill Di Haoyan's people and the prodigies of the immortal lineages without restraint. Either he was a lunatic, or he was really confident. But no matter which, the result was the same for Deya. He was not to be trifled with. As Deya spoke, he quickly led the Gonggong immortal lineage's people away. Jun Xiaoyao didn't attack again. If he really slaughtered all the seed-level prodigies of the 9 immortal lineages, that would really cause a huge problem. And more importantly, it would make things difficult for Ling Yan. After all, she was the one who brought him in. Jun Xiaoyao also promised before that he wouldn't go overboard with his massacre. After the Gonggong immortal lineage's people left. Apart from Jun Xiaoyao's trio, only the Qiyu immortal lineage's prodigies were left. Their hearts were a little uneasy. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was too terrifying. He easily killed Purple Flame Lord of Heaven, Song Ju, and the others. Thank you for your help, Senior. Qi Long walked up with a nervous heart. To be honest, they didn't know whether this black-robed man was a friend or foe. Although he helped them out of their predicament, he didn't look like a saint. I'm not here to do good deeds, Jun Xiaoyao said flatly. Back then, he pretended to be Qi Lai and made Qi Long and the others happy for nothing. And now, he was standing in front of the Qiyu immortal lineage's prodigies with another identity. However, Jun Xiaoyao already had some ideas and plans in mind. He saw it during Gu Tizi's marriage banquet. The Qiyu immortal lineage didn't seem to be favored by the Xianting. At that time, he thought it was a good way to break through the Xianting. Qi Long's heart sank after hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words. Of course, I won't do anything to you. Treasures belong to those who are fated to get them. If they're not mine, I won't force them, Jun Xiaoyao said flatly. Then, he walked directly to the blood-colored palace. That was the place of inheritance of the Qiyu immortal lineage. Lu Fugui and Mo Yenyu followed closely behind. Qi Long, Qiyu, and the other prodigies of the Qiyu immortal lineage gritted their teeth and followed behind. Sister Qi Long, don't worry. Most of the inheritances of the Qiyu immortal lineage have restrictions. It won't be easy for outsiders to get them. They might even suffer a backlash. Qiyu transmitted his voice secretly. The Qiyu immortal lineage used to be the Jiuli demonic kingdom. It was one of the origins of the demonic Tao. How could an outsider get their inheritance so easily? If they forced it, they might even suffer a terrifying backlash. But Qi Long's expression didn't relax at all. She felt that the black-robed man was like a god who had everything under his control. She couldn't help but think of another white-clothed man who had similarly subdued everything. This floating island was incomparably huge, almost like a small continent. There were many blood-colored palaces in it. They were grand and majestic, flowing with a wild and majestic aura. This was an inheritance ground of the Qiyu celestial lineage. There were many opportunities that could only be found by the prodigies of the Qiyu celestial lineage. But Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. He scanned with the divine will of the eternal sound-level primordial spirit, and everything around him was exposed without any secrets. Even all kinds of aura-concealing formations couldn't block the senses of Jun Xiaoyao's divine will. Jun Xiaoyao could easily find all kinds of treasures, ancient artifacts, and materials. However, he didn't care about these things. Mo Yenyu and Lu Fugui, who were following behind, were overjoyed. As for Qi Long and the others, although they didn't look too good, they didn't dare to say anything and could only follow behind silently. Blood Jade Essence, 10,000-year-old Silver Mother, Tao Origin Wood, what a fortune! Lu Fugui was so happy that the fat on his face was shaking. Mo Yenyu was also happy. Even with her status in the Mo clan, she couldn't get too many of these treasures. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about them at all. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao came to a blood-colored palace in the deepest part of this area. That palace was actually also floating in the air. It was chained to the ground and connected to the ground. The fluctuation that Jun Xiaoyao faintly sensed before came from here. This was also the place where he said there were good things. Jun Xiaoyao was about to enter when Qi Long's voice came from behind. Senior, wait, Jun Xiaoyao looked back. Lu Fugui raised his eyebrows and glanced at Qi Long. His sexy figure was not much inferior to Mo Yenyu's. What, you want to stop us? Lu Fugui grinned. Of course not, but this place is a little dangerous. If you don't have the bloodline of the Qiyu celestial lineage, you might be in danger, Qi Long said. At the back, Qiyu and the others didn't look too good. In truth, all of them were thinking that it was none of their business if Jun Xiaoyao were to be killed by the dangerous means involved. On the contrary, he could even reap the benefits in the end. Yet now, Qi Long had actually made it clear. Isn't this exactly what you want? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Qi Long. Logically speaking, that is indeed the case. However, Senior has helped us after all. Qi Long exhaled deeply and said with a serious expression. It's fine. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and entered with his hands behind his back. Sister Qi Long, since he doesn't care, then forget it. Qiyu said softly. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the smell of dust. The inside of the blood-colored palace was extremely vast. As far as the eye could see, it was spacious and empty. There was even a palace behind it. Array formation? Jun Xiaoyao scanned the area with his divine sense and detected the obscure energy fluctuations underground. He didn't mind and directly stepped forward. Instantly, murderous light flashed in all directions, and a thick blood-red sword chi swept out. If ordinary heavenly venerables were caught off guard, they would be severely injured or even die. However, these blood-red sword chi disappeared when it fell on Jun Xiaoyao. This was naturally the effect of magical power immunity. This ability could grow with Jun Xiaoyao. The stronger he was, the stronger his magical power immunity would be. How could this be? Qiyu and the other prodigies were completely stunned. This strength was simply not something that the younger generation should have. They were more and more certain that this should be a figure of the older generation. It was just that after hiding his identity, he was quietly brought in by Ling Yan. Then, Jun Xiaoyao continued to enter the next palace. And when they saw this palace, everyone present held their breaths. What did they see? Rows and rows of terracotta soldiers were inside. Counting carefully, there were a total of 5,000. These 5,000 terracotta soldiers were all wearing heavy black and gold plate armor with dark golden runes imprinted on the surface. They all held giant spears or long halberds in their hands, and their lethality was explosive. They were riding on a dragon horse with a trace of dragon blood. They looked like 5,000 steel statues, with a terrifying aura that made the air heavy. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. What surprised him was the aura of these 5,000 terracotta soldiers. They were all Supreme Being powerhouses, although Jun Xiaoyao's current strength had far surpassed that of a Supreme Being. It did not mean that Supreme Beings were cabbages on the street. In some large forces, Supreme Beings were still existences like ancestors who had become saints. But now, the 5,000 terracotta soldiers in front of him were all filled with the aura of a Supreme Being. This was a little surprising. An army formed by Supreme Beings, how big of a deal was this? Even the Jun family had not appeared before. Of course, it was also possible that the Jun family had not brought out such a trump card, but it did not mean that it did not exist. But now, this army formed by 5,000 Supreme Beings appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Just when Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. Behind him, Qi Long and the other geniuses of the Qiyu celestial lineage could not help but cry out. This is the barbarian cavalry of the Jiuli Devil Kingdom. Qi Long cried out involuntarily. She covered her mouth with her jade-like hand, extremely shocked. Actually, they did not know much. They only knew that the predecessor of the Qiyu celestial lineage, the Jiuli Devil Kingdom, once had an invincible army called the Barbarian Cavalry. There weren't many people in this group of cavalry. Even at its peak, it did not exceed 10,000, but its combat strength was extremely terrifying. At that time, even the Xian Ting had paid a price to fight against this cavalry. A large number of heavenly soldiers and generals had fallen. Qi Long and the others did not expect to see this invincible army of Supreme Beings here again. Barbarian cavalry, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up slightly. If this army could be used by him and included in the Emperor Imperial Court, that would be a considerable increase in the combat strength of the Emperor Imperial Court. After all, this was an army formed by Supreme Beings. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and the perception of the eternal sand-level primordial spirit covered the area. Soon, he sensed a trace of the situation. No, these barbarian cavalry don't seem to be living creatures. They are more like half-human, half-puppet existences. Jun Xiaoyao muttered. At this moment, Qi Long said, Senior is indeed wise. This barbarian cavalry is indeed the army of the Jiuli Devil Kingdom, the predecessor of the Qiyu celestial lineage. They were originally humans, but they were refined into half-human and half-puppet existences using a special technique. That's why they can exist in this world. Their cultivation was forcefully raised to the Supreme Being level, but their potential was exhausted, and they could only stop there for the rest of their lives. Qi Long's words solved Jun Xiaoyao's doubts. He knew it. Supreme Beings were not cabbages. How could they easily form an army? Being refined into a half-puppet meant losing the potential to advance. This was the price they had to pay. And Jun Xiaoyao was certain. If it was a one-on-one battle, the Supreme Beings of the barbarian cavalry would definitely not be able to defeat a true Supreme Being. But to be honest, there were pros and cons. Although the price to pay was huge, such a Supreme Being army did not rely on quality, but on quantity. 3 to 5 might be meaningless. But if there were tens of thousands of them, then it would be terrifying. They would be invincible and no one would be able to stop them. Let me give it a try. Jun Xiaoyao was curious as he stepped into the array of puppets. Instantly, killing intent surged. The barbarian cavalry that had been silent for thousands of years began to tremble. The dust on the black gold plate armor on their bodies rustled and fell. It was as if a machine that had been silent for a long time had begun to move. One by one, the barbarian cavalry and the dragon horses under them all opened their eyes. Their eyes were incomparably numb and dead. But there was a hint of inspiration. Obviously, these were half-human, half-puppet existences. Although they were like puppets, they retained a trace of human thinking and fighting instincts. This was the most powerful aspect of the barbarian cavalry. They had the immortal body of a puppet and powerful strength. They also had a trace of human inspiration and fighting instincts. This kind of existence was far more powerful than those ordinary puppets. Rumble, the barbarian cavalry had all awakened. Holding a golden spear in their hands, the aura of each supreme being soared into the sky. The current supreme being was almost the same as an ant to Xianxia. But when the aura of 5,000 supreme being overlapped and erupted, it actually made Xianxia look sideways. A bit interesting, Xianxia revealed a trace of surprise. He could see it. This barbarian cavalry seemed to be arranged in a special array. The power of 5,000 supreme beings seemed to be twisted into a rope. The combined power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it was multiplied. Boom, the 5,000 barbarian cavalry took a step forward in unison, and the entire blood-colored palace trembled. If it wasn't for the special array suppression of this palace, it would have been shattered into pieces. Oh my god, that aura is so terrifying. Lu Fugue and Mo Yanyu couldn't help but take 2 steps back. That terrifying aura, even a heavenly venerable would have to suffer. Is this the power of the barbarian cavalry? Senior is in trouble. Qi Long was a little shocked, but at the same time, he was a little worried. We have already reminded him. If anything happens to him, he can't blame us. Qiyu curled his lips and said. In fact, he was also very jealous of the barbarian cavalry. It would be a great help to Qiyu's system. However, when Qi Long saw this, he suddenly laughed coldly and said, even if something happens to Senior and we can take over the barbarian destruction cavalry, do you think that Xian Ting will let our Qiyu celestial system get it? Qi Long's words caused Qiyu and the others to instantly sober up as if they had been enlightened. That was right. Even if it was a fortuitous encounter for Qiyu. However, how could the Xian Ting hand over the Supreme Being army that had once massacred the Xian Ting to Qiyu Celestial, unknowingly? Qiyu Celestial lineage had a deep sense of rejection and alienation toward the Xian Ting. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao also made his move. He thrust out his palm and clashed with the power of the 5,000 cavalrymen. The stone shattered and the sky shook as ripples surged. Jun Xiaoyao's palm was slightly numb. Interesting. The power amplified by 5,000 supreme beings is enough to kill an ordinary heavenly venerable. It's enough to block a mystique venerable's attack. The power of 5,000 supreme beings was not something that a seed-level prodigy could block. Jun Xiaoyao could block it because he did not need to be too wary of a mystique venerable. However, the power of the barbarian destruction cavalry was only comparable to a mystique venerable. It was not really a match for a mystique venerable. Jun Xiaoyao's qi and blood surged as vast as the sea, activating the true power of the Tao fetus. As he threw out a punch, the power of qi and blood turned into a long dragon as the power of the Tao pattern spread out. The 5,000 barbarian destruction cavalry were instantly crushed and sent flying. Although it was comparable to a mystique venerable, it was still not the same as a true supreme mystique venerable. That aura, the aura that Jun Xiaoyao released at that moment almost suffocated Qi Long and the others. They vaguely felt something. However, because it was only for a moment, they were not sure. Why, it's a bit like that kind of constitution. Qi was surprised. However, he was not sure. That kind of constitution was rare since ancient times. Similar to the chaos physique and the eternal immortal physique, it was very rare for one to appear in an era. How could such a talented genius appear in front of them so coincidentally? Did I sense it wrong? Qi Long was not sure either. If it was really that kind of constitution, it would surely shock the entire Nine Heavens immortal realm. Meanwhile, after defeating the barbarian destruction cavalry, Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward and entered the last palace. Qi Long and the others cautiously walked up. It was unknown if it was because they were defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, or because of Qi Long and the others' bloodline. The barbarian destruction cavalry did not move again. Instead, they returned to silence as if they were dead. Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the last palace. A bloody smell assailed his nostrils, together with a strong murderous aura and emperor's aura. As far as the eye could see, there was only one pool of blood in the entire hall. the blood in the pool was not bright red. Instead, it was colorful. It was as if the blood of countless races had been absorbed into it, resulting in such a color. However, the pool of blood was not the most important thing. Instead, there was a scroll floating in the blood pool. That's right, it was a scroll. It seemed to be made of a special kind of leather, which was slightly yellow. It was engraved with countless ancient runes. Most importantly, the images of the 4 ferocious beasts seemed to be alive when they were imprinted on it. Xianxia glanced at it. The patterns seemed to be the 4 great beasts of the ancient era. Taotai, Xianxia, Taowu, and Hundun. The 4 great beasts stood against the 4 godly beasts, the blue dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. However, these pure-blooded beasts of the ancient era had almost gone extinct. In recent times, there were only some mixed-blooded descendants of them. However, in the real ancient era, the 4 great beasts were absolutely terrifying. For example, the Taotai tribe once had a pure-blooded cultivator known as the Taotai monarch, who had devoured more than one martial monarch alive. Xianxia could sense it. The scroll was emitting a strong emperor's aura. It was definitely a top-tier monarch weapon. However, Xianxia was puzzled. He also sensed a wisp of immortal Tao energy in it. This scroll did not seem to be just a simple monarch weapon. Heavens, that's Qi Long, Qi Yu, and the other prodigies of the Qi Yu celestial lineage who entered from behind almost suffocated when they saw the scroll. What do you know? Xianxia asked. Qi Yu and the others were speechless, their eyes were filled with shock and excitement. Qi Long came back to his senses and spoke. This should be the Qi Yu celestial lineage's quasi-immortal weapon, the Jiuli painting, which originally belonged to the Qi Yu demon emperor, Qi Long said. Former quasi-immortal weapon? Xianxia noticed Qi Long's words. That's right. This Jiuli painting was personally refined by the Qi Yu demon emperor. It was stacked with 9 martial monarch skins, infused with monarch runes, and refined with immortal blood. Finally, it was infused with the souls of the 4 great beasts to form a quasi-immortal weapon. Originally, Demon Emperor Qi Yu of my clan wanted to refine a true immortal artifact. However, he seemed to lack a certain material, which was why he could not refine it. The Qi Yu demon emperor only found 2 of the 4 great beasts' souls and sealed them in the Jiuli painting. However, during the battle between the Qi Yu demon emperor and the Xianting, the 2 great beasts' souls were released. This might be the reason why the Jiuli painting fell to the monarch weapon level. Qi Long told him all the information she knew. This information was recorded in the Qi Yu celestial lineage's scripture pavilion. As a top prodigy of the Qi Yu celestial lineage, she had naturally read about it. After Xianxia heard about it, he couldn't help but marvel at Fiend Emperor Qi Yu's generosity. 9 great emperor skins. Those were 9 great emperors. Moreover, with Fiend Emperor Qi Yu's strength, the great emperors he killed were obviously not ordinary great emperors. They should be at least great emperors or even stronger. In addition, he also inscribed emperor runes and found immortal blood. Finally, he wanted to find the souls of the 4 beasts. However, in the end, he only found 2. In addition, to forge an immortal artifact, he seemed to need some kind of material. And this material didn't seem to exist in the celestial realm. Therefore, Fiend Emperor Qi Yu didn't forge a real immortal artifact in the end. He only forged it into a pseudo-immortal artifact. Later on, the Jiuli demonic kingdom and Xianting fought. Fiend Emperor Qi Yu released the souls of the 2 beasts in the Jiuli painting. Therefore, the Jiuli painting fell from a pseudo-immortal artifact to an emperor artifact. However, with the Jiuli painting's quality, it was definitely a top-tier emperor artifact. In other words, as long as we find the souls of the beasts and seal them in, this Jiuli painting will become a pseudo-immortal artifact again? Xianxia said. I don't know about that. Qi Long didn't dare to guarantee anything. Xianxia nodded lightly. At the side, Lu Fugue was drooling as he watched. One had to know that even the ancestors of the Lu family had only created a pseudo-immortal artifact after exhausting the efforts of the entire family. However, Fiend Emperor Qi Yu had used such a large amount of resources to create a pseudo-immortal artifact. In fact, if it wasn't for the lack of a certain material, he might really be able to create a real immortal artifact. This was simply heaven-defying. Don't think too much. Fiend Emperor Qiu's strength isn't something that ordinary people can achieve. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have seen through Lu Fugui's thoughts and said. Lu Fugui also nodded. Indeed. Who was Fiend Emperor Qiu? He was one of the legends of the demonic path. He was a famous supreme expert in ancient history. To put it bluntly, Fiend Emperor Qiu alone could easily destroy the Lu family. Such a legendary figure was indeed not something that ordinary people and forces could compare to. It's a pity. Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. During the battle between Qiu and Xianting, Demon Emperor Qiu released the souls of the two ferocious beasts. Otherwise, this Jiuli painting would still be a quasi-immortal artifact. The value of a quasi-immortal artifact and an imperial artifact were incomparable. Fortunately, the Jiuli painting still had the possibility of being upgraded. As long as he could find the souls of the four ferocious beasts, he should be able to refine it into a pseudo-immortal artifact again. In fact, if he could find the special material that could be used to forge immortal artifacts, it was not impossible for it to transform into a true immortal artifact in the future. Thus, even though the Jiuli painting was only a top-notch imperial armament, it was still a top-notch imperial armament. However, his true value was evidently not limited to his imperial armament. After hearing Jun Xiaoyao's attitude, the Qiu Immortal System's prodigies had a subtle change in expression. From the sound of it, this Jiuli painting seemed to already belong to Jun Xiaoyao. At the side, Lu Fugui coveted the Jiuli painting. But he also knew that this was not something he could obtain. Brother, I have a small request, but I don't know if I should say it. Lu Fugui said with a serious expression, which was rare for him. Previously, he had always been sloppy and carefree. This was the first time seeing him so serious. Why? You want this Jiuli painting? Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. Of course not. Lu Fugui shook his head like a rattledrum. Brother, you've given us all the opportunities along the way. How can I ask for more? Brother, after you get the Jiuli painting, can you spare some time for me to study it? If you want to upgrade this Jiuli painting to a quasi-immortal artifact in the future, can you let us observe it? Lu Fugui asked carefully. If the Jiuli painting could be upgraded to a quasi-immortal artifact, it would definitely be a rare experience. If the Lu family could observe it, they would definitely gain a lot. It's not a big deal. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. On the other side, Mo Yenyu also blinked and looked at Jun Xiaoyao eagerly. The Mo family can do it too. Jun Xiaoyao said. Now, Mo Yenyu and Lu Fugui were relieved. In the future, if they had the chance to witness the creation of a quasi-immortal artifact with their own eyes, they might have a special understanding of forging. Meanwhile, the group of Qiu Immortal Systems prodigies didn't look too good. This was supposed to be theirs, but now, Jun Xiaoyao and the others were discussing how to use it. Then, Jun Xiaoyao began to think about taking the Jiuli painting. At this time, Qi Long hesitated and said again, Senior, this Jiuli painting, what? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Qi Long. He felt that the Qiu Immortal Systems prodigies shouldn't be so ignorant. Senior, please don't misunderstand. What I mean is that this Jiuli painting can only be inherited by those of the Qiu Immortal System's unified bloodline. If not, then what? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Otherwise, unless you can get the approval of the Jiuli painting, but that means you have to get the approval of Qiu Demon Emperor. Qi Long said. So, that's how it is. Jun Xiaoyao remained calm and unfazed. So what if it was a myth emperor? It wasn't like he hadn't seen one before. He had met the Azure Emperor before. Moreover, after experiencing the calamity, Jun Xiaoyao's horizons were completely opened. Now, he wouldn't even bat an eye if a myth emperor was in front of him. Jun Xiaoyao began to put away the Jiuli painting. Meanwhile, Qi Long quietly watched the scene. There was one thing she didn't say. If he could get the approval of Qiu Demon Emperor, then he would become the spiritual leader of Qiu Immortal System. Because Qiu Demon Emperor was the founder of Jiuli Devil Kingdom. If he could inherit the Jiuli painting, he would be recognized by Qiu Demon Emperor. He would become the leader of Qiu Immortal System. What will happen if he fails? Mo Yenyu suddenly asked. She was worried about Jun Xiaoyao. Qi Long pondered for a moment and said, if he fails, he will die. Jiuli Devil Kingdom itself was the origin of the evil Tao. If he failed, there was no way out. Now that's exciting. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and directly stepped into the blood pool. Suddenly, the Jiuli painting began to tremble. A majestic blood light enveloped the entire blood pool. Jun Xiaoyao's vision instantly turned black, and then the world changed drastically. He seemed to have come to a blood-red world. That horrifying soul pressure was simply going to crush a person's primordial spirit. Jun Xiaoyao was now somewhat glad that he had broken through to the eternal sand-level primordial spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have much confidence in dealing with this unknown situation. At this moment, 4 balls of murderous aura suddenly appeared. 4 giant beasts that were as tall as ancient demonic mountains began to invade Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness, wanting to devour his primordial spirit. The remnant souls of the 4 beasts. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes sharpened. This obviously couldn't be the true souls of the 4 beasts. It was just a trace of remnant soul aura. But even if it was just the remnant soul aura, it was terrifying enough. Its power was enough to completely crush a person's primordial spirit. At least among the 7 realms of Supreme, there shouldn't be many who could block it. The 4 ferocious remnant souls were like 4 primordial demonic mountains, towering tens of thousands of feet tall between heaven and earth. It could be said that there was almost no need for them to make a move. Just that pressure alone was enough to crush and devour the essence soul of an ordinary prodigy. Jun Xiaoyao stood there calmly. His essence soul was also unparalleled in the world. In the entire 7 Supremes, it was very difficult to find an existence whose essence soul talent was comparable to his. In Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness, the 3 lives essence soul emitted endless light. The past essence soul, present essence soul, and future essence soul sat cross-legged on the 3 Tao flowers. They were like 3 supreme deities overlooking the past and present. Roar, the 4 ferocious remnant souls let out a roar that could destroy souls. Even if it was just a wisp of remnant soul, it was incomparably ferocious. This also showed how powerful the 4 primordial beasts were, and they were not weaker than the 4 divine beasts. The 4 ferocious remnant souls directly pounced on Jun Xiaoyao's 3 lives essence soul, wanting to tear it apart and devour it. Jun Xiaoyao's 3 lives essence soul moved together. The past essence soul raised its palm and executed the reincarnation tribulation. A vast reincarnation vortex appeared, and there seemed to be countless illusory images flashing within. The present essence soul summoned the Vairocana Dharma idol. A golden Buddha that was tens of thousands of feet tall descended from the void with a mighty aura that could suppress the 3,000 Dharma realms. It was neither born nor destroyed, neither dirty nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing. The future essence soul summoned the essence soul technique of the Nirvana tribe, the Nirvana soul bridge. Scarlet Nirvana flowers appeared all over the sky, and an ancient bridge that seemed to extend from the other side appeared. It was as if it was going to guide thousands of souls in the world. The 3 essence soul techniques were summoned together. And the most important point was, the current Jun Xiaoyao was no longer the boundless essence soul from before. It was the eternal sand-level essence soul. This was a qualitative change. The power of the 3 lives essence soul and essence soul techniques naturally soared, and they were much stronger than before. The moves of the 3 essence souls suppressed the 4 ferocious remnant souls. It was as if 3 gods had descended from the sky to suppress the 4 ferocious beasts that wreaked havoc in the world. Roar, Xianxia, one of the 4 remnant souls, let out a hoarse roar. It had actually been swept into the tribulation of samsara, and it was being worn down by a myriad of eras. Although they are beasts. However, beasts also had reincarnation, just like humans and any other living creatures. The samsara tribulation could also affect them. The Mahavairakana Dharma idol came crashing down like a golden mountain. Instantly, the ferocious beast's remnant soul seemed to dissipate a little. The Paramitha soul bridge also pressed down, guiding thousands of souls. Even the remnant souls of the ferocious beasts were not immune to it. After an unknown period of time, the 4 savage remnant souls were all destroyed. Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness regained its clarity. That's it? Jun Xiaoyao thought. This stage was indeed not simple. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao didn't seem to be exerting much effort was because of this. It was because he was different from ordinary people and could not be judged by common sense. If it were any other heaven's favorites, they would only end up having their primordial spirits devoured by the 4 savage remnant spirits. At this moment, suddenly, the winds and clouds began to surge in the sky once more. Vaguely, a faint black figure appeared. It was tall and majestic, but it was not clear. Instead, it was very blurry. Although it was only an extremely faint shadow, the aura that faintly leaked out seemed to be able to make the world tremble. Anyone in front of it seemed small and weak. That is, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He saw it. Beside the black figure, there was also an extremely huge black and white beast shadow. It was an iron-eating beast. And Xianxia, as a transmigrator, naturally knew what the other name of the iron-eating beast was. Panda. It was rumored that the demon emperor Qiyu rode an iron-eating beast, which was also a panda. And there was no doubt about who this blurry black figure was. Xianxia had sensed the aura emanating from another person before. That was the Azure Emperor. Without a doubt. This black figure was the Qiyu demon emperor. Or in other words, it was a wisp of divine will that the Qiyu demon emperor left in the Jiuli painting. Perhaps the purpose was to choose a new master for the Jiuli painting. It was also to choose a descendant with the potential to lead the Qiyu celestial lineage. I am Xianxia. Greetings, Demon Emperor Qiyu. Xianxia cupped his hands indifferently. It was very appropriate, but it did not appear to be servile. He had seen all kinds of storms. Now, there was no existence that could arouse Xianxia's shock and fear. Someone from the Jun family? The wisp of Demon Emperor Qiyu's divine will looked deeply at Xianxia. What about the descendants of the demon nation? Demon Emperor Qiyu asked. They are already one of the 9 great celestial lineages of the Xianting. However, they don't seem to be doing well, Xianxia said truthfully. Your hands are stained with the blood of the people of the demon nation. As soon as Demon Emperor Qiyu finished speaking, a monstrous pressure poured down in torrents. It was as if the eternal universe was pressing down at the same time. Xianxia immediately understood. He should be referring to Qi Lai. That terrifying pressure was simply capable of crushing all things into pieces. Any prodigies would collapse and their soul would disintegrate in front of that pressure. Xianxia just stood with his hands behind his back. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. I was just passively defending. There was nothing I could do, Xianxia said. He was not lying. At that time, it was indeed Qi Lai who took the initiative to attack. He wanted to use him as a stepping stone to become famous on the ancient road of ultimate. Everyone from the Jun family is so arrogant. Demon Emperor Qiyu snorted as if he had thought of some unpleasant memories. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Could it be that Demon Emperor Qiyu had interacted with some of the strongest seniors of the Jun family? It seems that the descendants of the demon nation are useless. Demon Emperor Qiyu sighed. If the Qiyu celestial lineage was still prosperous, the one who entered the Jiuli diagram and participated in the test would not be Xianxia's eyes flashed. Then, he told Demon Emperor Qiyu about the situation of the Qiyu celestial lineage. He included the discrimination and unfair treatment of the Qiyu celestial lineage in the Xianting. The Xianting is indeed untrustworthy. Back then, if they did not threaten me with the billions of lives in the Jiuli demon nation, I would not have gone to the source. Demon Emperor Qiyu's words made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. The first time he heard this word was from goddess Luo Mifei in the Temple of Doom. The so-called source and the great tribulation of an era. And now, he heard the word source again. Did Demon Emperor Qiyu mean that he had gone to the so-called source of the calamity? What did the source mean? Did some of the top emperors in the mystic region go to the source? Although Xianxia was curious, he did not ask. If he wanted to ask, he could directly ask the ancestors of the Jun family. The ancestors did not take the initiative to tell him. Perhaps they meant that it was meaningless for Xianxia to know this now. However, Xianxia was sure of one thing. Demon Emperor Qiyu was no longer in the 9 heavens immortal realm. Therefore, he could no longer protect the Qiyu celestial lineage. And this was Xianxia's biggest breakthrough. Senior Qiyu, you should know that those who are not of our race will have different intentions. The Jiuli Devil Kingdom is an outsider. Even if it becomes the Qiyu celestial system, it will still be rejected by the Xianting. Now, we need someone who can change the Qiyu celestial system. Jun Xiaoyao guided. With Qiyu Demon Emperor's level of cultivation, it was obvious that his scheming wasn't bad. So, you mean that an outsider like you can lead the Qiyu celestial system? Qiyu Demon Emperor said coldly. The Jiuli painting had a special meaning to the Qiyu celestial system. Obtaining the approval of the Jiuli painting meant that he had obtained the approval of the Qiyu Devil Emperor. Such a person might not be able to lead the entire Qiyu celestial system immediately. But at least he would be a spiritual leader. Jun Xiaoyao's words were tactful. But to someone like Qiyu Demon Emperor, he saw through Jun Xiaoyao's ambition. He wanted to lead the entire Qiyu celestial system. Jun Xiaoyao didn't panic at all after being seen through by Qiyu Demon Emperor. This was already within his expectations. If a legend of the demonic path could be so easily fooled, then he would definitely be fooled. Then he wouldn't be able to cultivate to this level. I'm not a leader. I just feel sorry for the Qiyu celestial system after seeing their current situation. After all, their predecessor, the Jiuli Devil Kingdom, was so prosperous and was one of the origins of the demonic path in the immortal region. And you, the founder of the Jiuli Devil Kingdom, shocked the immortal region and even forced the Xianting to negotiate with you. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Qiyu Demon Emperor went silent and looked deeply at Jun Xiaoyao. Facing a demonic legend, he could still be so calm and glib. This vision, this courage, this spirit. Even during Qiyu Demon Emperor's era, not many prodigies could reach this level. Why is the Jun family always producing monsters? Qiyu Demon Emperor murmured. He couldn't help but think of a monster that rose from the Jun family. The imperial seal of Tao affirmation descended from the heavens, but he didn't care. Later on, he fought until the heavens fell silent and challenged all the gods and even legends. Now, when he saw Jun Xiaoyao, he felt as if he was looking at that freak again. At the same time, he sighed deeply. If there was someone like Jun Xiaoyao in Qiyou's lineage, he would have been able to do so. No, even if he only had 1/10 of Jun Xiaoyao's talent and courage, he wouldn't have been oppressed to this extent. Junior, you are indeed courageous. But are you not afraid that I will destroy you? Demon Emperor Qiyu asked. Jun Xiaoyao was still chuckling. Senior, feel free to attack. Junior's body might be destroyed, but I won't die. Oh, don't tell me you are. Even Demon Emperor Qiyu had a strange look in his eyes. The Jun Xiaoyao in front of them was actually just a clone. He could sense the imperfect aura of the Khanate sacred being in Jun Xiaoyao. And this was only one of his clones. The Jun family's evildoer had surpassed his master. Jun Xiaoyao added, Senior, I won't complain if you attack me, but the fate of Qiyu Immortal's lineage might be decided. If there's a war between the two realms in the future, the Qiyu Immortal's lineage will be the first to be destroyed. And the only person that can change the fate of Qiyu Immortal's lineage is me. Jun Xiaoyao's words were deafening. Demon Emperor Qiyu fell silent. Even someone of his status was not stupid enough to know what was best for the Qiyu Immortal's lineage. You've passed the test, but I hope you won't be as ruthless as Xianting, Demon Emperor Qiyu said calmly. His voice was calm. However, it was quite pressuring. He might not be in the Nine Heavens immortal realm, but he had gone to the source. However, it was not a wise move to incur the wrath of a legendary demon cultivator. A cultivator like him didn't even have to do anything himself. A single thought from him was enough to destroy everything. Thank you, Senior. Don't worry, the Qiyu Immortal's lineage will only grow stronger in my hands. If you come back in the future, you might see a formidable faction on par with the Jiuli demonic kingdom. Jun Xiaoyao brought his fists together with a smile. Demon Emperor Qiyu glanced at Jun Xiaoyao one last time before his figure slowly faded away. He murmured in his heart before his figure faded away. The Jun clan has an impressive descendant. With his talent, he will be qualified to go to the source in less than 1,000 years. Demon Emperor Qiyou's divine sense dissipated. Jun Xiaoyao was finally able to begin the initial refinement of the Jiuli painting. The Jiuli painting was extremely important. It might only be a top-tier monarch weapon, but it had the potential to become a pseudo-immortal weapon. It might even become an immortal weapon in the future. The Emperor clan did not have a pseudo-immortal weapon until now. Strictly speaking, the Bronze Immortal Palace was an ancient weapon. It might be powerful, but it was not on the same level as a pseudo-immortal weapon. As for the Jun clan, it went without saying that they had more than one pseudo-immortal weapon. However, Jun Xiaoyao could not give it to the Emperor clan directly. The monarch imperial court belonged to him alone. If he relied on the Jun clan, the management would be messed up. If he got the Jiuli painting, the Emperor clan might have a pseudo-immortal weapon in the future. After that, Jun Xiaoyao began refining the Jiuli painting. At the same time, in other places in the world of divine remains, the prodigies of the other celestial orthodoxies were also getting opportunities. On a certain floating island, a young man in dazzling armor, who looked like a god of war, looked at the army of 10,000 puppets in front of him, and his eyes glowed. It was Xianxia. This is a puppet army of the Xingtian Celestial Orthodoxy, the heaven-slaying guards. They are in charge of punishing and killing Xianting rebels. Xianxia's eyes were shining. When the 10,000 heaven-slaying guards worked together, they were definitely a powerful force. With this team, I might be able to go toe-to-toe with Dihaoyan, Xianxia said to himself. He looked at the depths of the land of inheritance again. There should be more of the Xingtian Celestial Orthodoxy's inheritance there. He was not the only one like Xianxia who got opportunities from the Celestial Orthodoxy. In another area, Dihaoyan, with his golden hair and silver eyes, looked like a god. He held a dazzling flower bud in his hand. It was also a flower of the past. He did not know that Jun Xiaoyao had already taken the flower of the past. However, it was not difficult for him to find another one. Dihaoyan landed on a magnificent ancient ruin. He waved his sleeve. The ruins of the palace and its treasures had all collapsed. Below, the puppet army was lined up neatly. The puppets were all wearing ancient armor with dragon patterns carved on their chests. They held dragon spears in their hands and had extraordinary auras. The dragon-subduing army of the Fuxi Celestial Orthodoxy? There aren't many of them, but they can be used. Dihaoyan waved his sleeve again and took the entire dragon-subduing army into his pocket. And Emperor Shi soared. I must get it. After I get it, it's time to enter the real ancient ruins of the Xianting. I need to find that treasure that only I can use. Also, it's time to find her. When the time comes, I can use her power and prestige to unify the entire Xianting. Dihaoyan's expression was full of confidence. He had arranged everything neatly. As for the deaths of the Purple Flame Lord of Heaven, the red-haired ghost, and the others, Dihaoyan could vaguely sense it. However, he did not care at all. After this opportunity, he would unify the entire Xianting. When the time came, the 9 celestial orthodoxies would respect him. The 18 steeds of Yanyun would not be of much use to him. Dihaoyan was different from Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was a very protective person. However, Dihaoyan only cared about himself. Even if they were his subordinates and followers, if they were not important, he would not care if they died as long as they did not affect his plans. If Jun Xiaoyao was said to be a domineering figure, then, Dihaoyan was a cold and heartless emperor. The location of the Qiyu immortal lineage's inheritance. Lu Fugue, Mo Yanyu, Qi Long, and the other geniuses of the Qiyu immortal lineage. They all stared unblinkingly at Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the blood pool. The Jiuli painting had completely covered Jun Xiaoyao's figure. No one knew what had happened. Could there have been an accident? Qiyu asked hesitantly. Impossible. It was Mo Yanyu, and her voice was cold and delicate. Her reaction surprised the others. Why was she so confident in the black-robed man? Getting the recognition of the Jiuli painting means getting the Qiyu Demon Emperor's approval. Not everyone can do that. Especially for an outsider, Qiyu said. Master will definitely succeed, Mo Yanyu vowed solemnly. Because she was the only one present who knew Jun Xiaoyao's identity. In her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was a mythical existence. There was nothing he couldn't do. Jun Xiaoyao had created far too many miracles for him to count. Compared to those, it was laughable that a mere Jiuli painting could stump Jun Xiaoyao. Perhaps it was because of Mo Yanyu. All of a sudden, the pool of blood began to boil. The Jiuli painting, like a living creature, began to wriggle, tremble, and release a monstrous bloody aura. It was actually a rare murderous weapon. After all, it was made with 9 demon emperor skins as the foundation. Naturally, it carried a monstrous murderous aura. This was also the reason why it was difficult for ordinary people to control the Jiuli painting. Because the murderous aura could affect the mind of the person who controlled it. If one couldn't get the Jiuli painting's approval, even if one forcefully obtained the Jiuli painting, one's mind would be eroded. In the end, one might even go crazy and become a madman who only knew how to kill. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Xiaoyao's figure appeared. At this moment, the breathing of Qi Long and the others almost stopped. Xiaoyao raised his hand, and the Jiuli painting shrunk in a bloody light and fell into his hand. He did it. Qiyu and the rest of the Qiyu Immortal System's prodigies widened their eyes, their eyeballs were about to fall out. Qiu's Jiuli diagram was taken by an outsider. That's awesome. Lu Fugue couldn't find the right words to describe it. Mo Yenyu had already expected this, so she wasn't too surprised. Qi Long's eyes trembled. He really succeeded. That means, Qi Long knew what this meant. This mysterious black-robed senior had obtained the approval of Demon Emperor Qiyu. He might be the key to changing the fate of Qiyu Immortal's lineage. The harvest this time is indeed great. Looking at the Jiuli diagram floating in his palm, Jun Xiaoyao was very satisfied. Even though the Jiuli painting was a top-notch imperial armament for the time being, it was still a top-notch imperial armament. However, its material and foundation were still at the level of a pseudo-immortal artifact. Its value was immeasurable. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao also discovered something else. In the next moment, he poured a trace of the power of law into the Jiuli painting. Suddenly, the Emperor Dao runes engraved on the Jiuli painting lit up. Soon after, the crowd felt a series of rumbles coming from the 5,000 barbarian cavalry. They actually knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Everyone in Qiyu Immortal's lineage was stunned. These 5,000 barbarian cavalry seemed to be under Jun Xiaoyao's control. One had to know that this was an army of supremes. A total of 5,000 supremes, although they couldn't be compared to a real supremes, this was still an invincible elite army, especially in the Forgotten Realms. Controlling such an army was enough to crush the other prodigies. Jun Xiaoyao was very satisfied, very satisfied. Such an army was definitely an important force to the Emperor Imperial Court. It would be a great deterrent. It's about time. Let's leave first. The Jiuli diagram in Jun Xiaoyao's hand shook. The 5,000 barbarian cavalry were all sucked into the Jiuli diagram. The Jiuli diagram wasn't just a murderous weapon with a strong murderous aura, but also a spatial artifact. It was so spacious that it could even store the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. This murderous weapon could also be considered a weapon of war. At this moment, Qi Long suddenly spoke. Senior, please wait. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Senior, have you seen Demon Emperor Qiyu? Qi Long asked nervously. I did see a strand of Demon Emperor Qiyu's divine consciousness. Jun Xiaoyao answered honestly. Did Demon Emperor Qiyu acknowledge you? You can say so. Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Hearing this, even Qiyu, who had a trace of resistance and doubt towards Jun Xiaoyao in the beginning, had a serious look on his face. After all, Demon Emperor Qiyu was a godlike existence to Qiyu Immortal's lineage. Since Demon Emperor Qiyu acknowledges you, Senior, then you are the spiritual leader of Qiyu Immortal's lineage. Qi Long bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. That's right. Whoever receives Demon Emperor Qiyu's recognition will be the leader of Qiyu Immortal's lineage. Qiyu and the others said solemnly, then knelt on one knee before Jun Xiaoyao. The Jiuli diagram was of great significance to Qiyu Immortal's lineage. Since Jun Xiaoyao had obtained it, he was their leader. This was an ironclad rule. Jun Xiaoyao pretended to be hesitant, but the corners of his lips soon curled into a faint smile. Everything was as he had expected and planned. You don't even know who I am, yet you want to choose me as your leader? Jun Xiaoyao asked. No matter who you are, if you are acknowledged by Demon Emperor Qiyu, it means you can definitely help Qiyu Immortal's lineage. Qi Long said solemnly. That's right. Qiyu Immortal's lineage has had enough of Xianting. Qiyu added. Anger surged in their eyes when they thought of the discrimination and unfair treatment they had suffered. Fine, if that's the case, you can follow me for the time being. I don't think anyone from other lineages will dare to bully you, Jun Xiaoyao said. Qi Long and the others were overjoyed. Thank you, senior. Of course, they didn't know Jun Xiaoyao's identity. But if they knew, their expressions might be interesting. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and the others also left this place. The entire world of divine remains was extremely vast. Even the outer area was not something that could be explored in a short time. Jun Xiaoyao's eternal sound level primordial spirit had a wide range of perception and was very sensitive. He had also found a few other places where they were hidden. But he wasn't interested in most of them. They were all divided up by Lu Fugui, Mo Yanyu, Qi Long, and the others. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. It was an aura that seemed to come from the same bloodline, which made his primordial spirit tremble slightly. Jun Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Even his quasi-connate sacred body Dao embryo was trembling. That aura, could it be related to Desolate Emperor? Jun Xiaoyao came to the Forgotten Nation. There was a big reason. It was because of the clue left behind by the Endless Heavenly Emperor. Mars appeared, the Forgotten Land, Desolation. Jun Xiaoyao guessed that the Desolation was probably referring to the Desolation Emperor. But Jun Xiaoyao also had doubts. How could the ancient Xianting have something related to the Desolation Emperor? The Desolation ancient sacred palace built by the Desolation Emperor shouldn't have anything to do with the ancient Xianting. The two didn't interfere with each other's business. Jun Xiaoyao had always been suspicious. And now, he personally sensed this aura. It was in the depths of the world of divine remains. That should be the range of the ancient Xianting ruins, Jun Xiaoyao thought. The entire world of divine remains. The outer and middle areas should be the places of inheritance of the major immortal heritages. The inner area was the most ancient and core of the ancient Xianting ruins. And the aura that resonated with Jun Xiaoyao came from the ancient Xianting ruins. Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao went straight in. The rest of the people followed behind him. After an unknown amount of time. In front of them, there were clouds and mist and thousands of rays of light, filled with a vast aura. It was a golden mountain that was so tall that the top couldn't be seen. Like the other floating islands, the golden mountain was also suspended in the void. Jun Xiaoyao looked at it and felt a little strange. He felt that this golden mountain was in the shape of a human. Of course, it was only in the shape, and the outline was very blurry. However, around this golden mountain, there were countless ruins as vast as the sea. There seemed to be a powerful gravitational field. Ordinary elites couldn't go deep at all. As soon as they stepped into this area, they would be pressed down from the sky. It seems that it's difficult for us to enter. Qi Long and the others looked troubled. Not to mention them, even Lu Fugui and Mo Yanyu had to use Dharma artifacts to barely enter. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao gently waved his hand, and a vast aura surged. Like a cocoon, it wrapped this group of people in it. Everyone immediately felt that the pressure had disappeared. Thank you, senior. Qi Long and the others were pleasantly surprised. The strength of this black-robed senior was far beyond their expectations. Jun Xiaoyao and his group were not the only ones who had come here. Groups of figures also appeared in other directions of the Golden Mountain. In one direction, a group of skyprides appeared. The leader of the group was a young prodigy. His hair was like burning flames and his red eyes were like molten lava. It was the Zhurong Immortal System's seed-level genius, Yan Xiao. On the other side, Shenong's geniuses also showed up, led by Medicine Gentleman. Next, Immortal Xing and the others also appeared. They were led by Xing Yunshan, Long Xuani, and the others. There was also the black-cloaked man with a special aura that Jun Xiaoyao had been paying attention to. This should be the Saint Mountain, the place where the ancient Xianting geniuses had the opportunity to train, Xing Yunshan said to himself. In ancient Xianting, there were naturally some training grounds for young geniuses. And this Saint Mountain was one of them. The sacred mountain had an innately vast suppressive aura. It was a form of tempering and sharpening for any genius. In addition, if one stayed on this Saint Mountain, one's body would be greatly tempered. This was because the Saint Mountain was filled with a special aura that could automatically temper Prodigy's body. This was also the reason why Xianxia and the others came here. They wanted to use this opportunity to transform their bodies. Beside him, the black-cloaked man with a special aura raised his head slightly. He glanced at the Saint Mountain and smiled. On the other side of the Saint Mountain, a group of people also appeared. Among them, there were two outstanding individuals who looked 70% similar. They were the first and second of the 18 steeds of Yen Yun. Radiant battle physique, Yu Hui. Dark night physique, Umo. In Dihaoyan's era, they could be called the most stunning twin stars. The two of them complemented each other and were invincible. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was enough to prove their strength. If the two of them worked together, even Dihaoyan would have to be careful. Beside them was a beautiful woman with a cold aura and bright eyes. She was the brains of the 18 steeds of Yen Yun, by Luoxue. She frowned slightly and said, "Purple Flame Heavenly Lord and the others should have died." Umo said lightly, "There are many dangers in the Forgotten Kingdom. It's normal for them to die. I don't know why, but I feel uneasy." "They might have been killed by someone else," Bai Luoxue said in a serious tone. "Someone actually dares to provoke us?" Yu Hui didn't believe that someone would dare to attack the 18 steeds of Yen Yun. After all, they were Dihaoyan's followers. Even if they didn't respect him, they had to respect him. It could be said that even the current young emperor, Ling Yan, didn't dare to fight Dihaoyan head-on. Not to mention the other celestial heritages. "No matter what, we should be careful," Bai Luoxue said cautiously. "You're too jumpy sometimes." Umo shook his head slightly. After that, people from all walks of life began to approach the sacred mountain. Among them, Qin Yuanqing's team had also come. All the prodigies started to climb the Saint Mountain. There were many blood essence treasures on the Saint Mountain. Some people even saw light flashing at the top of the Saint Mountain. That was the light of the elixir of immortality. Jun Xiaoyao also led a group of people to climb the Saint Mountain. However, he was protecting everyone alone. The moment they stepped onto the mountain, everyone could feel a unique aura seeping into their bodies, aiding in the tempering process. After sensing this aura, Jun Xiaoyao's expression changed. He looked at the top of the Saint Mountain with a deep look in his eyes. He finally understood what that clue meant. Jun Xiaoyao led the group to continue climbing the Saint Mountain. The higher they went, the more pressure they felt. The others like Xingyan God, Yu Hui, and the 18 steeds of Yen Yun, Yen Shao from the Zhurong Immortal System, and Medicine Gentleman from the Shenong Immortal System also wanted to reach the top. Jun Xiaoyao's speed was naturally the fastest. After a long time, he led a group of prodigies to the top of the Saint Mountain. There was a golden pagoda at the top of the Saint Mountain. The pagoda had 7 floors. It emitted an extremely terrifying sealing power. In each floor of the golden pagoda, there was an immortal source. In the immortal source, a figure with a profound aura was sealed in each floor. That's, Qi Long and the others behind Jun Xiaoyao were shocked to see what happened. "What do you know?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Could that be a saint sealed by the ancient Xianting?" Qi Long was surprised. "A saint from the ancient Xianting?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. They were actually dormant seedlings. However, the saints sealed by the ancient Xianting were obviously not to be underestimated. And now, there were 7 of them. If they were released, they would probably become an extremely powerful force in the ancient Xianting in the future. This was not what Jun Xiaoyao wanted to see. More importantly, he had more or less understood everything. The ancient Xianting's actions really made him a little unhappy. Inside the 7-story golden pagoda, there was a celestial source on each floor. Each immortal origin contained a prodigy at the level of a saint of the ancient immortal court. Jun Xiaoyao sensed with his divine soul. The tempering aura from the entire sacred mountain gathered toward the golden pagoda. It then flowed into the bodies of the 7 sealed saints. In other words, these 7 saints were sealed by the ancient Xianting. During their long hibernation, they were being tempered by the aura of the sacred mountain. They used the aura of the sacred mountain as nourishment to temper their bodies. After such a long time, it was hard to imagine how powerful these 7 saints from the ancient Xianting had become. But why are they hibernating in the Forgotten Nation? This was one of the points that Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled about. The Forgotten Nation was sealed, and the time of its reappearance was uncertain. If the ancient Xianting wanted to seal seed-level prodigies, they should not have sealed them in the Forgotten Nation. In comparison, these 7 saints from the ancient Xianting seem to have been sealed here with someone. Just like the 18 horsemen of Yan Yun, who were hibernating with Dihaoyan. Could it be that there are other important figures from the ancient Xianting sealed here, and these 7 saints are just followers? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly thought of something. But no matter what, I have to destroy this golden pagoda first. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a cold light. He already knew some of the causes and effects. The most important thing now was to destroy the golden pagoda that sealed the sacred mountain. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to make a move. In other directions, other skyprides had also ascended to the top. They immediately saw Jun Xiaoyao and the others. "It's you." The first to ascend was Xing Yunshan's bloodline. When Xing Yunshan, Long Xuani, and the others saw Jun Xiaoyao, there was a hint of coldness in their eyes. When they were fighting for the flying fairy waterfall in the Forgotten Nation, they were also tricked by Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't get the opportunity to enter the flying immortal waterfall. After that, Yu Hui, Yu Mo, Bai Luoxue, and the others from the 18 steeds of Yan Yun came up as well. They glanced at Jun Xiaoyao with a strange look in their eyes. The 18 steeds of Yan Yun could sense each other's presence. They could vaguely sense a wisp of Purple Flame Lord's aura. In other words, Purple Flame Lord of Heaven and the others had died at the hands of the black-robed man. On the other hand, Bai Luoxue looked at the black-robed person. For some reason, she felt even more uneasy in her heart. Following it, Yan Shao of the Zhurong immortal lineage, Medicine Gentleman of the Shenong immortal lineage, and the rest of the geniuses, including Qin Yuanqing and the others, arrived too. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Hey, could that be the seat of the ancient Xianting? Yan Shao, Medicine Gentleman, and the others looked at the 7 figures sealed within the golden pagoda with surprised expressions. If we can win them over, the successors of the immortal orthodoxies began to think. We'll talk about this later. But right now, there are some personal grudges that need to be settled. Xing Yunshan said coldly and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. What a coincidence. We also have personal grudges that need to be settled. Yu Hui and Yu Mo also stepped forward. Seeing this, Yan Shao and Medicine Gentleman looked at each other and took a step back. They didn't want to get involved in a 3-way battle. They had seen this black-robed person before. He was from Ling Yan's lineage. Yu Hui, Yu Mo, and the others were from Dihaoyan's side. Xing Yunshan and the others didn't need to be mentioned. The 3 bloodlines were the most powerful forces in the world, and they were like 3 pillars of a tripartite balance. The other geniuses could only watch from the sidelines. Qin Yuanqing was also watching from the side. He also wanted to see if his thoughts were correct. You guys step back. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and asked Lu Fugue, Mo Yenyu, and the geniuses of the Qiyu immortal lineage to step back. Lu Fugue was a bit hesitant because the opponents before them weren't easy to deal with. Even Dihaoyan couldn't ignore Yu Hui and Yu Mo working together. Xing Yunshan had the battle-sacred body and was even more powerful. There was also the soaring dragon ancient emperor's son, Long Xuani. None of them were easy to deal with. Unless the black-robed person's identity was as he thought. As for Mo Yenyu, she stepped back without hesitation. She was the only one present who knew Jun Xiaoyao's identity. In her eyes, although these opponents were strong, they weren't Jun Xiaoyao's match. Looks like this battle is unavoidable. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was still indifferent. Yan Shao and the others looked at Jun Xiaoyao curiously. Facing Xing Yunshan, Long Xuani, Yu Hui, Yu Mo, and the other geniuses, he was still so calm. His identity had piqued everyone's curiosity. Do you think you can challenge us just because you have Ling Yan's support? Xing Yunshan's aura fluctuated. The few of them subtly sealed off all escape routes around Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. I think you guys have misunderstood from the beginning. What? Their faces were cold. You guys are not worthy of being challenged by me. Would a true dragon in the ninth heaven provoke a loach in the mud? Jun Xiaoyao's words caused the expressions of everyone present to change, making them look even colder. Boom, Xing Yunshan attacked directly. He had always been a swift and decisive person. With one punch, the world shook. The battle-sacred body was said to be the best in terms of combat ability. Of course, there might be some exaggeration, but the strength of this sacred body was undeniable. Jun Xiaoyao also threw out a punch. The two fists met. Bang, there was a thunderous boom, and Xing Yin God felt a monstrous power coming from his arm. Like an egg hitting a rock, his chest shook and the blood in his body surged. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it down. Xing Yunshan was shocked. Jun Xiaoyao then said, brute force can take down 10. Combat techniques are worthless when faced with absolute power. Not to mention that his strength completely overpowered Xing Yunshan. In terms of fighting skills, Jun Xiaoyao, who had practiced the War God Catalog and fought with ancient Chaos Emperor, was no weaker than Xing Yunshan. Who the hell are you? Long Xuani also took a step forward. Jun Xiaoyao didn't answer. He just said, you guys can come at me together. Otherwise, I won't even be interested in fighting. He's a bit arrogant, Umo said. But it reminds me of someone who used to be so arrogant, but now, he's healing in his ancestral land, Yu Hui said calmly. The elites looked at each other. They all knew who Yu Hui was talking about. Mo Yanyu couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. She really wanted to see the funny faces of these people when they found out the truth. Jun Xiaoyao was very nonchalant about all of that as he stepped out. Suddenly, the entire sacred mountain seemed to tremble. An extremely terrifying energy appeared. The power of blood rushed to the sky as if it had turned into a dragon. At the same time, tens of thousands of runes appeared as if the great Tao in the world was resonating with it. When this aura burst out, it was no weaker than the pressure of the sacred mountain. The expressions of all the skyprides changed drastically at this moment as they exclaimed in shock. Innate sacred body. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao no longer concealed his aura. A vast dragon of qi and blood traversed the sky. Billions of runes flickered, and flowers of the Tao bloomed in the void. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be standing at the center of thousands of Daos, overlooking the heroes in all directions. Although he was still wearing a black robe, everyone had an illusion that he was a god of the great path who had descended here. How is this possible? The innate saint body. Xing Yunshan, Long Xuani, Yu Hui, Umo, and the others were all shocked. Their previous calmness was completely gone. No one could remain calm in front of such an invincible body constitution. Before, Jun Xiaoyao only had the sacred body of the ancients, but he defeated all the geniuses and broke through the ancient road of the ultimate. Later, he transformed into the chaotic green lotus body, which had the same nature as the chaotic body. The innate saint body was one of the most outstanding body constitutions. As everyone knew, the ranking of the 3,000 body constitutions was not fixed. There were often ups and downs. But the truly powerful body constitutions couldn't be too weak. For example, the chaotic body, the innate saint body, and the eternal deity body had never fallen out of the top 5. This was enough to prove. As long as one had these body constitutions, no matter how weak they were, they could dominate an era. Previously, some people wondered why there was no news of the innate saint body in this golden era. And now, after personally feeling this aura, everyone's eyes widened, and their breathing almost stopped. The innate saint body. Qi Long, Qi Yu, and the other geniuses of the Qi Yu celestial lineage were all shocked. They didn't expect the mysterious person who was recognized by the Jiuli painting to have such a heaven-defying body constitution. No wonder he could be recognized by the demon emperor. Qi Long and Qi Yu came back to their senses. It would be surprising if such a body constitution couldn't be recognized. Mo Yanyu was also a little surprised. She knew Jun Xiaoyao's identity. But she didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had such a body constitution. To be honest, she was also confused. As for Lu Fugue, he was even more confused. Did I guess wrong? Lu Fugue murmured. He had previously guessed that the black-robed man might be the rumored son of God of the Jun family. However, it was impossible for the Jun family's son of God to have such a physique. His sacred body of the ancients had crumbled in front of everyone in the world of the ruins of God. Later on, when he returned from the other side, he returned with the chaotic green lotus body. It had nothing to do with the natural saint being of Tao. In the distance, Qin Yuanqing's face was as pale as a sheet. I'd been provoking a Taoist embryo of the connate saint being? Qin Yuanqing's divine soul was trembling, and he wanted to slap himself. Fortunately, that lord doesn't seem to care about me at all. Otherwise, I would have been long gone. Qin Yuanqing felt a lingering fear. He felt as if he had just escaped death. Other than them, Yan Xiao, medicine gentleman, Bai Luoxue and the others were also extremely shocked. No, it's indeed the aura of the innate saint being, but it's not complete. The one who spoke was the black-robed man who was with Xing Yunshan. His words immediately calmed the hearts of the geniuses. Xing Yunshan and the others examined carefully and also felt that something was wrong. That's right. It's not a complete innate saint being of Tao. Xing Yunshan and the others also realized. But their expressions didn't relax much because of this. Even if it was an incomplete innate saint being of Tao, ordinary people couldn't underestimate it. There were the fight sacred body, the glorious battle body, the dark night king body, and other supreme body constitutions. But in the face of this incomplete innate saint being of Tao, they still paled in comparison. They weren't on the same level. It seems that we really have to join forces, Umo said in a low voice. He didn't sound as relaxed as before. His tone was very serious. Let us meet you and reveal your true colors, Xing Yunshan said. Their tones were much more restrained now. They weren't as arrogant as before. After all, no one knew if this incomplete innate saint being of Tao would be complete in the future. If it was complete, it would definitely stand at the top of this golden era. Boom, then, Xing Yunshan, Long Xuani, Yu Hui, and Umo attacked directly. The black-robed man didn't attack immediately. Bai Luoxue didn't attack either. The uneasiness in her heart was still there. Xing Yunshan activated his fight sacred body. He clenched his fist and punched out. Instantly, thousands of fist shadows appeared. It was the Tribulation King fist. Long Xuani also attacked. His pure ancient emperor bloodline was boiling. He raised his hand and used the anti-dragon claw. Thousands of runes appeared in the air and formed a five-clawed golden dragon claw. Five-clawed golden dragon was the emperor of the dragon race. It was the most honorable symbol. His father, soaring dragon ancient emperor, was a five-clawed golden dragon. As for Umo, he had the dark night king body. Around him, the black tide poured up like ink. It seemed to drown the world and was going to turn this world into an eternal night. Rumor had it that in ancient times, there was a dark night king body who'd reached the peak. He'd turned an entire ancient star zone into an eternal night. Billions of creatures couldn't escape from it. As for Yu Hui, he was the opposite. His body shone brightly like the sun. Hundreds and thousands of glaring balls of light appeared around him and shot out like a rain of light. It could be said that the four great prodigies had all used their strongest moves. After knowing that their opponent had a connate sacred body, they didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Jun Xiaoyao pushed out his palm as usual. However, this time, there seemed to be runes appearing on his palm, forming a great Dao rune. The runes seemed to have combined to form a bell. The bell seemed to be able to contain the world and suppress the universe. The prodigies present were about to suffocate. They were all outstanding prodigies of Xian Ting and had extraordinary vision. They immediately saw that the bell seemed familiar. The Wuzhong bell. That's Emperor Wuzhong's Dharma artifact. Medicine gentleman of Shinong immortal system exclaimed. As soon as these words were spoken, all the skyprides trembled. Emperor Wuzhong was definitely an existence that had been engraved in history. Even now, his name was still circulating in the deity region. With an ice coffin on his back and a bell hanging above his head, he killed his way to the 9 heavens. The Wuzhong bell was Emperor Wuzhong's Dharma artifact, which suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was only using runes to construct the Wuzhong bell. It was a secret technique he had learned from the Emperor Wuzhong Sutra, called the Wuzhong seal. It could be said that in the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands, No one was more suitable than Jun Xiaoyao to cultivate Emperor Wuzhong's technique. Could he be Emperor Wuzhong's successor? Yes, he also has a connate sacred body. Although it's not complete, he can use Emperor Wuzhong's technique now. All the prodigies instantly figured it out. Damn, could he really be Emperor Wuzhong's successor? Lu Fugui was also shocked. If that was the case, then it made sense. Why was the black-robed man so powerful that he could instantly kill the Child of Truth, Purple Flame Heavenly Lord, and the others? Emperor Wuzhong's successor was no small matter. In fact, there were no weaklings among Emperor Wuzhong's successors. As for those famous great emperor successors, their strength was even more terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao didn't refute. He already had the title of Emperor Luan's successor. It didn't matter if he had another title. Moreover, he had obtained the Emperor Wuzhong Sutra, so he could be considered half of Emperor Wuzhong's successor. However, the prodigy's expressions changed again when they heard this. After all, Emperor Wuzhong had a very special status in the deity region and was praised by tens of thousands of people. His successor obviously had an extraordinary status and wasn't someone to be trifled with. Jun Xiaoyao held the Wuzhong seal and slammed it at the four geniuses. What kind of boldness was this? To suppress the four heavens' favorites all by himself. The four geniuses had the battle sacred flesh, the glory battle flesh, the dark knight emperor flesh, and the ancient emperor bloodline. None of them were weak. They were all at the top of the geniuses. Now, however, he was faced with Jun Xiaoyao's everlasting seal. They felt like the Wuzhong martial monarch had really appeared. The Wuzhong bell made up of the laws of talismans fell, as if it was going to suppress the whole world. That boundless power was too terrifying. It truly possessed an invincible demeanor. The sacred mountain was shaking as if it was resonating with Jun Xiaoyao's aura. A thunderous crash took place. The four geniuses were knocked back and spat out blood. They were seriously injured. The geniuses were still shocked, but they were not as shocked as before. The reason was simple. They all assumed the mysterious man in a black robe was the successor of the Wuzhong martial monarch. The Wuzhong martial monarch was the synonym of unbeatable. To have the qualifications to become his successor, it was obvious that he was also invincible. Therefore, the others were not too surprised, even though they were a little surprised. Xianxia and the others might be strong, but they were obviously weaker than the successor of the Wuzhong martial monarch. Are you really the successor of the Wuzhong martial monarch? Xianxia wiped the blood off his lips. His eyes flickered with great fear. The Wuzhong martial monarch was too famous in the immortal realm. If Qi Nan was really his successor, his influence would be huge. On top of that, he also had the quasi-innate sacred flesh and the Tao fetus. The news would surely shake the nine heavens immortal realm. Many factions would try to recruit the successor of the Wuzhong martial monarch. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, neither admitting nor denying the claim. If you don't dare to fight, then do as you please. Jun Xiaoyao had no time to waste on these people. Xianxia wore a twisted expression. Many people in Xianting thought he was qualified to compete with Ling Yan and Di Haoyan. After today's incident, his prestige would probably hit rock bottom. If the successor of no-end great emperor can defeat him, Xianxia thought to himself. He no longer hoped to completely suppress or kill this black-robed man. Even if they could defeat him, it would be an honor. Isn't it an honor to be able to exchange blows with the successor of no-end heavenly emperor? I'd like to give it a try. Xianxia did not give up and attacked again. This time, he didn't hold back at all. The power of the fight sacred body was pushed to the extreme. Behind him, the power of law surged, transforming into a vast phenomenon. In that vision, an indomitable figure resembling a god of war was fighting with a true dragon. That battle intent seemed to be boiling as it swept through the heavens and the earth. That's the battle sage body's vision, the war god fighting dragon portrait. Some heaven's favorites exclaimed. They didn't expect Xianxia to even use his battle sage body. The battle god fighting the dragon was so lifelike that it was as if it was happening in the real world. The battle chi pressed down with boundless might. Yu Hui, Umo, and the others also attacked. Behind Yu Hui, a blinding sun appeared. It turned into a blinding beam of light that pierced through the void and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. The glorious battle body vision, dawn break, around you mo, darkness surged like a tide, turning into a domain of darkness. And in this domain of darkness, a dark deity sat cross-legged, as if he was the lord of the dark night, the representative of the dead. Sovereign of the eventide, sovereign of the world. The sovereign of the eventide raised his hand and pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao with his pitch-black hand. It was as if a dark night had fallen. Everyone around hurriedly pushed away and exclaimed in their hearts. No wonder they could challenge Di Haoyin. The strength of these two brothers was indeed shocking. In addition, there was Long Xuani. He didn't have a special body constitution. But he was a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient emperor and had the ancient emperor's bloodline. The ancient emperor's bloodline was no weaker than any other supreme body constitution. Long Xuani also attacked, the dragon blood in his body boiling. His dragon aura surged into the clouds and eventually turned into a terrifying true dragon image. A lifelike five-clawed golden dragon with scales all over its body appeared. It was tens of thousands of feet long and looked like a winding mountain range. Its dragon aura surged and covered heaven and earth. Some of the surrounding skyprides were forced to retreat, their faces full of shock. No wonder he's the pure-blooded descendant of the ancient emperor. This true dragon image is no weaker than other body constitutions. Some skyprides exclaimed. Now, everyone's attention was on it. Battle God fighting dragon portrait, dawn break, sovereign of the eventide, sovereign of the world, true dragon image, 4 great avatars pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao. Even if Di Haoyin was here, he would have to be extremely careful. If he wasn't careful, he might fail miserably. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, stood with his hands behind his back and sighed softly. I won't cry until I see the coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward. Suddenly, his aura surged into the clouds, and the entire sacred mountain trembled as if it was resonating with Jun Xiaoyao. 10,000 saints appeared around him and bowed. Sacred body avatar, reverence of 10,000 saints. Then, an immortal king stood tall and stepped into the 9 heavens. His immortal aura fell like a waterfall, and his aura shook the world. Immortal king descending to the 9 heavens, chaotic aura surged, and green lotuses appeared. They were mysterious and magnificent, and each green lotus could crush the starry sky. Chaotic green lotus, in the void, a Tai Chi diagram appeared. Yin and Yang were born, and life and death were exchanged. As it rotated, it seemed to be able to revolve life, death, yin, and yang. Yin-yang diagram of life and death, seeing the 4 great avatars, all the skyprides were suffocated. They even felt as if Jun Xiaoyao was the one in the fight. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients before. Now, the sacred body avatar had appeared again. However, no one suspected anything. The reason why the innate sacred body was so strong was that it combined the advantages of the sacred body of the ancients and the innate sacred body of the ancients. The sacred body of the ancients phenomenon could naturally be displayed by the innate sacred body of the ancients. This scene was extremely shocking. The 4 great skyprides displayed shocking avatars at the same time. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao alone displayed 4 great avatars. This simply made people's blood boil. However, that was not all. After the 4 great sacred body avatars, another strange phenomenon had appeared. In the void, millions of miles of rivers and mountains seemed to appear. It was as if all the beautiful mountains and rivers of the mystic realm fell into it. In this scene, mountains towered, silver chains fell, ancient trees towered into the sky, and great rivers surged. Immortal aura was abundant, and it was a scene of immortals. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the legendary ethereal immortal realm. This is the 5th avatar of the sacred body, the beautiful mountains and rivers. Someone exclaimed. Xianxia and the others also felt their hearts skip a beat. Even Jun Xiaoyao had only been able to create 4 visions in the past. But the successor of the Wu Zhong great emperor in front of them had cultivated 5. Under the hood, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. Previously, he had comprehended the subsequent avatars through the blood of the desolate emperor. In addition, his aptitude later broke through to the king of anomalies, and his understanding of avatars became deeper. Now, including the beautiful mountains and rivers, 5 of the 6 great avatars of the sacred body had appeared. But in fact, Jun Xiaoyao had also comprehended the last one. However, the last avatar was reserved for Dihaoyan. As for the 4 in front of him, using 5 great avatars was more than enough to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. At this moment, an earth-shattering battle broke out on the top of the sacred mountain. None of the heavenly talents had expected this. They would be here to witness such a vast battle. Xianxia, Long Xuani, Yu Hui, Umo. Every single one of them was definitely one of the best among the heaven's favorites. They were existences that everyone would submit to. But now, they were forced to work together against one person. That mysterious black-robed man had an even more shocking background. He was suspected to be the successor of the Wu Ji Emperor. It could be said that this battle would definitely attract hundreds of millions of cultivators to watch if it happened in the outside world. But now, only the heavenly talents around the sacred mountain were paying attention. Under everyone's gaze, the 4 avatars of Xianxia and the others collided with Jun Xiaoyao's 5 sacred body avatars. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, and there seemed to be hundreds of millions of claps of thunder in the void, shaking the universe. The entire holy mountain was trembling, and rocks were rolling down the mountain. The 7-story golden pagoda was also shaking. And everyone's attention was attracted by the battle. No one noticed it at all. In the golden pagoda, the immortal source of the ancient Xianting's sacred sun began to slowly crack, rumble. The collision of the avatars was too shocking. In the middle of the collision, there seemed to be a lightning nebula brewing. Poof, the sound of vomiting blood was heard. Xianxia and the other heavenly talents were all sent flying, and blood splashed out of their mouths. They were instantly injured again, and many of their ribs were broken. Everyone felt incredulous and looked at the other side of the collision. However, what made them dumbfounded was that Jun Xiaoyao didn't retreat at all. In other words, the 4 of them together didn't even have the ability to shake Jun Xiaoyao. How is this possible? Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. These 4 were definitely the top heavenly talents. Even if Dihaoyan was here, he should have been pushed back a little, right? This successor of the Wu Ji Emperor is ridiculously strong, someone couldn't help but say. Behind them, Mo Yenyu's eyes were full of admiration. In her heart, she had already elevated Jun Xiaoyao to a godlike status. But now, the strength that Jun Xiaoyao displayed had once again refreshed her understanding of him. Jun Xiaoyao was very calm about this. If it was before he had entered the Forgotten Kingdom, perhaps the 4 of them would have been able to force him back by 1 or 2 steps. But now, after a series of fortuitous encounters, Jun Xiaoyao's aptitude had reached the king of variables, and his essence spirit had broken through to the eternal sound level. He had also cultivated 30 nomological laws. Even though his cultivation realm had not changed, his strength had undergone a qualitative change compared to before he had entered the Forgotten Kingdom. The speed at which his battle prowess increased far surpassed any of his peers. It was enough to make everyone despair. This is a monster, Long Xuani coughed out a mouthful of blood. An ancient dragon-scaled armor appeared on his body. If it wasn't for the protection of this ancient armor, his injuries might have been even more serious. Yu Hui and Umo's eyes were solemn. They felt like they were facing Dihaoyan again. It was an unshakable existence that was as majestic as a mountain. Even Dihaoyan had not brought them such despair. How can this be? Xianxia gritted his teeth. His Tao was the Tao of battle. He feared nothing. But now, a trace of fear had appeared in his heart. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to his Tao heart. The successor of the Wu Tian Emperor in front of him had become his inner demon. I won't play with you anymore, Long Xuani said. He already had the intention to retreat, so he flashed away. Everyone's jaws dropped. This was not a nobody, but a pure-blooded descendant of the Emperor of the Ancients. How could he just run away like that? Yu Hui and Umo glanced at each other and prepared to leave as well. They were not stupid. The person in front of them was probably someone that only Dihaoyan could fight against. However, to their surprise, the black-robed man was directly suppressing them. Long Xuani and Jun Xiaoyao did not care for now. However, Yu Hui and Umo were Dihaoyan's top warriors. Perhaps Dihaoyan would not care if the other members of the 18 horsemen of Yanyan died. However, even Dihaoyan would not be able to remain indifferent to the death of the first and second-ranked generals. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao directly attacked and wanted to eliminate Di Haoyan's right-hand men. Yu Hui and Yu Mo's faces changed when they saw this. They had not thought that the black-robed man would not let them go. The two of them shouted and attacked again. They used their body constitution to the maximum and unleashed powerful attacks. However, Jun Xiaoyao only pressed down with his palm and all their attacks were destroyed. The two of them coughed out blood. Successor of the Wu Tian Emperor, are you trying to offend young King Haoyan? Yu Mo shouted. Don't worry. I will fight with him, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The successor of the Wu Tian Emperor was going to fight with the ancient young King Di Haoyan. It was going to be an epic battle between two geniuses. Is the successor of the Wu Tian Emperor related to the son of God of the Jun family? Some people guessed. After all, Di Haoyan and Jun Xiaoyao were rivals. Now, Jun Xiaoyao was recovering in the Jun family's ancestral land. However, the successor of the Wu Tian Emperor suddenly appeared and wanted to fight with Di Haoyan. Other than Di Haoyan, who can push me to this point? Yu Hui suddenly sneered. Are you finally going to show your true colors? Jun Xiaoyao said casually, as if he already knew something was going to happen. What is the meaning of this? Hearing this conversation, everyone was puzzled. In that era, other than Di Haoyan, no one could push me to this point. After Yu Hui finished speaking, he and Yu Mo looked at each other. One of them released a bright light, while the other released a dark light. Under everyone's shocked gaze, they slowly merged. Finally, a figure stepped out of the black and white light. It was a tall and imposing man. His hair was half white and half black, and his face was exactly the same as Yu Hui and Yu Mo. His aura was several times stronger than both of them combined. It was suffocating. That's the sacred light and darkness constitution. Some geniuses exclaimed. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected Yu Hui and Yu Mo to merge. The glorious battle body and the Dark Knight King body formed the sacred light and darkness constitution. You're quite something. You have the sacred light and darkness constitution, but you split into two and cultivated them separately. Jun Xiaoyao revealed the truth. Everyone's mind went blank. What? Yu Hui and Yu Mo are the same person? He actually fooled everyone. No wonder he's ranked first among the 18 horsemen of Yanyun and can even challenge Di Haoyan. His talent is incredible. Everyone was shocked when they realized what was going on. They didn't expect the first and second of the 18 horsemen of Yanyun to be the same person. Di Haoyan was probably the only one who knew about this, but he didn't reveal it. Di Haoyan was the only one who could push me to this point. Now, there's another one. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Yu Hui, who had fused with the sacred light and darkness constitution. To be honest, he was indeed a talent. He had the sacred light and darkness constitution, but he had separated his power of light and darkness and cultivated it separately. To a certain extent, it was somewhat similar to his qi into 3 pure ones. But it was only a little similar. Jun Xiaoyao's qi into 3 pure ones could be completely separated. Even if the divine body and Tao embryo were destroyed, the chaos body would still be unaffected. However, if the sacred light and darkness constitution died, it would lose almost half of its power and would basically be crippled. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's chaos body and Tao embryo were far more powerful than the sacred light and darkness constitution. Even after the fusion, the sacred light and darkness constitution was far inferior to Jun Xiaoyao's single constitution. Although the sacred light and darkness constitution was powerful, it was not qualified to be ranked in the top 5 or even the top 10. Right now, Yu Hui could only fight to the death. He activated the sacred light and darkness constitution. 2 barriers appeared, one bright and one dark. In each barrier, there was a godlike figure sitting cross-legged. The god of light in the light barrier and the sovereign of the eventide in the dark barrier. This was the ultimate profundity and vision of the sacred light and darkness constitution. It was far more powerful than the one he had displayed before. However, Jun Xiaoyao suppressed it with 5 visions, and the result was still predictable. Unfortunately, even after the fusion, the sacred light and darkness constitution is still an ant, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. In his eyes, it was as if 2 ants had fused into a slightly larger ant. However, it did not change the characteristics of an ant. There was no qualitative change. Boom, after one move, Yu Hui spat out blood. His body was in tatters and many of his bones were broken. He felt that death was approaching. Wait, I'm willing to surrender. Yu Hui could not help but say. Nothing was left after death. The more talented a person was, the more they cherished their life. Because they were unwilling to die like this. Especially in such a golden era, as long as they could survive, they would more or less get some opportunities and luck. Actually, I'm not completely loyal to Di Haoyan. I was defeated by him, so I followed him according to the agreement, Yu Hui hurriedly explained. That was indeed the truth. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes did not waver at all. Sorry, I'm a clean freak. I don't want those who followed others. Jun Xiaoyao had very high standards after all. Those who could follow him were all personally selected by him. Su Hongyi, Xian Yu, Yan Qingying, Goddess Eternal Calamity, and the others. All of them were loyal to him and were willing to give their lives. Although Yu Hui's talent was not bad, it would be troublesome to accept such an ambitious person. Not to mention, second-hand, Jun's to second-hand goods Jun Shuiyu. His Xian was a woman by his side, his Xiaoyao. They had never had a Jun Xiaoya Xian Yu Tian Xian light darkness their god Jun Xian Yu, Xian Yu Hui Xian Yu. The leader of the 18 cavalrymen of Yan had fallen. Xian Shui. She found that Bai Luoxue was gone. No one knew when that woman had sneaked away. There's even a snack machine. Jun Xiaoyao did not mind. Apart from Bai Luoxue and a few other people, the 18 steeds of Yan only had a few people left. Basically, it had already fallen apart and completely collapsed. This also indirectly weakened Di Haoyan's strength. Do you still want to fight? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Xing Yunshen. Xing Yunshen's Xingtian immortal system wasn't on Fuxi's side. Xing Yunshen wasn't Di Haoyan's man either. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao did not have to kill him. Even if it's for my own Dao heart, I must fight you with all my strength. The flames of war burned in Xing Yungod's eyes. Now, he was no longer fighting Jun Xiaoyao for the sake of the flying immortal waterfall. He was just following his Dao heart and fighting his inner demons. His Dao was the Dao of battle. If he was afraid, it would definitely have a great impact on his cultivation path. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Yungod waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, a dense crowd of figures appeared. There were more than 10,000 of them. They were the puppet army he'd obtained from Xingtian Immortal System, the Heaven's Layer Sentinels. At the same time, Xing Yungod took out another weapon. It was a guillotine, its blade stained with blood. Who knew how many sinners it had killed? The guillotine radiated a ferocious imperial aura. It was a top-tier imperial weapon. Xing Yunshen's methods shocked everyone present. Could those be the Heaven's Layer Sentinels of Xingtian Immortal System? They're a puppet law enforcement team that Xingtian Immortal System once created. Each one of them has strength close to that of a supreme. Individually, the Heaven's Layer Sentinels were inferior to the barbarian Shang cavalry. Their strength was only close to that of a supreme, but not quite there. However, there were more than 10,000 of them, twice as many as the barbarian Shang cavalry. That imperial weapon must be the Xingtian Immortal System's weapon of execution, the sin-beheading guillotine. Some prodigies looked at the guillotine with envy. The Xingtian Immortal System's role in the Xianting was to administer punishment. All traitors or sinners of the Xianting would be killed by the sin-beheading guillotine once they were captured. The sin-beheading guillotine was used to remove sins. Looks like Xing Yungod has obtained the opportunity of Xingtian Immortal System. Now, the situation has changed. Some of the prodigies discussed. Xing Yungod shouldn't have been able to resist at all. However, with more than 10,000 Heaven's Layer Sentinels and the top-tier imperial weapon, the sin-beheading guillotine, Xing Yungod's strength had greatly increased. Even though he couldn't fully activate the imperial weapon with his current strength. Even if he could only activate 1% of it, it was still a terrifying power. Although I'm relying on external items, it's all worth it as long as I can defeat you, Xing Yungod attacked again. The 10,000 Heaven's Layer Sentinels attacked together with him. Their power gathered and turned into a shocking power. Although these 10,000 Heaven's Layer sentinels weren't supremes, they weren't too far off. Most importantly, there were enough of them. When this power was combined and guided by Xingyun God, even a great heavenly venerate would find it difficult to resist. This move was enough to fight against a mystic venerate. Is this considered cheating? The prodigies exclaimed. If he didn't rely on his own strength and relied on external items, what was the difference between this and cheating? Moreover, this power wasn't something that ordinary prodigies could block. Mo Yanyu and the others were very calm. They thought that Jun Xiaoyao should also take out the Jiuli painting and the Mansheng cavalry. However, to their astonishment, they were stunned. Jun Xiaoyao didn't choose to take out these trump cards. Instead, he pushed forward with his palm. Jun Xiaoyao was going to fight against Xingyun God and the 10,000 Heaven's Layer sentinels alone. What is the successor of the No-End Heavenly Emperor doing? Xingyun God and the 10,000 Heaven's Layer sentinels have the power of a mystic venerate. I can feel his aura. He's only a heavenly venerate. He's definitely not a mystic venerate. He's really bold to fight against 10,000 alone. As expected of the successor of the No-End Heavenly Emperor. All the prodigies were surprised. They thought that Jun Xiaoyao would avoid the attack. They didn't expect him to fight head-on. The outsiders were shocked, but Jun Xiaoyao was calm. If I still need to use external items in such a small situation, it would be too cheap. Jun Xiaoyao was calm. The supreme divine blood in his body was boiling, causing his power to increase several times. At the same time, he struck out with his palm and formed the No-End seal. He had mastered the power of 30 laws. Most importantly, the origin source of his inner universe had also been integrated into it. One had to know that Jun Xiaoyao's inner universe was at the level of a minor thousand realm. In other words, this origin energy of the universe was the power of a minor thousand realm. It could also be called the power of a minor thousand realm. This kind of power wasn't something that a seventh realm supreme could have. At the very least, one had to be above the quasi-emperor level and had opened up an inner universe to have it. Now that Jun Xiaoyao was using this kind of power, it was equivalent to a dimensional attack. The origin energy of the universe was completely different from the origin energy of the universe. Boom, this collision was like the collision of life stars. And what was shocking was, the ones who were sent flying were Xingyun God and the 10,000 Heaven's Layer sentinels. The tens of thousands of Sky Slayer guards were like shooting stars in the sky, shooting everywhere. Among them, those with weaker physical bodies were directly shattered into powder by the shock waves of the collision. Xingyunshan, who was at the center, was also sent flying. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, and many of his bones were broken. Fortunately, he had the battle's sacred body. Otherwise, his body might be in a worse state, or even collapse. You should know that you're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of complacency. He had used the power of the inner verse, which was a dimensional reduction attack in itself. To make an inappropriate comparison, Jun Xiaoyao had the appearance of a platinum warrior, but the inside of a king. Those of the same level all thought that they were platinum warriors. But when they attacked, they found out that he was a king. The successor of Emperor No-End is too terrifying. He can block the power of a mystique venerate? The problem is, he didn't use any external objects. He just used his own power. The surrounding skyprides were all amazed. Jun Xiaoyao's performance had completely changed their understanding of him. However, it was also true. Although the inner verse was a dimensional reduction attack, Jun Xiaoyao had personally cultivated it step by step. It wasn't a cheat that had appeared out of nowhere. I don't believe it. Xingyunshan's eyes were blood red. Some kind of invincible belief in his heart was collapsing. He spat out a mouthful of blood onto the guillotine. The guillotine, which was already covered in dark red blood, emitted a bleak bloody light. Countless figures appeared in the surroundings, all of them wailing in grief. Those were all existences who had died under the guillotine. There were also some ultimate powerhouses and ancient powerhouses among them. A boundless murderous aura emerged from the guillotine. As a top-tier imperial weapon, Xingyunshan couldn't fully activate it with his power. But now, he was using his own blood as a catalyst. Moreover, he was from the Xingtian celestial system, and the guillotine was an imperial weapon of the Xingtian celestial system. It naturally resonated with him. Therefore, at this moment, Xianxia activated a trace of the guillotine's power. Suddenly, a murderous aura and imperial aura burst out at the same time. All the surrounding skyprides retreated simultaneously, feeling the pressure of a mountain pressing down on them. And this was only a strand of the guillotine's power. They were still in the outermost circle. It was hard to imagine how much pressure Xianxia, who was in the middle, was under. That's right. If I were to behead more sinners, the sin-beheading guillotine would also have the potential to transform into a quasi-immortal artifact. Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. The guillotine's quality was not low, and after being stained with the blood of countless almighties, its baleful aura and spirituality were even stronger. Originally, Xianxia was not particularly interested in imperial armaments. But now, he was really interested. It would be good if he could bring it back to the Emperor dynasty. Among the 6 ministries he had in mind, one of them was the Ministry of Justice. It was an organization that abided by the rules of the monarch emperor's court, established punishments, dealt with rebels, captured criminals, and criminals. This guillotine could be used by the Ministry of Justice. Right now, Xianxia was like the head of a big family. If he saw something good outside, he would want to take it back home. Even Xianxia himself might not have noticed it. He began to transform from a prodigy of the younger generation into a true leader, a mighty lord, and a leader of an existence. Xianxia took one step forward, and the visions of his 5 sacred physiques came crashing down. Then, he added the power of the small dimension. If it was a fully awakened imperial weapon, it might be able to resist Xianxia's power of the small dimension. But the problem was that Xianxia could only use 1% of the sin-beheading guillotine's power. This power was enough to crush others of the same level. But Xianxia was not such an existence. The 5 sacred body avatars were like 5 small dimensions that suppressed the sin-beheading guillotine. Many forces, laws, and runes intertwined and collided with each other, creating dazzling ripples of order. He suppressed the imperial weapon directly. Why do I feel that the successor of the No-End Emperor has a mysterious power? The elites present exclaimed. Some of them were sensitive and noticed that Xianxia's power was not just the power of laws. Xianxia was sent flying like a cannonball. But what shocked him was, he realized that the sin-beheading guillotine was beginning to break free from his control. Xianxia used the 5 sacred body avatars and the power of the small dimension to suppress the sin-beheading guillotine and put it away. The sin-beheading guillotine had an instinct that belonged to an imperial weapon and did not want to be suppressed. In fact, some imperial weapons were sentient. But they had to be at least a quasi-immortal weapon to be able to form an artifact spirit. A real immortal weapon could form an artifact spirit. Just like the sword spirit of the Sword of God. The artifact spirits of immortal weapons were the most powerful beings and were not weaker than any Dao attainment cultivators. Suppress. Xianxia waved his hand as soon as he finished speaking, moving at lightning speed. No one saw it clearly and thought that Xianxia had put the sin-beheading guillotine into a Dharma artifact. In fact, Xianxia had put it into the Jiuli painting. After the sin-beheading guillotine was put into the Jiuli painting, it immediately sensed that something was wrong. However, all around him, a vast and mighty force came crashing down. The sin-beheading guillotine only had a slight potential to become a quasi-immortal weapon. The Jiuli painting had become a quasi-immortal weapon before. It only became a top-tier imperial weapon because it lacked the souls of the 4 beasts. Therefore, the Jiuli painting's level was higher than the sin-beheading guillotine. Without any suspense, the sin-beheading guillotine was suppressed in the Jiuli painting. After that, Xianxia would also use the power of the universe to slowly refine the sin-beheading guillotine and make it his own. You took my weapon. Xianxia's eyes were red as if blood was about to drip out. He wanted to attack again, but he coughed out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. I'm already being kind by giving you a chance to challenge me. What's wrong with collecting some interest? Xianxia said. He said the most arrogant words in the most honest tone. Kill me if you dare. Xianxia yelled. He had to admit that his behavior made some of the Xianting prodigies around him nod in approval. Although Xianxia was defeated, he didn't show any signs of embarrassment. I'm in a good mood. Instead of treating me as your inner demon, why don't you think about how to surpass me? Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. However, he said in his heart, that's impossible. Who are you? Xianxia stared at Jun Xiaoyao. He wanted to know the true identity of the successor of the No-End Emperor, who had defeated him and even made him lose his imperial weapon. You'll find out soon. After Jun Xiaoyao said that, he turned to look at the golden pagoda and ignored Xianxia. Xianxia clenched his fists. He had to admit that Jun Xiaoyao was right. Instead of treating him as his inner demon, he should continue to cultivate and surpass him. Jun Xiaoyao walked toward the golden pagoda. He raised his hand and gathered power. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. All the prodigies around him were confused. They didn't know what Jun Xiaoyao was going to do. At that moment, the deity source at the bottom level of the golden pagoda suddenly shattered. Divine chains of order intertwined and runes of Tao spread. A sleeping figure stepped out of the rain of light. Are you a descendant of the Xianting? Why don't you bow to me? The figure in the rain of light said softly. The surrounding prodigies of the Xianting were terrified. Even Xianxia was shocked. That was a sleeping saint of the ancient Xianting. He had a high status and extraordinary strength. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything else when he saw what was about to happen. He activated the power of his saint body, and the visions of his 5 saint bodies came crashing down right away. Trash, the opportunity of the divine body lineage is not something you can enjoy. Everyone was speechless. They had never thought that the successor of the Wu Zhong great emperor would make a move. He was a saint of the ancient Xianting. His status was even higher than the seedlings of the celestial orthodoxies. However, Jun Xiaoyao made his move right there and then without further ado. How dare you? A cold voice came from the rain of light. A hand as white as jade, more delicate than a woman's, reached out and collided with Jun Xiaoyao. Bang, the sound of a clap of thunder sounded like the end of the world. That person grunted and fell back. He said with a hint of surprise, Connate Saint Body? As the rain of light dissipated, everyone finally saw the person clearly. It was a handsome man in a white robe. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao seriously. I didn't expect that there would be a Connate Saint Body in the future. I'm the saint of the ancient Xianting, Ming Xian. The man named Saint Ming Xian said calmly. Who told you that I'm from the Xianting? Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. What? If you're not from the Xianting, how can you enter this place? Ming Xian frowned. This was the Xianting's treasure. How could they let an outsider enter? The way I see it, you guys are the real robbers. Jun Xiaoyao pressed his palm down again. Runes as vast as the sea and divine runes of order intertwined. The power of 30 laws intertwined and formed a hand that could suppress everything. It slammed toward Ming Xian. Ming Xian also made a move. He performed the art of the ancient Xianting. A vast energy appeared and even the runes of the immortal path shone. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. It was rumored that the ancient Xianting had immortal path arts. It seemed that it was true. Boom, after another collision, the clear heart saint was sent flying again. He was in disbelief. One had to know that he was one of the most outstanding geniuses of the ancient immortal court of that era. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been crowned as a saint. He wouldn't have been qualified to sleep in this sacred mountain and be baptized at all times. As expected, when Jun Xiaoyao saw that the tranquil heart saint had only been pushed back, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. He was now a saint body and a Tao embryo. Both his physical body and Tao techniques were unparalleled. It could be said that among those of the same cultivation level, there were very, very few people who could clash with him and not have their bodies destroyed. However, the clear heart saint could. It wasn't because of how powerful he was. It was because he had accepted the tempering of the sacred mountain's aura. This was the main reason. The clear heart saint's face was a little ugly. How could there be such a powerful genius in the future? The other skyprides were also dumbfounded. He was the saint of the ancient Xianting. His strength was definitely stronger than the seedlings of the various immortal orthodoxies. In the end, he was still no match for the successor of limitless heavenly emperor. Jun Xiaoyao clapped at the golden pagoda with one hand, and the visions of the 5 sacred bodies came crashing down. Rumble, the golden pagoda began to tremble, and cracks began to appear on its surface. Meanwhile, the immortal sources in the other layers began to crack too. Rays of light appeared one after another, accompanied by powerful auras. The other saints of the ancient Xianting sealed in the immortal sources also broke out of the immortal sources. The bright moon saint, the starry saint, and the great sun saint. These are all recorded geniuses of the ancient Xianting. I didn't expect them to be hibernating here. Some of the Xianting skyprides exclaimed. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous on the sacred mountain? You're not even from the ancient Xianting. How dare you offend us? The other saints rebuked him coldly. Jun Xiaoyao remained indifferent. There was only coldness in his eyes. He directly attacked and wanted to shatter the golden pagoda. You've gone too far. The saints all made their moves. They also noticed that the black-robed man in front of them had the aura of a sacred body and a Tao embryo. Although it was not complete, it was not to be underestimated. The bright moon saint raised his palm, and moonlight surged. A bright moonlight seemed to appear behind him, but it was filled with murderous intent. The starry saint also attacked. He casually sprinkled silver sand. The silver sand floated in the void and turned into stars one after another. They rolled over and suppressed Yi Shiwen. The great sun saint also attacked. His fist was shocking and carried a blazing and surging aura. The clear heart saint and the other saints also suppressed Yi Shiwen. In an instant, the 7 saints of the ancient Xianting attacked together. That power made Xing Yunshen and the others, who were not far away, change their expressions. These 7 chosens were all great heavenly venerates. Now that they attacked together, their power could definitely contend against a supreme mystic venerable. Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly. The power of his sacred body and a Tao embryo was activated. His surging blood qi surged along with the great Tao runes. The sovereign divine blood in his body was also boiling. His 5 sacred body avatars pressed forward. At the same time, he formed the endless seal and merged it with the universe's origin energy. He was just one person, but he seemed to have a great aura that could suppress the world. As they fought, dazzling Tao laws collided. The entire sacred mountain shook violently. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to collapse. The waves of air surged in all directions, and all the prodigies were pushed back. Master. Mo Yenyu was extremely nervous. Although she had absolute blind confidence and worship for Jun Xiaoyao. The 7 saints of the ancient Xianting were obviously not to be underestimated. Bang, a rumbling sound came from the center of the collision. The 7 figures were all sent flying. Although they were not seriously injured, they were still in a sorry state. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? The clear heart saint and the others' expressions changed. They were originally peerless talents, and they had been sleeping on the sacred mountain to undergo eternal tempering. Their bodies were already flawless and were comparable to some sacred bodies. But now, they couldn't even block that person's attack. Jun Xiaoyao flashed like a sharp sword and instantly landed in front of the golden pagoda. Then, he gathered the power of his sacred body and slammed his palm down. Crack, the golden pagoda suddenly cracked, and then exploded in front of everyone's eyes, accompanied by the explosion of the golden pagoda. The entire sacred mountain began to rumble and tremble. The mountain cracked, and huge rocks rolled down. All the prodigies leaped into the air. What's going on? Is this land of opportunity going to be destroyed? Damn it, the faces of the several saints of the ancient Xianting were also extremely gloomy. The golden pagoda seemed to be a Dharma artifact that suppressed the sacred mountain. As soon as the pagoda fell, the sacred mountain cracked in an instant. Hundreds of millions of rays of dazzling golden light bloomed from the cracks. Then, under the incredulous gazes of all the prodigies, a vast figure emerged from the sacred mountain. It was a figure that was sitting cross-legged, covered in endless golden light. His face was blurry, and no one could see his face clearly. Countless golden runes surged around him, and a terrifying aura surged into the sky, turning into a blood-red dragon. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to crush all the realms in the universe erupted, and the universe was about to be turned upside down. That sacred mountain is a person? All the prodigies were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the incomparably majestic sacred mountain was actually a person's body. And it was an incomparably huge person, like an ancient god. That aura was too terrifying. Many of the geniuses were unable to fly in the air under this aura and fell onto the floating islands around them. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, remained standing in the air. Looking at the vast figure that was more than 10,000 feet tall, Jun Xiaoyao felt an unprecedented resonance. It's finally appeared. The Baron Thearch's Dharma body. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were clear. The other geniuses were shocked and confused by the appearance of this vast figure. They didn't know what kind of existence it was. But Jun Xiaoyao knew. In fact, from the first time he saw the sacred mountain, he already had some kind of understanding in his heart. The cause and effect were completely colluded. The clues left by the Endless Emperor, the appearance of Mars, the Forgotten Land, desolation. It referred to this Desolation Emperor's Dharma body. It should be the ancient Xianting who obtained the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body through some unknown means. Then, they used the Golden Pagoda to suppress it and turned it into a sacred mountain, making it a place for the geniuses of the ancient Xianting to train. The tempering aura was emitted by the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body, which was extremely beneficial for tempering the body. This was also the reason why the 7 saints, including the Clear Heart Saint, had such strong physical bodies. Because they were sleeping here, their bodies were being tempered by the aura of the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body all year round. It could be said that even a wisp of the aura of the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body was enough for others to enjoy for a long time. And Jun Xiaoyao was not wrong when he said that they were bandits. Because the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body was originally an opportunity for the sacred body lineage. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao felt a resonance that he had never felt before. It was as if his flesh and blood were resonating with the Desolation Emperor's Dharma body. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was a perfect sacred body with 10 shackles broken. It could be said that he was the closest existence to the Desolation Emperor. What is this? Is it the incarnation of a powerhouse? What a terrifying aura. Why does it feel a little similar to the sacred body of the ancients? The geniuses present were all shocked. However, they didn't recognize the origin of this Dharma body. First, it was because the era of the Desolation Emperor was too long ago. Second, it seemed that there was a mastermind behind the scenes who erased much of the history of the Desolation Emperor. Therefore, other than the sacred palace of the ancients, Protector Wu also knew some information. Now, almost no one in the mystic realm knew about the Desolation Emperor. It was even more impossible for the younger generation to know. This is. Not only the others, but also the Clear Heart Saint and the others also had a look of surprise in their eyes. They only knew that the Golden Pagoda was used to suppress the sacred mountain. However, they did not know that the sacred mountain was actually a huge Dharma body. The reason why I called you bandits is because this Dharma body belonged to the ancestor of the sacred body. It should be in the Temple of Desolation, not the ancient Xianting. Jun Xiaoyao's words immediately caused an uproar. It really is the sacred body of the ancients. But then again, this sacred body of the ancients is way too strong. Is the sacred body of the ancients really that strong? Previously, the son of God of the Jun family possessed a holy physique that had broken the shackles. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the end. All the skyprides were amazed. So what? In my ancient Xianting, that thing belongs to my ancient Xianting. The sacred son of the great Sun Empire said indifferently. That's right. This Dharma body should also belong to the ancient Xianting, the bright moon saint said. They were well aware of the value of a saint body Dharma body. They were certain that in the countless years that this Dharma body had been emitting less than 1/10,000th of the chi of refinement. And it was this power that allowed many of the skyprides of the Xianting to transform their bodies and improve their cultivation. One could imagine that the Dharma body of the desolate emperor was invaluable. How could they let an outsider take it away? Jun Xiaoyao acted as if he didn't hear anything. He just looked at the Dharma body of the desolate emperor. The Dharma body of the desolate emperor gave him the feeling that its aura was no less than the Dharma body of the deity he believed in. More importantly, he felt as if he had formed a connection with the Dharma body of the desolate emperor. Jun Xiaoyao felt as if his mind was divided into two. Part of it seemed to be integrated into the Dharma body of the desolate emperor. His vision was blurry, and there was only a bright golden rain of light. What's going on? Has my mind entered the Dharma body of the desolate emperor? Jun Xiaoyao was also a little surprised. This was the first time he had experienced such a change. Then, some blurry images appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. It's the scene when the Dharma body of the desolate emperor was born. Jun Xiaoyao observed carefully. This was definitely a rare experience. After all, the desolate emperor had single-handedly created the sacred palace of the ancients and was known as the strongest sacred body of the ancients in history. He had once brought the sacred body of the ancients to the second place among the 3,000 physiques, second only to the fateless one. This almost meant that the desolate emperor was the strongest of an era. Even in the history of ancient times, he could overshadow the other strongest for a period of time. However, the scene that Jun Xiaoyao saw shocked him. This was because the Dharma body of the desolate emperor, with its terrifying strength, was actually formed by the vision of the sacred body. This made Jun Xiaoyao a little stunned, and his expression was one of surprise. He had always thought that comprehending the 6 sacred body visions and forming the 6 reincarnations would be enough to suppress all enemies. This should be the most perfect cultivation method. However, the desolate emperor had cultivated the 6 sacred body visions into 6 Dharma bodies. Although these 6 Dharma bodies were not as strong as the 1 chi into 3 pure ones, they were comparable to the original body. However, they were not weak by much. After all, the desolate emperor himself was already extremely strong. I see. This Dharma body of the desolate emperor is only one of the 6 Dharma bodies. Jun Xiaoyao was amazed. The desolate emperor was really too powerful. Even though it was only 1/6 of the desolate emperor's Dharma body, its strength was so strong that it surpassed many great emperors. How strong would the 6 Dharma bodies be if they joined forces? How strong would the desolate emperor himself be? Now, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. Why was Guardian Wu's eyes full of reverence when he mentioned the desolate emperor? The desolate emperor had already cultivated the sacred body of the ancients to a level that could shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. He had even broken the limit of the sacred body of the ancients. Jun Xiaoyao could not calm down. He originally thought that after comprehending the 6 sacred body visions, he should have almost reached the end. In the end, he found that he was only halfway there. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking. Suddenly, he saw another scene. It was in the dark depths of the endless chaotic universe. There was a terrifying and boundless black hole. The black hole was so big that it seemed to be able to swallow the entire universe. A voice came from the black hole. The voice seemed to be overlapped by countless demonic voices. Desolate Emperor, why are you meddling in other people's business? Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao was instantly shocked. He remembered that when he communicated with Guardian Wu before, Guardian Wu mentioned the Desolate Emperor's forbidden enemy. That forbidden enemy had never been recorded in ancient history. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao had been trying to figure it out. That taboo enemy was definitely the mastermind behind the ultimate calamity. And now, the voice coming from the black hole, could it be the mastermind behind all this? I have understood the true meaning of the birth of the sacred body. What is it? A strong and steady voice came. Jun Xiaoyao could not see the person because he was now looking at the remnant illusion from the perspective of the desolate emperor's Dharma body. Oh, what is it? The demonic voice in the black hole said. The unwillingness, disbelief, and unyielding fate of the human race. Unwillingness to live like ants, disbelief in the shackles of fate, and unyielding to the oppression of the heavenly path. Therefore, the sacred body of the ancients of the human race was born. It was a joy to fight against the heavens. So, you really want to stop my plan? The demonic voice smiled coldly. You have provoked the forces of the 4 sides, causing chaos and turmoil again and again, causing the human race and even all living beings to bleed like rivers and create endless disasters. Today, I, the Emperor, will personally end your eternal calamity. The scene came to an abrupt end. Jun Xiaoyao did not know what happened next. After an unknown period of time, a blurry illusion appeared in front of him again. It was the barren Emperor's Dharma body that fell from the depths of the broken universe. At this moment, a figure appeared and collected the barren Emperor's Dharma body that fell from the sky. It's an expert from the ancient Xianting. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Now, he suddenly understood. He understood why the ancient Xianting obtained the Baron Emperor's Dharma body. It must have been after the battle between the Baron Emperor and the mysterious mastermind. The remaining Baron Emperor's Dharma body was obtained by an expert from the ancient Xianting. Then, it turned into a sacred mountain. As for why it was suppressed with a golden pagoda, it was because it did not want to be discovered by other sacred bodies of the ancients in the future. After all, the Baron Emperor's Dharma body was very important to the sacred body lineage. It could almost be said to be an existence of faith. Now, Jun Xiaoyao completely understood. Why did Emperor Noend leave this clue? It was to deal with the future turmoil and to let the sacred body lineage obtain the Baron Emperor's Dharma body. As long as one had a sacred body of the ancients, they could use the power of the Baron Emperor's Dharma body. The stronger one was, the stronger the power of the Baron Emperor's Dharma body could be mobilized. As for why Emperor Noend did not take it himself. With Emperor Noend's strength, there was no need to use the Baron Emperor's Dharma body. With his own strength, he could suppress the turmoil of the world. Moreover, this was also a test for the future sacred bodies. Whether or not they could take back something that belonged to the sacred body lineage from the Xianting depended on the ability of the future sacred bodies. If they could not even take back the Baron Emperor's Dharma body, then the sacred body lineage could not suppress the turmoil. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood the cause and effect. At this moment, in the outside world, the expressions of all the geniuses, including the 7 saints of the ancient Xianting, were a little stunned. In their eyes, the Baron Emperor's Dharma body that was as vast as a golden mountain. Its body shone with light, surrounded by principles, and the aura of the great path surging. Then, it quickly shrunk, and in the end, it became 7 feet tall. Golden light shone resplendently, and tens of thousands of strands of divine light shone. It was like the indestructible golden body of a deity. The surging power even caused the surrounding void to silently collapse. From this, one could see how powerful this Dharma body was. Most importantly, everyone could feel that the desolate Emperor Dharma body was resonating with Jun Xiaoyao. That's right. The innate saintly being has the ability of the sacred body of the ancients. Does this mean that the successor of Emperor Wuji can unleash the power of this saint body? In other words, he can control this saintly being Dharma body? Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. After all, the strength of this avatar was too terrifying. Even if he could only activate a small portion of its power, it would be enough to crush everyone present. Even the 7 holy sons of the ancient Xianting. What should we do? The clear heart Saint Sun looked at the great sun Saint Sun, the bright moon Saint Sun, and the others. Of course I'm going to take it back. It belongs to me, Xianting. Another saint said coldly. Without another word, he directly attacked Jun Xiaoyao, wanting to snatch the Baron Emperor's celestial body. As a result, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been standing motionlessly in midair, suddenly moved. He felt that every cell in his body was resonating with the Baron Emperor Dharma body. The chi of refinement from the Baron Emperor Dharma body also surged into Jun Xiaoyao's body. In an instant, his physical body became even more powerful. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao even more was that the chi of refinement could refine his cells and continue to awaken the Sumer world. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had cultivated 3,000 Sumer worlds, which should have been the peak. However, later on, Jun Xiaoyao comprehended that he wanted to turn every particle of his physical body into a Sumer world. A person's physical body had tens of trillions of cells. However, if he really wanted to cultivate, he could condense them into 840 million particles. If every particle was turned into a Sumer world, then Jun Xiaoyao's physical body would be almost an endless universe. However, although this idea was crazy, the resources required to achieve it were too terrifying. Even if he emptied the resources of several clans of the ancients, it would still be far from enough. However, Jun Xiaoyao now found that the chi of refinement from the Baron Emperor Dharma body was very helpful in cultivating the Sumer world. Could it be that the reason why the Baron Emperor was so powerful and became the strongest sacred body of the ancients in history was because he also comprehended a similar method? An idea suddenly popped into Jun Xiaoyao's head. With the Baron Emperor's monstrous talent, he could have comprehended a similar method even if he didn't get the physique book. At this moment, the son of the ancient Xianting rushed towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao just casually patted him. The Baron Emperor Dharma body behind him also attacked at the same time. In an instant, the void was broken. An invisible force tore everything apart. It was as if an invisible hand had torn the entire space apart. The son of the ancient Xianting didn't even have time to scream before he was beaten into nothingness. The 7 sons of the ancient Xianting immediately became 6. Everyone was speechless. A saint of the ancient immortal court died just like that, like swatting a fly. This was simply too humiliating. He can control this Dharma body. Retreat. Seeing this, the son of the great sun and others quickly retreated without saying anything. They were not stupid. If it was just Jun Xiaoyao alone, they might be able to maintain the situation. However, the power of the Baron Emperor Dharma body was too terrifying. It was not something they could resist at their level. Not to mention the others, even Jun Xiaoyao himself was a little confused. He just attacked subconsciously. He didn't expect to be able to mobilize the power of the Baron Emperor Dharma body. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao could feel that he had only unintentionally drawn a very small part of the power of the Baron Emperor Dharma body. If Wuhu breaks through to the Quasi-Emperor level and controls the Baron Emperor Dharma body, thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. At that time, ordinary great emperors might not be a match for Wu Hu. Only then did Jun Xiaoyao understand Emperor Wu Tian's good intentions. Although he had transformed from the sacred body of the ancients to the innate sacred body of Taoist embryo, he had always been thinking about the sacred body lineage. Even if this generation's sacred body of the ancients had not fully matured. However, with the power of the Baron Emperor Dharma body, it was enough to fight against the strongest. Seeing this scene, the other heavenly talents were extremely frightened. How could they fight? Even the son of the ancient Xianting was killed. Just when everyone thought that no one would dare to provoke Jun Xiaoyao again. Suddenly, the sound of chanting was heard. The Baron Emperor Dharma body suddenly trembled. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He immediately noticed that the Baron Emperor Dharma body seemed to be attracted by an inexplicable force. Finally willing to make a move? Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised. He looked at the black-robed man who came in with Xing Yunshan, Long Xuani, and the others. Jun Xiaoyao had been secretly paying attention to him before. Everyone's eyes also turned to him. Because the sound of chanting came from the black-robed man. Haha. What? An invincible sacred body Dharma body. I really found it. If I take it back and study it, I should be able to gain a lot. Maybe I can refine the perfect sacred blood and even refine an invincible emperor corpse. Hearing those words, everyone present was shocked. Who was this person? Under everyone's gaze, the black-robed man took off his black robe and revealed his true appearance. It was a man with a skinny face. He was dressed in black and looked extremely sinister. His skin was as pale as a dead person's, with a hint of green, which made him look very creepy. It's someone from the underworld. The moment the man appeared, he immediately caused a commotion. His aura was definitely from the underworld. Is that one of the 3 emperors of the underworld, Xianxia? Some of the more knowledgeable skyprides asked in surprise. Like the Xianting, the underworld was a huge organization with many skyprides. There were outstanding talents in each of the Xianting's celestial heritages. The underworld was the same. The 3 emperors of the underworld were the more famous ones. Their strength was extremely terrifying and couldn't be underestimated. Xianxia was one of the 3 emperors of the underworld and came from the Corpse Jail Palace, one of the 10 palaces of the underworld. Many people looked at Xing Yunshan. They didn't expect Xing Yunshan to collude with a skypride from the underworld. Although the underworld was very low-key and didn't have many conflicts with the Xianting, their reputation was terrible. They collected corpses everywhere, did horrible experiments, and destroyed many factions and races. All in all, it was an extremely frightening orthodoxy. The Xianting prided itself on being righteous. If it had anything to do with the underworld, it would inevitably affect the Xianting's image. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes around him, Xing Yunshan remained silent. If the Xingtian celestial lineage wanted to compete with the Fuxi and Empress Hua celestial lineage for power, they couldn't rely on themselves. That was why they had this tentative cooperation. However, Xianxia didn't expect the underworld to predict that there would be a saint body in the Forgotten Nation. They were very interested in all kinds of special constitutions and had been collecting all kinds of true blood and precious blood. Haha, I didn't expect to meet the heir of Emperor Wu Tian here. I only came here for the saint body. Now it seems that there's an unexpected surprise. The flesh of a connate saint body is also priceless. Xianxia looked at Jun Xiaoyao as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. He'd found out that the underworld was related to the curse of the saint body. Moreover, they had been researching all kinds of true blood all this time. There was definitely a shocking conspiracy behind it. They're just a bunch of shameful things. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. Even though he hadn't had any direct conflict with the underworld before, he still hadn't had any major conflicts with the underworld. However, even if it was only the curse of the holy physique, it was destined to go against the underworld. Xianxia just sneered. Then, as he chanted the sutra, black runes seemed to appear on his skin. It was a supreme sutra that could guide all kinds of dharmakayas and corpses. It's the corpse refining demonic scripture from the corpse prison hall. Each of the 10 palaces of hell had different legacies. The corpse prison hall specialized in raising and refining corpses. Therefore, he was very interested in all kinds of corpses, avatars, broken bodies, and so on. There was even a rumor in the immortal region that a big shot of the underworld's corpse prison hall had used the corpse dismemberment technique to prove his Tao with his corpse after his death. He had become the second corpse emperor, and his strength was terrifying beyond compare. As Xianxia chanted the corpse refinement fiend scripture, the corpse refinement fiend scripture was chanted. Jun Xiaoyao immediately sensed that there was an inexplicable force attempting to control the desolate emperor Dharma body. In your dreams. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. To a large extent, he came to the Forgotten Nation for the opportunity related to the desolate emperor. How could he give the desolate emperor Dharma body to someone else? Jun Xiaoyao flicked his finger, and a drop of pure heart blood shot out and landed on the desolate emperor Dharma body. Jun Xiaoyao was a holy physique that had broken the shackles. His blood could produce the most perfect resonance with the desolate emperor Dharma body. In an instant, the slightly restless desolate emperor Dharma body calmed down. A feeling of the same bloodline emerged in Jun Xiaoyao's heart. Humph. Seeing this, Xianxia directly attacked. Many demonic runes appeared all over his body. His aura rose steadily. He raised his hand and slapped out. In the void, there seemed to be a big hand full of red hair that broke through the void and suppressed Jun Xiaoyao. Corpse King Hell suppressing palm, a strange light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Vaguely, there seemed to be the restlessness of a curse emerging. The curse of the holy physique must have something to do with the corpse jail palace. Jun Xiaoyao also struck out with his palm and collided with the big hand full of red hair. Looks like you've already done some investigation. Xianxia revealed a strange smile. At this moment, the desolate emperor Dharma body seemed to have sensed some kind of power that made the holy physique feel disgusted. The desolate emperor Dharma body pointed out a finger. The sky was filled with golden light. That finger was like a pillar that supported the sky as it crushed toward Xianxia. Xianxia was also shocked. He didn't expect the desolate emperor Dharma body to have such a huge reaction. Poof, the next moment, Xianxia was directly crushed. The third emperor of the underworld died just like that? Many prodigies couldn't come back to their senses. He's indeed a rat in the gutter. He doesn't dare to show his true body. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. Only then did everyone realize. This Xianxia was actually a corpse that was being controlled. The real Xianxia didn't enter the Forgotten Nation. However, it made sense. After all, this was Xianting's territory. The prodigies of the underworld wouldn't be so relaxed as to come with their true bodies. At this moment, a divine will was left in the void. Successor of the Wu Tian Emperor, we will meet again. The corpse jail hall is interested in your connate holy physique and Dharma body. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao just sneered. He hadn't revealed his true identity yet. If he did, would the corpse jail hall have the guts to touch him? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the desolate emperor Dharma body again. The red-haired arm must have had something to do with the holy physique curse. That was why the desolate Emperor Dharma body instinctively attacked. Jun Xiaoyao remembered the corpse jail hall in the underworld and would naturally investigate it in the future. Xianxia glanced at Jun Xiaoyao and the desolate Emperor Dharma body and left silently. He and Tianzi didn't have a deep relationship, so there was no need for him to help. Jun Xiaoyao didn't bother to pay attention to this loser. He put away the desolate Emperor Dharma body. No one dared to have any ideas about this desolate Emperor Dharma body. However, some Xianting prodigies muttered to themselves. Although the successor of the Wu Tian Emperor got this Dharma body, will the Xianting let him leave with it? Yeah, everyone can see that this Dharma body is invaluable. Even the rich Xianting can't be so generous. Sigh, he's so unlucky. The Xianting and the underworld are interested in such a valuable Dharma body. If the successor of the Wu Tian Emperor doesn't have a strong backer, he'll have to compromise with the Xianting. Some Xianting prodigies discussed secretly. They didn't dare to say anything openly. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit, which was at the eternal sound level, naturally heard everything. However, he just smiled and didn't take it to heart. Now, the corpse jail hall and the Xianting were interested in him or the desolate Emperor Dharma body in his hands. Wasn't it because his identity was unknown? Wait until Jun Xiaoyao's true identity was exposed. Who in the world dared to touch him? No one had expected that the Sacred Mountain's opportunity would end in such a way. The entire Saint Mountain was actually a Saint body Dharma body. Now, no one dared to have any ideas about Jun Xiaoyao. The other geniuses looked at Jun Xiaoyao with amazement and awe. First, he crushed Xing Yunshan, Long Xuani, Yu Hui, and the others. Then, he fought against the son of Xianting. Then, he fought against the corpse emperor of the Netherworld. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's identity as the successor of Emperor No End had really become famous. The strong would be looked up to wherever they went. This was an eternal law. The successor of Emperor No End is really amazing. Yeah, when the Forgotten Kingdom ends and the news spreads, it will probably cause a sensation. I'm really curious. Who is the true identity of the successor of the No End Great Emperor? By the way, do you think he can fight against the son of God of the Jun family? One is a quasi-innate sacred body, the successor of Emperor No End. The other is the chaotic lotus physique, which is similar to the chaotic physique. He is the son of God of the Jun family. If the two of them fight, the result is really unpredictable, many geniuses present began to discuss. Little did they know that the two peerless geniuses in their words were actually the same person. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Okay. The fat on Lu Fugui's face was shaking, and he smiled like a chrysanthemum. He didn't just find a powerful backer. This was the same as hugging an iron thigh, the kind that was hard to deal with. Now, in the Forgotten Kingdom, who dared to provoke them? Mo Yenyu's expression was also filled with deeper respect and longing. She was the only one in the Forgotten Kingdom who knew Jun Xiaoyao's true identity apart from Ling Yan. And Jun Xiaoyao's performance undoubtedly refreshed her understanding again. The successor of the Wu Zhong Great Emperor, the successor of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, the son of God of the Jun family, the young master of the Jiang family, the lord of the monarch imperial court, each and every one of these prominent identities was enough to intimidate everyone in the area. In the end, they were all the same person. Mo Yenyu really couldn't describe her feelings of worship. There was only one thought in her mind right now, and that was to follow Jun Xiaoyao to the death without wavering. Her emotions were similar to hers. There were also the geniuses of Qiyu. That's a little fierce. Even Qiyu, who was slightly resistant to Jun Xiaoyao before this, was now in a daze. Other than shock, there was no other word that could describe his feelings at this moment. No wonder Qiyu Demon Emperor approved of him. Perhaps this is the only chance for our Qiyu immortal system to change our fate. Qi Long's eyes lit up. She felt that Qiyu immortal system should seize this opportunity. After the matter of the Sacred Mountain came to an end, Jun Xiaoyao also led the group deeper into the world of divine remains. Now, the clues about the desolate emperor had been solved. Jun Xiaoyao also gained a lot. This gain was of great significance to him, to Wu Hu, and to the entire sacred physique lineage. Next, there was only the matter of signing in. Jun Xiaoyao also planned to go deep into the core of the Forgotten Nation to sign in. Along the way, he naturally found a lot of treasures. Jun Xiaoyao didn't like them and directly gave them to Lu Fugui, Mo Yanyu, and Qiyu Immortal System. These people who followed Jun Xiaoyao also gained a lot. They naturally had more respect for Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, several ancient Xianting saints who had escaped from the sacred mountain. Their faces were ugly as if they had eaten a fly. They didn't have a high status in the ancient Xianting. At least among their peers, they were almost like stars surrounding the moon. Even in the current world, if they were born, their status wouldn't be much lower than Di Haoyin's. But now, as soon as he was born, he stumbled and ended up in a sorry state. One of them even died. This made the saints feel gloomy. Then what should we do now? Where should we go? Saint Ming Xian asked. Both the bright moon Saint Sun and the heavenly star Saint Sun were silent. The great sun Saint Sun said, "Go to the deepest part of the forgotten nation. The princess should be sleeping there. Also, don't forget that our mission in slumbering in this golden era is to assist the princess in the first place." If the great sun Saint Sun's words were spread out, it would definitely shock everyone. They were all holy sons with extraordinary statuses, yet they had been sealed here just to assist others. But the princess's physique. The heavenly star Saint Sun hesitated. Don't worry, His Majesty must have left a backup plan. After all, she is the last princess of the ancient Xianting. The Chosens all nodded slightly. If it really succeeds, with the princess's strength, she might be able to compete with the innate saint body, the bright moon Saint Sun said. Don't worry, we will remember this. The great sun Saint Sun's eyes surged with coldness. The world of divine remains was extremely vast. And not many people could go deep. Because the world of divine remains wasn't completely safe, there were also various mechanisms, traps, and incomplete arrays. After an unknown period of time, Jun Xiaoyao looked up at the sky. The blood-red Mars demon star looked even more beautiful. Vaguely, Jun Xiaoyao felt that the end of the forgotten nation might not be far away. And most importantly, as the Mars demon star changed, Jun Xiaoyao could also feel it from the deepest part of the world of divine remains. There was a terrifying soul pressure coming from the deepest part of the world of divine remains. It came crashing down like a tidal wave. Except for a few top prodigies like Jun Xiaoyao, other prodigies couldn't go deep. Master, it's already difficult for us to go deep. Why don't you continue alone? Mo Yanyu said. That's right, senior. We have already gained enough, Qi Long and the others also said. They also knew very well that they didn't want to drag Jun Xiaoyao down. They had already gained enough. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. That's good. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. It was indeed not suitable to continue to lead them in the future. Then, Jun Xiaoyao continued to go deep alone. The others were looking for other opportunities in this area. It was the same for the prodigies in other places. Except for a few prodigies who still wanted to try. As for the others, they were all searching for opportunities within the limits of their abilities. As time passed, Jun Xiaoyao had already gone deep into the deepest part of the world of divine remains. He might even be close to the deepest part of the forgotten nation. However, there was still no sign of the system. What's going on? Just as Jun Xiaoyao was feeling suspicious, suddenly, he heard a sound. It was the sound of waves crashing on the shore. With a thought, Jun Xiaoyao flashed away. Not long after, he finally left the floating island area of the world of divine remains. Looking around, it was a vast expanse of white waves. It was a sea with no end in sight. Jun Xiaoyao stood on the shore. At this moment, in the distance of the sea, lanterns were lit, and palaces appeared like immortal palaces. It was full of immortal energy, as if it was the residence of immortals. Could that be the core of the ancient Xianting ruins? Jun Xiaoyao was suspicious. That scene was like a dream, like a mirage. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to step on the sea and explore, he found that after he stepped out, he instantly returned to his original place. Is it an illusion array or something else? Jun Xiaoyao began to activate his eternal sand-level primordial spirit to sense with his divine soul. But he still had no clue. Then there's only one possibility. If I'm not wrong, the existence in the Forgotten Nation can even crush a eternal sand-level primordial spirit in terms of the Tao of the primordial spirit. In other words, only a power that surpassed the eternal sand-level primordial spirit could confuse it. And above the eternal sand-level primordial spirit was the void turbulent primordial spirit. That wasn't a realm that ordinary experts could reach. Even some quasi-emperors and even great emperors might not be able to reach the void turbulent primordial spirit. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance. Jun Xiaoyao looked over. "It's you." It was the figure that came over on the sea. She was dressed in a red phoenix robe. She was tall and beautiful, and her hair was tied up in a bun. She was like a fairy who had descended from the sky. Who else could it be but the daughter King Xianxia? If it were anyone else, such as Lu Fugue and the others, they would definitely be confused. They wouldn't know what was going on. However, Jun Xiaoyao wore a faint smile on his face, as if he knew what was going on. "Sir, we meet again." Zhuang Xiaoming smiled at Jun Xiaoyao, a smile that could topple cities. Jun Xiaoyao also smiled faintly. "Should I call you the daughter king, or the will of the forgotten country?" Jun Xiaoyao's words pierced through the window paper. The smile on Zhuang Xiaoming's face did not change. "I still prefer sir to call me Xiaoming, because this is the name you gave me." Zhuang Xiaoming spoke with a smile, full of charm. Jun Xiaoyao knew that this was actually a disguised admission. From the moment he entered the Forgotten Country, he had a whimsical guess. The Forgotten Country was actually alive. In other words, the Forgotten Country had its own will. It might not be a living person, but it was definitely in existence with its own thoughts and knew how to think. Moreover, its cultivation in the path of the soul was extremely terrifying. It was at least a void turbulent existence. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deceive Jun Xiaoyao's eternal sand-level primordial spirit. Moreover, many of the powerhouses who came here were confused. Without an extremely strong path of the primordial spirit, it was impossible to set up an illusion to confuse everyone. Strictly speaking, the Zhuang Xiaoming in front of him was not the daughter king of the lost country. After all, the daughter king was also an illusion born from the will of the forgotten country. Now, it was this will that had transformed into Zhuang Xiaoming. As the saying goes, Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreams of Zhuangzhou. "It's my honor to like the name I gave you." Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. "I always feel that this name suits me very well. After all, who can determine what is real and what is fake in this world? If a person is trapped in a dream forever, then the dream is real to him," Zhuang Xiaoming said faintly. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep look at Zhuang Xiaoming and said, "To be honest, although I know that you're the Forgotten Kingdom's will, I don't know what kind of existence you are." The Zhuang Xiaoming in front of him was a great beauty. However, it was an illusion after all. Who knew what was behind this will? "Sir, you will know soon. After all, you are about to wake up from this dream." Zhuang Xiaoming gazed at Jun Xiaoyao. A strange look flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Was Zhuang Xiaoming reminding him that the Forgotten Kingdom was about to disappear? If he didn't leave before disappearing, he would probably have to dream forever. "This sea should be the core of the Forgotten Kingdom," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Yes, all of you who enter the kingdom should want to enter here. After all, the most precious treasure of the ancient Xianting is hidden here." Zhuang Xiaoming suddenly blinked and revealed a hint of playfulness. This was a little special. "Treasure, what is it?" Jun Xiaoyao was curious. At the same time, he even wondered if the will of the Forgotten Kingdom had reached some agreement with the ancient Xianting to help the ancient Xianting guard the treasure. "You will know when you go in." Zhuang Xiaoming kept him in suspense. Jun Xiaoyao was just about to ask how to enter. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Immediately, he took out a flower. It was the flower of the past. "Is it this?" Jun Xiaoyao said. "Sir, you are indeed witty." Zhuang Xiaoming smiled. "The dream tide is about to hit. This is the last stage. If you can break free from the dream, you will be able to leave the Forgotten Kingdom. If you don't wake up, you will forever be a part of the Forgotten Kingdom." Hearing Zhuang Xiaoming's words, Jun Xiaoyao raised his head and looked at the Mars demon star. Now, he finally understood that the Mars demon star controlled the soul illusion power of the Forgotten Kingdom. And in the distance of the sea, a vast fog was surging. That was the dream tide, which could drown the Forgotten Kingdom in a very short period of time. That was the final test. At this time, the flower of the past in Xianxia's hand was lit up like a lamp and bloomed. It was beautiful and mesmerizing. And Xianxia was completely immune to it. He turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Goodbye." In fact, Xianxia knew that it was impossible for him to see Xianxia again. Once the dream tide was over, he would naturally wake up and leave. The Forgotten Kingdom would also disappear, and he would wait for the next time he woke up. Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, "Actually, sir, you can stay and accompany me forever. I don't mind." Xianxia was slightly embarrassed, and then he smiled modestly. "Of course I am willing to accept your invitation, but I still have unfinished business, so I can only thank you for your kindness." With that, Xianxia directly stepped into the sea, and in a moment, he was drowned in the dream tide. Xianxia was speechless, and then she shook her head and smiled. "I really want to keep him here forever," Xianxia muttered to herself. Xianxia could be considered the most interesting person she had met in countless eras and among the countless living beings she had met. However, when she thought of that terrifying woman, Xianxia could not help but shudder. If she really kept him here, that terrifying woman would probably destroy her directly, right? She might even completely wipe out the entire Forgotten Kingdom. Moreover, that woman had warned her not to touch him. It's really strange, why does he have a connection with that terrifying woman in the ninth heaven? Xianxia shook her head slightly. That woman, like her, cultivated the Tao of dreams. However, that woman's strength and cultivation were stronger than hers. One person was a forbidden zone. Forget it, for the sake of that woman and the fact that you named me, I'll give you one last gift. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, she stretched out her jade-like finger, and a bit of spiritual light followed Xianxia. In the dream tide, everyone's thoughts would completely become their own in the dream. And the gift that Xianxia gave Xianxia was that he could have a wisp of his own thoughts in the dream. It was almost as if he was helping Xianxia cheat. This was absolutely unfair to other people who were immersed in the dream. Finally, the promise to the ancient Xianting has been fulfilled. Xianxia sighed. Her figure gradually faded and disappeared. On the other side of the sea, two figures could be seen standing there. One of them had blonde hair and silver eyes, and was born a divine being. It was Xianxia. The other person was none other than Gutizi. Gutizi was originally a prodigy who was on par with Ling Yan. However, after being thwarted by Xianxia, he had to bear the infamy of murdering the heroes of the immortal region. Later, Xianxia appeared. Gutizi was completely marginalized. Now, he could only rely on Xianxia and follow him. Young Emperor, this should be the deepest part of the Forgotten Nation. What exactly is the treasure of the ancient Xianting? Gutizi's tone was also filled with curiosity. You'll see it soon, but you probably won't be able to see it, Xianxia said meaningfully. Oh. Young Emperor, what do you mean? Gutizi was stunned, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He was also a scheming person, and he had schemed to frame Xianxia many times before. However, he was countered later on. However, this was enough to show that Gutizi was not stupid. In a split second, he quickly retreated. Xianxia, on the other hand, was neither hurried nor slow. He pressed out with his palm, and his unique innate dragon emperor chi was boiling, turning into golden dragons that entangled Gutizi. Although Gutizi had the Fuxi sacred body, his opponent was Xianxia. Young Emperor Xianxia, what are you doing? I am loyal to you. Gutizi resisted while shouting angrily. He could not believe that Xianxia would attack him. So, now is the time for you to show your loyalty. A cold smile appeared on Xianxia's face. His aura erupted, and the dazzling innate dragon emperor chi traversed the 9 heavens. If other prodigies saw that aura, they would definitely be scared to the ground. Now, Xianxia had truly revealed a trace of his strength. And it was this small portion of power that directly suppressed Gutizi, making him unable to resist. The innate dragon emperor chi turned into a golden furnace, imprisoning Gutizi within, and then directly refining him. Gu Tizi let out a scream. The feeling of being refined alive was even more painful than death. Gu Tizi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his body began to crack. He stared at Dihaoyan, completely unable to believe that. He did not die at the hands of his sworn enemy, Jun Xiaoyao, but at the hands of his own. To the scheming ancient prince, this was undoubtedly a form of mockery. He had planned and calculated, in the end, he was plotted against his own bloodline. Dihaoyan, no matter what, I'm still the successor of the Fuxi immortal lineage. Aren't you afraid of stirring up trouble? Gu Tizi was not willing to die like this, and he did not want to give up until the end. When I unify the Xianting, the Fuxi immortal lineage will understand my good intentions. Dihaoyan was unmoved. Dihaoyan would not even blink when his own follower died. Not to mention Gu Tizi, who had only followed him recently. In Dihaoyan's eyes, he was just a tool. Dihaoyan, I curse you. You will be defeated by Jun Xiaoyao, and you will be defeated miserably. Gu Tizi let out a shrill scream, and finally, his body and primordial spirit exploded. They turned into a ball of yin and yang, black and white essence. It was the Fuxi sacred physique's essence. Dihaoyan raised his hand, and the Fuxi sacred physique's essence floated above his palm. Jun Xiaoyao, haha. Dihaoyan only laughed coldly. When I'm done here and unify the Xianting, I'll find a way to eliminate Jun Xiaoyao, the only variable. Then everything will go back on track, and the Xianting will unify the ages. And I will be the only king of the Xianting, and I will go find that door. I still have the fragments of the immortal stone plate. When I find them all, I can fight for the chance to ascend. Then I will ascend to immortality and unify the ages. Dihaoyan was full of ambition. His ambition was to swallow the universe, and he wanted to be the king of the Xianting, who ruled countless dimensions. With one command, all 9 heavens and 10 earths would submit, but to be honest, Dihaoyan's talent, strength, and status were indeed worthy of his ambition. By the way, Ling Yan should also come here, right? When the time comes, I'll kill and refine her. Ling Yan and Gu Tizi were all part of his plan. However, Dihaoyan didn't need them. He only needed their Fuxi sacred physique and Empress Hua sacred physique's essence. Dihaoyan put away the Fuxi sacred physique's essence, and the flower of the past appeared in his hand. Then, he also stepped into the dreamland tide. In the other direction, Ling Yan's tall and slender figure appeared. With her ability, she could naturally go deep into the core. Why do I have an inexplicable feeling, as if something is calling me? Ling Yuan's face was filled with doubt and confusion. She came to the sea completely subconsciously. Then, Ling Yan also stepped into the sea. But the most surprising thing was, Ling Yan actually stepped in directly. Jun Xiaoyao, Dihaoyan, and the others all needed to use the flower of the past to step in. And Ling Yan could step into the sea directly without using the flower of the past. In the next moment, the dreamland tide also drowned her beautiful figure. In a very short period of time, the white fog engulfed the entire Forgotten Kingdom. All the prodigies in the Forgotten Nation instantly sank into the dreamland tide. In this dreamland tide, they would become a certain existence in the dream. That dream was almost no different from reality. In the end, only those who could wake up could leave the Forgotten Nation. And the rest would forever be trapped in the Forgotten Nation. The universe was vast, and the stars were moving. This was an endless stretch of majestic heavenly palaces, lying across the universe like a continent. The scenery was magnificent, and the lanterns were bright. The Golden Cloud Palace, the Lingxiao Palace, and the 4 great heavenly gates guarded the 4 directions. There were a total of 99,999 palaces and treasured lands to form this immortal palace. Thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious auras, pearls, precious stones, and glazed tiles. This was an incomparably prosperous place, and also the center of the immortal realm's power. The central area of the ancient Xianting. Dream of the ancient Xianting, the power of the ancient Xianting was undeniable. It guarded the 8 directions, the 4 poles, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Although it had already become history, the vast aura it displayed at this moment was still shocking. Celestial soldiers and generals came and went in an endless stream. The entire central area of the Xianting had more than 90,000 palaces. They were divided into the outer, inner, and central core area. And the central core area had 108 palaces. They were divided into 36 heavenly palaces and 72 throne halls. Located in the center was the Lingxiao Palace. That was the place where the ancient Xianting's ruler discussed important matters with some of the Xianting's mighty figures. Apart from that, there were also the Cloud Palace, Sand Palace, Five Brightness Palace, Tushita Palace, Light Palace, Miaoyan Palace, Sun Palace, Huaihui Palace, and other palaces. They were either heavenly paradises or residences of the important figures of the Xianting. And among these palaces, there was a palace called the Jasper Flower Palace. This was a forbidden area of the Xianting, and no outsiders were allowed to enter. Because the person who lived here was the daughter of the ancient Xianting emperor. The last princess of the ancient Xianting. The Jasper Flower Palace was full of blooming flowers. Even the lowest grade herbs planted here were all sacred herbs. It could be said that even if a pig was placed in the Jasper Flower Palace, it would not be able to survive. It would become an expert in a few years. These palaces were the best places in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. However, the Jasper Flower Palace was deserted. No one was willing to come close. It was not because this was the residence of the princess of the ancient Xianting. One had to know that even if it was the residence of a princess, there would still be a few maids and the like. However, the Jasper Flower Palace was deserted. The reason was simple. It had something to do with the princess of the ancient Xianting's special body. It was an extremely ominous body. Because of that, even the daughter of the ancient Xianting's emperor lived in it. Ordinary people would stay away from it. Even in the immortal court, there were many rumors and slanders about this princess. But today, outside the Jasper Flower Palace, there was a slender figure slowly walking in. His long golden hair was loose, and his silver eyes had a deep look. He had an extraordinary temperament. Some of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals in the distance, and the people of the Xianting were surprised. It's Heavenly Lord Haoyan. It seems like he's really infatuated with the princess. I heard that the emperor wants to marry the princess to Heavenly Lord Haoyan. However, Heavenly Lord Haoyan is indeed the most outstanding person in the Xianting. Even I want to marry him, some of the fairies of the Xianting said. It's a pity that the princess has an ominous body. Anyone who has anything to do with her will suffer misfortune. I heard that the princess's ominous body even affected the luck of the Xianting. If the emperor hadn't been suppressing it, maybe the Xianting would. Shoo, don't say that. Some of the people of the Xianting communicated with their divine sense and whispered. Meanwhile, Heavenly Lord Haoyan had already entered the Jasper Flower Palace. The Jasper Flower Palace was usually quiet. No one would dare to approach it. True Lord Haotian was the only one who could freely enter the Jasper Flower Palace. Inside the Jasper Flower Palace, colorful flowers and brilliant reds were everywhere. No one would have thought that the person living here was a young girl with an ominous aura. Heavenly Lord Haoyan passed by the small bridge, flowing water, rockery, and blue stone. Then, he saw a pavilion. A young girl was leaning on the edge of the pavilion with her chin resting on her hand. She was doing nothing. That young girl seemed to be 16 years old. However, she was born with a face that could turn all living things upside down. It was hard to imagine that a girl with an ominous aura could have such a stunning appearance. However, it was difficult for outsiders to see this face. In fact, they would even stay far away from it. It had to be said that this was a form of irony. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. This young girl's appearance was somewhat similar to Ling Yan's. However, compared to Ling Yan, he was less noble and cold, and more youthful. Princess Xianxia. True Lord Haotian smiled when he saw the young girl. True Monarch Haotian, you've come. The eyes of the girl named Xianxia lit up. She was the daughter of the ancient Xianting Emperor, Princess Xianxia. Normally, she almost didn't see anyone. Except for her father, Emperor Donghua, who occasionally saw her to suppress the ominous aura in her body. The only person she could see from time to time was True Lord Haotian. True Lord Haotian indeed had an extraordinary temperament and a magnificent appearance. It could He said that he was the dream of many women in the Xianting. However, Yuanche only treated him as a friend. I'm here to visit your highness. How have you been recently? True Lord Hao Tian smiled gently and elegantly. It's still the same. I'm bored, Yuanche said. Since she was born, she had been staying in the Jasper Flower Palace. If it were anyone else, they would have lost their minds long ago. To be honest, it was already good that Yuanche didn't go crazy. I brought you some trinkets on behalf of your highness. True monarch Hao Tian smiled and took out many rare treasures. For example, the rainbow feather robe made from the feathers of the divine phoenix. For example, the dazzling pearl of the 9 seas. For example, the nebula bracelet made from 108 stars. If these treasures were given to any woman, they would be incomparably happy and abnormally happy. However, Yuanche just smiled perfunctorily and said, "Thank you very much." She didn't care much about these treasures. True Lord Hao Tian's smile faded slightly, and then he said, "Then what does your highness want?" Yuanche's moon-like eyes turned and looked at True Lord Hao Tian. "Can you cover for me and let me go out for a stroll?" "Your highness, that won't do. Your physique is special, and it's not suitable for you to go out." True Lord Hao Tian said. "So you won't help, right?" Yuanche puffed up her cheeks angrily. "Sorry, Emperor Donghua will definitely think of a way. It won't be long before your highness regains your freedom." "Wait again? This princess has been waiting for so long. I'm just going out for a stroll. I won't disturb anyone." "Hao Tian, just tell me if you'll help me or not." Yuanche stared straight at True Lord Hao Tian. True Lord Hao Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of thought. If he didn't help, would his relationship with Yuanche fall into a deadlock? After thinking for a moment, True Lord Hao Tian said, "Then princess, can you guarantee that you won't disturb anyone and won't come into contact with anyone?" Yuanche's eyes lit up. "Of course. Sigh, if Emperor Donghua finds out about this, I'll definitely be punished." True Lord Hao Tian sighed. "Hao Tian, thank you. You're my friend forever." Yuanche looked at True Lord Hao Tian and said. After that, True Lord Hao Tian casually covered for Yuanche to sneak out. Looking at Yuanche's back, True Lord Hao Tian's smile faded, revealing a hint of deep meaning. "Just a friend? That won't do." Yuanche left the Jasper Flower Palace. This was the first time she experienced a feeling called freedom. However, she also listened to True Lord Hao Tian's words and didn't come into contact with anyone. She also understood that apart from her father, Emperor Donghua, and True Lord Hao Tian, the others should be afraid of her. Because there was something ominous about her. Not only could she bring bad luck to people, but she could even bring bad luck to Xianting. Why can't I be like an ordinary woman?" Yuanche thought to herself. Which girl didn't yearn for love? She was in the prime of her life. Even Yuanche's heart would throb. She wanted to find the person she could chat with, talk about her worries, and entrust her feelings to. True Lord Hao Tian was indeed very outstanding, and enough to make many women's hearts flutter, but Yuanche just didn't have any feelings in her heart. She only treated him as a friend. Yuanche's thoughts were in a daze. Unknowingly, she came to a gorgeous peach forest. The peach forest was 10 miles long, and it was magnificent. Yuanche looked at it in a daze. So beautiful, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. There was actually such a beautiful place in Xianting. Who took care of this? Just as Yuanche was curious, a clear and gentle voice sounded. It was reciting a poem. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees, and picked peach blossoms to sell for money. When sober, only sit in front of the flowers, when drunk, still sleep under the flowers. Half awake and half drunk, day after day, year after year. His gentle voice was accompanied by the poem and the peach blossoms within 10 miles. Hearing this, Yuanche's heart rippled. Half awake and half drunk, day after day, flowers wither and bloom year after year. Yuanche chewed on this poem and looked into the depths of the peach forest. She saw it. In the depths of the peach forest, a white-clothed young man leaned against a peach tree like an immortal. There was a game of chess in front of him and a pot of wine in his hand. The flying peach petals landed on his shoulder, but he didn't brush them off and let them stay there. This was a beautiful and dreamy picture. 10 miles of peach forest, a white-cloaked immortal, accompanied by a rain of peach blossoms. If it were any other girl, they would have been instantly struck in the heart. Xianxia hid in the dark and watched this scene. To be honest, although she was the princess of the ancient Xianxia, but because she had been sealed in the Jasper Flower Palace since she was young, she hadn't seen much of the world. But her vision wasn't low. After all, her father was Emperor Donghua. True Lord Haoyan was also a peerless talent. But at this moment, the young man playing chess and drinking wine under the peach forest still held Xianxia's gaze tightly. What kind of strange man was he? Xianxia was extremely curious. But she remembered True Lord Haoyan's warning. She couldn't touch anyone. Xianxia sighed in her heart. She wanted to leave, but she was unwilling. Could this be the so-called fate? Xianxia couldn't help but think. And at this moment, the immortal-like handsome white-clothed young man raised his hand. Friend, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? Xianxia suddenly panicked. She wanted to leave directly. But her body was honest and showed her figure. What's the name of this poem? Perhaps because she rarely saw strangers, Xianxia's tone was a little unsmooth. Peach Blossom Nunnery Song. The white-clothed young man smiled slightly, handsome and gentle. Xianxia's face turned red subconsciously. She wasn't a love-struck fool, nor was she obsessed with looks. Otherwise, she would have feelings for True Lord Haoyan long ago. But she just felt that the white-clothed young man in front of her had a very special temperament. That was the temperament she yearned for. Freedom. That's right. Although Xianxia was the princess of the ancient Xianxia, the one thing she couldn't obtain the most was the freedom that most living beings had. This poem is very good. By the way, aren't you afraid of me? Xianxia asked. Why should I be afraid? The white-clothed youth asked. It seems that you don't know who I am. Xianxia lowered his eyes slightly. Of course I do. You're the daughter of Monarch Donghua, Princess Xianxia of the Xianxia, the white-robed young man said with a smile. Then why aren't you afraid of me? Everyone else is avoiding me as if they're afraid of snakes and scorpions. They're afraid of being tainted by bad luck, said Xianxia. She was already used to the indifference and isolation. Misfortune and inauspiciousness? The white-clothed young man tilted his head slightly and said. Look at this tenly peach forest. After the petals wither, they will rot. However, you cannot deny its magnificence because of this. The same goes for life. So what if you're tainted with inauspiciousness? This does not negate the significance of your existence, Princess Xianxia. The white-clothed youth's words caused Xianxia to freeze in place. Her vision suddenly became hazy. Only then did she realize that it was tears. Princess Xianxia, if you don't mind, why don't we have a drink? The white-clothed youth raised his cup in invitation. Xianxia wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her jade-like hand. An unprecedentedly sincere smile bloomed on her face. Sure enough, her guess was correct. This white-clothed youth was truly an extraordinary man. By the way, I still don't know your name, Xianxia said. This one is Yu Xiaoyao, the white-clothed youth said indifferently. Yu Xiaoyao. Xianxia muttered and repeated the words. Sure enough, he lived up to his name. Young master was like jade. Furthermore, there was a kind of carefree and unrestrained aura that she yearned for in Xiaoyao. Are you also from the Xianxia? Why have I never heard of your name? Xianxia asked curiously. Although she rarely left her residence, she knew some of the people in the Xianxia. The white-clothed youth said, this one has always been a carefree person, wandering the four seas. I rarely stay in the Xianxia. I see. Then you must have been to a lot of places. Can you tell me about them? Xianxia rested her chin on her hand and looked at the white-clothed youth. This youth in front of her had the freedom she wanted most. Of course. It's my honor. The youth smiled. Then, he told her all kinds of anecdotes about his travels. Xianxia was also intoxicated by the story. Time passed. At some point, Xianxia cursed inwardly. It's over. I have to go back. Go ahead, princess. The youth smiled. Yuanche hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jun Xiaoyao. After a while, she gathered her courage and said, "Yu Xiaoyao, can we meet again in this peach forest?" "Of course." The white-cloaked youth smiled. "Then it's a promise." Yuanche extended her pinky. Then, she shrank back a little. She was tainted with an ominous aura. Even Lord Haoyan didn't get within 3 feet of her. However, Yuanche's eyes widened. The white-cloaked youth also extended his pinky and hooked it with hers. "It's a promise." Yuanche's heart skipped a beat. The man in front of her didn't mind at all, nor was he afraid of her ominous aura. As if to cover up her embarrassment, Princess Yuanche blushed and left. Looking at Yuanche's back, the gentle smile on the white-cloaked youth's face slowly faded. How interesting. Is this the dream tide? Dreaming of the ancient Xianting? The white-cloaked youth was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. He didn't expect this dream to be so realistic. Even with his eternal sand-level primordial spirit, he couldn't find any flaws. It was as if it was no different from reality. What exactly is the will of the forgotten country? It has such a strong soul cultivation. All of this is almost real. It could be said that even with his eternal sand-level primordial spirit, Jun Xiaoyao would have to spend a lot of effort to get out of this dream. Not to mention others. However, Jun Xiaoyao was a little confused. Logically speaking, after falling into the dream, I shouldn't know my true identity. But now, I have my original thoughts. It's like a lucid dream. Jun Xiaoyao was confused. The so-called lucid dream was when one was in a dream and knew that they were dreaming. This was an experience that many people had experienced. But in this environment, it was no different from cheating. Now, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood what Zhuang Xiaoming said was the most precious treasure of the ancient Xianting. I didn't expect that the last princess of the ancient Xianting would be sleeping in the core of the forgotten country. No other treasure could compare to this last princess of the ancient Xianting. Her identity and the resources she controlled were incomparable to other Xianting geniuses. She was the most precious treasure. However, Jun Xiaoyao still had some doubts in his heart. Yuanche and Ling Yan looked a little similar. There must be a secret. The most important thing for Jun Xiaoyao now was to build a good relationship with Yuanche. He wanted to know what the ominous aura on her was. There's also that Di Haoyan. But he doesn't seem to be awake yet. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He now understood what Di Haoyan's plan was. He also wanted to get Yuanche, the most precious treasure. He wanted to use the power of Princess Yuanche's identity to ascend to the throne and unify the Xianting. It could be said that if Jun Xiaoyao didn't intervene, he might really succeed. But now, Jun Xiaoyao knew about Di Haoyan's plan and naturally wouldn't let him get what he wanted. Even if he had to be a jerk for once, he would ruin Di Haoyan's plan. When Yuanche returned to the Jasper Flower Palace, she saw perfected Lord Haotian standing there. "Princess Yuanche, you're a little late." Perfected Lord Haotian said with a faint smile. "Sorry, Haotian." Yuanche stuck out her tongue playfully. "Your Highness, you seem to be in a good mood," perfected Lord Haotian said. Of course. After all, it's rare for me to go out." "Naturally, I'm in a good mood," Yuanche said. She wouldn't tell him about her meeting with Jun Xiaoyao. Otherwise, perfected Lord Haotian might not let her go out again. "Well, Your Highness, I'll take my leave first. However, Xianting will hold the Myriad Immortal Banquet soon," perfected Lord Haotian said. "Myriad Immortal Banquet? Is something important happening?" Yuanche asked. The Myriad Immortal Banquet was the most prestigious banquet in Xianting. Usually, it would only be held when something big happened or when there was an important celebration. "You'll know when the time comes." Perfected Lord Haotian smiled appropriately and kept her in suspense. After perfected Lord Haotian left, Yuanche's expression became absent-minded. She even felt that meeting Yu Xiaoyao in the 10-mile peach forest was just a dream. It was so dreamy that it was a little unreal. Will he keep his promise? Yuanche's heart suddenly felt a little uneasy. This feeling was very novel to her. It was like a young girl's feelings were budding for the first time. In order to avoid perfected Lord Hao Tian's suspicion, Yuan Che endured it. Yuan Che also endured it, and only after a period of time did she let Heavenly Lord cover for her to leave. Perfected Lord Hao Tian didn't suspect anything. And when Yuan Che came to the 10-mile peach forest again, she smiled knowingly. Under the peach blossom tree, the white-clothed young man was leaning leisurely as the rain of flowers fluttered. The face of a person and the peach blossoms were red. This was a phrase used to describe women. However, at this moment, it was also very suitable to use on the man who was as handsome as jade and free as an immortal. Your Highness, I've kept my promise. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and raised his cup. Yuan Che smiled from the bottom of her heart. This kind of smile had never appeared on her face. Then, they sat opposite each other, drinking and chatting. Regarding Jun Xiaoyao having been to so many places, Yuan Che appeared to be very envious. No wonder you're called Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao is truly carefree, Yuan Che said. Becoming an immortal is easy, but Xiaoyao is difficult. Even the legendary immortals who have transcended their shackles may not be as free as Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Yuan Che stared intently at Jun Xiaoyao. There was a strange light in his eyes. He was truly a carefree and unrestrained man who had let go of everything in the world. It was as if nothing could restrain him. By the way, I've also brought some chess pieces. Play a game with me, Yuan Che said. She took out the chessboard and chess pieces. This is... Jun Xiaoyao looked over. This is something I came up with when I was bored. It's called the 9 Armies flag. Look, these chess pieces represent the Yu nation, these represent the Ling nation, and this is the Womanland. The rule of this game is that the 9 great nations will fight each other for the 3 secret realms of heaven and earth. Yuan Che was in high spirits as she explained to Jun Xiaoyao. She was like a child showing off her achievements. Jun Xiaoyao, however, was slightly surprised. Weren't these the 9 great nations and the 3 secret realms of opportunity in the Forgotten Land? Jun Xiaoyao pondered as he played chess. What's wrong? As if sensing the strange look in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Yuan Che looked up and asked. Nothing, Your Highness is really smart. I've lost, Jun Xiaoyao said. Unexpectedly, Yuan Che puffed up her cheeks and said, You're going easy on me, aren't you? She could tell that Jun Xiaoyao was a man of great wisdom. Your Highness is the creator of the 9 Armies flag. It's normal for her to lose to you, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Yuan Che stopped talking, but her face was blushing. This feeling of being cared for and coaxed by someone was quite good. For a long time after that, Yuan Che would occasionally find time to meet Jun Xiaoyao in the 10 Miles Peach Forest. The two of them gradually became familiar with each other and talked about everything. Other than playing the 9 Armies flag. Jun Xiaoyao would also tell her some stories. Today, I'll tell you a story about the Monster Clan. The Monster Clan? Yuan Che's eyes widened like a curious child. Once upon a time, there were 2 snake demons who cultivated into demons. One was a white snake, and the other was a green snake, Jun Xiaoyao said slowly. In the end, Yuan Che's eyes reddened. It's so pitiful. Why can't 2 people who love each other be together? That stinky monk is too evil. Everything in this world can't go according to one's wishes, Jun Xiaoyao said. Really, can't it? Yuan Che whispered and quietly leaned her head against Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao very naturally put his arm around Yuan Che's shoulders. Naturally, he was like an old scumbag who had experienced many ups and downs in love. Thinking of the clothes in the clouds, the face in the flowers, the spring breeze brushing the railings, the dew is thick. If we don't meet at the top of the Jade Mountain, we'll meet under the moon in the Jade Pavilion. Hearing this poem, Yuan Che's face turned red. She could tell that this poem was praising her heavenly beauty. It wasn't that she was easily moved. It was that the man in front of her was too outstanding. He was so perfect that it was like a dream. He came and went as he pleased, as elegant as the wind. Although his origin was mysterious, he was gentle and amiable to her. He didn't mind the ominous aura she carried at all. He was even willing to touch her and wasn't afraid of being tainted by the ominous aura. One had to know that even true Lord Hao Tian, who often fawned over her, had never come within 3 feet of her. Thinking of this, Xianxia seemed to have mustered up her courage and said, "Yu Lang, do you know why I carry the ominous aura?" During this period of time, her relationship with Jun Xiaoyao had also become closer. Because Jun Xiaoyao called himself Yu Xiaoyao, she called Jun Xiaoyao Yu Lang. Why? A dark light flashed in the depths of Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. "Because I am a great sinner," Xianxia said. "A great sinner? But you haven't committed any sins," Jun Xiaoyao said with slight surprise. "I'm not sure either. Since I was born, I have been a great sinner. My father once said by chance. Maybe it's because of the long rule of the Xianting, which accumulated a lot of blood and sin. And my father, Emperor Donghua, as the ruler of the Xianting, transferred this sin to his daughter, which is me." Xianxia's tone was mournful and pitiful. It was obvious that she was an innocent girl. But she was born with the bloody sin of the entire Xianting. This was very unfair to her fate. "So that's how it is," Jun Xiaoyao said. "This last princess of the ancient Xianting was really pitiful. Then is there any way to solve it?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. Xianxia sighed. "Now there are only 2 ways. One is to find someone else who can transfer the great sin. But there are too few people like that, and it's impossible for them to be willing to accept this sin. The other way is to borrow the power of the 2 emperors of the Xianting, Emperor Shi's, and Emperor Was, to suppress the sin in my body. But that's not an easy way." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly flashed when he heard this. He suddenly understood. Wasn't the power of the 2 emperors of the Xianting and Emperor Wa's sacred body of Fuxi and Emperor Wa? In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao understood everything. Not only was his intelligence monstrous. After breaking through to the eternal sand level, his primordial spirit could even revolve countless times in an instant. All kinds of thoughts, ideas, and clues gathered in his mind. So, this is Di Haoyan's plan. Jun Xiaoyao completely understood the cause and effect. Even so, there were still no flaws on his face. "Don't worry, your sins will definitely be washed away," Jun Xiaoyao comforted. "Well, I think, if one day, my sins and inauspiciousness are really washed away, then, can I be with you openly?" Xianxia mustered up her courage and whispered like a mosquito. "Yes," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Being a scumbag in the dream shouldn't count, right?" At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Your Highness, you seem to have violated the conditions." Hearing this voice, Xianxia suddenly reacted and hurriedly stood up. In the distance, a figure slowly appeared. His golden hair fluttered, and a pair of cold moon-like silver eyes swept towards the 2. "Hao Tian, I." Xianxia was at a loss for a moment. Perfected Lord Hao Tian's gaze did not fall on Xianxia. Instead, it fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still lazy, leaning against the peach blossom tree. His expression was indifferent, but there was a strange light in his eyes. As expected, this perfected Lord Hao Tian was Di Haoyan. However, it was different from the awake Jun Xiaoyao. Di Haoyan was still in a dream, so it was impossible for him to directly recognize Jun Xiaoyao. But even if he couldn't recognize him, he felt that this excessively handsome white-clothed young man in front of him. There was still an instinctive disgust and hostility. Why do I have an instinctive sense of disgust towards this person? Perfected Lord Hao Tian was also a little confused. This feeling of disgust seemed to be deeply rooted in him and couldn't be changed. Moreover, he also saw the scene of Xianxia leaning on Jun Xiaoyao. This caused the coldness in his eyes to grow even more intense. "How dare you contact the princess of the Xianting so rashly? How dare you?" Lord Haoyan said coldly. "No, it has nothing to do with him. I was the one who took the initiative." Xianxia said defensively. "Princess, this has nothing to do with you. You should return to the Jasper Flower Palace first," True Lord Hao Tian said. "Then you can't attack him." Xianxia bit her lip. "Don't worry. Random people are not worthy of me taking action," Heavenly Lord Hao Tian said indifferently. Xianxia glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, reluctant to part with him. If she didn't listen to Haoyan, she might never have the chance to come out again. Not to mention meeting Jun Xiaoyao. After Xianxia left, Haoyan Prince looked at Jun Xiaoyao coldly. After a long while, he guessed, have we met somewhere before? Jun Xiaoyao was still drinking leisurely. I'm just a nobody. I'm not as famous as true Lord Hao Tian. A toad can never eat swan meat. You don't look stupid. You should know this, Lord Hao Tian said coldly. Yes, a toad can't eat swan meat. You should know this too, right? Jun Xiaoyao said casually. True Lord Hao Tian's face turned completely cold. Jun Xiaoyao was using his words to mock him. I'm afraid there's something you don't know. Soon, it will be Yuan Chei's birthday party. On the day of the birthday party, Emperor Donghua will find a way to personally suppress her sins. At the same time, he will also bestow her with a marriage. And the person Princess Yuan Chei wants to marry is me. Lord Hao Tian smiled coldly. Is that so? But will Yuan Chei agree? Jun Xiaoyao looked up and said. Then, it's not up to her. Lord Hao Tian paused and continued. If you have any self-awareness, you should give up this foolish thought as soon as possible. She's not a woman you can get. After Lord Hao Tian finished speaking, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. Whether it was in or out of the dream, Di Haoyan's personality was still the same. As expected of someone with a rebirth cheat. Among the leaks, he's considered smart. Jun Xiaoyao now knew almost everything about Di Haoyan's plan. Through the dream realm tide, he formed an inextricable marriage with the last princess of the ancient Xianxia. Just like how he formed a relationship with Ling Yan in the Sea of Reincarnation under the Black Abyss. Although all of that was fake. But the karma was already intertwined. It would be difficult to separate in the future. Not to mention, most women were emotional creatures. If in a dream, she loves a man till she dies. Then in reality, it would be difficult for her to dislike this person. Even if it was a sworn enemy, it was the same. Just like Ling Yan, when they were in the Black Abyss, they were enemies. But after the 100 lives of reincarnation, her attitude towards Jun Xiaoyao began to have some subtle changes. And Di Haoyan was undoubtedly thinking of using this method now. In the dream realm tide, he married Yuan Chei and became husband and wife. Even if it was a dream, this karma was completely formed. And Jun Xiaoyao could conclude that Di Haoyan's method of roping in Yuan Chei was definitely not just this. If I'm not wrong, Gu Tizi should have already been killed by Di Haoyan, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Gu Tizi thought that there would be a way out if he joined Di Haoyan. Little did he know that he was just finding a dead end for himself. The power of Emperor Shi and Emperor Hua, plus a great sinner, and the lord of the Xianting, the daughter of Emperor Donghua, who has the bloodline of the emperor. TSK, this last princess of the ancient Xianting is really something. Jun Xiaoyao also sighed. If this last princess of the ancient Xianting was born, she would definitely be the most dazzling genius of the current generation. Of course, the premise was that she could completely control the power of sin. After all, although the power of sin was terrifying, it was misfortune and ominous. But if it could be perfectly controlled, it would also become an extremely terrifying force. Now that I know your plan, how can I let your plan succeed? Jun Xiaoyao revealed a smile. It was a smile that was causing trouble. Although kidnapping a bride is a bit cliché, I can't help but like this kind of thing. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. On the other side, Lord Hao Tian also came to the Jasper Flower Palace. Then, he also told Yuan Chei about the birthday banquet and the wedding banquet. Yuan Chei was a little in disbelief. But the expression on her face was not obviously happy. If she had heard this news before meeting Jun Xiaoyao, Yuan Chei might not be very happy, but she would not be too conflicted. Because although she did not have any feelings for Lord Hao Tian, but Lord Hao Tian was indeed not bad to her. But now, as soon as she saw Xiaoyao, she fell in love with him for life. Other men were no longer pleasing to her eyes. Hao Tian, if you are really good to me, then tell father to cancel the wedding banquet. Yuan Chei said word by word. Yuan Chei, do you still not understand my feelings? Lord Hao Tian slowly clenched his 5 fingers and said in a calm tone. Sorry. Yuan Chei could only say so. She could not go against her heart. Things have been set, and it is difficult to change. Yuan Chei, prepare well. Lord Hao Tian's tone suddenly became cold. At this point, he was too lazy to pretend to be a good man. After all, his only purpose was to marry Yuan Che and then get the appreciation of Emperor Donghua. In the end, he would inherit the position of the Lord of the Xianting. It could be said that whether in the dream or outside the dream, Di Haoyan's only purpose was to become the supreme lord of the Xianting who dominated all time and space. So it's all your disguise. Your purpose is to marry me? Seeing Lord Haoyan's expression, how could Yuan Che not understand? Although she didn't meet many people, she wasn't too scheming. But it didn't mean that she was a fool. Have a good rest. It won't be long before you are my wife. Lord Haoyan didn't say much and turned to leave. Yuan Che sat down in a daze. She thought about it for a while and soon understood. Why did Lord Haoyan keep fawning over her? Was he really good to her, or did he want to gain the appreciation of Emperor Donghua? One could imagine if Lord Haoyan became the prince consort of the Xianting. In addition to his own talent. If Emperor Donghua nurtured him, wouldn't he be qualified to become the Lord of Xianting in the future? Such a comparison. On the contrary, Jun Xiaoyao, who had not known her for long, was sincere to her. He didn't ask for anything from Yuan Che. Xiaoyao was happy and carefree. He didn't care about identity, status, or the Lord of Xianting. Yu Lang, Yuan Che's eyes were slightly red. Time passed day by day. Yuan Che had been staying in the Jasper Flower Palace. Unlike before, there were many more guards outside the Jasper Flower Palace. They were all sent by Lord Haoyan. Yuan Che didn't take a step out. Yu Lang should have already left. Yuan Che didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to stand up bravely. She also didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to stand up. Because this marriage was ordered by her father, the Lord of Xianting, Emperor Donghua. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, who dared to say no to the Lord of Xianting? Now, I only hope that you can still be as carefree and unrestrained as before. Just pretend that you've never met me. Yuan Che's heart was already dead silent. As time passed, the day of the Myriad Immortal Banquet also arrived. And this day was also Yuan Che's birthday banquet. At the same time, it was also a wedding banquet. Emperor Donghua also wanted to make a move on this day to find a way to suppress the power of great sin in her body. Originally, this should have been a happy day for Yuan Che. Because she finally had a chance to ask for help from misfortune and misfortune. However, she remained expressionless. Her heart withered like peach blossoms. Yuan Che, are you ready? Heavenly Lord Haoyan came. He was gentle and elegant as usual. If not for seeing through true Lord Vast Heaven's true colors, Yuan Che would probably still foolishly be deceived by him. Now, her attitude was extremely cold. True monarch Hao Tian didn't mind. He was about to achieve his goal anyway. The Myriad Immortal Banquet was held at the Lingxiao King Hall. Although it was called a treasure hall, its interior was actually as vast as a small world. As far as the eye could see, Xianting experts and mighty figures from all walks of life were streaming in. The whole world was resplendent and dazzling. One star after another adorned the dome. The sun and moon hung high in the sky, illuminating everything. Maids who looked like celestial concubines came and went with jade trays in their hands. There were many jade tables floating in the void. The jade tables were made of celestial origins. The prosperity of the ancient Xianting was indeed unimaginable. There were tens of thousands of Xianting members gathered here. This was the real Myriad Immortal Banquet. And on the high seats, there were figures that were even more dazzling than the sun and moon in the dome. They were some emperor-level figures of the Xianting. And in the middle position, there was an extremely blurry figure. His figure was hazy, making it impossible to see clearly. It was like a shadow. He also didn't emit any kind of terrifying aura of pressure. It was as if he had transcended everything, like a person from a myth. This extremely blurry figure was the last monarch of the ancient Xianting, Emperor Donghua. Everyone present knew what Emperor Donghua was going to do. He wanted to help his daughter suppress the great sin. This sin was very special. It seemed to be connected to the luck of the Xianting, so it was very troublesome. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary sin, with Emperor Donghua's strength, he could eliminate it with a thought. At this moment, the main character arrived. True Lord Hao Tian, Yuan Che, and the others entered. True Lord Hao Tian had a faint smile on his face, calm and composed. Yuan Che, on the other hand, was expressionless, like an exquisite doll. Beautiful but lifeless. She didn't think of making a scene or breaking off the engagement, because that would embarrass her father, Emperor Donghua. Although it was Emperor Donghua who had asked her to stay in the Jasper Flower Palace, she could feel Emperor Donghua's deep fatherly love for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to help her. Today is my daughter Yuan Che's birthday. Thank you for coming. Emperor Donghua opened his mouth. His voice was ethereal, as if it could spread throughout the 3,000 worlds. You're welcome, Your Majesty. Yes, I specially brought a star ocean pearl as a birthday gift for the princess. I'll also give you 100 sceneries of rivers and mountains. Next, there was a round of flattery and celebration. Although these powerful experts and mighty figures were all very enthusiastic, they were all very enthusiastic. No one dared to get close to Yuan Che. Alright, thank you for your congratulatory gifts. Today, there are 2 more things. First, I want to resolve the great sin in my daughter's body. Second, the marriage between my daughter and perfected Lord Hao Tian. As soon as these words were said, there was an uproar. Although a small number of people already knew, most of them were still extremely surprised. Fellow Taoists, I hope you can help, said Emperor Donghua. Beside him sat 2 blurry figures. In terms of aura, they were not much weaker than Emperor Donghua. You're too kind, Your Majesty. The 2 of them attacked at the same time, and 2 vast balls of origin appeared. One was filled with the qi of Taiji Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions, the 4 divisions formed the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams gave birth to all things. This was the power of creation of heaven and earth. The other carried the aura of the mother of all things, as if it could mold earth to create humans, mend the heavens with its hands, and control the supreme power of creation. Everyone gasped when they saw the 2 primary essences. Everyone knew that this was the most precious source in the world. Yuan Che was sent to a jade platform and laid flat on it. Emperor Donghua attacked with unfathomable power. His idea was to fuse the 2 source powers of Emperor Shi and Emperor Hua into Yuan Che's body. Not only did it have to suppress the power of great sin. In fact, it was even possible that Yuan Che would be able to create an unprecedented dual emperor physique. Of course, Emperor Donghua had never tried it before. This was also the only way at this stage. After all, it was almost impossible to find a person who could transfer the great sin. Under everyone's gaze, Emperor Donghua used his supreme power to press the 2 sources into Yuan Che's body. If an ordinary person were to do this, even their physical body and primordial spirit would explode. But what kind of person was Emperor Donghua? His methods were heaven-defying, so he naturally had a way to fuse it. However, at this moment, a terrifying power of sin appeared. That terrifying energy carried all kinds of resentment, curses, blood, and killing intent. It was as if the living beings that had been suppressed by the Xianting were miniature versions. In fact, the more powerful a force was, the greater the backlash of sin it would suffer. As the saying went, extreme prosperity leads to decline. How many forces could survive in this world? The terrifying power of great sin in Yuan Che's body. It caused the expressions of the tens of thousands of Xianting experts to change. Some people couldn't help but be shocked as they thought to themselves. Could it be that the prosperous Xianting will also fall apart one day? This kind of great sin was definitely not a good sign. And the facts proved that the ancient Xianting had indeed disappeared. After the ancient Xianting disappeared, the Xianting was formed by the various great immortal heritages. However, the Xianting had also split during the war between the 2 worlds. In the end, it formed the 9 great immortal heritages. And now, everyone's eyes were on it. After an unknown period of time, Emperor Donghua sighed tiredly. Everyone knew this method had also failed. In fact, Emperor Donghua's terrifying strength. It wasn't that there was no way to deal with this power of great sin. After all, he was the master of Xianting, an existence that commanded the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, if he really used force, this power of sin could be erased. However, Yuanche's life would also be in danger. For example, it was like a crystal bottle filled with dirty water. If the dirty water was difficult to extract, he could directly break the crystal bottle and let it flow out. However, the crystal bottle itself would also shatter. The current Yuanche was in such a state. After all, she was only a teenage girl. Even if she had the bloodline of an emperor, it was difficult for her to cultivate because of the power of great sin. Seeing this scene, everyone sighed deeply. "Father, thank you. If it really doesn't work, then forget it." Yuanche held back her tears and opened her mouth to speak. The coldness of Xianting made her feel no sense of belonging to the entire Xianting. However, she didn't want to put her father in a difficult position. "No, there's another way," Emperor Donghua said in a deep voice. Everyone present was stunned. Emperor Donghua said, "Split your soul into three and form the three souls of heaven, earth, and human. Your physical body and heaven's soul will seal the great sin and sleep in the future. I believe that there will definitely be a golden era that can solve the problem of your great sin. As for the earth soul and human soul, fuse with the origin of Emperor Shi and Emperor Hua and throw them into the reincarnation well so that they can be reincarnated and cultivate alone. When the true golden era arrives, daughter, you can be born and let the other two souls return to their positions. This way, not only can you eliminate the great sin, but you can also become a dual emperor and dominate the world to fight for the immortal opportunity." It could be said that for Yuanche, his only daughter, Emperor Donghua had put in a lot of effort. This was because the more powerful one was, the harder it was to give birth to a bloodline. He only had this one daughter, so he naturally had to consider everything. Emperor Donghua is wise. The others all cupped their hands and flattered. However, many people also looked at Lord Haoyin. If this was really the method, then this wedding banquet, Emperor Donghua also looked at Lord Haoyin. "Hao Tian, true lord, your engagement is still valid, but it's hard for you to be with her all the time. And now, she still possesses the power of sin. Are you willing to accept it?" True Lord Hao Tian's expression did not change, but there was a change in his eyes. Truth be told, if one were to approach Yuanche without removing the power of sin, it would truly be dangerous. Yuanche was also silent. However, there was a trace of mockery in her clear glass-like beautiful eyes. Time reveals a person's heart, and adversity reveals a true friend. Although true Lord Hao Tian was courteous to her, he was actually still afraid of her inauspiciousness and sins. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded. "I don't agree to this marriage." The voice was very soft and indifferent. However, it reverberated throughout the entire Lingxiao palace. When Yuanche heard this voice, her delicate body stiffened as if she had been struck by lightning. A commotion broke out at the scene. After all, this was a marriage arranged by Emperor Donghua. Who would dare to object? Who would dare to say no to Emperor Xianting? Among the tens of thousands of Xianting people, a peerless figure in a white robe slowly walked out. He had an immortal appearance and was extremely handsome. The eyes of many of the geniuses of the immortal court lit up. Who is he? Why would an outsider sneak into the Xianting? Newborn cows are truly fearless. How dare he openly oppose Emperor Donghua? Many voices sounded at the scene. Jun Xiaoyao filtered out all of them. He looked at Emperor Donghua, who was sitting high in the sky. He thought to himself, no wonder he was the last emperor of the ancient Xianting. Its appearance was something that even the Forgotten Kingdom could not simulate. Because such an existence's strength was beyond imagination. Even if one just recited his name, he might be able to sense it. Therefore, the will of the Forgotten Nation could not sketch out Emperor Donghua's appearance. Because it was not qualified enough, from just now, Jun Xiaoyao had been hiding in the crowd. And now, he finally understood everything. Why Yuanche and Ling Yan were somewhat similar. And the secret of Ling Yan's two souls in one body. If he guessed correctly, Ling Yan and Fairy Yuan should be Yuanche's earth soul and human soul. As for why they form two souls in one body, Jun Xiaoyao guessed that it should be in the process of reincarnation. The earth soul and human soul were entangled together. The origin of Empress Hua's sacred body was integrated into the two souls. As for the origin of Fushi's sacred body, it should be scattered outside. Perhaps it helped Gutizi in the future. After all, Gutizi also had the bloodline of Fuxi. Now, Jun Xiaoyao also understood Di Haoyan's plan. He first prepared to form a karmic entanglement with Yuan Chei's heavenly soul in the dream tide. He wanted to leave his shadow in Yuan Chei's heart. Then, he would offer the origin of Fuxi's sacred body that he obtained from killing Gutizi. Finally, he would suppress Ling Yan and offer him to Yuan Chei so that her three souls could be combined and she could obtain the origin of the two emperors at the same time. Under these methods, even a woman with a heart of stone would be subdued. Then, she would be roped in by Di Haoyan. With Yuan Chei's status as the last princess of the ancient Xianting, coupled with her own influence and strength. If she joined forces with Di Haoyan, the ancient young emperor, they would definitely have the ability to unify the entire Xianting. Yuan Chei would become the empress of Xianting, and Di Haoyan would become the lord of Xianting. It could almost be said that the general trend had been formed, and no one could stop his ambition. It had to be said that Di Haoyan's plan was really perfect and flawless. Unfortunately, the only thing was, although Di Haoyan had the memory of reincarnation, he couldn't predict Jun Xiaoyao's actions. He also didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao would sneak in and ruin his perfect plan. And now, it was the most critical moment for Jun Xiaoyao to ruin Di Haoyan's plan. He wanted to stop Di Haoyan and Yuan Chei's wedding. "It's you. How dare you act rashly here?" A cold light surged in perfected Lord Hao Tian's eyes, and he raised his hand to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. "Stop." Yuan Chei flashed and stood in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Previously, even when she failed to suppress the great sin, she didn't shed a tear. But now, seeing Jun Xiaoyao appear, she shed tears. A strange look flashed in the eyes of all the people of the Xianting. Those who could come to the myriad immortal banquet were all the best people of the Xianting, and all of them had a lot of thoughts. How could they not understand? There was a story behind this. Some people looked at perfected Lord Hao Tian with a touch of sympathy in their eyes. This touch of green was so bright, no one present acted rashly. Everyone's eyes were looking at Emperor Donghua. And Emperor Donghua's gaze fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao instantly felt a touch of strangeness. He actually felt that Emperor Donghua's gaze was as if it was alive. This was unbelievable. One had to know that only Jun Xiaoyao knew that he was in a dream. How could the things in a dream be real, and now? He actually felt that Emperor Donghua's gaze seemed to have transcended the boundary between reality and illusion and landed on him. An unfathomable anomaly that can't be deduced? Emperor Donghua muttered to himself. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were slightly shocked. This was really strange. Did Emperor Donghua really see through him? Previously, he had only heard that these mythological experts, even if someone chanted their name, would be able to sense it and manifest themselves in the world. And now, Emperor Donghua was just an illusion in a dream created by the will of the forgotten nation. Could he manifest his true spirit? Just as Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled, Emperor Donghua said indifferently, "Send him to the 18 levels of hell and suffer the torment of sins." "Father, don't." Hearing Emperor Donghua's words, Yuan Chei's expression suddenly changed. She knew how terrifying the 18 levels of hell were. That was the heaviest punishment in Xianting. In front of such a punishment, even death was a gift. The 18 levels of hell were filled with endless sins and blood tribulations. Each level was a great torture. Ordinary people couldn't even withstand the first few levels. Although in Yuan Chei's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's background was mysterious. But it was impossible for him to survive in the 18 levels of hell. "Heh. You reap what you sow." Perfected Lord Hao Tian's face was cold. In his eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was already a dead man. "Father, if you want to send Yu Lang to the 18 levels of hell, then banish me too." Yuan Chei lost her composure for the first time and roared. She had always been an obedient girl who didn't make things difficult for her father. However, Jun Xiaoyao was the first person to make her maiden heart move. He was also the first man to leave a mark in her heart. She couldn't accept such an outcome. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was very calm. A hint of contemplation flashed through his eyes. Then, he spoke. "If I can let Princess Yuan Chei have the freedom to choose her own marriage, then what's the harm in sending me to the 18 levels of hell?" It had to be said that Jun Xiaoyao's flirting skills were really maxed out. Yuanche's heart was about to break when she heard this. When perfected Lord Hao Tian saw this scene, his expression was extremely cold. Although he didn't awaken Di Haoyan's own consciousness. But he also sensed that this white-robed man seemed to want to leave a deep impression on Yuanche. Unknowingly, Yuanche had fallen for him. But to be honest, no woman would be able to resist Jun Xiaoya's charm at this moment. That kind of carefree willingness to risk his life for his sweetheart was enough to capture the heart of any woman. Since that's the case, then I'll fulfill your wish. Emperor Donghua stretched out a large, hazy hand. Jun Xiaoyao felt that this hand was like the heavens, suppressing him. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to have been turned upside down. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, there was chaos. Then, he felt like a bird with broken wings. Falling, falling, falling. In the end, the surroundings turned into a world of blood and magma. He was sent to the 18th level of hell. The 18 levels of hell were the most terrifying punishments in Xianting. Every layer was unbearable, and one would have to endure endless pain. For example, the hell of the tree of iron, the hell of the mirror of retribution, the hell of the steamer, the hell of the mountain of knives, the hell of the frying pan, and so on. These punishments were not something that ordinary cultivators could endure. Only the truly great sinners would be thrown into this place to receive endless punishment. Those who were beaten into the 18 levels of hell would live a life worse than death, enduring eternal torment. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in the center of the layers of hell. He was receiving the most terrifying punishment. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. Don't think that Jun Xiaoyao didn't feel anything. Although this was a dream, everything in this dream was no different from reality. That kind of hellish pain was naturally real. However, the main thing was that Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was too terrifying. This kind of physical and mental torture was like sprinkling water to him. It couldn't cause him any real pain. The current Jun Xiaoyao could perfectly control any of his emotions, including pain. However, the only thing that Jun Xiaoyao was concerned about was, the 18 levels of hell were filled with endless power of sin. This power of sin was constantly invading his body. The strangest thing was that Jun Xiaoyao actually felt that this power of sin was real and not a figment of the dream. Could it be? A thought flashed through Jun Xiaoyao's mind. His eyes suddenly became playful. Emperor Donghua, the last master of the ancient Xianting. His thoughts and methods are truly admirable. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh. The methods of such a mythical figure were close to that of a god. But now, Jun Xiaoyao, who was deep in the 18 levels of hell, felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. His talent had already broken through to that of the king of variants. In terms of Tao comprehension and other aspects, he had naturally reached the top level. In this special environment, Jun Xiaoyao also felt the desire to comprehend the Tao gushing out of his heart. Perhaps, this is an opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. What he was best at was turning all situations that were unfavorable to him into situations that were beneficial to him. For example, the 18 levels of hell was the best environment for him to comprehend the Tao. Perhaps my origin great Tao Abijna can use this to evolve new changes again, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. His origin great Tao Abijna, Genesis, had not had any new inspiration after it transformed into God's sacrifice when he was training in the wilderness. But now, in this special environment, Jun Xiaoyao's heart was stirred. He began to immerse himself in cultivation. It could be said that no one would have thought of it. This was the most terrifying place of punishment in the ancient Xianting. It was actually turned into a place for Jun Xiaoyao to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. On the other side, at the myriad immortal banquet in the Lingxiao Palace, Yuanche cried and roared, "I'm also a sinner. Why didn't father send me to the 18 levels of hell too?" She felt that she and Jun Xiaoyao were like the white snake and Su Xian in the story. They were clearly in love, but in the end, it was difficult for lovers to get married. "Alright, stop fooling around," Emperor Donghua said lightly. This myriad immortal banquet ended. And perfected Lord Hao Tian and Yuanche's wedding banquet naturally ended without a conclusion. If it was before, Yuanche's relationship with perfected Lord Hao Tian was still considered a friend. But now, she was even colder to perfected Lord Hao Tian than to a stranger. Perfected Lord Hao Tian vaguely felt as if he had lost something important. This made him extremely uncomfortable. But he couldn't force Yuan Che. After all, she was Emperor Donghua's daughter. After that, Yuan Che didn't want to eat or drink anymore. Her belt gradually loosened, but she didn't regret it in the end. And the power of sin in her body gradually became difficult to control. The only way was to separate the three souls of heaven, earth, and man, as Donghua Emperor had said before. During this period, Jun Xiaoyao had been comprehending the Tao in the 18 levels of hell. He didn't know when this dream would end. But he felt that it was going to end soon. And as time passed, Jun Xiaoyao's genesis, the embryonic form of the fourth move, was about to be completed. However, he was still missing the last step. He lacked the most important enlightenment. The 18 levels of hell is just SOSO. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. What an interesting person. At this moment, a voice sounded. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised. He looked at the source of the voice. A hazy figure appeared, as if standing in the depths of layers of time and space. It was blurry. It was Emperor Donghua. It seems that you aren't surprised? Emperor Donghua said. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, Isn't your purpose to test if I'm suitable to transfer the great sin? After Jun Xiaoyao was knocked down to the 18th level of hell, he sensed the power of sin. He immediately understood. This was actually Emperor Donghua's method. He was choosing an existence for his daughter who could transfer great sins. The 18th level of hell was actually the best place to test whether one could bear great sins. And Jun Xiaoyao's performance had undoubtedly passed the test. Haha, smart. Emperor Donghua said indifferently. However, I have a question, Jun Xiaoyao continued. Speak. When the false is real, the real is also false. Where there is nothing, there is nothing. Jun Xiaoyao didn't name him. He only recited a poem. He couldn't directly ask whether Emperor Donghua was just an illusion in a dream or a real existence. That might cause the dream to become unstable. And Jun Xiaoyao hadn't achieved his goal yet, so he didn't directly point it out. But who was Emperor Donghua? He was the former lord of the ancient Xianting. It could be said that he was also one of the most powerful existences in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Jun Xiaoyao's seemingly nonsensical poem might have confused the rest of the people who heard it. However, Emperor Donghua said indifferently, true and false and true, to us, it no longer has any meaning. If I say it's true, it's true. If I say it's false, it must be false. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were secretly shocked when he heard this. As expected of a mythical arch. For such a figure, it was normal for him to control the universe, create heaven and earth, and swim in the river of time. True and false no longer had any meaning to them. If he wanted this illusion to be real, then this illusion would be real. Even if this was just a dream constructed by the forgotten nation's will. This was a true mythical technique. It was unimaginable. Therefore, Your Majesty, you have always been choosing people who can transfer great sins to Princess Yuan Che, even if they are separated by countless years. Jun Xiaoyao said meaningfully. Emperor Donghua said indifferently, So, I found you. Why would Your Majesty think that I would be willing? Jun Xiaoyao asked. You will. As soon as Emperor Donghua finished speaking, he raised his hand again and reached out toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's vision blurred all of a sudden, and the world spun around him. In the next moment, he arrived at the soaring Heaven King Hall. At this moment, the Lingxiao King Hall was already filled with people. Although there weren't as many people as during the Myriad Immortal Banquet, there were still quite a number of them. It's him. He actually came out of the 18 levels of hell alive. Miracle. What a miracle. That's the 18 levels of hell. Even great emperors would lose a layer of their skin if they were thrown into that place. Their bodies would be filled with eternal sin, yet he came out unscathed. The crowd was in an uproar. How is this possible? Among the crowd, true Lord Hao Tian was also present. His eyes widened as he stared at Jun Xiaoyao in disbelief. That was the 18 levels of hell, the most terrifying place of Xianting's punishment. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to come out. Even if they could be released with a lighter sentence, they would still be filled with sin and would be seriously injured. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had just gone for a stroll. This made everyone in Xianting feel incredulous. This guy is really something. Everyone present clicked their tongues in wonder. Yu Lang. An unforgettable voice sounded. In the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao was hugged by a beautiful girl. Yuan Che's eyes were filled with tears of joy. She didn't expect to see Jun Xiaoyao again in her lifetime. Because she was about to soul transform into 3 parts soon, she thought that she would never see Jun Xiaoyao again. Yuan Che, I'm fine. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and patted Yuan Che's back. Seeing this scene, everyone present was silent. Other than her father, Emperor Donghua, Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who dared to hug Yuan Che like that. How dare you touch the princess's body? The blood vessels in perfected Lord Hao Tian's temples were throbbing. He wasn't a ninja turtle. How could he endure such a scene? If he still didn't make a move, he would really become a green-haired turtle. Boom! Perfected Lord Hao Tian's aura was terrifying and was about to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Emperor Donghua, who was floating high in the void, flicked his finger lightly. Bang! Perfected Lord Hao Tian was immediately sent flying and vomited blood. Sorry, I lost my composure. Perfected Lord Hao Tian came back to his senses and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Yuan Che was Emperor Donghua's daughter. Even Emperor Donghua hadn't said anything, but he attacked first. This was a great disrespect. Tisk, tsk. It seems that Emperor Donghua's guess was right. This person might really bear Princess Yuan Che's great sin. In a dazzling sun, a Xianting emperor was sitting cross-legged and sighing. We won't know until we try. Emperor Donghua looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a meaningful gaze. What? He is, perfected Lord Hao Tian's eyes widened. He immediately understood the reason. This white-robed man actually had the ability to bear the power of Yuan Che's great sin. Father, what are you talking about? Yuan Che had just reunited with Jun Xiaoyao and didn't even have time to rejoice. Hearing this, she immediately panicked a little. However, Jun Xiaoyao had already expected this. He turned to look at Emperor Donghua. Emperor Donghua said, "Are you willing to transfer the great sin to my daughter?" What? Father, no, this won't do. Hearing this, Yuan Che's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet. She shook her head vigorously. She knew how terrifying the power of the great sins within her body was. Even as an imperial emperor, she was in such a sorry state. If he transferred it to someone else, it would be equivalent to letting that person die for him. Not to mention that the person she was going to marry was her sweetheart. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. His gaze met Emperor Donghua's. Yi Futian finally understood why Emperor Donghua was so certain that Yi Futian would agree. Because Jun Xiaoyao had discovered it. If he wanted to completely comprehend a new move of the great Tao of origins, he still needed the most crucial enlightenment. And that enlightenment came from the great sin power in Yuan Che's body. In other words, he had to transfer the great sin power in Yuan Che's body to be able to comprehend the new move of Genesis. Besides, even if this didn't happen, Jun Xiaoyao had to do the same. Because not only would this completely destroy Di Haoyan's plan, it would also plant an indelible mark in Yuan Che's heart. In that case, at least when Yuan Che woke up, she wouldn't have any hostility towards him. In fact, just like Ling Yan in the beginning, it would be difficult for her to do anything to him. This way, Jun Xiaoyao would have one less opponent who posed the greatest threat. After all, this last princess of the ancient Xianting was still very powerful and charismatic. Otherwise, Di Haoyan wouldn't have spent so much effort to rope Yuan Che in. Unfortunately, everything that Di Haoyan arranged so carefully has become my wedding dress in the end. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Lord Haoyan from the corner of his eye. At this moment, Lord Haoyan's eyes also began to change. It was as if some kind of thought had begun to awaken in his heart. Don't agree, Yu Lang. You'll die if you accept my sins. Yuan Che panicked. She grabbed Jun Xiaoyao's arm with her jade-like hands and pleaded with him. She knew how terrifying the power of great sins in her body was. It had nothing to do with cultivation. As long as one was tainted by this power, they were destined to die a horrible death. She was certain that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely die if he were to take on the sins that she had committed. However, Jun Xiaoyao simply smiled and placed his hand on Yuan Chei's hand. Yuan Chei's heart trembled when she saw Jun Xiaoyao smile. She already knew Jun Xiaoyao's choice. "I'm willing," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Don't," Yuan Chei cried and buried her head in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. She was crying her heart out. Jun Xiaoyao was the first person to make her heart flutter. He might be the only one. How could she let Jun Xiaoyao die for her? "Yu Lang, as long as you don't agree, even father can't force you," Yuan Chei begged. Jun Xiaoyao was still smiling. "If I don't transfer your sins, how can I comprehend the great Tao of origin? Moreover, this was a dream. Even if they were transferred, it wouldn't matter." Of course, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't say any of this out loud. If you can make a girl cry her heart out for you, why should you expose her? Even Jun Xiaoyao himself felt that he was taking advantage of the situation a little too far. However, he still said gently, "Yuan Chei, do you still remember the story of the legend of the white snake? I don't want to become Su Xian because Su Xian is too weak. He can't even protect his woman. I want to protect you. As long as I can set you free, so what if I fall into the abyss of hell?" Jun Xiaoyao's words were filled with warmth. Yuan Chei felt a piercing pain in her heart. One could imagine how deeply this emotion would take root in Yuan Chei's heart. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao had achieved his goal. He had completely ruined Di Haoyan's plan. In fact, it was even the other way around. He was like a dove taking over the magpie's nest and taking all the benefits for himself. Not only would he be able to win Yuan Chei's heart, he would also be able to comprehend a quintessence great Tao divine ability. Jun Xiaoyao's move could be said to have made a killing. At this moment, true monarch Hao Tian, who had been in a daze, felt as if he had been electrocuted. His gaze instantly turned sharp. As he looked at Jun Xiaoyao and Yuan Chei, a wisp of shock, bewilderment, and fury immediately appeared on his face. Jun Xiaoyao. True Lord Di Haoyan, no, it should be Di Haoyan now. Because his mind had already awakened. However, it was already too late. Seeing this scene, Di Haoyan could not believe it, and he could not believe it. His plan had completely failed. How is this possible? Even someone as scheming as Di Haoyan was a little confused, unable to understand what was happening. In his imagination, he wanted to marry Yuan Chei in the dream and form an inextricable bond. Then, he would offer the origin of Gu Tizi and Ling Yan to completely subdue Yuan Chei and make her his woman. How did it become like this now? Di Haoyan directly attacked to stop all of this. If Jun Xiaoyao was really sacrificed, it would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in Yuan Chei's heart. Then, his plan could almost be declared a failure. What's wrong with true monarch Hao Tian? Is he crazy? Nonsense, if it were you, wouldn't you want to kill someone after being cuckolded in front of your face? Oh, that's right. Some Xianting cultivators around were watching the show. Humph. A cold voice sounded. Di Haoyan's figure instantly vomited blood and was sent flying. It wasn't easy to find a candidate to transfer the sin to. Kill him. Are you going to replace him? Emperor Donghua said coldly. No, he is. Di Haoyan lost his composure. He even felt that the Jun Xiaoyao in front of him was also a dream existence, a demon in his heart. Because the real Jun Xiaoyao shouldn't have come to the Forgotten Nation. Then, Emperor Donghua made his move. He placed Jun Xiaoyao and Yuan Chei in the array formation. Yuan Chei didn't want to do this, but she couldn't resist Emperor Donghua's methods. For the sake of his daughter's safety, this was nothing. No. No, Yuan Chei shook her head in despair. Her eyes were red and her tears had dried up. Jun Xiaoyao was still calm and said with a smile, "Meeting you is a beautiful dream, but there will be a day when I wake up. But we can make a promise. We will definitely meet again in the future." Yuan Chei's tears stopped. Why are you lying to me at this time? How is this possible? I'm not lying to you. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his pinky. Yuan Chei's eyes were hazy with tears. She remembered the first time she met Jun Xiaoyao in the 10-mile peach blossom forest. At that time, she stretched out her pinky and made a promise with Jun Xiaoyao that they would meet again in the 10-mile peach blossom forest. Yuan Che cried loudly and stretched out her trembling pinky to make a pinky promise with Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, Di Haoyan, who saw this scene, trembled and spat out another mouthful of blood. Strictly speaking, he didn't hate her for love. In his eyes, Yuan Che was just a tool. However, such a beautiful and noble tool was one of a kind. But now, she was completely captured by Jun Xiaoyao. This is a dream. This Jun Xiaoyao must be a dream. It can't be real. Di Haoyan could only comfort himself like this. Emperor Donghua activated the array formation. With the supreme mythical power, he extracted the power of great sin in Yuan Che's body and transferred it to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's understanding in his heart became deeper and deeper. The fourth mystique of Genesis gradually became clearer in his mind. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao also felt that the scene around him was becoming more and more illusory. It seems that the time of the dream tide is coming soon. Jun Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. Yu Lang. Yuan Che's hoarse cry sounded. Yuan Che, goodbye. Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes. At that moment, he completely understood his technique. He had comprehended the fourth divine power of Genesis. He believed that it would bring Di Haoyan a surprise. After passing through a grotesque and variegated haze, Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. Jun Xiaoyao woke up again. He found himself on a sea. It was the sea that he had entered when he went deep into the forgotten nation. Jun Xiaoyao recovered from the dream tide. It was a dream, but it was also incomparably real. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Even if he had his own thoughts in the dream. But that dream was almost the same as reality. He saw the heyday of the ancient Xianting. He also saw the last emperor of the ancient Xianting, Emperor Donghua. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao was still wondering if the Emperor Donghua in the dream really had a wisp of his true spirit. Could it be that Emperor Donghua has been choosing someone for Yuan Che to transfer her sins to, such as me? When Jun Xiaoyao thought of this, there was a hint of surprise in his heart. These ancient big shots all had extraordinary means and were mysterious. Did Emperor Donghua calculate that in the golden era of the future, there would be someone who could solve his daughter's great sin? If that was the case, then Emperor Donghua's plan was too deep. He had really put in a lot of effort for his daughter. But now, Jun Xiaoyao didn't have the power of sin in his body. After all, it was a dream. However, the fourth mystic ability of the Genesis era really existed in his mind. At this moment, the system's notification sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. He had met the conditions for signing in. After signing in, a hint of surprise appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, and then he revealed a meaningful smile. Di Haoyan, oh Di Haoyan, how are you going to fight me? With this treasure of signing in, Jun Xiaoyao was 100% confident. He could completely shatter Di Haoyan's dream of unifying the Xianting. At the same time, on the other side of the sea, a figure was exuding a monstrous anger, causing huge waves to rise on the surface of the sea. It was Di Haoyan. Jun Xiaoyao, how is it possible? How could he appear in the dream? Di Haoyan's silver eyes were filled with bone-deep anger. This was not in line with his temperament and temperament. It should be known that he had always had a card up his sleeve, with a kind of calmness that was in control of everything. His original plan was to form a karmic bond with Yuan Che in the dreamscape. Then, in reality, he would give the origin of Fushi's sacred body to Yuan Che. At the same time, he would give Ling Yan to Yuan Che so that the three souls could be united. This was also why Di Haoyan had said before. Ling Yan was an important chess piece, related to an important figure in the ancient Xianting. That figure was the last princess of the ancient Xianting, Yuan Che. Is it because Jun Xiaoyao has become my inner demon, so he is reflected in the dream? Di Haoyan pondered and felt that this should be the reason. Otherwise, it could not explain why Jun Xiaoyao appeared in the dream. But no matter what, the plan in the dream has failed, completely failed. Di Haoyan clenched his 5 fingers tightly. As a reincarnated person, he originally knew everything like the back of his hand. All kinds of changes in the future were in his hands. It was because of this that he was able to set up this plan to win Yuan Che over and unify the Xianting. However, after meeting Jun Xiaoyao, he felt that everything was not going well. Jun Xiaoyao, an anomaly that does not exist in the future, has completely affected my plan. After leaving the Forgotten Country, I will find a way to destroy him. Di Haoyan's eyes were filled with a trace of killing intent. If Jun Xiaoyao had only been a slightly troublesome opponent in his eyes before, then Jun Xiaoyao would have been nothing more than a slightly troublesome opponent. But now, in his eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was a target that must be eliminated. No, there is still a chance. After all, it is just a dream. It doesn't mean it is real. Di Haoyan did not give up. Although the cause in the dream failed, he still had a chance to win over Yuan Che in reality. After thinking of this, Di Haoyan continued to go deeper into the sea. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao also continued to go deeper. Although he had signed in, he still needed to find Yuan Che's body. After all, she was too important. She absolutely could not be drawn to Di Haoyan's side. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao was unable to ascertain whether or not Yuan Che would be affected by the dream. If she was not affected by the dream, she could still be attracted by Di Haoyan. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was making his way forward, he saw a beautiful figure standing on the misty sea in front of him. Taking a closer look, it was Ling Yuan. Ling Yan? Ling Yan turned around and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Her eyes were still filled with bewilderment. It was as if she had just woken up from a dream. Jun Xiaoyao. I had a dream. Ling Yan said absent-mindedly. Did you enter the sea through the flower of the past? Jun Xiaoyao asked. No, I stepped in directly, Ling Yan said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a thoughtful look, and then he understood. He finally confirmed that the method of dividing the three souls in the dream was real. Why did Ling Yan not need the flower of the past to step into this place? Because she and Princess Yuan Che, who was sleeping here, were originally one body. Jun Xiaoyao, tell me, who am I? Granny Lan said that as long as I came to the Forgotten Kingdom, I would be able to find the answer to my two souls in one body. But now, I don't know whether it's true or not. Ling Yan was extremely confused. It was the first time Jun Xiaoyao saw this cold and strong woman show such a confused look. Previously, when I faced the flower of the past, I seemed to feel like I was a princess. There was a hazy and blurry figure stroking my head lovingly. Who was he? Jun Xiaoyao was silent for a moment and then said. I can tell you the truth about some things, but, Jun Xiaoyao was still a little hesitant. Wasn't this truth a little cruel to Ling Yan? Do you know the truth? Tell me. Ling Yan stepped forward and grabbed Jun Xiaoyao's hand, her eyes firm. Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly. He also told Ling Yuan about some of the things that happened in the dream, including the matter of Princess Yuan Che's soul being divided into three and so on. In the dream, it was Jun Xiaoyao who helped Princess Yuan Che transfer the great sin. But in reality, no one helped Princess Yuan Che transfer the sin. Therefore, at that time, Emperor Donghua chose the method of dividing one soul into three. He separated the earthly and human souls and threw them into the reincarnation well, then let them fuse with the origin of the saint body. In the future, when Yuan Che's heaven soul awakened, she could pick the fruit and fuse the earthly and human souls. After hearing this, Ling Yan was stunned. Her delicate and beautiful face was pale and bloodless. Then, Ling Yan actually laughed. That smile was bitter and self-deprecating. I, Ling Yan, am only the earthly and human souls of Princess Yuan Che? Ling Yan didn't dare to believe it, nor did she want to believe it. She felt that it was ridiculous and ridiculous. Although it's just something in the dream, it should be the truth, Jun Xiaoyao said. When the earthly and human souls were reincarnated in the reincarnation well, they gave birth to their own consciousness. They also gradually forgot that their previous selves were Princess Yuan Che. The earthly soul became Ling Yan. The human soul became Fairy Yuan. And the two souls intertwined to create two people with two souls in one body. The higher-ups of Empress was immortal lineage should know this secret. Therefore, they specially created a body for Fairy Yuan. But they hid it from Ling Yan and Fairy Yuan. They probably didn't want the two of them to lose control of their emotions too early and doubt themselves. Later, when Fairy Yuan's soul fused with Ling Yan's soul, it could be considered one less troublesome step. Jun Xiaoyao also completely understood the purpose of Empress was immortal lineage. It was to nurture Ling Yan and Fairy Yuan, and then fuse them with Princess Xianxia. Because of Ling Yan and Fairy Yuan's influence, Princess Xianxia would lean towards Empress was immortal lineage. In the end, she would use her influence and identity as the last princess to lead Empress was immortal lineage to power. This was the true purpose of Empress was immortal lineage. Even Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The 9 great Xianting immortal lineages were truly scheming in order to fight for the position of power. It was impossible to guard against all kinds of overt and covert moves. Di Haoyan wanted to rope in Yuanche, and so did Empress was immortal lineage. It would be strange if such a faction didn't break apart. Heh, hee hee, ha ha ha, Fairy Yuan's life is under my control. I thought I was the ruler of her life. But now, I'm just someone else's earthly soul. In this case, what's the difference between me and Fairy Yuan? I thought I controlled her fate, but in the end, my own fate is also under someone else's control. Is this Fairy Yuan's revenge on me? Ling Yan lost her composure and laughed bitterly at herself. She was a strong woman. But now, she discovered that she had become someone else's substitute. She'd used Fairy Yuan. But now, her own life was only for the sake of another person's achievements. This was indeed a kind of irony. Once Princess Xianxia woke up and absorbed her, she would also be able to rob her of her power source. If that happened, she would lose everything. Just like how Fairy Yuan had fused with her, she would become a part of Yuanche. What young emperor of the Xianting? What princess of Empress was immortal lineage? Everything would be gone. Ling Yan felt like she was a clown, a laughable joke. Why? Ling Yan lost control, her beautiful face contorted. The truth was too cruel for her. Even Empress was immortal lineage, who'd raised her with great care, had lied to her. This was a fatal blow to Ling Yan. She couldn't believe anything. And now, the only person who stood by her side and could give her support was Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that Ling Yan's worldview had been completely overturned. Right now, she was doubting everything, even herself. What was the meaning of her existence? Was it just to become her substitute? When Yuanche woke up, she would definitely want to suppress her and refine her. Then, she would be like Fairy Yuan, completely fusing with her. Ling Yan's delicate body trembled, and her mind was dizzy. She seemed to feel it, and darkness filled her eyes. It was as if all the light had disappeared. This made Ling Yan feel fear and tremble. And just as Ling Yan felt lonely and helpless, and there was only darkness, all of a sudden, she was pulled into a broad embrace. It was Jun Xiaoyao hugging her. Jun Xiaoyao, you, Ling Yan's delicate body suddenly trembled. Now, it shouldn't be the time to completely despair, right? Under the hood, Jun Xiaoyao's handsome and peerless face carried a faint smile. It was as if anything was not a big deal in his eyes, and he could solve it. Now, what did Ling Yan lack? Wasn't it just an embrace and support? Ling Yan felt that Jun Xiaoyao was the only ray of light in the endless darkness. She could no longer hold it in and buried herself in Jun Xiaoyao's arms. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. In her darkest moment, the only one by her side was Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao could only sigh. When Fairy Yuan burned herself and merged her soul with Ling Yan, she was not so desperate. Because she did it willingly. It could be said that the reason why Ling Yan was so attached to her now. There was definitely a part of Fairy Yuan's will in it. Even Ling Yuan herself did not want to acknowledge this will of hers. But Fairy Yuan's will did exist. Ling Yan lay in Jun Xiaoyao's arms for a long time. Jun Xiaoyao also hugged her like this. It could be said that before this, Ling Yan had feelings for Jun Xiaoyao. But it was as if there was a layer of window paper between them, hazy. Ling Yan didn't have the courage to break it. After all, she and Jun Xiaoyao were on opposite sides. The resistance between the two of them was too great. But at this moment, in her most helpless and darkest moment, it was Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder that gave her the only support. Ling Yan's feelings for Jun Xiaoyao had completely broken through the window paper. She finally confirmed that she liked Jun Xiaoyao. Regardless of whether it was Fairy Yuan's influence or not. But now, it was her own decision. As for Jun Xiaoyao's, his attitude towards Ling Yan. He was indeed using Ling Yan. However, that woman, Fairy Maiden Yuan, had indeed left a mark in his heart. although it was only a little. As for Ling Yan, in the beginning, she was indeed on the opposite side of Jun Xiaoyao. But later on, after interacting with her for a long time, he realized that this seemingly cold girl actually had a cute and proud side. And this side could only be seen by Jun Xiaoyao. Humans were complicated animals. Especially women, they were even more complicated. Ling Yan was not a woman that could be described with one word. Ling Yan, it's about time. The forgotten country is about to end. Jun Xiaoyao patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Ling Yan raised her head. Jun Xiaoyao realized that there were no tears in her eyes. Instead, there was a firm light in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, I've thought it through, Ling Yan suddenly said. What? Why must I be fused and refined in the end? Why can't I fuse and refine Yuan Che? Ling Yan's words made Jun Xiaoyao speechless. Ling Yan was indeed that cold and domineering queen. She actually wanted to refine Princess Yuan Che. This was equivalent to a son wanting to be a father. After all, of the three souls of heaven, earth, and man, the heaven soul was the leader. As an earth soul, Ling Yan actually wanted to fuse with a heaven soul. Even Empress was a mortal lineage only thought that Ling Yan's thoughts could affect Yuan Che slightly. She also never thought of asking her to devour a heaven soul. But I need your help. Ling Yan looked at Jun Xiaoyao. If there was anyone who could give her confidence that she would not be fused with Yuan Che, Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who could do that. The last princess of the ancient Xianting dynasty had almost reached the peak of her status and strength. She had the imperial emperor's bloodline and the power of great sin. Although she could not control it, it was still an extremely terrifying power. Although she was also Yuan Che's earth soul. But the hibernating Yuan Che had a physical body. In other words, only Yuan Che had the imperial emperor's bloodline. If she woke up, she would become the top prodigy of this golden era. Jun Xiaoyao and a handful of others were the only ones who were able to match Yuan Che in terms of bloodline and strength. Even Di Haoyan was a little short. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to borrow Yuan Che's power. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Che in terms of status. Ling Yan, don't be anxious. We still don't know what Yuan Che's attitude is. When the time comes, there might be room for negotiation, Jun Xiaoyao said. He was not prepared to become enemies with Yuan Che. This last princess of the ancient Xianting dynasty did have some background. Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of Yuan Che. But he was still a little wary of Emperor Donghua's methods. If he really wanted to touch Yuan Che, he would probably trigger some of Emperor Donghua's backup plans. Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of anyone, but there was no need to get into big trouble for no reason. Besides, Jun Xiaoyao thought, Yuan Che might not be hostile to him. After all, in the dream, she loved him so much that she wanted to die. Then let's find her first, Ling Yan said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. The two of them traveled through the sea. This sea was called the Dream Sea, and it was the core of the Forgotten Nation. Only Jun Xiaoyao, Ling Yan, and Di Haoyan could leave the dream and reach the core of the Dream Sea. Even the saints of the ancient Xianting could only wander around the edge of the Dream Sea. Jun Xiaoyao and Ling Yan arrived at the core of the Dream Sea. At the end of the sea, there was an island. On the island, there was a palace that seemed to be carved out of glass and jade. Flowers were blooming like brocades, and they were colorful and beautiful. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes immediately changed. He recognized that this was the Jasper Flower Palace in the dream. It was also the palace where Princess Yuan Che lived. Princess Yuan Che is indeed sleeping here, Jun Xiaoyao said. Ling Yan clenched her jade-like hand slightly. Obviously, she was not calm. At this moment, on the other side, a figure also turned into a ray of light and appeared in the distance. Golden hair fluttering, silver eyes indifferent. Who else could it be but Di Haoyan? Di Haoyan looked around and saw Ling Yan and Jun Xiaoyao beside her. However, Jun Xiaoyao was still dressed as the black-robed man. Di Haoyan's silver eyes were sharp, as if he did not expect that someone else could reach this place besides Ling Yan. Silver runes appeared in his eyes. He activated the silver eyes of Illusion Breaker, trying to see through the black-robed man. However, there was no way Jun Xiaoyao could be seen through so easily. For some reason, Di Haoyan had a bad feeling in his heart. Before entering the Forgotten Kingdom, he had noticed the black-robed man beside Ling Yan. At that time, although he felt a trace of strangeness, he did not care. Now, he felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. Ling Yan, this is... Di Haoyan said indifferently. Ling Yan asked in return, where is Gutizi? Di Haoyan was expressionless. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes when he looked at Ling Yan. He's dead. So, you also want to kill me, take my sacred body origin, and give my soul to Yuan Che? Ling Yuan's beautiful face was filled with extreme coldness. Oh, it seems that you already know everything. Yes, that's what I want to do. Di Haoyan's tone was casual. He had directly admitted it. At this point, he did not mind Ling Yan knowing the truth. Because her fate was already sealed. She was going to be refined by Yuan Che. Are you trying to start a war between the immortal lineages? Ling Yan rebuked coldly. No matter what, Gutizi was still the heir of Fuxi. She was also the princess of Empress Wa's lineage. It was one thing for Di Haoyan to kill Gutizi, but that was Fuxi's internal affair. But Di Haoyan wanted to kill her. Wasn't he afraid of starting a civil war between Fuxi and Empress Wa? Di Haoyan, on the other hand, sneered disdainfully. War? Of course not. When I become the ruler of the Xianting, I'll unify all of Xianting. How could I let a civil war happen? You? Ling Yan snorted. Although there's been a slight mishap in the plan, the outcome won't change. Di Haoyan still seemed confident in himself. Then, his gaze turned cold as he looked at Ling Yan. As long as he killed Ling Yan here, he'd be able to obtain Empress Wa's sacred body origin. At the same time, he'd extract Ling Yan's nascent spirit and offer it to Yuan Che. Although he didn't have the connection in the dream, Di Haoyan felt that Yuan Che wouldn't refuse him as long as he gave her enough benefits. As if sensing the killing intent in Di Haoyan's eyes, Ling Yan secretly gathered her strength. Di Haoyan was extremely strong. But she, Ling Yan, also had the seal of the Celestial Emperor's throne. She wasn't completely powerless. Besides, Di Haoyan still didn't know who was standing next to her. Jun Xiaoyao gave Ling Yan a sense of security she'd never felt before. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, didn't say a word. He simply looked on coolly. He'd achieved his initial goal. Not only had he completely ruined Di Haoyan's plan, but he'd also completely destroyed it. It seemed like the conflict between the immortal factions had been thoroughly ignited. At the very least, it would be very difficult for Empress Wa and Fuxi immortal lineage to unite. If Xianting was not unified, the Jun family would undoubtedly benefit. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had achieved his goal of splitting Xianting. The next step was to wait for Yuan Che to be born. At that time, something even more exciting would happen. He really wanted to see what Di Haoyan's expression would be like at that time. Just as Di Haoyan was about to make a move on Ling Yan, suddenly, the Jasper Flower Palace began to tremble. Could it be? Di Haoyan temporarily stopped and turned his gaze to the Jasper Flower Palace. However, the Jasper Flower Palace wasn't the one that was truly shocked. Instead, it was the small island below it. At the same time, waves of terrifying soul power were also vibrating. That terrifying soul power even made Jun Xiaoyao feel an immense amount of pressure. Soul power that surpasses the Eternal Sands level. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He had previously confirmed that it could maintain such a huge illusion. The soul power of the Forgotten Nations will definitely surpass the Eternal Sands level. And now it seemed that the source of the soul power was actually this island. Under the gazes of Di Haoyan, Ling Yan, and Jun Xiaoyao, the Jasper Flower Palace on the island began to float in the air and leave the island. It was as if it was leaving the Forgotten Nation. And as the Jasper Flower Palace rose, that island also emerged from the surface of the sea. However, when the three people present saw it, their eyes were shocked. Because it wasn't an island. Instead, it was a creature that looked like an oyster, a clam, or a shell-like creature. The oyster-like creature had a 7-colored halo flowing on its shell, and countless mysterious and complicated runes were imprinted on it. At the same time, immortal energy lingered around it, and its aura was extremely strong. Furthermore, that extremely terrifying soul force also came from his body. That is, a hoe? Dihaoyan, Ling Yan, and the others were all surprised. Although Dihaoyan had the memories of a lifetime, he didn't uncover the secrets of the Forgotten Nation in his memories. But now, they saw the truth. The Forgotten Nation, one of the so-called 7 incredible things, was actually a hoe. And it wasn't an ordinary hoe. After an incomparably long period of time, it could already be called a primordial immortal hoe. Jun Xiaoyao was also very surprised. Previously, when he was on the Emperor Road, he had experienced the opportunity of the Kuanping nest. And in that Kuanping nest, there was a hoe. The so-called hoe in the mirage referred to this kind of creature. It could create illusions and confuse living beings. However, the hoe in the Kuanping nest couldn't be compared to the primordial immortal hoe in front of them. That hoe was only of mixed blood, and the primordial immortal hoe in front of them was very likely a pure-blooded ancient creature that had inherited its heritage from the ancient times. Under the gazes of the 3 people, on the primordial immortal hoe, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Xianxia. "It's you." Ling Yan looked very surprised. The Forgotten Nation is about to close, and the last princess of the ancient Xianting is about to be born. My promise has been fulfilled. You are the only ones who can reach this place, so this is your reward. As Zhuang Xiaoming spoke, the primordial immortal hoe opened slightly, and 3 balls of light fell into the hands of the 3 people. They were the clam pearls of the primordial immortal hoe. These clam pearls were condensed with rich soul power. One could imagine that if they were refined, it would obviously be of great benefit to the cultivation of the primordial spirit. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit had just broken through to the eternal sound level and needed to be consolidated. However, Jun Xiaoyao also noticed the difference in the clam pearls. Dihaoyan and Ling Yan's clam pearls both showed a 5-colored luster. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao shone with a 7-colored sheen. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao's clam pearls were of the highest quality. Jun Xiaoyao looked up and saw Zhuang Xiaoming secretly winking at him. Jun Xiaoyao smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that the will of the Forgotten Nation, which was Zhuang Xiaoming's true form, was actually a hoe. And it should be female. Otherwise, she wouldn't be interested in him. Jun Xiaoyao's charm was attractive to any female. However, it was still too outrageous to attract the attention of a shrew. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have such a strong taste. Although there was no lack of existences in the immortal realm who liked this, and there were even some cultivators who specially went to find beast mothers, demon mothers, and so on. But Jun Xiaoyao was a serious person. Yes, a very serious kind. As such, Jun Xiaoyao could only smile awkwardly and politely at Zhuang Xiaoming. Of course, it was still very easy to cultivate to the level of the primordial immortal hoe to transform into a human body. After delivering the clam pearls, the primordial immortal hoe suddenly erupted with a suction force. The Mars demon star in the sky was instantly pulled down and swallowed into the primordial immortal hoe. It was only then that Jun Xiaoyao understood. The Mars demon star was the demon core of the primordial immortal hoe. The so-called appearance of the Mars demon star was actually the primordial immortal hoe spitting out the demon core to open the Forgotten Nation. Those who couldn't leave would have their souls and primordial spirits become nourishment for the demon core. It was precisely because of this that the soul power of the primordial immortal hoe could be cultivated to such a terrifying level. With the disappearance of the Mars demon star, the geniuses who woke up from the dream were also teleported out of the Forgotten Nation. Including Jun Xiaoyao, Dihaoyan, Ling Yan, and the Jasper Flower Palace, they were all teleported out. The Forgotten Nation had come to an end, but one could imagine that the real dispute had just begun. End of chapter 1292. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.